Yang gazed blankly out of the window, an overwhelming sense of emptiness swirling in his mind. Beyond the window lay a small river. At the age of 30, Yang distinctly remembered that this river had dried up back in 2002. Yet now, it flowed joyfully, a stark contrast to his recollection. His eyes then fell upon his tattered school uniform, having perused numerous rebirth novels. Yang realized he too had become part of the legion of those who had traversed time. In these tales, protagonists often emerge from their rebirth with newfound strength, frequently endowed with extraordinary abilities. As the fortunate recipient of such a fate, Yang was eager to discern whether he too possessed any remarkable skills. After a flurry of mental gymnastics, he shook his hands and feet, took a few deep breaths, and even engaged in some light bouncing. However, after finding nothing of note, disappointment washed over him. Why was it that despite sharing the experience of rebirth, the disparities among individuals could be so vast? Chunderong, the head of the town's education group, held a position akin to a minor leader. His demeanor was typically stern, and since his son had entered high school, their relationship had grown increasingly distant. Faced with such an unexpected situation, he found himself momentarily at a loss, yet instinctively embraced Yang, wrapping his arms around him. After a prolonged period, Yang finally quelled his tears, yet his gaze remained fixed upon his beloved father. Under such a gaze, anyone would feel a twinge of discomfort. Chunderong could only retreat, employing his resonant and rich baritone to inquire, "What is this child crying about? Come, tell your father what troubles you." With reddened eyes, Yang softly replied, "It's nothing, I'm just very happy to see you, father." In his past life, Chunderong had succumbed to nasopharyngeal cancer at the end of 2002, a loss that marked a significant turning point in Yang's existence. The joy of reuniting with his beloved father filled Yang's heart. In his previous life, the delay in timely medical intervention due to various reasons had led to an irreversible tragedy, casting a shadow over Yang's life, compelling him to abandon his university studies and enter the workforce prematurely. Yet now, having been reborn, would such a misfortune befall him again? Absolutely not, Yang vowed silently within. As they settled into the room, his father casually inquired about Yang's recent academic endeavors, a habit ingrained over the years. Yang, newly reborn, navigated the conversation with caution, anxious not to utter a misstep. Fortunately, after exchanging a few words, his father retreated to the inner room to watch television. Observing his father's slightly stooped figure, Yang resolved within his heart. This lifetime, he would strive to alleviate his parents' worries, ensuring they remained joyful and content. In his previous life, after the passing of his father, it was his mother, Yizhen, who single-handedly bore the weight of the world, meticulously organizing all matters concerning Yang. Reflecting on this, Yang addressed his mother, saying, "Mom, I'm not hungry, yet you may take your time. I will assist you." With that, he promptly took it upon himself to wash and prepare the vegetables. Having acquired culinary skills for various reasons in his former life, he found these small tasks to be second nature. Witnessing her son's thoughtfulness, his mother smiled with appreciation. Following a flurry of activity, the family joyfully completed their dinner. Yang wiped his mouth and then dashed towards the school, which was a mere 5-minute walk from home. The evening was marked by night classes, a lamentable reality for third-year students, as their curriculum was slightly more demanding than that of other grades. However, with only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, every effort counted. Upon entering the classroom, Yang nodded to a few familiar classmates as a form of greeting. He casually picked up a mathematics textbook and began to peruse its contents. The vigor of youth was truly a blessing. His memory was remarkably sharp. Although he had long forgotten much of what he had previously learned, he found that revisiting these concepts posed little difficulty. Before long, classmates began to arrive one after another. Observing their youthful faces, Yang stifled his excitement, silently urging himself to remain composed. He was determined to make the most of this second chance at life, aiming to bring pride to his parents. His deskmate, Wang Chong, had yet to arrive, leaving Chun Yang uncertain of whether he would show up that evening. As his recollection of Wang Chong was predominantly characterized by frequent absences from class, at precisely 7 o'clock, the classroom bell rang, signaling the start of class. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Mao, entered with a stack of examination papers, placing them on the podium. He announced a mathematics test for the evening study session. In the third year of high school, assessments were plentiful, particularly since Mr. Mao, affectionately dubbed Old Mao by the students, was the homeroom teacher, and thus his word was law regarding study sessions. The papers were swiftly distributed, and within a little over an hour, Chun Yang had completed all the questions. Known for his remarkable speed in tackling assignments, he conducted a brief review and corrected a few minor errors. Once he confirmed that his answers were largely accurate, boredom began to set in. Mr. Mao remained vigilant at the podium, making it clear that submitting the test early was out of the question. Doing so would surely invite reprimand. Furthermore, Chun Yang, seated in a corner, had long been among the lower echelons of academic performance, consistently maintaining a position among the bottom 3 in the class. In his previous life, Chun Yang had only managed to gain admission to a second-tier university through repeated attempts. The unfortunate lad suffered from inexplicable headaches during the 3 days of the college entrance examination after his resit, preventing him from demonstrating his true potential. Otherwise, securing a place in a prestigious institution would have been well within his grasp. When it came time to select his university preferences, he refused to accept adjustments, which left him no choice but to enroll in a second-tier university. In truth, Chun Yang was quite intelligent. He had been a top student throughout elementary and middle school, but upon entering high school, he became captivated by martial arts novels and video games, leading to a dramatic decline in his academic performance, much to the dismay of his concerned parents. Lying in his small bed, Chun Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, but he soon succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state between wakefulness and dreams, he found himself experiencing an odd dream in which he possessed boundless capabilities, living a life of unparalleled grandeur. As he teetered on the brink of consciousness, a mechanical, synthesized sound jolted him awake. The Genius learning system is initializing, commencing a full body scan of the host. Moments later, a notification chimed. Scan complete. The host meets system requirements, proceeding with soul binding. Though Chun Yang was awake, he was momentarily stunned, startled from slumber by such an unusual sound. It felt dreamlike. He instinctively reached for the cup on his bedside to take a sip of water, then lay back down, hoping to resume his rest. After all, morning self-study for his senior year began at 6 o'clock, and seizing every moment for rest was of utmost importance. Just as Chun Yang was on the verge of drifting off, the mechanical, synthesized voice echoed once more. Host bodily indicators are suboptimal and require enhancement, initiating in-depth diagnostics. Hearing this voice again fully roused Chun Yang. This isn't a dream? Is this real? A wave of exhilaration washed over him indeed. He was to receive some form of benefit, he thought joyfully. As anticipation mounted within Chun Yang, the mechanical voice resonated again, and tears streamed down his face as he finally grasped the reality of the situation. Commencing comprehensive upgrades for the host's body. For the host's safety, it is necessary to enter a deep sleep state, and thus, the unfortunate Chun Yang was swiftly rendered unconscious by a surge of powerful electricity in the early morning. The alarm clock rang punctually, jolting Chun Yang awake. With a frown, he thought cynically, upgrading is one thing, but is it really necessary to leave me dazed? I wonder what this system is truly capable of. It is common knowledge that one should not engage in vigorous exercise immediately after a meal. Therefore, after resting for half an hour, Chun Yang joined Lu Feng in the basketball game. The two were reassigned to play on the same side, mingling with familiar faces of fellow basketball enthusiasts. Chun Yang had always harbored a passion for basketball at a height of 1.78 meters. Not playing would be a waste during his high school years, making it his most cherished sport. As he dribbled the basketball, Chunyang noticed that it felt particularly responsive today, gliding effortlessly beneath his fingertips. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. In his mental realm, he envisioned a classification of sports, with basketball firmly nestled within this category. Numerous connecting lines branched out, each leading to the name of a renowned basketball star. The system's voice prompted Chunyang. You may select any star to briefly experience their skills. This filled Chunyang with elation, and without hesitation, he chose the name Kobe Bryant. Although it seemed as if a considerable amount of time had passed within the system, to the outside observer, Chunyang had merely paused for a mere 0.1 seconds, an interval that went unnoticed by others. Kobe's dribbling skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The future Chunyang greatly admired the almost omnipotent Black Mamba who once dominated the NBA court. Thus, Kobe became Chunyang's most cherished player. Several times, the opposing defenders, overestimating their capabilities, attempted to steal the ball from Chunyang, only to be effortlessly outmaneuvered. What a farce it would be if a player of Kobe's caliber were to be outplayed by mere high school students. Instead, it was the defender who found himself utterly disoriented, and eventually, the unfortunate opponent matched against Chunyang was left bewildered on the ground. Following a deft step back, Chunyang leaped gracefully, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. Lu Feng, a classmate who had long sensed Chunyang's exceptional prowess that day, rushed over to celebrate with a high five. Subsequently, as Chunyang faced multiple defenders, he masterfully evaded each one, truly embodying the essence of a superstar on the court. Indeed, a superstar, for Kobe's skills were divine even at the high school level. It is uncertain how many dunks he had completed, but after executing a stunning 360-degree turn and finishing with a powerful layup, Chunyang, hanging from the rim, heard a series of alarming creaks. Sensing impending danger, he swiftly leapt down like a startled rabbit, narrowly avoiding a mishap. Moments later, the backboard, having swayed precariously a few times, finally succumbed and crashed down, leaving the spectators in stunned silence once again. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. What is meant to come will eventually arrive during self-study time. Taking advantage of the absence of attention from others, Chunyang began to ponder deeply. What circumstances would allow the genius learning system to activate? And once activated, how could it facilitate his improvement? Since it was a learning system, it would ideally enable him to acquire skills, wouldn't it? If only it could be as exhilarating as playing basketball at noon, with formidable physical prowess and unparalleled skills. Everything else would pale in comparison. He hoped this system would bestow upon him even more of such powerful abilities. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, he remarked, "Come on, with your meager strength, why don't you try to fly?" Chunyang was still mulling over his frustrations, lamenting how the basketball hoop could be so fragile, collapsing after just a few uses. Now, he faced the inevitable consequence of damaging public property, uncertain if he would receive a reprimand. Lu Feng, unsure how to console Chunyang, could only respond, "If you broke it, you'll just have to pay for it. I doubt they would give you a reprimand." Hearing this, Chunyang could only manage a bitter smile in silence, dismissing Lu Feng with a few perfunctory remarks. Gradually calming himself, he thought that what was destined to happen would indeed arrive. He wondered if he could summon the so-called system at any time. Thus, Chunyang began to experiment with some commands he envisioned. Summoned the genius learning system. No response. Open sesame. Certainly, there was no reaction. It would have been peculiar had there been one. Deep within, the impassioned Chunyang understood that impatience was futile, and all he could do was wait. As long as the system reappeared, there would inevitably be some corresponding prompts. Observing a few individuals scattered across the playground kicking a football, Chunyang felt a surge of restlessness. Yet, he wisely restrained the impulse to join them. After all, if the system were to offer him an experience as a football superstar, he would find himself in the spotlight, attracting undue envy. With a heavy heart, he glanced at the animated figures on the field, swallowed hard, and trudged towards the classroom, transforming his frustration into motivation for study. After all, the pressures of the final year were considerable, and he felt compelled to at least feign adherence to the prevailing expectations. Qinyang had no desire to repeat a year. That would be far too burdensome. The college entrance examination involved millions of candidates nationwide, and the notion that a single point could overshadow thousands was no mere exaggeration. The competition was indeed fierce. Before reaching the classroom, the observant Qinyang spotted his homeroom teacher, Old Mao, standing at the door like a sentinel. Upon noticing Qinyang, Old Mao stormed over, fury etched on his face, and seized Qinyang by the arm, demanding, "I heard you broke the basketball hoop during lunch?" In the face of undeniable facts, all arguments seemed utterly futile. Thus, Qinyang could only lower his head in silence, offering a slight nod. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Old Mao, with an expression of exasperation, remarked, "With only a little over a month until the college entrance examination, all you seem to do is play. Lunchtime is meant for your rest, yet in such a critical period, you still choose to engage in basketball, even damaging public property. At your age, how can you still be so irresponsible?" In truth, Old Mao was quite lenient. Given that Qinyang consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, he could easily have turned a blind eye and let him flounder. However, Old Mao was a dedicated teacher, aspiring for all his students to gain admission to their dream universities, unwilling to abandon even a single student. This unwavering commitment is indeed commendable and likely resonates with countless educators. The success of their students is the true measure of their own success. After enduring a thorough reprimand from Old Mao, Qinyang's father, Chen Durong, arrived, his face etched with remorse. He continually apologized in a soft tone before the homeroom teacher, expressing his regret and embarrassment for the trouble caused. This left Qinyang feeling quite awkward, silently chastising himself for his lack of diligence, which compelled his father to share in this discomfort. Despite being a minor leader in his workplace, his father was now also subjected to criticism, a fact that weighed heavily on Qinyang's conscience. Old Mao delivered a lengthy admonition urging Qinyang to focus on his studies, to which his father nodded in agreement. After a while, Qinyang entered the classroom, while his father accompanied Old Mao to the school's finance office to address the matter of compensation for the damaged property. Chapter 3. System Upgrade. During the evening study session, Qinyang immersed himself earnestly in the realms of physical chemistry. In his previous life, he had struggled significantly with physics, whereas chemistry had been a subject he excelled in, achieving nearly full marks even in a state of poor health during the college entrance examination. In this new existence, Qinyang remarkably elevated his scores across all subjects within merely a month, an ascent so rapid it bordered on the unbelievable. This speaks to his inherent aptitude for learning, which had merely languished in neglect. With a matured mindset, he found his study efficiency greatly enhanced. In just 2 hours of intense study, he grasped many concepts that had previously eluded him, marking a substantial gain. As he lay in bed, the memory of his father's eyes, tinged with disappointment, resonated deeply within him. In the 3rd year of middle school, during the final examination before the high school entrance test, Qinyang had performed poorly. His fondness for leisure had overshadowed his academic endeavors, leading to a dismal score of 390 out of a possible 750 across 5 subjects. At that moment, an uncle, who appeared to maintain a cordial relationship with his father, ridiculed Qinyang with a name that would haunt him for life: 39 stomach treasure. Qinyang distinctly recalled the anger concealed beneath his father's forced smile. Encouraged by his father, he resolved to strive diligently. And although less than 10 days remained before the entrance examination, those fleeting days witnessed an extraordinary transformation in his academic performance. As the results of the high school entrance examination were released, Qinyang proudly achieved an impressive score of 689, securing his place in the prestigious County No. 1 high school. In stark contrast, the classmate who had mocked him scored a mere 550, leaving him far behind. Interestingly, prior to his rebirth, Qinyang had only devoted a month to preparing for the college entrance exam, yet managed to significantly improve his scores, highlighting his remarkable efficiency in learning. Suddenly, the system's notification disrupted Qinyang's thoughts. It detected that the customs of the era in which the host found himself were inconsistent with the initial settings, necessitating an upgrade for optimal usage. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through him, causing Qinyang to elegantly succumb to slumber once more. Could it not have been a gentler approach? In the dead of night, after the system upgrade was completed, certain functionalities required Qinyang to configure them himself. After a series of tedious and challenging adjustments, he finally managed to set up the genius learning system. Now, By merely contemplating the genius learning system, Qinyang could access it through brainwaves, while externally, he appeared to be in a deep sleep. The various categories within the system were now distinctly divided into 9 major domains. 1. Sports 2. Music 3. Military 4. Finance 5. Literature 6. Languages 7. Technology 8. Medicine 9. Miscellaneous knowledge. According to the system sprite, new skill categories could be introduced, allowing for further upgrades of the system. The entire teaching process has been transformed into a holographic projection mode, where the experiences mirror reality in every aspect. The system sprite has been named Xiaoyu by Qinyang, who adapts to various educational scenarios with remarkable versatility. Furthermore, the learning time within the system is accelerated at a ratio of 10 to 1, meaning that while 10 hours pass in the system, only 1 hour elapses in the external world. Having successfully configured the upgraded system, Qinyang eagerly anticipates experiencing its formidable capabilities. He silently contemplates genius learning system. His most pressing need is to enhance his academic performance, so upon entering the system, he immediately selects language studies. Xiaoyu's melodious female voice resonates. Please select a language. Without hesitation, Qinyang opts for English, which is undeniably his weakest subject across all disciplines. Following his selection, Xiaoyu provides a series of prompts tailored to the English proficiency Qinyang requires. The upgraded system boasts an extraordinary feature known as Dihui Guanding, which allows him to master knowledge in a remarkably brief period by selecting the appropriate level of comprehension. The levels are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced, with the system currently capable of facilitating the highest level of Dihui Guanding at the advanced stage. Qinyang has no time to assess his English proficiency, as the term above university level 4 is rather vague. Qinyang hurriedly washed his face and rinsed his mouth before dashing out of the house like a gust of wind, neglecting to bid farewell to his early rising mother. At 5:50 a.m., he arrived at the classroom, where the morning study session was set to commence at 6, leaving him with 10 minutes to spare. The classroom was still rather desolate, with only a handful of students present. The few classmates who were there merely glanced at Qinyang before returning to their diligent studies. Some even engrossed in their books without lifting their heads. These individuals were among the top performers in the class, known for their commendable academic achievements and relentless work ethic, seizing every available moment to absorb knowledge. As the clock struck 6, the bell rang punctually, and the majority of the class had settled into their seats, yet his deskmate, Wang Chong, was still absent. Soon, the hour of morning self-study passed swiftly, prompting everyone to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Upon seeing Qinyang, Zhang Meng's eyes brightened, and he approached with a smile, greeting him. Qinyang, I've heard that you play basketball exceptionally well, even capable of dunking. How about joining me for a game? Zhang Meng, the captain of the school basketball team, had not witnessed Qinyang's impressive performance the previous day. However, one of his underlings had seen it and conveyed the news to Zhang Meng, igniting his curiosity and desire to experience Qinyang's skills firsthand. Thus, the current encounter unfolded. Chapter 4. The Class Champion. A game? I'm not interested, Qinyang shrugged nonchalantly. Zhang Meng desired to persuade further, for he relished the company of those with superior skills, thriving on high-level competition to enhance his own abilities. This was the essence of Zhang Meng's path to success. He had long wished to engage Qinyang in a match, but Qinyang, visibly displeased, finally exclaimed, "Boss, I have just over a month until the college entrance examination. Kindly spare me your esteemed presence. I simply do not have the leisure for it. I was reprimanded just last night, and joining you would only bring me distress. I absolutely refuse to participate. Besides, I aspire to attend a prestigious university." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng found himself at an impasse. Acknowledging that Qinyang needed to excel in his academic examinations to gain admission to a reputable institution, unlike himself, who had already received an interview opportunity from Beijing Sport University. After exchanging some trivial conversation devoid of substance, Zhang Meng bid farewell to Qinyang and departed. This minor incident, before it could stir any significant commotion, settled into tranquility. It was understandable. Those preparing for the college entrance exam should devote their time to study, especially given Qinyang's reluctance to once again burden his father with trouble. Before the class bell rang, Lao Mao entered the room carrying the examination papers, his gaze intermittently scanning the room, often landing on Qinyang. This scrutiny made Qinyang, who had been hiding in the corner and feeling secure, slightly uneasy. He pondered, "Has Lao Mao taken some peculiar medication today? Why is he fixating on me instead of the top students in the front row? The oppressive atmosphere was shattered by the abrupt ringing of the bell. Lao Mao spoke, "Distribute the papers." The mathematics class representative, Zhang Tingxian, stepped forward to distribute the examination papers to each group leader, swiftly ensuring that nearly everyone received their test. However, our dear classmate, Chen Yang, was notably absent from this distribution. It seemed that Chen Yang could sense a palpable tension emanating from Lao Mao's piercing gaze. After scrutinizing Chen Yang for a considerable time, Lao Mao finally spoke, declaring, "The top scorer of this assessment is Chen Yang." As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of gasps resonated through the room. As the revelation left everyone astounded, especially since it was a perfect score, Lao Mao's voice rang out once more, intensifying the astonishment, causing several high-achieving students, who typically prided themselves on their academic prowess, to turn their heads towards Chen Yang. In response to these scrutinizing gazes, Chen Yang could discern the unspoken disbelief in their expressions. It was hardly surprising. His performance in mathematics had consistently been subpar, with merely passing grades being a commendable achievement. This was a true reflection of his academic standing. Yet, here he was, unexpectedly achieving a perfect score, and as the sole individual in the class to do so. There was no room for Lao Mao to assert that he had copied from others. Old Mao was equally perplexed as to how Chen Yang had secured the first position. This lad had only recently caused a stir, and moreover, the examination was crafted by Old Mao himself, containing several challenging questions. One particular problem even required formulas typically encountered in university studies, encompassing a breadth of knowledge from higher education. Remarkably, Chen Yang was the sole student in the entire school to answer it correctly. At first middle school, it is customary for all students to take the same examination paper simultaneously. This time, they all used the questions devised by Old Mao. Generally, teachers take turns setting questions for assessments, ensuring that examinations occur concurrently, thereby fostering an atmosphere of standardized testing that facilitates comparison. In this examination, the second highest score was a mere 124, while Chen Yang's score was an astonishing 150. This achievement naturally filled Old Mao with pride in front of his colleagues. Yet he simultaneously harbored doubts regarding the validity of such a score. After all, based on Chen Yang's usual performance, it was inconceivable for him to attain such a result. Merely passing would have been considered a remarkable feat consequently. With skepticism in mind, Old Mao summoned Chen Yang to the podium to elucidate the solution to the question. Deep down, he remained unconvinced that Chen Yang could genuinely solve it. Nevertheless, allowing Chen Yang to explain would also serve to ascertain whether he truly comprehended the material. As Old Mao subconsciously entertained the notion that Chen Yang might have merely memorized the answers after glimpsing the examination questions. Having experienced being underestimated numerous times in his previous life, Chen Yang stood undaunted this time. Under the watchful gaze of Old Mao and his classmates, he articulated his explanation with remarkable fluency, akin to a seasoned educator with years of teaching experience, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. This transformation gradually softened Lao Mao's gaze, infused with a hint of satisfaction as he began to believe in Chen Yang's genuine capabilities. Subsequently, Lao Mao meticulously elucidated all the remaining problems, during which a 10-minute break ensued. After the bell rang for an extended period, the English teacher, Ms. Liu, arrived tardily, noticeably devoid of any examination papers. This left the eager Chen Yang somewhat disheartened, as his fervent desire to showcase his abilities was dulled by Ms. Liu's rather soporific lecturing. The fact that the teacher was late and arrived without any materials was utterly unacceptable. Someone who had hoped to perform well in English class felt a sense of indignation. The English lesson proceeded as monotonously as ever. Ms. Liu's teaching was tedious and uninspiring, relying solely on rote memorization. Chen Yang could hardly commend such a pedagogical approach, which epitomized the very essence of the cramming education system. Days slipped by quietly amidst the rigorous study. Before long, it was July. During this time, with the aid of the genius learning system, Chen Yang acquired a wealth of knowledge, primarily aimed at enhancing his current academic performance. Given his circumstances, he diligently absorbed all the knowledge he deemed beneficial, opting for swimming as his chosen sport, despite his long-standing fear of water. It was only after considerable resolve that he chose swimming over his beloved basketball. Of course, the skills he could currently acquire were merely at a rudimentary level, according to the system's standards, which categorized them as beginner level. In other domains, Chen Yang pursued studies in piano, art, acupuncture, and much more. Due to the selective learning following the system upgrade, Qinyang was rewarded with the opportunity to elevate a minor subject directly to an advanced level. Considering his desire to aid his father in recovering from illness, Qinyang chose to enhance his knowledge in acupuncture within the realm of medicine. Now, Qinyang can truly be regarded as a prodigy. In the last 2 diagnostic examinations, he attained exceptional results with only the slightest exertion, earning him the status of a top student. His enhanced physical attributes, a product of his transformation, can only be described as formidable. His memory has significantly improved, and his mind has become notably more agile, likely resulting in an increase in his intelligence quotient as well. After achieving high scores repeatedly, the esteemed teacher Mao personally invited Qinyang from his secure corner seat to the front row, which left him feeling quite disheartened. He had relished the comfort of his secluded spot, shielded from the elements. Now, having displayed a modicum of success, he could no longer enjoy the sanctuary of that safe haven. Consequently, Qinyang often cast a wistful glance at his former seat, causing the student occupying it to feel an inexplicable unease. It was inevitable. The intensity of Qinyang's gaze was simply too potent to ignore. In Chapter 5, after the college entrance examination, Qinyang found solace in the fact that the deep disappointment had vanished from his father's eyes, replaced by a subtle, ever-present smile at the corners of his mouth. This transformation made Qinyang feel that his rebirth was indeed worthwhile. The mere sight of his father's smile was a reward in itself. His mother, too, radiated uncontainable joy, as if she no longer needed to conceal her happiness. Such a smile deeply moved Qinyang. After his father's passing and the subsequent marriage of his mother, he had scarcely witnessed any semblance of joy on her face, only traces of sorrow. These positive transformations instilled in Qinyang a resolute determination. He must treat his parents with utmost care, for anything that brings them happiness is undoubtedly worthwhile. The National College Entrance Examination commenced amidst the sweltering heat of summer, from July 7th to 9th, marking a significant turning point in his life. The examination process was unremarkable. This time, Qinyang felt remarkably at ease. After all, he was a prodigy, and tackling these tests was child's play. Even though the college entrance examination is a pivotal event with profound implications for one's future, it posed no challenge for him. However, Qinyang exercised a modicum of restraint, mindful not to perform excessively well, for drawing the attention of the most powerful authorities could lead to unforeseen consequences. In this society, maintaining a low profile is indeed the path to success. Fully aware of the formidable nature of these authorities, Qinyang silently commended himself for his decision to moderate his examination scores. With merely 20 days remaining until the announcement of the college entrance examination results, Qinyang's parents, satisfied with his performance in the recent mock exams, refrained from incessantly questioning him about his final scores. This leniency afforded Qinyang a sense of freedom. However, concurrently, he experienced a profound emptiness. With the advent of a comprehensive learning system, it seemed that mastery of any subject required little effort. One enlightening moment was all it took to grasp the concepts. Yet, Qinyang pondered whether such a life lacked challenge, which further contributed to his feelings of desolation. Due to his commendable performance, Qinyang's parents rewarded him with a sum of 1,000 yuan, allowing him the opportunity to indulge in some leisure. In 1999, this amount represented a significant sum, and Qinyang was naturally exhilarated. With newfound funds, his first impulse was to embark on a journey. In his previous life, he had traversed numerous cities solely for work, never having the time or resources to travel. He gathered 3 close friends, and they decided to explore the nearby city of Dangyang, where the hearts of young men often harbor a romanticized notion of martial heroes. Dangyang may not be well known to many outsiders, yet when one mentions Zhao Zilong and the legendary Battle of Changban Slope, it is rare to find a Chinese individual unfamiliar with such illustrious tales. This time, their destination was indeed the famed site of Zhao Zilong's exploits at Changban Slope. After a bumpy journey lasting over 3 hours, given that the road conditions in 1999 were less than optimal, the group finally arrived at Dangyang. The companions accompanying Qinyang on this adventure included Lu Feng, Qi Xiaoyu, and Ye Weixing. One must not be deceived by the name Qi Xiaoyu. Allegedly, the family had originally desired a daughter, and at that time, the absence of ultrasound technology meant that the name was predetermined. Thus, although a son was born, they reluctantly retained the name. Consequently, when Qinyang humorously designated the system's sprite as Xiaoyu, it was undoubtedly a jest. As they ventured forth, spirits were high, and even Chun Yang temporarily set aside his internal void, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. The distance from the city to Changbanpo was considerable, and there were no dedicated vehicles to facilitate their journey. Thus, the four of them were compelled to squeeze into a small tricycle, rocking and swaying until they reached the legendary site of Zhao Zilong's rise to fame at Changbanpo. Upon disembarking from the tricycle, they all stretched their limbs, for the cramped space had left them feeling quite stifled. After giving the driver 10 yuan, they began their exploration of the area. True to its reputation as an ancient battlefield, the locale had been well preserved. The terrain was steep and treacherous. One could almost sense the lingering aura of conflict in the air. Despite being weathered by millennia, the faint remnants of a murderous spirit remained indelible. Excitement surged through them. And in this atmosphere steeped in martial history, the hearts of the young men swelled with pride. Standing at the heart of Changbanpo, they envisioned the heroics of Zhao Yun from millennia past. What valor it must have taken to navigate through the formidable forces of Cao Cao. Renowned as the warlord of the Three Kingdoms, and emerge victorious time and again, ultimately instilling fear in such a formidable adversary. Not only a few of them, but many visitors to this historic site also stood quietly, absorbing the allure of this cultural landmark. Just as Chun Yang and his companions were lost in their beautiful reveries, a sudden, urgent voice pierced the air. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandpa, please wake up." Everyone turned to see a young girl, no more than 15 or 16, desperately shaking the arm of an elderly man seated in a wheelchair who had evidently fainted. The girl's face was flushed with anxiety, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Soon, the girl and her grandfather were surrounded by onlookers. Through her sobs, she implored, "Is there a doctor here? Please, I beg you, save my grandpa. Uncles and aunties, please help us." The crowd exchanged glances, yet no one stepped forward to assist. It appeared that none among them were medical professionals, and they were utterly at a loss in the face of this sudden emergency. However, kind-hearted bystanders had already dialed the emergency services. Feeling helpless, Qin Yang was equally distressed. Although he had learned acupuncture, he had never encountered a real-life case before. His experience in the system seemed utterly futile at that moment. And the once timid Qin Yang found himself lacking the courage to intervene. At that moment, a young man in his 20s, blushing, stepped forward from the crowd. Stammering slightly as he spoke, "I can give it a try, but I am merely a second-year medical student, and I cannot guarantee success." The anxious young woman felt as though she had clutched onto a lifeline, for despite the uncertainty, saving the elderly man was paramount. Chapter 6. Qin Yang takes action with unwavering determination. The young man inserted several silver needles into the hands and feet of the elderly man. However, when it came time to needle the navel, he hesitated, reluctant to proceed. It is crucial to understand that the navel is a particularly perilous area. An incorrect insertion could lead to life-threatening consequences. Noticing the young man's hesitation, the onlookers realized he lacked confidence, and they collectively held their breath, fearful of disturbing him. As seconds ticked away, beads of sweat, resembling the size of mung beans, began to form on his forehead, while his right hand, clutching the needle, trembled uncontrollably, betraying his uncertainty. It was evident that he was genuinely apprehensive. Acupuncture requires that needles be inserted into various points almost simultaneously for efficacy. If there is too much delay between insertions, the treatment loses its potency, while the other needles had been in place for some time. This particular one needed to be inserted promptly. Clearly, the young man was not confident, leaving the spectators in a state of helplessness. Witnessing this predicament and driven by an instinct to save, Qin Yang bravely overcame his own trepidation, quietly approached the young man, and said, "Allow me to take over." He then removed the silver needle that was pinched between the young man's two fingers. With precision, he targeted the acupoint and swiftly inserted the needle with unwavering determination. Once all was completed, the crowd finally reacted, and amusingly, the young man remained in the position of holding the needle. For the entire process, from Qin Yang's entrance to the needle's insertion, had transpired with such remarkable speed that it was only natural for the onlookers to be momentarily stunned. Witnessing another person take over the task of treatment, the young man felt a sense of relief as he stood by, having hesitated to act due to his own uncertainty. Qin Yang gently tapped the inserted silver needle. The young man's technique was commendable, and the placement of the other needles was also quite accurate. The needle flicking technique, the young man exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the needles that Qin Yang had touched began to quiver. Qin Yang had no choice but to employ a specialized method to compensate for the timing discrepancies in the needle insertion, ensuring the patient's safety. The needle-flicking technique is regarded as an advanced skill in the realm of acupuncture, aligning with the system's evaluations. The gathered crowd marveled at the trembling needles in awe. 5 minutes later, as the ambulance had yet to arrive, Chen Yang sensed that the effects of the acupuncture were not as pronounced as hoped, prompting him to consider whether he could directly revive the elderly gentleman. The young girl had ceased her tears, yet her forlorn gaze amidst the crowd radiated profound helplessness, igniting a fierce desire within the traditionally masculine Chen Yang to awaken the elderly man at once. After taking the elderly man's pulse, Chen Yang gained a clearer understanding of the condition he was treating. Despite this being his first time taking a pulse outside of the system, it allowed him to demonstrate his true capabilities. This is thanks to the system, which not only assisted Chen Yang in enhancing his acupuncture skills, but also elevated his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine to an advanced level. After all, one cannot solely rely on acupuncture without a comprehensive understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Only by grasping its principles can one truly excel in acupuncture. Chen Yang cautiously removed the silver needle he had just used, then, with a fluid and graceful technique, inserted 12 silver needles sequentially into the elderly gentleman's body, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, all within a mere 5 seconds. Although the entire process appeared straightforward, only Chen Yang himself was aware of the intricacies involved in the delicate Qingshu Due acupuncture technique he had just employed. This technique, one of the 3 unique methods he had mastered upon reaching an advanced level in acupuncture, caused a few beads of sweat to form on his forehead, as acupuncture demands considerable mental and physical exertion from the practitioner. Chen Yang had only scratched the surface of this technique. It was indeed a risk to employ it, but it was the most suitable acupuncture method derived from the elderly man's condition. The elderly gentleman already suffered from hypertension, and while strolling here, he suddenly experienced a rush of blood to the head, a condition that tragically claims the lives of many elderly individuals each year due to cerebral hemorrhage, an exceedingly perilous situation. Swiftly alleviating the blood congestion was critical for safety, and Chen Yang had to act decisively in this urgent matter. The elderly man's fainting spell was quite dangerous. Without prompt intervention, the consequences could have been dire, ranging from a vegetative state to immediate death. Fortunately, the treatment was timely, and Chen Yang felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for his courageous intervention, for otherwise, the situation could have escalated severely. Chapter 7. Chun Shaho, a cacophony of car horns echoed through the air, heralding the long-awaited arrival of the ambulance. The medical personnel swiftly lifted the elderly man onto a stretcher, preparing to board him into the vehicle. At that moment, the man, who had been unconscious for some time, stirred slightly. This subtle movement went unnoticed by many, except for a keen-eyed young girl who had been vigilantly watching over him. With a joyous exclamation, she called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa," and gently shook his arm. At last, the elderly gentleman's eyelids fluttered again before he suddenly sat up. Still groggy from his slumber, he softly inquired, Tian, where am I? What just happened?" The little girl, filled with delight, replied, "Grandpa, it's wonderful that you've woken up. You collapsed unexpectedly, and I was nearly frantic. Thankfully, that big brother over there saved you with his silver needles." Following the girl's gaze, the elderly man spotted Chen Yang, who approached him with concern, asking, "Sir, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" The elderly man assessed his own condition and gratefully responded, "I have never felt better in my life. Young man, I cannot thank you enough." Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers nearby expressed their joy, praising Chen Yang's remarkable medical skills, which left him feeling somewhat bashful. Although the elderly gentleman had regained consciousness, out of a sense of responsibility, the paramedic, Xiao Song, who had descended from the ambulance, spoke up, "Sir, might I suggest that we first take you to the hospital for a thorough examination, just to ensure that there are no other underlying issues?" The elder nodded in agreement and replied, "All right, please wait a moment." After saying this, he beckoned Chen Yang over and inquired, "Young man, what is your name? I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Without your help, I might have met a dire fate." Chen Yang, who had always been a respectful and kind-hearted child towards the elderly, found the gentleman's demeanor quite endearing and shared his name. The elder patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and remarked, "What a good boy you are. You must still be a student. At such a young age, possessing such remarkable medical skills is quite extraordinary. I see you share my surname. You are a few years older than my little granddaughter. As an old man, I feel somewhat shameless to take advantage of your youth, so you may call me Grandpa just like Tian does." With that, He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen-yang. Chen-yang respectfully accepted the card, which was indeed exquisitely crafted, although its layout was rather simplistic, featuring the name Chen Shiho in gold foil on one side and a mobile and landline number on the reverse. It turned out that this elder was also from the Chen family, which explained his earlier comment about taking advantage. After the paramedics urged them once more, Elder Chen Shiho bid farewell to Chen-yang, reminding him to call when he visited Wuhan so that he might express his gratitude. Before boarding the ambulance with the young lady. Before departing, the first 4 individuals had informed their families of their intention to spend the night in Dangyang. Chen-yang's uncle operated a business in Dangyang, and thus had arranged to meet them at Changban Slope at 4 p.m. By 3:50, Chen-yang and his companions had returned to the entrance, where his uncle was already waiting. Upon spotting them, he enthusiastically waved his arms. Chen-yang and his group quickly jogged over to him. His uncle led them to his Santana, a car that, at that time, was a rare possession compared to today's standards. Vehicles like BMWs and Mercedes were even scarcer. In 1999, owning a car was indeed a rarity. His uncle, engaged in the hardware business, was relatively affluent and had always shown great affection for Chen-yang, frequently bringing him expensive toys during visits. With only a decade's age difference, his uncle was quite relatable to the group. They soon arrived at his uncle's home. Although in his early 30s, he was still a bachelor. One should not expect a single man's abode to be particularly tidy. However, the young men were quite indifferent to this detail. Nonetheless, the issue of dinner needed addressing, as his uncle was typically too lazy to cook at home. After a brief rest, just as night began to fall, he drove everyone to an outdoor barbecue plaza. On a sweltering summer day, indulging in barbecue paired with chilled beer was nothing short of delightful. Chapter 8. The transformation of the soul. It was inconceivable that there could be so many beds in his uncle's home. Thus, the 4 of them once again experienced a manner of sleeping that had never been encountered within the comforts of their own abode, sleeping on the floor. The success in treating the elderly Chen Shihao today greatly inspired Chen-yang. With the acquisition of the genius learning system, Chen-yang's life was destined to be extraordinary, and he was determined to make the most of this opportunity. Without hesitation, Chen-yang silently invoked the genius learning system. The early bird catches the worm. Having resolved not to remain an ordinary individual, he decided to seize the night to engage in his studies. From an outsider's perspective, Chen-yang appeared to be sound asleep. Yet upon awakening after utilizing the genius learning system, he felt utterly invigorated, for the learning process consumed only his mental energy, allowing his body ample rest. This time, he chose to study dance. Apart from the skills that could be directly upgraded through the system's enlightenment feature, every conceivable skill could be advanced through diligent practice. Now, you may wonder why he opted to learn dance at this juncture, especially with university on the horizon. The somewhat reserved Chen-yang was exceedingly eager to showcase his talents on the university stage, for it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset in attracting the attention of young women. After several dozen hours of dance practice, the system's time ratio being 10:1 compared to the outside world, Chen-yang's dancing prowess significantly improved. The enhancements to his physical capabilities were truly remarkable. He could execute movements of any complexity with ease. After enduring hours of rigorous training, Chen-yang was utterly frustrated to discover that the system still classified his dancing skills as merely beginner level. Alas, the system reigned supreme, dictating his progress. Nevertheless, considering that in his past life he danced like a duck, he now moved with the grace of a rabbit, an improvement, albeit modest. With some time remaining, Chen-yang opted to learn basketball, focusing on shooting drills, for basketball was another passion of his. It was truly unfortunate that he couldn't directly elevate his skills, so he persisted in practice until morning. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly succumbed to sleep, this time genuinely resting rather than retreating into the system for study. At noon, his mother called him to rise for lunch, rousing him from slumber. Chapter 9. The karaoke star. Bright and early, Chen-yang arose. For today was a momentous occasion. He was to fill out his college applications. His estimated score for the college entrance examination was around 660, a result he had meticulously crafted. This score made admission to Wuhan University quite feasible, and to achieve it, he had deliberately altered many answers he had originally gotten right. Just yesterday afternoon, Chen-yang had lingered in bed all day, engrossed in the genius learning system, causing his mother great concern. She feared he had endured immense hardships during his travels. Regarding the incident with the silver needle, Qinyang chose not to divulge it to his parents, deeming it a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. During the afternoon and evening of yesterday, Qinyang diligently practiced dance within the Genius learning system. His tireless efforts, spanning over 100 hours of rigorous self-discipline, finally culminated in the system awarding him a mid-level proficiency in dance, a feat that brought tears of joy to his eyes. Su Yan, intrigued by Qinyang's remarkable transformation from an academically underperforming student to one excelling in both dance and basketball within a mere month, found herself increasingly curious. Typically focused on her studies, she began engaging in light conversations with Qinyang during her free time, leading to a blossoming familiarity that he thoroughly enjoyed. As their homeroom teacher, Mr. Mao, arrived, not all students were present yet. He delivered a few remarks from the podium, essentially echoing the sentiments often expressed by award recipients at MTV ceremonies, though devoid of the customary obligatory gratitude towards CCTV or MTV that often borders on the insincere. After a few minutes of monologue, which largely went unheard by the audience, Mr. Mao finally ceased his somewhat tedious speech once everyone had arrived and distributed the application forms. Qinyang promptly completed his application, selecting Wuhan University as his first choice, specifically the philosophy department, and affixed his signature. A glance at Su Yan's form revealed that she too had chosen Wuhan University as her first choice. This revelation ignited a warm excitement within Qinyang. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. If such a stunning beauty could join me at Wuhan University, it would undoubtedly bring us closer as classmates. After all, Qinyang would have no objections to deepening his relationship with a beautiful girl. After collecting the application forms, Lao Mao summoned class leader Luo Feng and handed over the remaining class funds for the second semester of the senior year. He then announced the dismissal to everyone, demonstrating his considerate nature by not wasting anyone's time. Once Lao Mao departed, Luo Feng approached the podium, signaling for silence. He addressed the class. Everyone, consider this. There are still 420 yuan in our class fund. Shall we organize a collective activity? If the funds fall short, we can contribute a bit more. Being young, after a spirited discussion, the overwhelming majority of students agreed to go to KTV for some singing and relaxation. After a rigorous period of preparation for the exams, it was indeed time for everyone to unleash their pent-up stress and enjoy a night of singing. The atmosphere at KTV was delightful, regardless of the singing quality. The audience applauded enthusiastically, reveling in the interactive spirit, as it had been quite some time since they had let loose. After each performance, a sense of longing lingered in the air. The female students' faces flushed with excitement, radiating cuteness, which caused many of the more mature male classmates to swallow hard in admiration. Due to Qinyang's remarkable performance, the crowd eagerly requested him to sing again. At the behest of the audience, Qinyang chose a slow song, once again selecting a classic love ballad by Jackie Chung, Li Xianglan. Although it is a Cantonese song, it posed no challenge for Qinyang, who had mastered the language long ago through a Genius learning system. Thus, singing in Cantonese was a trivial matter for him. Su Yan was deeply captivated by Qinyang's melodious voice and discovered another of his remarkable talents, his exceptional singing ability accompanied by dance. She marveled at the multitude of hidden virtues this man possessed, igniting her curiosity about him even further. After finishing the song, Qinyang voluntarily stepped down from the stage, understanding that it was inappropriate to monopolize the microphone during such a joyful gathering. Even the most splendid performance should allow others their moment to shine. For as the saying goes, the happiness of the collective is the truest happiness. In Chapter 10, as the exam results approached, the group maintained a vibrant enthusiasm at the KTV. Qinyang took to the stage once more, performing several songs that garnered enthusiastic applause from his classmates. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that several female classmates began to feel fatigued, prompting Luo Feng and his companions to settle the bill. The male classmates each contributed an additional 5 yuan to complete the payment. Upon leaving the venue, the group dispersed, and in Su Yan's departing gaze, Qinyang perceived a hint of attachment. After several hours of engaging conversation, the bond between Qinyang and Su Yan had intensified rapidly, as they enjoyed each other's company immensely. If this continued, they might very well establish a romantic relationship. Regardless, everyone has graduated from high school, and the teachers can no longer impose such strict regulations. However, those who experienced the high school era of '99 were rather reserved, lacking in overt expressions of emotion. Nevertheless, Qinyang felt content with this subtle beginning. At least there was a glimmer of hope. What delighted Qinyang the most was that he had obtained Su Yan's phone number. At that time, mobile phones were a luxury, and one could hardly acquire one without spending several thousand yuan. It seemed that Su Yan came from a wealthy family. Qinyang's own family was relatively well off. Yet only his father owned a Motorola phone that cost over 5,000 yuan, while he himself had yet to possess such high-end devices. Thus, alongside his joy, a tinge of envy crept into Qinyang's heart. In truth, there are myriad ways to earn money. Qinyang could easily profit by appropriating renowned songs, scripts, or novels from the future and selling them. However, he had no remarkable lottery numbers etched in his memory. Yet, he was reluctant to engage in such plagiarism, as it would deprive deserving individuals of their opportunities for success. After all, it is often better not to alter the course of history too drastically. Consequently, the issue of earning money became a source of considerable distress for Qinyang. On one hand, he wished to maintain his integrity, while on the other, he was in urgent need of a new phone. For someone like Qinyang, who had become accustomed to having a phone at his side, owning one would undoubtedly make many aspects of life significantly more convenient. After pondering at home for several days, Qinyang resolved to seek sponsorship, with his first thought directed towards his uncle. Amusingly, he considered it a loan, although he never intended to repay it. He simply wished for his uncle to grant him a reward. As for the justification for such a reward, it would naturally be his acceptance into Wuhan University, a matter that would bring honor to the family. To Qinyang, persuading his uncle for a mobile phone using this almost certain achievement seemed highly worthwhile. Thus, during a phone conversation, Qinyang made an agreement with his uncle. Should his college entrance examination scores exceed 660 points, his ever-supportive uncle would gift him a new phone, an endeavor worth several thousand yuan. It was only because of their close relationship that his uncle consented to such an outrageous request. The days swiftly passed, and throughout this period, Qinyang diligently engaged with the genius learning system. He rose punctually each morning, maintaining a studious demeanor before his parents departed for work, which filled them with pride, leading them to believe that Qinyang had developed commendable study habits. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they left, Qinyang would retreat to his bed to access the system and continue his studies. This routine persisted for several days, occasionally interrupted by calls to Su Yan, where he would express his longing. The accumulation of these efforts yielded commendable results. The system had significantly enhanced Qinyang's learning capabilities, nearly 100-fold compared to an average individual. Under his self-imposed rigorous training, Qinyang exhibited remarkable improvements across various disciplines. His dance skills had finally ascended to a level certified by the system as advanced, reflecting the prowess of a world-class dancer. The level of basketball has significantly improved, nearly reaching the caliber required for the NBA, a remarkable feat in contemporary China. Beyond this, Qinyang has also embarked on learning the piano, martial arts, football, and various other pursuits, achieving commendable proficiency in each. Under Qinyang's astute organization, everything proceeded with remarkable order. At last, July 25th arrived. At 10 a.m., all candidates who participated in this year's college entrance examination could check their scores using the number on their admission ticket. Thus, Qinyang's family gathered early by the telephone. Under the anxious urging of his parents, Qinyang dialed the examination inquiry hotline. Following the prompts, he entered his admission ticket number using the phone's keypad, then switched to speaker mode, ensuring both his father and mother could listen. The scores were promptly announced. Chinese 128, Mathematics 133, English 138, Physics 135, Chemistry 132, culminating in a total score of 666, a notably auspicious number. Upon hearing Qinyang's examination results, the weight lifted from his parents' hearts. All 5 subjects had been tackled successfully, with scores fairly balanced, none particularly poor. How could they be? Qinyang had meticulously calculated everything. His father, Chunderong, cheerfully transcribed Qinyang's scores onto a piece of paper, picked up his phone, and began calling his friends to share the news, inquiring about their children's performances as well. When friends inquired about Chunderong's own son, he modestly replied that the results were quite average before revealing Qinyang's scores, which elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations. Meanwhile, his mother retreated to the kitchen to prepare lunch, evidently planning to cook an elaborate feast to celebrate Qinyang's accomplishments. Listening to his father's ostentatious remarks, Qinyang felt a swell of pride within himself. After all, achieving a total score of 666, an auspicious number, was indeed a remarkable feat. Qinyang fully understood his father's need to boast. Which parent does not yearn for their child to excel and shine? Parents often relish in comparing their children's accomplishments. Fortunately, Qinyang had made his father proud this time, bringing him great honor. Next on the agenda was to seek a reward from his uncle. Qinyang dialed his uncle's number, knowing that his father had already informed him of his score. His uncle readily agreed to take him shopping for a phone that Saturday, putting Qinyang's mind at ease regarding the long-awaited purchase. Chapter 11. Do I love remembering lyrics? Finally, the long-anticipated Saturday arrived. From the break of dawn, Qinyang gazed eagerly out the door, unable to contain his excitement about buying the phone. After a restless night filled with anticipation, he found himself adorned with charming panda eyes, having set a chair at the entrance to await his uncle's arrival. However, as time passed and his uncle did not show up, Qinyang, seated on his little chair, eventually succumbed to drowsiness. It was not until the blaring of a car horn jolted him awake that he wiped the remnants of sleep from the corner of his mouth, stifling a yawn with his hand. Upon seeing his uncle's car finally pull up, Qinyang, having waited like a fossil, swiftly harnessed his athletic prowess and sprinted to the car door, flinging it open and plopping himself into the seat. Initially, the young uncle had intended to stop by the house for a sip of water. However, upon witnessing Qinyang's urgency, he could only manage a wry smile before starting the car. In no time, they arrived at the largest shopping center in the city, Huayan Mall. At that time, there were no dedicated mobile phone stores. Only large malls housed a few mobile phone counters. Once the young uncle parked the car, the two entered the mall, with Qinyang eagerly leading his uncle straight to the area housing the mobile phone counters. The mobile phone counters were quite rudimentary, featuring only a handful of brands and a limited selection of devices displayed in a rather confined space. Prior to their visit, Qinyang had already determined that purchasing a Nokia, renowned for its superior quality, would be the most prudent choice. In Qinyang's eyes, none of the available phones could be considered aesthetically pleasing. However, despite their unremarkable appearance, the prices left him astounded, with even the cheapest model exceeding 4,000 yuan. Before long, Qinyang settled on the least expensive model and turned his hopeful gaze towards his uncle. The young uncle smiled but did not even glance at the Nokia model Qinyang had chosen. Instead, he pointed to a Nokia 3320 priced at 6,880 yuan, signaling to the salesperson to present it for Qinyang's consideration. Observant and astute, the young uncle had noticed that Qinyang had lingered longest on this particular phone, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed by its steep price. Realizing that his little ruse had been uncovered, Qinyang shed his pretense and began to fiddle with the new phone. Ultimately, he conceded that this was the only model he found acceptable and informed his uncle that this was the one he wished to purchase. The younger uncle nodded, extracting a stack of pristine bills from his small bag and handing them to the sales attendant. The attendant counted the money and promptly packaged the remaining components of the phone, presenting them to Qinyang, who naturally began to toy with his new device. Notably, the purchase of this phone included a complimentary phone number. Among a plethora of SIM cards, Qinyang selected one that was relatively pleasing to the eye. Subsequently, the young sales attendant topped up the chosen number with 500 yuan in credit, which alleviated Qinyang's concerns about the expenditure. After acquiring the phone, the younger uncle and Qinyang wandered through the shopping center, purchasing various items. However, Qinyang remained somewhat distracted, engrossed in exchanging messages with Su Yin on his new phone. As they meandered, the younger uncle also acquired several other items, filling a small shopping cart to the brim. It appeared that he had planned a significant shopping spree, taking advantage of Qinyang's phone purchase opportunity to address his own needs. Many individuals ascended the stage, and Qinyang, of course, joined them. The various vouchers held little significance for him, yet the allure of the 1,000 yuan cash prize remained irresistible. Thus, he eagerly registered, leaving his younger uncle to stand alone at the foot of the stage, waiting. A total of 26 participants signed up, the majority being young individuals, alongside 2 middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. This was a rare occurrence, as it is well known that Chinese people tend to be quite reserved, enjoying the spectacle while shying away from being the center of attention themselves. It is quite challenging to encourage them to join in the lively atmosphere, particularly those of a slightly older age, as they lack the youthful exuberance characterized by a certain audacity. As the saying goes, they are not afraid of looking foolish. Therefore, it is indeed remarkable that 3 middle-aged individuals managed to take the stage. In Chapter 12, the competition between the young girls unfolds. From the contestants who took the stage in the first round, 10 would be selected to advance to the second round. In this initial round, Chen stood out with a perfect score, eclipsing the other contestants, all of whom made one error or another. After a period of selection, the host swiftly announced the 10 individuals moving on to the next round, and astonishingly, among them was that middle-aged lady. The second round posed little challenge for Chen. He drew the song Let Me Love You Enough by the renowned singer Wen Zhaoluan. For the young Chen, who had a penchant for pop songs, the lyrics were ingrained in his memory, to the point of being able to recite them effortlessly. Observing Chen Yang's relaxed demeanor, his uncle felt a swell of joy. It seemed as if his nephew had suddenly regained his cheerful disposition. After turning 12, Chen had become somewhat withdrawn, displaying little enthusiasm for anything. The prospect of taking the stage, once unthinkable, had transformed. His uncle attributed this change to Chen Yang's outstanding performance in the college entrance examination, believing that academic success had restored his confidence. After the completion of the second round, the remaining 4 contestants were all young individuals, perfectly balanced with 2 males and 2 females. The middle-aged woman, who had once been a standout, was finally eliminated in this round. The first to take the stage was a girl who appeared to be a few years younger than Chen. She was petite, clad in a pristine white sports outfit, and her rosy cheeks framed a pair of bright, captivating eyes. Her delicate features included a small nose and a petite mouth, giving her an ethereal charm, as though she were a sprite inadvertently wandering into the realm of mortals, evoking a profound sense of tenderness and the instinct to protect her. The remarkable performance of the first girl seemed to unsettle the other 2 contestants, excluding Chen. They exhibited signs of anxiety, leading to mistakes during the relay. The other girl became so flustered that she began to cry, while the young boy stood nearby, shaking his head in disappointment and sighing, clearly disheartened by his own performance. Chen was the last to take his turn, and his chosen piece was the beloved song Listening to the Sea, originally performed by the Taiwanese diva Aimee. The female vocalist delivered the song beautifully, and with a gesture from her, Chen began his rendition. Listen, the sea weeps. This ocean seems overly sentimental, weeping until dawn. Write a letter to me, as a final agreement, telling me how you felt when you left me. Such a classic piece was certainly not a challenge for Chen. Given that the melody was in a feminine tone, he delivered it in a resonant baritone, which offered a refreshing twist that captivated the audience. The host praised Chen for his impressive performance. As 2 contestants advanced past this round, it was now time for Chen and an adorable little girl to face off. Chen had no intentions of showing any mercy. He was more focused on securing the grand prize. In the final round, the reward required the performance of an entire song, allowing each participant to select a piece they excelled in. The young girl eagerly volunteered to sing first. Viewing Chen as a somewhat villainous figure, albeit one with a commendable singing talent, who lacked any gentlemanly decorum, she felt he could have graciously offered her this opportunity. The chattering girl chose a song she was most proficient in, Small Town Story by the legendary Teresa Tung. This piece featured a simple melody, high popularity, and notably concise lyrics, resulting in a lower probability of error. Thus, it appears that this young girl possesses quite a bit of cunning. It is evident that she is a devoted admirer of Teresa Tung, as her rendition of Small Town Story is remarkably evocative, capturing the essence of Tung's style. Upon concluding her performance, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although the crowd was ever-changing, those who heard her enchanting voice universally acknowledged her talent, with the fervent applause serving as the finest testament to her abilities. The girl gazed triumphantly at Chen, her somewhat provocative gaze seemingly challenging him. However, he elegantly disregarded her, leaving her with a vexed expression as he continued to ignore her presence. Chen chose to perform When Love Has Become a Thing of the Past, originally a duet, but masterfully adapted by the legendary Leslie Chung into a solo piece. Chung's deep, distinctive baritone is truly remarkable. It was only after Chung's passing that Chen began to appreciate his work. Initially, he found Chung's music rather unremarkable, failing to discern any particular charm. Yet, upon a more nuanced listening, he discovered the beauty and depth within Chung's interpretation of the song, which instantly captivated him. Hence, Chen confidently selected this piece for his performance, as he had grown adept at handling a myriad of musical styles. Chen sang this song in a deep and resonant tone, each classic lyric gliding through the heart like the gentle touch of a lover's hand. His focused and passionate voice meandered through the exquisite melody, offering the audience a profound auditory feast. Chen rendition was remarkably on point. and his heartfelt performance captivated everyone present. Some even softly echoed along with the song's melody. This was undoubtedly a stellar performance. Chapter 13. A gift from parents. Setting aside the question of vocal quality, the two competitors were evenly matched in accuracy, necessitating a tiebreaker. Although this outcome surprised the organizers, it likely fulfilled their intention for hosting the event. The impact of this activity on enhancing the mall's popularity was evident, yielding quite satisfactory results. The young girl chose the song first, opting once again for Teresa Tung's Sweet Honey, seemingly determined to sing her songs to completion, achieving flawless execution. Chen Yang, on the other hand, selected the classic Cantonese song Glorious Years by Wong Ka-Kue, and his impeccable Cantonese and soaring voice once again enthralled the audience, earning their enthusiastic applause. It was once again the young girl who took the initiative to begin. It was evident that she was quite familiar with the song, as she smoothly navigated the initial sections without faltering. However, when it came to the chorus, she encountered a minor hiccup, struggling to recall 2 words. Despite the host countdown, the words eluded her memory, leading to a regretful surrender. Then, it was Chun Yang's turn to take the stage. The audience, having been tantalized by his earlier performances, eagerly perked up their ears, prepared to listen intently. This caused the young girl beside him to stomp her feet in frustration, as it was clear that her own performance had not garnered the same level of seriousness from the crowd. After finishing his set, Chun Yang descended from the stage and pretended to offer a monetary gift to his uncle, who was unwilling to accept it. Thus, Chun Yang merely extended the gesture slightly before gleefully reclaiming it for himself. He had anticipated his uncle's refusal, knowing it was merely a formality. As time slowly passed, over 20 days slipped away. One day, during a phone call, Chun Yang's family learned that he had been accepted into Wuhan University. Though the official acceptance letter had yet to arrive, Chun Yang continued to relish his structured self-study routine. A few days later, on a certain morning, he finally received the long-awaited acceptance letter from Wuhan University, bringing immense joy to his parents. Gaining admission to university was indeed a significant milestone, warranting celebratory feasts in their locality. Consequently, his parents busied themselves with the arrangements for the festivities. During this time, his father casually presented Chun Yang with an exquisitely wrapped square gift, proclaiming it to be a present for him. Chapter 14. StarCraft. With the advent of the computer, Chun Yang's life took on a vibrant and colorful hue. After completing the arrangements for a recent banquet, he found himself indulging in leisure over the next few days. The presence of the computer transformed his once disciplined study routine into a more carefree existence, prompting his father to jest about confiscating the device, a notion Chun Yang vehemently opposed. When his parents were away, Chun Yang clandestinely connected to the internet via the telephone line, eager to experience the thrill of online surfing. However, the speed of the connection left much to be desired, rendering any notion of a smooth experience utterly futile. The primary motivation behind Chun Yang's internet foray was to download the iconic competitive game StarCraft, released by Blizzard Entertainment in 1998. This game held a special place in his heart, having been a favorite among players long before the rise of online gaming in China, where many would queue at internet cafes to engage in its battles. While other classics like Red Alert and Rome, Total War were also popular at the time, Chun Yang's enthusiasm for StarCraft was unmistakably stronger. The snail-like internet speed was a source of great frustration. Not only was downloading a challenge, but even loading a simple web page required an excruciating wait. In an era devoid of widespread broadband access, and with even available broadband not matching the lightning-fast speeds of 2011, Chun Yang resigned himself to a slow and tedious wait. He eventually retreated to the living room to watch television, frequently darting back to check on the progress of his download. After several hours of anticipation, the game was finally downloaded. Chun Yang decided to test his skills in single-player mode and discovered that his dexterity had significantly improved. This enhancement was likely a benefit of the system's bodily modifications, leading to a marked increase in his reflexes and awareness. With a judicious use of time, he quickly reacquainted himself with the game. Originally, Chun Yang had intended to engage in some competitive play online, but unfortunately, the internet speed proved to be woefully inadequate. He often faced disconnections that resulted in being ejected from the server, which incited a moment of whimsical thinking. He fantasized about constructing a dedicated satellite to facilitate his internet connection. Acting on impulse had become a habitual trait for Chun Yang, So in the ensuing days, he immersed himself in the study of satellite technology through the Genius learning system. However, after delving deeply into the subject, he realized the naivety of his ambitions. The field of satellite technology encompassed a multitude of complex disciplines, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of various other subjects. Not to mention, even if he mastered the requisite knowledge, he lacked the necessary materials to fabricate a satellite, rendering his aspirations utterly impractical. With his advanced technical skills, Qinyang procured some materials to construct a rudimentary wireless internet card, employing many techniques from a future era. In a rather unscrupulous manner, he intercepted network resources from a substantial nearby area, given that the existing internet connections were already sluggish. A slight reduction in speed would likely go unnoticed by others. After seizing a substantial amount of online traffic resources, Qinyang's internet speed surged remarkably, granting him a modicum of satisfaction. Several days had passed since he accomplished this feat, and with only 2 days remaining before the commencement of the school year, he was set to depart for Wuhan University the day after tomorrow. At last, this impressive internet speed would fulfill Qinyang's fundamental requirements for dominating the battlefield online. He casually registered a username, Psy, and logged in, experiencing an exceptionally smooth connection. The gameplay was devoid of lag, indicative of a rare high-speed broadband connection. The current version of StarCraft was 1.05, and those familiar with this iteration knew it featured a notable characteristic. The Zerg, colloquially referred to as the Swarm, could deploy their units with remarkable swiftness. Consequently, the Zerg became a popular choice among players. The trending battle map at the time was the Hunter, a classic layout, albeit with the drawback of being overly expansive, rendering it unsuitable for swift assaults. However, Qinyang was no ordinary player. He possessed a genius learning system and was determined to employ the most challenging tactics to showcase his prowess. Qinyang, with unabashed audacity, consistently employed the strategy of swiftly unleashing hounds in every match. Should he unexpectedly locate an opponent's base, the latter would find themselves in a lamentable predicament. As the flamboyant maneuvers would be rendered unnecessary, the approach would typically involve merely dispatching peasants directly into the fray. His adversaries were utterly powerless against this tactic. Even if they discovered his base a tad late, Qinyang could still execute remarkably sharp maneuvers to decisively eliminate them, resulting in a continuous stream of opponents falling victim to his prowess. His record soared, achieving an impressive streak of 20 consecutive victories in just over an hour. The last 4 matches were against the same opponent, yet this particular contender was the only one to pique Qinyang's interest. This player, known by the ID Hongs, was surprisingly a random choice enthusiast. Nevertheless, in these 4 matches, Qinyang relentlessly defeated him, leaving Hongs to ponder the reasons behind the vibrancy of flowers. From Qinyang's perspective, this opponent displayed commendable skill. His reactions were quite adept, and he adeptly rallied his peasants. However, under Qinyang's unceasing harassment, this gentleman found himself utterly incapacitated, suffering a disheartening for consecutive losses. In a cyber CAF in Changsha, Hunan, a young man, approximately in his 20s and wearing headphones, forcefully removed them and hurled them onto the table, his expression a portrait of frustration. Indeed, this beleaguered individual was none other than Hongs, the unfortunate player who had just been mercilessly defeated by Qinyang. In truth, Hongs is far from being a novice. He is a formidable expert within the servers of Hunan Bian, boasting an impressive record of 962 victories and merely 35 defeats. He is undoubtedly a master player and a pivotal member of the national team participating in this year's WCG StarCraft competition. It is this self-assuredness that emboldens him to engage in random matchups on the BattleNet. Among his 35 losses, he recently suffered 4 defeats, particularly feeling humiliated after being decisively bested by Qinyang in his favored Zerg race, where he was metaphorically bitten to death in a dog-eat-dog scenario. This incident left him feeling deeply disgraced. Unbeknownst to Qinyang, who had achieved his goal of domination, Hong's humiliation reached a boiling point, prompting Qinyang to leave the BattleNet with a sense of satisfaction. With the gaming session concluded, he resolved to immerse himself in further learning, believing that acquiring knowledge was the true path to mastery. Chapter 15. Wuda, Here I Come. Regrettably, the two did not manage to meet during those final 2 days, which left Qinyang, who had not seen his beloved for nearly a month, feeling an insatiable yearning. However, neither of their families was yet aware of their current circumstances, keeping their relationship in a tense, clandestine state, still underground. On the morning of September 12th, Chunyang's entire family set forth towards Wuhan, with his uncle once again stepping in as the driver, having closed the shop for the day specifically to escort Chunyang to school. The car driven by my uncle glided smoothly along the road, primarily due to the presence of his elder brother, whom he held in great esteem, seated in the back. Although my father is not the eldest among the 5 siblings, he commands the utmost respect, which rendered my uncle reluctant to accelerate beyond a reasonable pace. After all, no one wishes to incur a reprimand. When traveling, safety reigns supreme. After nearly 5 hours on the road, the group arrived, somewhat weary, at Wuhan University, one of China's top 10 institutions of higher learning. The 4 of them cheerfully captured several photographs at the university's entrance. In a previous life, Chunyang had visited this esteemed university on numerous occasions, yet this time, his identity had transformed. He was now a freshman at Wuhan University. Consequently, his perspective was entirely different from before. Once merely a spectator, he now felt a profound sense of pride swelling within him. As noon approached, it became apparent that it was not an opportune moment to register, as the staff also required their meal breaks. Thus, the 4 ventured into the campus, locating a seemingly pleasant little restaurant where they reserved a private room for lunch. My parents marveled at the sheer size of Wuhan University, noting its vibrancy that far exceeded that of their hometown. How could it not be grand? After all, the university boasts a mountain, Luojia Mountain, spanning over 7,000 acres, resembling a miniature town that encompasses an array of experiences and offerings. After their lunch, the group leisurely strolled along the wooded paths of Wuhan University, taking in the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. When fatigue set in, they paused to rest on stone benches by the roadside, relishing the serene ambience. At 1:30 in the afternoon, as Chunyang did not see the senior students welcoming newcomers at the entrance, his family, after inquiring for directions numerous times, finally arrived at the registration area for freshmen. When filling out his application, Chunyang had chosen the philosophy department, primarily because he perceived the greatest practical value of philosophy to be its ability to persuade others. Moreover, the entry requirements for this major were relatively lenient, and the management was not overly stringent, making it the perfect choice for Chunyang, who was determined to embark on a life of skipping classes. After introductions were made, the leader suggested that everyone go out to enjoy a hearty meal together to celebrate their newfound camaraderie. It is worth mentioning that the conditions of the dormitory, room 418, were rather commendable, equipped with air conditioning, a television, and a telephone. Most notably, it boasted broadband internet access, a luxury in university accommodations. However, the rent was not inexpensive, amounting to 3,000 yuan for the year. This expenditure was personally approved by Chunyang's mother, Yizhan, who seemed to have spent quite a bit on this trivial matter of his enrollment. Consequently, it can be said that the residents of this dormitory were not exactly financially constrained. When Zhu, the leader, proposed the idea of dining out, it received unanimous approval from everyone. Originally, Chunyang had hoped to invite Su Yin to showcase her in front of his new friends, but unfortunately, she had just completed her registration and had plans to dine with her family that evening, making it impossible for her to join him. This left Chunyang feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 16. Delay of military training. The venue for this gathering was fervently recommended by Xiao Luzi, who is a local from Wuhan. It is said that this place possesses a unique charm, which piqued everyone's anticipation. Due to his diminutive stature, Lu Hanbo was humorously nicknamed Little Luzi in a decisive vote of 5-1. This moniker seemed to inflict a profound emotional turmoil upon the tender heart of Lu Hanbo, although a significant portion of his distress was merely an act. The group arrived at the restaurant named Tianshang Tian in 2 taxis. The establishment was rather impressive, with a dazzling sign that caught the eye, and the entrance was notably spacious, exuding a touch of grandeur. Xiao Lu, familiar with the surroundings, led the group inside. The hostess at the entrance possessed striking features, exuding a star-like aura, clad in a short cheongsam paired with nude stockings, her sweet smile warmly welcoming the guests. The young men, particularly the few who accompanied Chunyang, were taken aback by such an impressive display, their faces flushed with a hint of bashfulness. Aside from Chunyang, the others had rarely encountered such elegantly attired young women. The cheongsam, with its ability to accentuate feminine curves, complemented the beauty of these young ladies, rendering them breathtakingly radiant, while the other boys exhibited signs of shyness. One among them was decidedly not Xiao Luzi's surreptitious glances towards the beautiful women betrayed him, as his face flushed with excitement at the sight of them. A few individuals, guided by a charming hostess, approached the reception desk, where a strikingly beautiful receptionist greeted them, her well-fitted uniform exuding a subtle allure reminiscent of a classic uniform charm. Young Lu, with a pronounced Wuhan accent, confidently requested a private room. Shortly thereafter, a youthful and enchanting waitress, adorned in a short cheongsam, led the group to their designated space. Along the way, those who had never visited this establishment before observed that all the servers were young and lovely, each clad in short cheongsams, undoubtedly a feast for the eyes. It became clear to everyone what the distinctive feature, as described by Lao Er, truly entailed. It was indeed quite unique. When it came to ordering, the group had no particular preferences, thus young Lu took it upon himself to manage the selections. Before long, a lavish spread of dishes adorned the table, complemented by a case of beer, as they intended to foster camaraderie among themselves. As the saying goes, deep relationships are often forged over shared drinks. The atmosphere grew lively as they indulged in the delectable dishes, each praising Lao Er for his excellent recommendations, expressing desires to return at the next opportunity. One dish in particular, the braised wuchang fish, left an unforgettable taste that lingered long after the first serving was devoured. Sensing that their appetites were still not fully satisfied, they ordered another round, and the flavor proved to be exceptionally delightful. For those who find themselves in Wuhan, do not miss the chance to savor this authentic local delicacy, braised wuchang fish. Qinyang also consumed quite a bit, yet he fared better than most. He had never once succumbed to the urge to vomit. Remarkably, he was the only one among the group to remain sober, despite having downed over 10 bottles of beer. His robust constitution, enhanced by the system, was no mere boast. However, not succumbing to inebriation did not necessarily translate to an advantage. The server handed the bill directly to Qinyang, the sole sober individual, which amounted to over 500 yuan. In 1999, prices were not as outrageous as they are today, and the cost in Wuhan was relatively affordable, making this some quite steep. Qinyang felt a twinge of pain at the expense. Had he not been in a financially stable position, he would have been reluctant to bear such a cost, but he treated it as his treat. This tale serves as a lesson when dining with friends, if one does not wish to split the bill and avoid payment. Finding a way to intoxicate oneself is a viable strategy, for inebriation brings with it a cessation of worries. Lying in his bed, Qinyang found himself unable to sleep, the alcohol stimulating his mind to an extraordinary degree. It was still relatively early, not yet 10 o'clock, and he began to text Su Yan, who was also experiencing her first time away from her family and was similarly troubled with thoughts, rendering her sleepless as well. Thus, the two engaged in a lengthy exchange of messages until they finally bid each other good night with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, Qinyang remained wide awake, prompting him to immerse himself in the genius learning system for study. This time, Qinyang deliberately chose to delve into the knowledge of computer hacking, believing it to be a crucial area for improvement in the current era dominated by technology as we swiftly approach the 21st century. The desire to learn more is always beneficial, and the notion of being at a beginner's level in hacking left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Rome was not built in a day. Rising at a punctual 5:30 a.m., Qinyang had cultivated the habit of early rising. In his past life, during his university years, he was notoriously lazy, often springing out of bed only a few minutes before class, and on occasion, opting to skip classes altogether in favor of a few more moments of sleep. Thus, the idea of Qinyang waking up for morning runs had seemed utterly unrealistic. Now, however, he approached every endeavor with remarkable enthusiasm. After all, the adage that capable individuals exude greater confidence found a perfect embodiment in him. It is said that engaging in morning exercises may present opportunities to encounter many beautiful women. Whether or not this would hold true remained to be seen, but it was certain that there would be lovely companions running alongside him. Qinyang had already called Su Yan to join him for a run, and she readily agreed. After jogging 2 laps alone, Su Yan, clad in a pristine white tracksuit, arrived at the 4th track to join the ranks of morning exercisers. After a few laps together, Su Yan found herself fatigued, as a girl's physique is naturally more delicate. The two then settled on a clean patch of ground to rest, with Qinyang thoughtfully brushing the surface with his hand. Having exercised for a considerable duration, their objective was accomplished. After a refreshing break, the pair headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, utilizing the meal card they had procured the previous day. Though a simple breakfast, the two shared a warm and sweet moment, their faces radiating joy. Indeed, the essence of a meal lies not in the quality of the food, but in the emotions experienced while enjoying it. The day's agenda was straightforward. Qinyang was to gather with his classmates, fostering mutual acquaintance before the counselor addressed the group. Many students had already met the counselor the previous day, as he made rounds through the dormitories to introduce himself to everyone. However, Qinyang and his companions were out and missed Counselor Song Siming. Let's not associate him with the drama-dwelling narrowness. Today, they convened with their classmates, and Counselor Song Siming encouraged everyone to call him Xiao Song, claiming it made him seem younger, as if age was a burden. In truth, Counselor Xiao Song was merely 25 years old, having entered Wuhan University in 1993, and he was currently in his second year of graduate studies, thus positioning him as a senior figure among Qinyang and his peers. At Wuhan University, many counselors are outstanding former students who take on these roles, with some classes even having counselors who are third-year students. This practice embodies the university's philosophy of students managing fellow students. Chapter 17. Basketball. This is how it should be played. After the conclusion of two matters, Counselor Xiao Song announced the commencement of the election for class officers. In university, candidates for class positions must self-nominate. Akin to the grand elections for the presidency in the United States, they are required to take the stage, deliver speeches, and solicit votes from their peers, an endeavor that truly tests one's abilities. It is noteworthy that the selection process bears little resemblance to the method employed in the election of representatives in China, which is also conducted by highly intelligent individuals. I trust you grasp the implications. However, adhering to the principle that a low-profile approach to development is paramount, Qinyang exhibited no interest in the election for class officers. Nevertheless, he amicably introduced himself to all the new classmates, and with remarkable memory, he swiftly memorized the names of all 35 students during the speeches of the candidates. Counselor Xiao Song found Qinyang's behavior rather peculiar. Although he showed no desire to participate in the election, he seemed intent on forging connections with his classmates. Xiao Song was already aware from the class roster that Qinyang had achieved an impressive score of 666 on the college entrance examination, sufficient for admission into the prestigious biology program at Wuhan University. Yet, he opted for the less popular field of philosophy. It is worth noting that even a renowned institution like Wuhan University only admitted 2 classes of philosophy students this year, totaling merely 71 individuals. Meanwhile, Qinyang thrived among his peers, engaging in lively discussions about life aspirations, until the candidates on stage concluded their speeches, which, in Qinyang's view, lacked substance. The time for voting has arrived, and each individual writes their preferred candidate on a small piece of paper corresponding to the designated class leader positions. This is an anonymous election, not akin to selecting a county secretary or a representative. It merely pertains to the election of class officials. Thus, the possibility of any underhanded dealings seems highly implausible. The ballots were swiftly tallied, and to everyone's amusement, Qinyang, who had not even participated as a candidate, garnered the highest number of votes. This outcome was indeed comical, considering that Qinyang was meeting his classmates for the very first time today and had only exchanged a brief greeting, barely enough to be deemed acquaintances. Yet, the election results indicated that this non-candidate received the most votes, which was rather amusing. Logically, Qinyang should assume the role of class monitor. However, he firmly declined the position, joking that if he were to become the monitor, he would have no time for anything else. Such trivial responsibilities could be utterly burdensome. With Qinyang's insistence, the class leaders were ultimately chosen based on the votes cast for the original candidates: the monitor, the youth league secretary, the sports representative, and the life committee member, totaling just a few titles. Amidst the chants of his classmates, Qinyang reluctantly accepted the position of vice monitor, responsible for assisting the monitor with class affairs. Nevertheless, Qinyang was fully aware of his own priorities and had no intention of involving himself in such matters. He reasoned that he would rather dedicate his time to more meaningful activities, such as pursuing romantic interests or indulging in literature, which he found far more significant than the trivialities of being a vice monitor. After completing these tasks, the afternoon was free of scheduled classes, prompting Counselor Xiao Song to declare a dismissal. Consequently, everyone was once again at liberty to engage in leisurely activities. It is no wonder that many assert that university management is quite effective if one is disinterested in studying ample time for enjoyment is readily available. Chen Yang, who had been engrossed in hacking knowledge for over 20 hours in the system, was jolted awake in a rather vigorous manner. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lao Er and Lao Yao vigorously shaking his hands and feet at the foot of his bed. Once awake, Chen Yang deliberately shifted his body to extricate himself from their grasp and subtly pulled the small blanket over his chest, regarding the two with a bemused expression. As if wary of their intentions, both Lao Er and Lao Yao were beaded with sweat, entirely oblivious to Chen Yang's seemingly ambiguous gaze. Xiao Luzi spoke up, "Old Three, we truly need your help this time. It's an emergency." Without further ado, he tugged Chen Yang from the bed, and the two of them, one on each side, hurriedly whisked him away. Along the way, Chen Yang learned the backstory. Since Lao Er and Lao Yao had no classes in the afternoon, they had commenced playing basketball early on the court. As more people joined, they began to engage in competitive play. However, it became rather awkward, as Xiao Luzi's diminutive stature rendered him vulnerable in one-on-one confrontations, leading to him being mercilessly outmatched. The player opposing him jested, mocking Lu Hanbo for attempting to play basketball with such a small frame, suggesting he was merely destined to be a target for ridicule. Little Lu initially attempted to endure the situation, adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. He contemplated taking action to counter his opponent's taunts, perhaps by scoring even a single basket during their matchup. However, the disparity in skill led to repeated failures, and his adversary's remarks grew increasingly offensive. Being a passionate young man, little Lu could hardly contain his frustration and soon found himself embroiled in a heated exchange, even resorting to shoving the other individual. Witnessing the escalating tension, bystanders swiftly intervened to separate the two. Arguments seldom resolve issues. In the realm of basketball, there exists a customary method for addressing such disputes, a bullfight. Consequently, the two decided to engage in a 3-on-3 basketball showdown, a well-established tradition on the court. Given that the spectators had already recognized Lu Hanbo's limitations in terms of competitive prowess, aside from the unwavering support of his younger brother, it seemed no one else was willing to join their cause. Thus, they struggled to form a complete team, resorting to the dormitory in a bid to recruit another player. They were determined to proceed, embracing the notion that one may lose a game, but not their dignity. Little Lu's companion had already mentally prepared for defeat. Fortunately, Chen Yang was present in their dormitory. Had they failed to gather enough players, little Lu's pride would have surely been compromised, making it difficult for him to face the basketball court again. Aware of his impulsiveness that had led to this unequal confrontation, little Lu harbored little optimism for the outcome. The trio hurried back to the earlier basketball court, where a small crowd had already gathered, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Upon witnessing Chen Yang and his companions arrive, the audacious individual known as the Birdman mockingly addressed the young Luzi, saying, "You truly dare to show up. I thought you would be too frightened to come, perhaps soiling your pants in fear. Yet, it seems you have taken quite a while to change. Surely you didn't take the opportunity to swap your trousers as well? The timing aligns rather perfectly, doesn't it?" Following this, he erupted into laughter, joined by a chorus of derisive chuckles from those around. This provoked Luzi, who clenched his fists in frustration. Observing the situation, Chen Yang felt compelled to intervene. Among the trio, he appeared the most formidable, capable of commanding respect. Having grown to 181 meters during the summer, Chen Yang exuded an aura of strength, albeit slightly shorter than his opponent. In contrast, the other two companions appeared either diminutive or lanky, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Thus, Chen Yang coolly remarked, "Enough with the idle chatter. We shall see who prevails through action." With this declaration, both sides ceased their verbal sparring, swiftly establishing the playing field. The match would follow a half-court format, with the scoring team retaining possession for the subsequent play from the center circle, allowing the victorious side to maintain their momentum if capable. Generally, when the teams possess comparable skill levels, a lopsided outcome is unlikely. However, the seasoned spectators unanimously favored Chen Yang's opponents, realizing that despite Chen Yang's burgeoning confidence, he was still a novice in the early stages of his academic journey. In this era, one could encounter many a sheep donning a wolf's guise. Who could ascertain whether Chen Yang was merely a decorative figure, lacking substance? Chen Yang and his companions faced formidable opponents, primarily comprised of second and third-year students, who were the mainstays of their respective teams. Among them, Yin Zhu, the one who mocked the second-year students, stood out as a key defender for the school's team. earning himself a reputation as a campus star. His skills were commendable, yet his brash demeanor often alienated others, as he relished in using trash talk to belittle his adversaries. Thus, facing him was undoubtedly an unfortunate circumstance for the second-year team. The match concluded swiftly, with Yin Zhu and his teammates launching the first attack against Chunyang's defense. Spectators unanimously anticipated a crushing defeat for Chunyang's team, perhaps even a lopsided score of 10-0. After all, the physical stature of the second and youngest members seemed questionable, while Yin Zhu's side appeared robust and formidable, leading many to believe that Chunyang and his companions would soon be overwhelmed. However, the final score revealed a shocking twist. It was indeed 10-0, but in favor of Chunyang's team. This unexpected outcome left the onlookers in disbelief, as they had not anticipated that the seemingly dominant team would be so thoroughly outmatched. Fueled by the humiliation endured by his dormitory brothers, Chunyang played with extraordinary intensity. His exceptional basketball prowess, characterized by mid-range shots, three-pointers, fadeaways, and acrobatic layups, allowed him to single-handedly dismantle all opponents. In a spectacular finale, Chunyang executed a two-handed windmill dunk, igniting the crowd and leaving spectators exhilarated. Chunyang approached his opponent with a nonchalant demeanor, extending his thumb before flipping it, coolly remarking, "This is how basketball should be played." This was an overt slap in the face to his adversary. Yin Zhu, a man of singular independence, after apologizing to his companion, discreetly exited the scene. The onlookers were eager to witness a hero, particularly one who had emerged victorious, and today, Chunyang embodied that hero. His exceptional basketball skills captivated all the spectators present, with his final dunk becoming a topic of fervent discussion. Liu Hanbo, known as Old 2, was equally exhilarated, as Chunyang's performance significantly vindicated him. Thus, the enthusiastic Liu declared that he must treat Chunyang and his friends to a celebratory meal. Chapter 18. Welcome party. That evening, revelry ensued, and fortunately, Liu was prudent enough to entrust his wallet to Chunyang. If all went as anticipated, he would likely be the last one standing. Thus the responsibility of settling the bill would fall to Chunyang. With the wallet in hand, Chunyang was finally relieved of the worry of footing the bill himself. The following morning, the first class took place in the small auditorium, attended by several classes simultaneously. Chunyang graciously decided to attend, as this marked the inaugural formal lesson. The subject matter was Marxist theory, and the elderly professor, leaning against the podium and utilizing a microphone, passionately delivered his lecture. However, to the audience, the discourse felt rather tedious and uninspiring. To pass the time, Chunyang sent a text message to Su Yan. In his heart, he regarded Su Yan as his girlfriend, even though she had yet to verbally acknowledge it. Thus, whenever Chunyang found himself bored, his first instinct was to text her. This message sparked a lively discussion among the freshmen below, as many began to chatter excitedly about the upcoming welcome party, which presented a splendid opportunity to make an impression. Chunyang was not at all surprised by this news. It was entirely expected that the student council would organize such a welcome event. In his previous life, Chunyang had also signed up for similar gatherings organized by the student council at his university, only to be told that solo performances could not pass the council's approval. However, he later discovered that the event did indeed feature solo performances, and not just one, with many participants whose skills were clearly inferior to his own. In those days, Chunyang was fondly dubbed the god of song by his classmates, particularly for his remarkable talent in imitating popular singers with striking accuracy. This experience left a lingering resentment in Chunyang, fostering a deep-seated disdain for the student council's organization. Consequently, he resolutely refrained from participating in any student council-organized events, including New Year's parties, viewing the council members who controlled the approval process as nothing more than a pitiful assemblage of incompetence. It was now the time for a welcoming gala, and Chunyang firmly believed that the Student Union of Wuhan University would uphold principles of justice and fairness. Thus, he resolved to enroll in this entertainment event. Naturally, one could not overlook the presence of the illustrious Chen Tianwang. Upon calling Su Yin to discuss his intentions, she expressed her eagerness to participate as well. After all, the youthful spirit often craves expression. However, during their conversation, Su Yin mildly admonished Chunyang, insisting that he refrain from sending texts during her classes. As the music began to swell, the two swiftly found their rhythm. Su Yan's piano performance was quite commendable. It was Chunyang's first encounter with her playing. Her movements were remarkably fluid, her 10 fingers dancing joyfully across the keys, producing a delightful symphony. Chunyang's vocal abilities were equally impressive, having undergone professional training within a genius learning system. Their rendition of the song was imbued with a captivating essence, as Chunyang's heartfelt voice harmonized beautifully with Su Yan's melodious piano, providing the audience with a splendid musical experience. The 6 judges displayed expressions of satisfaction, their smiles illuminating their faces. Chunyang's English pronunciation was notably precise, and his singing prowess remained formidable, complemented by Su Yan's ethereal piano melodies, creating an ambience that was both soothing and warmly inviting. Chapter 19, Slayer's Boxer. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes it, the end of September has arrived. Tomorrow evening, the welcoming party awaits. Chunyang and Su Yan have completed their final rehearsal at the Music Academy, and their synergy has blossomed into an exquisite harmony through the several practices over the past days. This burgeoning collaboration has infused Su Yan with a newfound confidence in their performance. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chunyang refrained from succumbing to slumber immediately, despite the common misconception that he is a slothful learner due to his frequent visits to the genius study system. It was still just past 7 in the evening, and only the 5th roommate was diligently studying, while the rest of his companions were less inclined towards studiousness, claiming they had gone to the classroom to study. If Chunyang's assumptions held true, these rascals were likely out pursuing romantic interests. Having cohabitated for over half a month, Chunyang had come to understand the nature of these individuals well. All of them hailed from affluent families. The 2nd and 4th roommates had only managed to enter Wuhan University by narrowly clearing the admission line through financial means. For them, a university diploma served merely as a symbol of prestige, while the rest held little significance. At this moment, Chunyang felt no desire to immerse himself in the genius study system. After a prolonged period of relentless studying, he yearned for relaxation. Hence, he opened his computer with the intent to indulge in a few rounds of gaming. Reflecting on the fact that it had been quite some time since he last played StarCraft, he decided to seize the opportunity to enjoy a few matches today. Chunyang has chosen the Battle.net International channel, yearning to explore the Korean servers. Considering his prowess, he feels compelled to uphold the honor of the Chinese gaming community by challenging the dominance of Korean players. Thus, he leverages his formidable hacking skills to infiltrate the StarCraft servers in Korea. Since Blizzard Entertainment introduced StarCraft, a fervor for gaming has swept through Korea, giving rise to numerous esports prodigies. At the annual WCG competitions, Chinese players have often faced bitter defeats, particularly in StarCraft, where Korea has consistently produced exceptional talent, overshadowing both China and Japan and reigning supreme in the Asian esports arena. Chunyang, however, has no desire to participate in the interminable WCG tournaments. The relentless series of matches consumes far too much time, and he finds himself lacking such leisure. Engaging with Korean players on Battle.net is, in his eyes, a means of national pride. He hopes to encounter the fabled masters of the game, and if he could best them, it would be a true delight. In successive matches, Chunyang effortlessly vanquishes his opponents, who prove to be mere minnows, devoid of challenge. Bored, he initiates another game, leisurely awaiting his adversary, exuding the aura of one who seeks invincibility. The Korean Battle Network is quite fascinating, employing a points-based system. When 2 players have a narrow score difference, the victorious party earns minimal points. However, in cases of significant disparity, the defeated player incurs substantial deductions. Consequently, many participants on the Korean platform find themselves in negative points. Just recently, during a span of over half an hour, Chunyang achieved an impressive 8 consecutive victories, leading to a considerable increase in his score. This surge was partly due to an individual who delivered food to him, a person who already boasted a high score. Upon encountering such a straightforward gaming ID, he became intrigued and played 2 matches with Chunyang, unwittingly gifting him over 200 points. This propelled Chunyang into the ranks of the top 1,000 players on that server for the day. His remarkable 8-game winning streak caught the attention of some observant individuals. Interestingly, the ID he registered was one that no Korean had encountered before. It is rather amusing that, when Chunyang registered this ID, he discovered it had not yet been claimed by anyone else. This can only be attributed to luck, as it is likely that others had appended additional letters or numbers to CY in order to secure their registration successfully. Consequently, a few players sought to capitalize on Chunyang's ID, as Koreans are inherently inclined to seek small advantages. Within just over an hour, Chen Yang's score ascended into the top 100 of the server's leaderboard, showcasing an astonishing record of 27 consecutive victories, prompting exclamations of alarm among numerous high-ranking competitors. Prior to his rebirth, Chen Yang occasionally indulged in Korean dramas and found the Korean language quite intriguing. Hence, during the summer break, he dedicated some time to the Genius learning system to study Korean and Japanese, achieving a beginner level as assessed by the system. Consequently, he could comprehend basic Korean dialogues. After all, both Korean and Japanese are considerably simpler than English. As for his concurrent study of Japanese, it was primarily motivated by his desire to enjoy romantic films from the island nation. Feeling a sense of ennui, Chen Yang had set up his gaming host and waited for over 10 minutes, yet no one joined. It appeared that the Koreans had learned their lesson and were no longer eager to grant him easy points. After a while, seeing that no one was entering his host, he contemplated exiting the Korean battle. Net server. Gaining access to this server had required a significant amount of advanced hacking knowledge and satellite signal support, making entry into international servers a challenging feat, often fraught with instability. Suddenly, an unexpected guest entered the game that Chen Yang had established. Upon seeing the English ID, he leaped from his chair in astonishment, startling his study partner, Lao Wu, who was sitting nearby. The familiarity of the ID left Chen Yang in disbelief. A formidable player had joined his host. The map he had created was Lost Temple, a popular choice in Korea and the official duel map used in the WCG. The appearance of the ID named Slayer's Boxer instantly ignited Chen Yang's excitement. Slayer's Boxer, a luminary in the realm of StarCraft from South Korea, stands as an iconic figure in the esports landscape, having clinched numerous championships in the StarCraft Challenge, earning him the moniker of the Terran Emperor. He is renowned for his extraordinary mastery of the Terran race, elevating it to a level of brilliance within the game. However, it remains uncertain whether the player behind the console is indeed this StarCraft prodigy or merely an individual utilizing a pseudonym. After a brief exchange in Korean, the two commenced their match. The pressure exerted by this ID weighed heavily on Chen Yang, prompting him to summon all his focus and determination. Regardless of whether his opponent was truly the Terran Emperor, his singular goal was to vanquish his adversary. In Chapter 20, the confrontation with NC Yellow unfolded. Chen Yang opted for the Zerg race, as he had recently found great success in playing Zerg. His favorite strategy was the rapid deployment of 5D speedlings, a notoriously challenging tactic to counter in version 1.05. Coupled with Chen Yang's astute maneuvers, many Korean players had fallen victim to this singular approach. His opponent, also known as Slayer's Boxer, regardless of the authenticity of his identity, had chosen the Terran race. Chen Yang's fortune shone brightly as he swiftly located his opponent's base. Chen Yang was born in a location that can be described as the 6 o'clock position, while Slayer's Boxer occupied the 12 o'clock position. This terrain was exceedingly conducive to a Zerg dog rush strategy. Remarkably, Slayer's Boxer seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, preemptively countering Chen Yang's rush tactics by constructing a barracks after only 6 workers. The barracks was positioned conveniently close to the base, allowing for immediate repairs by the workers. As Slayer's Boxer's barracks was only halfway completed, Chen Yang's dogs were already prepared and eagerly raced towards the Terran base. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Terran base, Slayer's Boxer's barracks had just finished construction, yet not a single soldier had emerged. Chen Yang commanded 6 dogs against Slayer's Boxer's 8 workers, skillfully employing an advanced technique known as the jump dog strategy, executing a tri-pronged operation by dividing the 6 dogs into 3 groups. 2 dogs lunged at the newly operational barracks, while another 2 targeted the outermost mining workers, and the remaining 2 engaged in disruption. This sharp micromanagement instilled in Chen Yang a sense of facing a worthy opponent, further igniting his excitement. As he steadily developed his own base, he continued to harass Slayer's Boxer's establishment. Chen Yang sensed that this would be a grueling battle. Despite the presence of a solitary soldier, Slayer's Boxer managed to decimate the remaining 7 of Chen Yang's dogs. However, this outcome was partly due to Chen Yang's lack of focus on that front, as he primarily concentrated on advancing his base's economy and researching technology. Nevertheless, these 7 puppies fulfilled their mission. In the abode of Slayer's Boxer, aside from a singular base, no further constructions were feasible. Remarkably, Slayer's Boxer amassed over 2,000 units of currency. It is noteworthy that Slayer's Boxer had consistently employed 5 peasants for mining, with each peasant yielding a mere 8 units of currency per mining session. Therefore, After vanquishing Chunyang's dogs, he promptly established 2 barracks and 2 population buildings, rapidly advancing his development. This match enlightened Chunyang to the fact that the title of Human Emperor was indeed well-deserved. Not only was his operational skill astute, but his resolve was also profoundly steadfast. Slayer's Boxer's unwavering spirit of never conceding until the final moment deeply moved Chunyang, offering a touch of enlightenment to his soul. Subsequently, Chunyang engaged in another match with Slayer's Boxer, this time achieving a hard-fought victory, albeit through a stroke of luck. Although Slayer's Boxer had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, his grace remained unblemished. The two added each other as friends, and Slayer's Boxer invited Chunyang into a dedicated gaming channel. Upon entering this channel, Chunyang was greeted by several illustrious IDs from his previous life, a veritable gathering of elites, including Cielo, Nada, Rain, and many others, each a proud emblem of the Korean StarCraft community. This channel serves as the dedicated space for the South Korean national team participating in the WCG. Due to Chunyang's fluent Korean typing skills, Slayer's Boxer regarded him as one of their own, leading to his inclusion in this channel for the purpose of introduction. When Slayer's Boxer recounted his consecutive defeats at the hands of an individual known by the ID Psy, astonishment rippled through the group. After all, Slayer's Boxer is the captain of the South Korean StarCraft national team and undoubtedly the team's cornerstone, recognized as the unequivocal #1 in skill. The discovery of this newly emerged talent, Psy, prompted a natural inclination to invite him into their midst. Cielo also expressed keen interest in Chunyang, promptly deciding to engage him in a match. Meanwhile, the others cheerfully assumed the role of referees, eager to observe Chunyang's StarCraft prowess from a first-person perspective. Noticing that the hour was still early, it being only 9:30, Chunyang enthusiastically commenced his match against Cielo, a formidable Zerg player renowned as a dominant figure in the realm of StarCraft, truly an exceptional character in this competitive field. In the realm of StarCraft, Cielo is affectionately dubbed the Swarm Zerg. He is unparalleled in the art of massing Zerg units, and should he manage to unleash his swarm, his adversaries find themselves in dire straits. Cielo's relentless onslaught comes in waves, and he has perfected the timing of his unit production, making him the undisputed second-in-command of the South Korean national StarCraft team. Aware of the formidable challenge that a match against Cielo presents, Chunyang harbors no desire to engage in a battle of micromanagement. While Cielo is certainly more skilled than many elite players, he does not occupy the pinnacle of the craft, having just dethroned the Terran Emperor with his superior control. Chunyang recognizes that challenging Cielo on micro would be tantamount to bullying. Thus, he opts for a confrontation centered around mass unit production, which promises to be far more engaging. Utilizing the Lost Temple map, Cielo spawns at the 9 o'clock position, while Chunyang occupies the 3 o'clock position. In this contest of massing units, Chunyang eschews his typical Zerg in favor of the Protoss, employing their robust units to engage Cielo in an exhilarating battle of attrition. Cielo, instead of executing a swift dog rush with a 5D strategy, has chosen to initiate a standard 9D double base opening, a hallmark of the massing strategy. Chunyang opted not to construct the 7th farm for barracks. Instead, he employed a remarkably audacious opening strategy reminiscent of the formidable Zerg tactics of the future. After establishing 2 bases with 9 farmers, he then proceeded to create the barracks, which left the onlookers in awe of Chunyang's boldness, as if he possessed foreknowledge of his opponent's opening moves. This is not particularly surprising, considering that Chunyang had viewed numerous recordings of Cielo, in which he consistently employed a dual base opening in 90% of the games. What followed was an exhilarating clash characterized by overwhelming aggression, escalating from a dual mineral confrontation to a 3-mineral showdown, ultimately culminating in a 5-mineral versus 4-mineral battle. Chunyang's relentless onslaught did not falter. With 10 barracks operating in perfect harmony, he executed meticulous maneuvers, utilizing ground forces alongside a few Viking ships to exhaust Cielo completely. The defeat was particularly painful for Cielo, as he was systematically drained of resources, given that the Zerg units tend to suffer losses more swiftly. This confrontation showcased Chunyang's exceptional skill, prompting Slayer's Boxer to express a desire for him to join the South Korean national team for training. However, Chunyang politely declined and swiftly disconnected from the Korean StarCraft server, leaving the members of the Korean national team utterly unprepared. By the time they realized what had transpired, Chunyang had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 21. Is this MJ? Closing his laptop, Chen Yang felt a tumult of emotions. He had truly engaged in a confrontation with these two formidable interstellar beings and emerged victorious. This achievement prompted him to ponder the possibility of contending for a WCG championship, a prospect that seemed increasingly within reach. Both adversaries were seasoned participants in the WCG StarCraft Championship, and overcoming them was no trivial feat, especially employing their preferred strategies of micromanagement and overwhelming force. This victory instilled a profound sense of confidence in Chen Yang. Having entered the genius learning system, Chen Yang found himself in a quandary, uncertain about what new knowledge to pursue, as he believed he had nearly exhausted all that was pertinent to his current needs. After some contemplation, he lightly tapped his forehead within the system and realized he could delve into the realm of military expertise. Previously, he had never engaged with military subjects, and with imminent military training on the horizon, it seemed prudent to familiarize himself with the basics. Chen Yang opted to study firearms within the military curriculum, primarily because he had heard rumors of live-fire exercises during military training. In his past academic institution, perhaps due to its lesser standing, he had never encountered real firearms, a fact that had left him with a lingering sense of regret. While he had played with toy guns in his childhood, he had never had the opportunity to interact with authentic ones, let alone even see them. Attending a prestigious institution like Wuhan University, he was confident there would be no issue in accessing real firearms, which filled him with anticipation. However, this excitement was short-lived as he soon realized that the weapons provided by the system for training were indeed genuine, albeit restricted from being taken outside. The only instance during the freshman military training where firearms are utilized is for live ammunition shooting. With a hint of pride, Chen Yang aspires for others to perceive him as a prodigy in every task, striving to create an impression that he is proficient in all endeavors. After enduring numerous hours of rigorous practice, the prospect of physical fatigue within the genius learning system is virtually non-existent for Chen Yang. The system's learning process relies solely on mental fortitude, and after undergoing transformation, Chen Yang's mental capabilities seem extraordinarily robust. Since his immersion in the genius learning system, he has never once felt weary, only departing from the system when the monotony of learning becomes overwhelming. The fruits of his dedicated training have proven remarkable. Chen Yang's shooting proficiency has astonishingly reached an advanced level as assessed by the system. This could be attributed to his enhanced physique, which exhibits a natural aptitude for firearms. Beyond shooting, Chen Yang has also mastered the disassembly and assembly of firearms, achieving a level of expertise that rivals even the seasoned veterans of Special Operations Forces, establishing him as a veritable firearms connoisseur. Upon awakening from a restful slumber, Chen Yang ventured out for his morning exercise. Having cultivated a habit of morning workouts while at home, Su Yin and Chen Yang typically jog a few laps together at the No. 4 playground each morning. This consistent commitment to early rising and physical activity is likely one of the secrets behind Su Yan's remarkable physique. As is customary, Su Yin arrives slightly later than Chen Yang, and together they take breaks as needed during their run before heading to breakfast. It is worth noting that this structured lifestyle has afforded Chen Yang a perpetually relaxed state of mind, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of ease and joy. The only unfortunate aspect is that Su Yin and Chen Yang belong to different departments, preventing them from attending classes together. The gap between art and philosophy is quite substantial. This situation leaves Chen Yang feeling somewhat disheartened. He yearns to proclaim his affection for Su Yin to the world, hoping to diminish the growing entourage of admirers surrounding her. In the open atmosphere of university life, the enchanting Su Yin has become a figure of great admiration. Those who have joined her fan club are primarily from the art department, eager to pursue her. Despite being merely a freshman, her captivating charm has already drawn the attention of many peers and even some upperclassmen, all of whom wish to claim this beautiful and pure flower for themselves. However, Su Yin has consistently turned them down, asserting that she already has a boyfriend. Yet, this group of suitors remains unconvinced, and even if they were, they would not care. Today, with no classes scheduled, the morning passed quickly in mundane tranquility. In the afternoon, Chen Yang and Su Yin headed to the venue for the final rehearsal. The student union had even arranged to rent an array of exquisite performance costumes, prompting Chen Yang to marvel at the financial prowess of the student union at Wuhan University, which could allocate such resources for a mere welcome party. The welcome party commenced promptly at 6 o'clock in the grand auditorium, with a well-constructed temporary stage. The seats below were already filled to capacity, and those without seats had to squeeze into the aisles, creating a bustling sea of humanity that prevented late arrivals from entering. It was evident that everyone was quite enthusiastic about this event. The Student Council has arranged for a recording of this evening's gala, which greatly encourages the freshmen poised to perform on stage, for everyone yearns for their portrayal in the video to be nothing short of perfection. The performances were captivating, and the enthusiastic applause from the audience resonated throughout the venue, creating an exhilarating ambience that everyone thoroughly enjoyed. Su Yin played the piano with remarkable concentration, her exquisite and ethereal visage likely causing countless energetic young men to lose sleep over her tonight. Her delicate fingers danced gracefully across the keys, evoking a sense of refined elegance. Of course, Chen Yang's performance was equally striking. He felt a swell of pride in his impromptu display, not only singing with heartfelt dedication but also incorporating gentle dance moves reminiscent of iconic Michael Jackson choreography, along with some of his own improvisations. It was as if Michael Jackson himself had graced the stage, and Chen Yang's execution of the moonwalk sent the audience into a frenzy. Many spectators found themselves pondering whether such a performance could truly be delivered by a mere student. In 1999, it was rare to find individuals who could emulate MJ's moonwalk. It was a skill possessed by only a select few. Thus, when Chen Yang showcased his moonwalk, the atmosphere erupted, with numerous seated individuals leaping to their feet, exclaiming in awe. To those who could not see Chen Yang's face, he seemed to transform into that legendary figure, the quintessential pop icon, leaving them to wonder, could he truly be MJ? Michael Jackson has always been a legend in my heart. Thus, I hope everyone will forever remember this timeless icon and pay tribute to the great king of pop, Michael Jackson. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into prolonged applause, showering the remarkable show with fervent appreciation. Many voices called for an encore, much to the relief of the backstage host, who had wisely prepared for such an eventuality, averting a potentially awkward situation. Chapter 22. The National Day holiday, the New Year's Eve celebration, had finally reached a splendid conclusion. Chen Yang had invited his 4 dance partners for a late-night snack, yet they all politely declined with various excuses, leaving him to silently cherish their camaraderie. By the time the event wrapped up, it was already past 10 o'clock. Chen Yang had gained considerable recognition among the new students at Wuhan University, attracting many who wished to be acquainted with him. Some even aspired to take him as their mentor in dance, prompting Chen Yang to graciously welcome them with words. Su Yin stood beside him, openly affirming their relationship, and it was likely that by tomorrow morning, the news would reach her so-called loyal entourage, which would help her shake off those bothersome admirers. After all, it seemed that Su Yin had grown weary of their incessant attention. The two were a striking match, embodying the perfect union of talent and beauty, evoking envy from onlookers. After more than an hour, they finally managed to disperse all those eager to connect with them. Hand in hand, they strolled quietly under the silvery moonlight, relishing the serene ambience without uttering a word, both savoring the tranquil moment together. If only Warcraft 3 were available now, Chen Yang thought with great boredom. In his previous life, Chen Yang was quite fond of playing Warcraft 3. Of course, it was not the infamous world of Warcraft, which is said to have caused many fatalities. What Chen Yang cherished was a real-time strategy game akin to StarCraft, also released by Blizzard Entertainment. Presently, the only options available were the rather simplistic Warcraft 1 and 2, which paled in comparison to StarCraft. Regrettably, Warcraft 3 was only launched in 2002, and if history remained unchanged, it would still be several years before it could be played. Chapter 23. A sudden robbery incident. The past few days had been exceedingly mundane, devoid of any excitement. It seemed that a life of eating and sleeping was not suitable for Chen Yang, leaving him in a state of lethargy. However, today was destined to be anything but tranquil. Shortly after exiting the highway, on a small road, a group of individuals with nefarious intentions obstructed the bus that Chen Yang and his companions were traveling in. Initially, the driver, upon witnessing this situation, was reluctant to stop. Yet, as these individuals positioned themselves directly in the path, the driver had no choice but to halt the vehicle to avoid a collision. Nevertheless, the driver merely stopped the bus and had no intention of opening the doors. His years of experience had taught him that these individuals were not of good character. The refusal to open the doors frustrated those outside, who began to pound on the windows with considerable force. One individual even scurried to the side, lifted a large stone, and staggered back towards the bus, intent on shattering a window. Faced with such a threatening display, the driver had no option but to relent and, with resignation, open the door. It is essential to recognize that the driver is merely an employee. Should the bus sustain damage, regardless of whether it is due to his fault, the so-called leaders will invariably hold him accountable, concocting various excuses to force the driver to compensate for the losses incurred. Ultimately, it is the driver who bears the brunt of the consequences. The assailants numbered 4, each with dark complexions and speaking Mandarin with a distinctly regional accent. Upon boarding the vehicle, they brandished knives, menacingly demanding money from the passengers, whose only recourse was to comply in resignation to the glaring threat of the blades. In such dire circumstances, provoking the assailants would yield no favorable outcome. Before long, the 2 individuals tasked with collecting money approached Qinyang, continuing to coerce those nearby to hastily surrender their possessions. Qinyang had been anticipating this moment, with 4 assailants in the confined space of the bus. He saw the opportunity to confront them one by one. The 2 approaching him were not particularly robust, instilling a sense of confidence within Qinyang that he could subdue them. His knowledge of combat, acquired through a genius learning system, was rudimentary at best, primarily due to his lack of fervor for martial arts. In a modern world dominated by firearms, he reasoned, no matter how skilled one might be in hand-to-hand combat, could it truly rival the efficacy of a bullet? Thus, Qinyang had not devoted significant effort to mastering martial arts, merely skimming the surface of the discipline. Although Qinyang's combat skills were deemed rather mediocre by the genius learning system, such a judgment is contingent upon the standards of comparison. In the eyes of the 2 assailants before him, Qinyang appeared to be a consummate expert. Consequently, he effortlessly incapacitated the 2 men, dislocating their arms to prevent any further resistance, a feat made possible by his substantial knowledge of medicine. The 2 armed thugs in the front were still bewildered by the unfolding scenario when their companions fell to the ground. The passengers in the vehicle dared not make a move, as 2 menacing assailants still wielded knives. In such uncertain circumstances, prudence was the wisest course of action. Among the 4, the leader of the thugs approached, while Qinyang positioned himself in the aisle, confronting the remaining 2. The leader, possessing a robust physique that suggested prior training, exerted considerable pressure on Qinyang during their engagement, which was the very reason he felt emboldened to confront them alone. In a matter of mere minutes, all the assailants were subdued. The driver harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these criminals, as they had nearly caused him significant loss. He had just received his salary and bonus that very morning, which constituted his family's sole source of income. Having been robbed by these thugs, the already arduous existence of the driver's family would have become even more precarious. The driver skillfully procured several sturdy ropes to bind the miscreants. While the 2 unfortunate souls with dislocated arms had their injuries attended to by Qinyang, as prolonged dislocation can inflict significant harm on the human body. Despite their criminality, they were still deserving of a fair legal judgment, and there was no need to inflict further physical harm upon them. The subdued bandits were dejectedly gathered together, and the passengers, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility, collected their belongings from the driver without any disputes over misappropriation. The passengers, feeling a sense of relief, unanimously agreed with the driver's suggestion to deliver the criminals directly to the police station. After all, had it not been for Qinyang's courageous intervention, everyone would have likely suffered some degree of loss, which instilled a profound sense of gratitude towards him. The passengers lavished praise upon Qinyang, who felt somewhat embarrassed by their accolades, as he merely dealt with a few wrongdoers. Their words made it seem as though he had saved the planet or even the galaxy. Nevertheless, he graciously responded to their compliments, asserting that it was simply his duty. The driver then steered the vehicle towards the nearest police station, where the group proudly ushered the 4 criminals inside, hands bound. It was still October 7th, the final day of the National Day holiday, so the police station had a number of staff on leave, and the presence of such a large group created quite a commotion. The police officers patiently took brief statements from the passengers, inquiring about the circumstances at the time. Upon learning that Qinyang had bravely subdued the assailants, they eagerly extolled him with praises of heroism and the valor of youth. Qinyang sent a text message to Su Yin, succinctly recounting the events that transpired on the bus. Upon receiving the message, Su Yin quickly called to inquire about the details, prompting Qinyang to embellish the account somewhat, as one naturally wishes to present oneself in a favorable light before a significant other. Chapter 24. A first intimate encounter with football after a refreshing slumber. Qinyang felt invigorated. He had been rigorously practicing combat skills within the Genius learning system, and this recent perilous experience had underscored the significance of martial prowess. While it is true that even the mightiest fighter can be rendered powerless by a firearm, such weapons are not omnipresent. In moments devoid of firearms, it is these very combat abilities that prove essential. Although his 20-plus hours of study had yielded only modest improvements in his combat skills, Qinyang was confident that he would gradually hone his abilities. With such a formidable learning system at his disposal, he did not view mastering combat as an insurmountable challenge. Upon rising, he discovered that he was alone in the dormitory once more. Consequently, he hastily consumed a few bites in the cafeteria, opting not to disturb Su Yan, as both of them deserved their own personal space. In the afternoon, having just finished a meal that still seemed to linger in his system, Qinyang felt no pangs of hunger, as his body had expended little energy during his slumber. He merely took a few bites out of instinct. Unconsciously, he found himself at a modest football field, and with nothing pressing to attend to, he settled himself on the sidelines, observing the players engage in the sport. While his mind drifted into a state of contemplation, lost in thought, suddenly, a football hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Thanks to his well-honed reflexes, Qinyang executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the projectile and ending up in a rather disheveled state. It turned out that one of the players had struck the ball with considerable force, sending it careening in Qinyang's direction, catching him off guard. As he regained his composure, a flicker of annoyance surfaced within him. Had his reflexes not been so sharp, he could have sustained an unexpected injury. He couldn't help but wonder if his modified physique would withstand such a blow. Fortunately, the player responsible soon approached Qinyang, offering a heartfelt apology, which considerably lightened Qinyang's demeanor. To his surprise, the young man recognized him and enthusiastically invited Qinyang to join their game. Intrigued, Qinyang felt a stir of excitement. During his time within the Genius learning system, he had indeed acquired knowledge of football, though he had yet to experience it on an actual field. Seizing this opportunity to gauge his skills, he graciously accepted the invitation. Numerous individuals were engaged in a game of football. As Qinyang approached, several classmates recognized him. Some had witnessed his spectacular dunks on the basketball court, while others recalled his breathtaking spacewalk at the welcome party. Everyone was thrilled to play alongside a star like Qinyang. The players quickly divided into two teams for a friendly match. However, the numbers were limited, with only 14 participants including the goalkeepers. Fortunately, the playing field was smaller than a standard pitch, making it well suited for a casual game. Initially, Qinyang felt somewhat restrained in his movements, but he soon rediscovered the rhythm he had practiced within the Genius learning system. Although he was merely a beginner, his skills were akin to those of a professional football league player. Even if he ranked at the bottom tier of professional athletes in the school setting, he was akin to a tiger among sheep, utterly unstoppable. The field swiftly transformed into Qinyang's personal stage, where his deft footwork and speed, surpassing that of a racing cheetah, left his opponents utterly helpless. However, his shooting skills were rather lacking, as even straightforward attempts on an open goal went astray. Nevertheless, his performance was remarkable, earning him cheers from his teammates, a novel experience for Qinyang. In his previous life, he had scoffed at the notion that football was the world's foremost sport, as he had only cherished basketball, believing that sinking a ball through the opponent's hoop was the ultimate thrill. As Qinyang experienced the exhilarating sensation of scoring a goal, he discovered that this feeling was indeed quite delightful, which sparked a profound interest in football within him. In Chapter 25, the members of the 7th Special Forces Unit were noted for their swift showers, with the exception of those possessing a pronounced obsession with cleanliness. Consequently, Qinyang efficiently completed his bathing routine and took the liberty of scrubbing his clothes with laundry detergent. He observed that, since his rebirth, even his garments had become remarkably cleaner. October 8th marked the inaugural day of formal military training following the National Day holiday. Early in the morning, Qinyang and his classmates gathered on the designated training field to commence their exercises. Surrounding them were male students from other departments. As the influx of new students at Wuhan University was overwhelming, all freshmen were dispersed by class to various training grounds. But fortunately, the university's expansive campus provided ample space, with numerous fields available. Thus, only 4 classes occupied this particular field. Many of the new students recognized Qinyang, a figure of some renown, leading to numerous quiet greetings and attempts at camaraderie as they jogged together, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Qinyang couldn't help but reflect on whether his newfound fame was a blessing or a curse. He lamented his own tendency to seek attention, pondering if he could have avoided such situations by simply refraining from drawing attention to himself. Indeed, the adage that fame brings trouble seemed to hold true, eliciting a mix of pride and mild frustration within him. However, Chen Yang had the opportunity to acquire a plethora of skills throughout his life. If he were to stifle these skills within himself, their acquisition would be rendered utterly meaningless. He reassured himself that adapting gradually would suffice. The military training was rather straightforward. Much of it involved standing at attention, running laps, and engaging in other fundamental exercises. The purpose of this training was to instill in university students an understanding of the significance and importance of discipline. Regardless of the method employed, the objective remained the same. In the ensuing 20 days, everyone adhered to a regimented training schedule. It seemed that their resolve had been fortified through these days of preparation. Within a mere 20 days, they transformed from naive youths into individuals with a semblance of gravitas. They had tanned, grown stronger, and matured. At last, it was time for Chun Yang and his peers to participate in target practice. The group boarded military trucks and journeyed to a military base in Hankow. Due to stringent regulations regarding firearms in mainland China, the shooting training for new students was conducted exclusively at military installations. Upon entering the military base, all the students were struck by a sense of novelty. Chen Yang was no exception. Witnessing the real soldiers on the base stirred a surge of adrenaline within him. The military has always been the cornerstone of the nation, and the caliber of Chinese soldiers is renowned worldwide, particularly that of the special forces, which have repeatedly excelled in international competitions. The strength of the military underpins China's formidable standing on the global stage, and thus, Chen Yang harbored a profound respect for the military personnel. In the ensuing 10 days, Chen Yang and his cohort of classmates would reside within the military base, where they would encounter a plethora of training methodologies. As part of the third group of freshmen from Wuhan University to enter this military facility, they would share the space with students from various other institutions, albeit on staggered schedules. Throughout the military training at school, Chen Yang had exhibited remarkable prowess, consistently fulfilling the rigorous demands of each training task to a high standard. Consequently, the instructors held him in high regard and specifically recommended him for a 10-day special forces training program, which markedly differed from the conventional military training experienced by his peers. Each instructor was permitted only one recommendation, which was not guaranteed to be utilized. Only those who demonstrated exceptional performance during training could earn such a coveted opportunity. Overjoyed at receiving this invaluable chance, Chen Yang approached the military drills with the mindset of a true soldier. By night, he continued his training through the Genius Learning System, significantly enhancing his military competence. His tactical acumen reached a commendable intermediate level as assessed by the system, alongside acquiring skills in strategic command and more. As for his hand-to-hand combat abilities, they surged impressively to an advanced level, for a truly formidable soldier must also excel in the art of combat. Following the guidance provided by his instructor, Chen Yang arrived, albeit with some difficulties, at the entrance of the storage facility belonging to the 7th Special Operations Team, known as the Cheetah Team. Along the way, he inquired about directions from numerous stationed soldiers. Fortunately, the special pass given by his instructor facilitated his passage through the numerous checkpoints to reach his intended destination. Old Wu reassured Chen Yang not to be overly formal, as the 7th Special Operations Team was not bound by rigid protocols. Chen Yang was simply required to focus on his training. Among the various training components, learning to manage the storage facility was one of Chun Yang's responsibilities. The 7th team comprised 9 members, with each one assigned to train Chen Yang for a day. Commencing with the storage facility, Old Wu diligently imparted knowledge about various minor details, demonstrating a commendable level of responsibility and attentiveness, despite Chen Yang's brief training duration. Chen Yang, in turn, absorbed the lessons with great seriousness, recognizing that this experience was a rare opportunity that many spend a lifetime seeking. In truth, the most significant task within the storage facility revolved around the management of firearms. Weapons must be disassembled when not in use to prevent any mishaps. Thus, a proficient storage manager must be adept at both disassembling and reassembling firearms. Chen Yang had already mastered this skill through a Genius Learning System, yet he feigned ignorance, requesting Old Wu to teach him several times before he reluctantly showcased his capabilities. Once he felt adequately prepared, he revealed only half of his proficiency, which astonished Old Wu. leading him to refer to Chunyang as a prodigy. In the evening, other members of the team visited the storage area to return their weapons and to introduce themselves to Chunyang. The team members, particularly their captain, known by the code name Leopard 7, expressed considerable interest in the prodigy that Old Wu had mentioned. The following day's shooting practice astonished everyone once more. Although Chunyang initially feigned proficiency, hitting the target only after several attempts, he subsequently managed to strike the bullseye with every shot. This remarkable feat left all members of Team 7 in awe. Who was this individual? Having trained for merely a brief period, he had achieved such an extraordinary level of skill. From which formidable mountain had this prodigy emerged? Captain Bao Qi, impressed, even proposed a friendly competition with Chunyang. Surprisingly, the captain, known for his exceptional marksmanship, could only manage a draw against Chunyang. Given the confidentiality surrounding the Special Forces data, Chunyang felt liberated to perform at his best, resulting in both men scoring a perfect 100 with 10 shots. This left the other team members in awe, while only Old Wu maintained an expression of knowing, as if Chunyang's accomplishments were a testament to his own tutelage. He had seemingly forgotten that Chunyang was a mere recruit, and a new one at that, having undergone only 10 days of rigorous training. In the subsequent days, Chunyang received high praise from all team members for his skills in combat, tactical theory, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance, among other military competencies. The military holds great admiration for those with talent, prompting Captain Bao Qi to petition higher authorities for Chunyang's special admission into the Special Operations 7th Team. However, due to Chunyang's status as a student and his obligation to complete his studies, the proposal was ultimately not approved. Nevertheless, under Captain Bao Qi's advocacy, Chunyang was designated as an external reserve member of Team 7. His outstanding performance over the past 9 days earned him the profound camaraderie of all the Special Forces personnel, akin to that of true comrades. On the 10th day of the intensive training, Captain Leopard 7 formally presented Chunyang with an official document, a result of the captain's diligent efforts. This document granted Chunyang a military rank equivalent to that of a lieutenant. Among the squad, only the captain held the rank of captain, as Chunyang was designated as an external reserve member of the 7th Squad. Despite having spent only a brief few days together, every member of the squad had already embraced Chunyang as one of their own. In the military, it does not take long for soldiers to recognize someone. All it requires is a sense of compatibility. Although they never expected this young recruit to accompany them on perilous military missions, he had already earned their camaraderie. Chapter 26. Chunyang's retreat for cultivation. Over the past month, Chunyang had made significant progress within the Genius learning system. His favorite sports, basketball and football, had both reached an advanced level as assessed by the system. Moreover, he had developed proficiency in various other ball games, such as tennis, table tennis, badminton, and billiards. Each sport had been evaluated at different levels, with most achieving a commendable intermediate standard. This indicated that should he choose to pursue a career as a professional athlete, he would undoubtedly excel. Chunyang had always aspired to master medicine, and during moments of fatigue from sports, he dedicated himself to studying Western medicine. Unfortunately, his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine had already reached its peak, leaving him with the only option to enhance his understanding in the realm of Western medicine. Upon observing the myriad classifications within Western medicine and the vast repository of knowledge it necessitates, Chunyang could not help but reminisce about the sheer delight he experienced while studying traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. A mere shock from electricity sufficed for him, a testament to the remarkable nature of TCM. Should Chunyang embark on a gradual self-study of TCM, he surmised that it would demand an exponentially greater investment of time compared to Western medicine. Nevertheless, the two disciplines are inherently interconnected, and through his dialectical exploration of Western medicine, Chunyang's proficiency in TCM has genuinely ascended to an advanced level. Previously, his understanding was merely an ancillary skill acquired alongside acupuncture, a strategic advantage he had leveraged. In truth, his mastery of TCM had not yet reached an advanced tier. Over the past month, Chunyang's thoughts have predominantly revolved around the concept of this genius learning system. He feels that the advanced skills he has attained, as evaluated by the system, are far from the pinnacle of his potential, leaving ample room for further growth. There exists a saying, the more one learns, the more one realizes the vastness of their ignorance. The current situation between Chunyang and Su Yin is rather peculiar. Despite the limited time they have spent together, their bond has not only remained steadfast but seems to have deepened, leaving Qinyang at a loss to elucidate the nature of this phenomenon. In merely a few days, Qinyang practiced painting and attained a level of proficiency deemed advanced by the system. However, he felt that he had reached a temporary plateau in his improvement and decided to explore other avenues of learning. Qinyang aspired to acquire more knowledge within the constraints of time, believing that if the genius learning system were to vanish one day, the skills he had acquired would suffice. The disappearance of the system's spirit, Xiaoyu, instilled a slight sense of urgency in him. With his elevated skills in painting, Qinyang took the opportunity to guide Su Yin in her landscape painting, significantly enhancing her artistic abilities. Although Su Yin was initially intrigued by Qinyang's myriad talents, her gentle disposition soon led her to accept his remarkable capabilities without surprise. As many of his skills were temporarily stagnant, Qinyang turned his focus toward literature. He believed that as a Chinese individual, mastering Chinese literature was of paramount importance. Previously, Qinyang had underestimated the complexity of literature, equating it merely with the act of writing essays, akin to attending a language class. However, upon delving deeper into the subject, he discovered that even the philosophy department he belonged to was classified under the umbrella of literature, a classification he had previously thought misplaced. The literary category assigned to Qinyang by the genius learning system can, in his current understanding, be regarded as a realm of civilization. To enhance his literary prowess, it is essential for Qinyang to delve into the civilizations of various eras, transcending mere eloquence. Since embarking on his literary journey, Qinyang has inadvertently excelled in history, likely surpassing even the venerable professors at Wuhan University. Within the vast expanse of literature, Qinyang has discovered immense joy. However, unbeknownst to him, his profound exploration has imbued him with the scholarly aura of ancient Confucian sages, as well as the poise and dignity characteristic of contemporary scholars. This unique blend of qualities captivates the majority of women, particularly those of an intellectual disposition, who find themselves irresistibly drawn to him, such is the case with Su Yin, who has completely succumbed to this allure. Chapter 27. The secret mission. On this day, Qinyang, as was his custom, made his way to the classroom for evening study sessions. As he walked, his phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket and noticed an unfamiliar 6-digit number. Initially reluctant to answer, he reconsidered, realizing that there was little to lose, and thus pressed the answer button to bring the phone to his ear. "Hello?" he said. A deep, resonant male voice echoed through the line, and Qinyang immediately recognized it as that of Captain Bao Qi, which astonished him greatly. The voice of Captain Bao Qi on the phone was weary as he spoke. "Xiao Chun, could you lend us a hand? Our 7th squad has received a rather troublesome mission, and both Xiao Dao and Long Jun have sustained serious injuries. Old Yu is at a loss regarding their condition. So he asked me to inquire if you might have any solutions. He mentioned that your medical skills far surpass his. We have very few doctors we know, and most are not in Wuhan, so I must humble myself to seek your assistance." After waiting a few minutes at the southern gate of Wuhan University, a gray van came to a halt before Qinyang. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of Captain Bao Qi's bald head, accompanied by 2 other gentlemen. Without hesitation, Qinyang climbed into the vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, the group arrived at an abandoned factory's underground warehouse, which appeared to serve as the temporary base for the squad's current mission. In a room within, Qinyang observed the injured Xiao Dao and Long Jun. Their wounds looked grave. Had it not been for their robust physical condition, they might have already met their demise. Without any formalities, Qinyang promptly checked their pulses. The prognosis was grim. Both were on the brink of collapse, sustained only by a potent military drug designed to prolong life. This remarkable remedy, derived from an array of precious traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, primarily featured the wild, millennium-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, renowned for its extraordinary life-sustaining properties. The team's medic, Old Yu, had already treated the 2 individuals, yet the results were negligible. Their injuries were far too severe. It could also be that Old Yu's medical skills were not particularly exceptional, leaving him utterly helpless in the face of such dire circumstances. Qinyang retrieved a set of silver needles he had brought along, knowing that he was here to provide treatment. This set of needles had been acquired by Qinyang and Su Yin while leisurely browsing a small antique stall during their outing. They were not extraordinary treasures, merely aesthetically pleasing and seemingly aged. However, it was evident that they lacked experience in purchasing, as they were significantly overcharged by the vendor, spending over 800 for the set. Chen Yang had only practiced with these needles on himself. Even his dormitory mates remained unaware of his remarkable acupuncture skills. With utmost caution, Chen Yang began by administering needles to Xiao Dao. Old Yu had effectively addressed the external wounds, but the critical internal injuries remained unmanageable. This time, Chen Yang employed one of his most advanced techniques, the Lu Yang Ju Ling needle, reputed to be exceptionally effective for internal injuries. As for its actual efficacy, Chen Yang was uncertain, having never had the opportunity to utilize it before. Once the acupuncture was completed, Chen Yang meticulously checked Xiao Dao's pulse again, discovering a notable improvement in its strength, a decidedly encouraging sign. Encouraged by the progress, Chen Yang promptly administered treatment to Long Jun, who had been softly humming nearby. Long Jun's condition also showed notable improvement. His previously pallid face now bore a hint of rosy color, prompting the onlookers to cheer softly. Earlier, when Chen Yang was treating them, they had held their breaths, fearful of disrupting his healing process. Fortunately, the outcome was quite favorable, marking a significant blessing. Chen Yang discovered that there were only 7 individuals at this temporary base, with Lao Wu and De Fei absent. Upon inquiry, he learned that Lao Wu and his team had been captured during the mission. Due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain, the 4 who ventured ahead had suffered 2 serious injuries and 2 captures. Thankfully, the 2 severely wounded individuals had been rescued by their comrades outside. But Lao Wu and his team had been unable to escape, as they had provided cover for the others, affording them precious time to retreat. Thus, they were left with no choice but to succumb to captivity. Now that the condition of the injured had improved, Captain Bao Qi resolved to attempt a rescue for Lao Wu and his team while seeking to complete their mission. The uncertainty of Lao Wu's fate in enemy hands weighed heavily on everyone's minds. However, Chen Yang halted the eager group, noting that their understanding of the terrain remained muddled. A reckless advance could lead to greater losses, posing excessive risk. Hence, Chen Yang decided to leverage his hacking skills to clarify the landscape. His computer expertise, which he had not previously showcased to outsiders, astonished the rest of the squad, who marveled at his deft manipulation of technology. The members of the team, in truth, held little understanding of Chen Yang's computer expertise. They were merely captivated by the swift rhythm of his fingers dancing across the keyboard, which left them with an impression of his remarkable proficiency. This phenomenon exemplifies the adage that outsiders often marvel at the spectacle. Chen Yang ingeniously utilized a homemade super wireless network card to connect to the nearest military satellite, leveraging its formidable back-end processing power to swiftly infiltrate the internal network of the targeted building. Fortunately, the structure was equipped with internet access, and its internal network was likewise connected to the web. Had it lacked such connectivity, Chen Yang mused, the attempt to gather intelligence would have been rendered laughable. For a hacker can only operate effectively when others are online, employing advanced hacking techniques that were over a decade ahead of their time. Chen Yang meticulously surveyed every nook and cranny of the building. The multitude of surveillance cameras within the premises proved to be a significant asset, transforming them into Chen Yang's vigilant eyes, as he monitored the continuously shifting images on the computer screen. Even the most inexperienced members of the team could discern his remarkable skills. The clarity of the footage instilled a newfound confidence in the group regarding their mission, liberating them from the previous sense of aimless uncertainty. Moreover, Chen Yang successfully pinpointed the location where Old Wu and his companions were detained. Although the dim lighting rendered the interior conditions somewhat obscure, the fact that the 2 individuals were still able to move and converse provided considerable reassurance to the team. In light of these developments, Captain Bao Qi and his team undertook greater preparations for the mission, devising a comprehensive plan. Chen Yang insisted on accompanying them to facilitate the rescue of Old Wu and his associates. Chen Yang's combat prowess is widely acknowledged. Even the leader of Team Leopard, Captain Qi, is no match for him in a one-on-one confrontation. It would take at least 3 individuals to contend with Chen Yang effectively. However, this mission is fraught with peril, as the adversary is armed, and in significant numbers. The potential for loss of life is imminent. They are all professional soldiers, prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country at any moment. Yet Chen Yang is merely a university student with a promising future ahead of him. Any mishap could have dire consequences. Unable to resist Chen Yang's fervent entreaties, and recognizing that his presence could indeed be beneficial, especially given the team's current severe manpower shortage, Captain Qi ultimately consented to Chen Yang's request. However, He mandated that Chunyang remain in the vehicle, tasked solely with providing support, as entering the building would be far too hazardous for him. Suddenly, the alarm within the building blared to life, and Chunyang's first thought was that Captain Qi and the others had been discovered. As anticipated, Team Leopard stumbled upon the location of numerous crucial documents, and while searching a concealed compartment, they uncovered the files required for their mission. This triggered the building's alarm system, revealing their presence. Instantly, the entire building seemed to erupt into activity. The internal personnel, aware that the alarm signified an external intrusion, sprang into action. Before long, they located the infiltrators and engaged in several brief skirmishes. The sound of gunfire alerted the personnel within the building to the location of the few members of the team. They found themselves cornered in a small room filled with crucial documents, surrounded by adversaries. The individuals inside the building were somewhat hesitant, fearing the potential damage to the vital materials within the document room. They were mere pawns, incapable of shouldering such responsibility. Consequently, a tense standoff ensued between the 5 individuals inside and those outside the door. Chapter 28. The Chinese Dragon Team, Part 1, Outside. Chunyang anxiously utilized radio communication equipment to inquire about the situation within. The screen of his laptop displayed that Captain Bao Qi and his team were completely encircled. The situation dire indeed. Chunyang was momentarily inclined to recklessly charge in to rescue them, but was sternly dissuaded by Captain Bao Qi. Regaining his composure, Chunyang realized that merely rushing in would likely prove ineffective. Although he possessed a small handgun given to him by Captain Bao Qi for self-defense, his extensive knowledge of advanced modern weaponry through the Genius Learning System rendered him dismissive of it. To him, the craftsmanship of this handgun appeared rudimentary at best, and the notion of using this subpar device to extricate Captain Bao Qi and the others seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for a viable solution. At this moment, the dynamics of the building shifted dramatically. A blond foreign man, clad in a black suit, appeared before Captain Bao Qi and his team, entering the room alone without a hint of trepidation. He seemed utterly unfazed by the menacing barrels of their weapons aimed at him. With an expression of icy indifference, he regarded Captain Bao Qi and his companions, his eyes betraying a palpable disdain. Anyone would be perturbed when awakened from slumber in the dead of night, especially when disturbed by what he perceived as mere insignificant insects. Captain Bao Qi and his team were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The sudden intrusion of this man exerted an indescribable pressure upon them, leaving them feeling stifled. To their astonishment, their hands trembled involuntarily around their firearms, an eerie manifestation of their unease. The blond man then spoke, his Mandarin fluent and deliberate. "You little insects." Returning time and again. "It seems my previous lesson was insufficient. Are those 2 little bugs still alive? How unfortunate." In an instant, the members of the Special Forces comprehended that this was the very man responsible for the severe injuries sustained by Xiao Dao and Long Jun, deepening their collective sense of foreboding. The figure before them exuded an undeniable strength. Otherwise, their comrades would not have been so grievously harmed. Suddenly, without any warning, the blond man struck with astonishing speed. Before the rest of the Special Forces could react, Captain Bao Qi lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, his fate hanging in the balance. From the moment Chunyang witnessed the golden-haired man strike, he could no longer remain seated. How could he bear to watch as the esteemed members of the Special Forces were mercilessly slaughtered before his eyes? Earlier, while seated before his computer screen, the sight of this golden-haired individual had evoked a primal, beastly aura within him. Time was of the essence. Chunyang swiftly dispatched the minions obstructing his path. Strangely enough, the number of those hindering him had diminished significantly, no longer as numerous as before. However, upon reaching the room, he found all 5 members of the Special Forces sprawled upon the ground. It took him merely 5 minutes to arrive, yet he was still too late. The strength of this man was astonishing. 5 elite soldiers had fallen within less than 5 minutes. Yet, when Chunyang arrived, he did not see the formidable golden-haired man that had previously exuded such ferocity. Nevertheless, the fallen soldiers clearly indicated that this individual had indeed been present. Having incapacitated the 5 members of the Leopard Special Forces Team 7, Chunyang noticed a large hole in the ceiling, seemingly created only moments ago, with dust and small stones still cascading downwards. Cautiously, he examined the surroundings and found no other irregularities. He quickly assessed the injuries of the fallen soldiers. Discovering that their wounds were not particularly severe, they had merely lost consciousness from heavy blows, and fortunately, they had sustained little internal damage. Observing that the crowd was momentarily safe, Qinyang realized he was unable to carry the 5 unconscious individuals out alone. Therefore, he utilized a silver needle he always kept on him to stimulate their acupoints, facilitating their swift awakening. After leaving a note on the ground, his curiosity led him to ascend through the large hole in the ceiling. Moments later, members of the special forces began to awaken one by one. The newly revived individuals, initially a bit disoriented, quickly grasped the situation. However, they were all injured, hindering their mobility, and they were perplexed to find no one else present. The others in the room stared blankly at the rather daunting hole above, but Captain Bao Qi soon realized that the essential documents for this mission had vanished, alongside the note left by Qinyang, which urged immediate retreat. Now, everyone was in a precarious state, each bearing wounds, and had no choice but to abandon the mission. After a brief respite, they contemplated their exit. Though everyone was injured and mobility was compromised, they could still manage to move on their own. Thus, a few of them provided cover for one another, fortunate that the terrain was somewhat familiar, having traversed it before. Additionally, the defensive forces along the route had largely been neutralized by Qinyang. However, their communication devices had been damaged in the earlier chaos, leaving them unable to contact Qinyang and unaware of his current situation. Where could Qinyang possibly be? Following the various traces of battle leading to the large hole, Qinyang unexpectedly found himself on the rooftop of the building. He concealed himself in a secluded corner, as the situation on the rooftop was not entirely clear to him. Upon looking up, Qinyang was astonished by the scene before him. There were 2 figures moving swiftly across the rooftop. Had it not been for his enhanced physical abilities, it would have been impossible for an ordinary person to perceive their forms. One of the figures was a creature resembling a wolf, its body adorned with thick, golden fur, and its limbs robust, boasting sharp, elongated claws. Its movements were remarkably agile, reminiscent of the classic werewolf archetype seen in Hollywood films, a sight that Qinyang never expected to witness in reality. Opposing this wolf-like creature was a young man with a shaved head, clad entirely in black. His agility was equally impressive. It appeared that the two had been engaged in combat for some time. With Qinyang's extraordinary vision, he noted that both combatants bore signs of damage. Each swipe from the wolf-like creature seemed to carry an air of destruction, while the bald man displayed formidable skill, successfully fending off wave after wave of fierce attacks and even managing to gain a slight upper hand. Though he occasionally sustained a hit, he seemed unaffected, which led Qinyang, who was watching from his hidden vantage point, to marvel at the bald man's remarkable resilience. Was this truly a human being? Chapter 29. The Dragon Team of China, Part 2. The wolf-like creature relentlessly attacked, and under the brilliant moonlight, Qinyang observed that the bald man had transitioned from a defensive stance to a more aggressive approach. This shift seemed to overwhelm the wolf-like monster, which, after enduring several consecutive blows, shrieked in pain and began to retreat. Although this creature possessed formidable offensive capabilities, its defense appeared rather lacking, as it was soon left bloodied and battered. Nevertheless, the monster remained fierce, its onslaught undeterred. However, its speed diminished significantly after sustaining injuries, rendering its attacks ineffective against the bald man, who continued to strike with precision. Realizing it was no longer able to gain the upper hand, the wolf-like creature launched a final series of desperate attacks to force the bald man back, then unexpectedly leaped from the rooftop, vanishing into thin air. It is worth noting that this was the 25th floor, and Qinyang harbored doubts about whether the creature would survive the fall intact. The bald man, witnessing his opponent's escape, made no move to pursue, for it is not in the nature of a normal person to leap from such heights. Yet, one could hardly classify the bald man as a conventional individual. As Qinyang contemplated whether to quietly withdraw, recognizing that the bald man was also a figure shrouded in mystery, he noticed the bald man's gaze subtly shifting toward his corner after the wolf-like creature's departure, which made Qinyang hesitate even more. The bald man then spoke. "Kid, come out. I have known of your presence all along." Qinyang felt that he was being deceived, so he remained utterly unmoved, to the point where even his breathing seemed to cease. The bald man shook his head and, with a series of swift leaps, appeared before Qinyang. Before Qinyang could react, he was seized by this man and brought to a more open area on the rooftop. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Qinyang scrutinized the bald man and noticed several scars on his scalp. Just as he began to speculate about the man's identity, the bald man's voice interrupted his thoughts. Kid, you've got some nerve, huh? I saw you enjoying the show over there. Wasn't he Grandpa Luohan impressive? Qinyang replied. You are indeed formidable, but what does it matter where I'm from? I merely came to the rooftop out of boredom to enjoy the view. The bald man regarded Qinyang with amusement and remarked, Oh, look at you. Quite bold, aren't you? With that, he suddenly reached for Qinyang's waist. Despite Qinyang's extraordinary reflexes, the bald man was no ordinary opponent. Thus, Qinyang was a moment too slow, and the man managed to grasp the gun at his waist. The bald man looked at Qinyang with a hint of admiration and said, Well, you're quite agile. And you've got a gun too. Now, can we discuss which department you belong to? Let me be clear. As long as you're not a traitor, I harbor no ill will towards you. Qinyang regarded the words of the bald man with a measure of skepticism. However, with the small pistol now drawn, he knew he stood no chance in a confrontation. Despite having reached an advanced level in combat, as assessed by the Genius Learning System, he found himself utterly incomparable to this seemingly inhuman adversary. Observing that the man appeared to harbor no ill intentions, Qinyang resolved to be candid. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of others. Suspecting the man might be affiliated with the military, Qinyang spoke earnestly. Our team, the 7th Special Forces of the Cheetah Brigade, has been assigned a mission to procure a confidential document. I am merely a substitute team member, and the captain has not conveyed much information to me. My knowledge is limited, and as you are aware, the subsequent events unfolded as they did. The bald man's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. How are your teammates faring? Had I not arrived in time, they would have been in grave danger. This was a misjudgment on our part. We believed your team could execute this mission independently and had no inkling of the presence of such a formidable opponent. Had I not received the news and rushed over without delay, the outcome could have been dire. After a brief pause, he continued, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Han, a 22-year-old disciple of Shaolin, a B-level agent of the Chinese Dragon Group, and I am stationed here in Wuhan. Qinyang was merely taken aback by this outcome. After all, his intellect was currently exceptionally sharp. From the words of this bald man, no, he should be referred to as Luo Han. Qinyang had already deduced that this individual must belong to a certain category of personnel. He was somewhat astonished by the mention of the title Chinese Dragon Team. It was indeed remarkable that, in addition to werewolves, there existed a group known as the strongest guardian of China, the Chinese Dragon Team. Qinyang had initially thought that his reincarnation to 13 years ago was a fantastical occurrence. Yet now he found himself not only encountering werewolves, but also hearing about the Chinese Dragon Team. Although Qinyang possessed the mentality of a 30-year-old, the sudden appearance of an agent from the legendary and most mysterious espionage organization in China transformed him into a curious child, bombarding Luo Han with a flurry of questions. This unexpected enthusiasm from Qinyang left Luo Han feeling somewhat disconcerted. It was hardly the demeanor one would expect from a Special Forces operative, as they were typically known for their decisiveness. Instead, this fellow resembled a starry-eyed fan. Nonetheless, the flattery from Qinyang caused Luo Han to feel rather elated. As a B-level agent, he usually found himself in a subordinate role within the Chinese Dragon Team, with only a few recently joined newcomers ranking slightly below him. Some prodigious newcomers even ascended to A-level agents immediately upon joining. Now, with such an admirer extolling his virtues, Luo Han couldn't help but feel inclined to amplify his own significance. The monk, Rahana, readily divulged some secrets of the Chinese Dragon Group to Qinyang. Though they were trivial tidbits of information, knowledge accessible to anyone within the special factions. However, Qinyang was utterly uninformed about the military sphere, lacking any background, and thus listened with rapt attention. Rahana, a young monk, found a rare kindred spirit in Qinyang, and the two engaged in conversation atop the rooftop for over an hour, enjoying a remarkably harmonious exchange, almost as if they were about to perform a blood oath. Qinyang gleaned some fundamental insights into the Chinese Dragon Group, which is divided into 3 principal factions. The first category encompasses ancient martial arts, represented by individuals like Rahana, who hail from traditional Chinese martial arts sects and families, with the most formidable among them being the Kunlun sect. The second category consists of those with supernatural abilities, skilled in harnessing the forces of nature for their own purposes. The extent of their powers varies significantly, often awakened through the bloodline. Though mutations can occur, such as the offspring of two ordinary individuals potentially manifesting extraordinary abilities. It remains a realm of the astonishing. The third category comprises the most formidable members of the dragon group, who refer to themselves as chi refiners. This term is said to have descended from ancient traditions, enabling them to wield an array of powerful artifacts and perform seemingly unfathomable spells. Remarkably, the most exceptional among them can even soar through the air without reliance on external aids. They are generally reclusive, often engaged in seclusion. Yet it is rumored that even the weakest among them possesses the capability to move mountains and part seas, marking them as the trump card of the Chinese dragon group. The young monk, known as Luohan, had merely heard from his fellow disciples that Chunyang appeared quite agreeable, prompting him to share a few topics of interest to Chunyang. As Chunyang lingered on the rooftop for a brief moment, he realized that his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. How did these extraordinary powers originate? Despite being a prodigy nurtured within a gifted learning system, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of such formidable forces. If he were to encounter these non-human entities again, how would he respond? With a head full of questions, Chunyang quietly departed from the building, effortlessly evading the ordinary adversaries like a mere exercise. At this hour, before dawn, he strolled aimlessly beneath the vast expanse of stars. Lost in thought, Captain Baoqi and his team had long since left, now a group of wounded individuals. Their presence here served little purpose. The captain and his comrades had sustained only minor injuries, easily tended to by Lao Yu, allowing Chunyang to reunite with them the following day, as some matters were best discussed face to face. However, it was now past 4 in the morning, and venturing anywhere seemed ill-timed. Left with no other option, Chunyang waited for an extended period before finally hailing a taxi to a secluded inn. On this mission, he had brought no identification, so he had no choice but to make do with the unremarkable accommodations of this obscure establishment. Chapter 30. The Reappearance of the System Spirit. Xiaoyu reclining casually on the bed in a modest inn, Chunyang found himself in a state of perplexity. By all accounts, his genius learning system was already extraordinary, capable of imparting knowledge on virtually any subject, as the system spirit Xiaoyu had informed him upon its inception. However, he now found himself confronted with the formidable realm of traditional Chinese martial arts, as well as the enigmatic world of Western lycanthropes. Could these be encompassed within the genius system as well? Moreover, in Chunyang's estimation, the Western sphere likely harbored even more potent entities, such as sorcerers and paladins. After all, within China's dragon team, there existed a cadre of celestial beings. If the other nations were relatively feeble, there would be no necessity to unveil such a level of combat prowess. It was evident that other countries must possess their own clandestine powers. These formidable individuals were likely intended to serve as deterrents for their respective nations. With so many formidable forces in existence, could he truly access them? Was it feasible to acquire such knowledge through the genius learning system? Chunyang pondered the inadequacy of his so-called advanced combat skills, which, when confronted with a martial arts master of the Arhut caliber, rendered him no more formidable than a toddler facing an adult. Reflecting on these thoughts, Chunyang felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Why did such an abundance of supernatural forces exist in the world? Even if he were to mature within the confines of his advanced system, what significance would it ultimately hold? At best, he could only be considered a standout among ordinary individuals, utterly incomparable to these non-human entities. Deep in thought, Chunyang suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. After witnessing supernatural forces firsthand, he perceived his own abilities as insignificantly small. The image of the battle between the Arhut and the werewolf lingered in his mind, igniting within him an intense yearning. I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger. With a complex mix of emotions, Chunyang entered the genius learning system, a habitual act for him. Upon entering the system, he was greeted by the long-missed system sprite, Xiaoyu, who seemed to have become even more beautiful, radiating an aura akin to that of a goddess. Chunyang, filled with delight, rushed towards Xiaoyu. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu smiled and greeted him warmly. Dear, it's been so long. This left Chunyang feeling quite flustered, nearly causing him to stumble. Although Xiaoyu's greeting was exceedingly personable, the Taba-like salutation made him feel quite out of place. Xiaoyu spoke at length, and upon hearing her words, Chunyang felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, his genius learning system remained extraordinarily powerful. To his surprise, there were numerous levels beyond the advanced tier, reigniting his confidence and enthusiasm for the system. As for Xiaoyu's mention of what needed to be comprehended, Qinyang found himself momentarily bewildered and chose to elegantly disregard it for the time being. In a state of joyous contentment, Qinyang found himself disinclined to linger within the confines of the genius learning system. Filled with excitement, he promptly exited the system, reclining on his bed with a foolish grin, lost in reverie about the extraordinary existence he would embrace upon reaching this saintly level. As he drifted into slumber, he was oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until midday that he was roused from his dreams by the persistent ringing of his phone. It was Captain Bao Qi inquiring about his whereabouts. After stepping out of his room and consulting with the innkeeper, Qinyang informed the captain of his location. The captain mentioned they would arrive in approximately 30 minutes to collect him. Upon hanging up, a sudden growl emanated from Qinyang's stomach, reminding him that he had not eaten in quite some time. After toiling through most of the night, he realized he had consumed nothing. With urgency, he requested the innkeeper to prepare a bowl of noodles. She readily agreed and swiftly served him the dish, charging 20 yuan. Driven by hunger, Qinyang reluctantly acquiesced. It is worth noting the inn's exorbitant pricing. For instance, the bowl of noodles contained little more than a solitary fried egg, with the rest being the most basic kind of noodles, typically sold for merely 1 yuan per large package. The quantity in this bowl could easily be derived from a single package, which could yield at least 5 bowls. Moreover, the overnight fee was a staggering 100 yuan per night, a bold demand indeed. The room could be described as exceedingly rudimentary, furnished with a dilapidated television and a singular, exceedingly blurry screen. Furthermore, there was a bed adorned with the cheapest of straw mats, and even hot water had to be fetched from downstairs in a thermos. Only Qinyang would acquiesce to such conditions, but what choice did he have? After more than half an hour, the captain and his team finally located this modest inn, during which Qinyang received 2 phone calls to guide them, relayed directly by the innkeeper's wife. As Qinyang departed, she warmly bid him farewell, saying, "Do visit again." After all, who could resist Qinyang's affable nature? Upon arriving at the derelict underground warehouse with the others, he meticulously examined the lightly injured individuals and administered another injection to the 2 gravely injured, who remained unconscious. Their conditions had significantly improved, yet their ability to consume food remained precarious, limited to very thin rice porridge, essentially rice water, which the captain and his team helped to feed them. After a casual meal of dry rations that evening, everyone retired for the night. Life as a Special Forces soldier is undeniably arduous. Despite having the most sophisticated equipment within the military, the missions they undertake are fraught with peril. Had it not been for the formidable intervention of the Chinese Dragon Group's agent, the young monk Luo Han, their fate would have likely been dire. However, Qinyang found it curious that with the emergence of werewolves, the Japanese had not deployed their most formidable force, the ninjas. After learning about the clandestine forces of various countries from Luo Han, Qinyang gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation surrounding these factions. Deep within his heart, he found himself quite intrigued by the Japanese ninjas, particularly their ability to vanish in an instant, which he found fascinating. Lying on the cool mat, Qinyang quietly accessed the genius learning system. This time, Xiaoyu did not go missing. It seemed she had been waiting for him all along. Upon his arrival, Xiaoyu eagerly greeted him, saying, "Why did you come in so late? You left before I had finished speaking earlier. There is a system task that requires your attention now, and the reward for its completion is a set of ancient Chinese martial arts training methods. This ancient martial art will aid you in comprehending every skill you pursue in the future, as you have already encountered supernatural powers. Hence, the system has specifically prepared this for you. However, it cannot be granted to you immediately. You must first complete a series of system tasks to attain it. The tasks are as follows. Qinyang must achieve a world championship title in a particular field, perform 1,000 acts of kindness, and reach an advanced level in each of the 9 categories previously provided by the system. Only then will he receive the ancient martial arts training methods and a designated skill upgrade, meaning the system will once again utilize its powerful enlightenment feature to directly enhance his abilities. Qinyang had been listening attentively, and upon hearing of such generous rewards, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, these rewards were essential for the upcoming system upgrade, particularly a powerful ancient martial arts training method. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of this martial art, it was expected to significantly enhance his self-defense capabilities. Eagerly, Qinyang reviewed his current advanced skills and discovered that he had only yet to engage with the realm of finance. All other skills could be elevated to an advanced level with relative ease. This realization instilled in him the confidence that he could swiftly accomplish the task at hand. Among the system's objectives, performing 1,000 good deeds appeared to be the simplest, although the time required to complete such a multitude of benevolent acts would undoubtedly be substantial. Upon arriving at the base, Qinyang administered acupuncture to the two critically injured individuals once more. To everyone's astonishment, they awoke almost immediately, albeit still somewhat weakened, which brought great joy to the onlookers. Following Qinyang's treatment, they would only require supplementary medications for their recovery, eliminating the need for further acupuncture. Qinyang also took the time to pulse-check the others, discussing each individual's treatment plan with the elder Yu, who diligently noted down every detail. After completing these tasks, Qinyang bid farewell to everyone. In Chapter 31, Qinyang sat by his bedside, reflecting on the system task he had received. He pondered how he should approach the completion of this mission, particularly in selecting a domain in which to attain a world-renowned title. Embarking on the noble quest of accomplishing 1,000 good deeds, one might ponder where to commence this rather lengthy endeavor. Comparatively speaking, it seems that attaining advanced skills across various disciplines is the simplest route. However, achieving the title of world champion appears to pose a significant challenge. Contemplating the possibility of taking a shortcut, Qinyang turned on his computer, contemplating a breakthrough through the game StarCraft. It was now late November, a time when the annual WCG competition typically commenced. With this in mind, Qinyang navigated to the official website, intending to register. To his dismay, he discovered that the registration deadline had already passed 2 days prior, on the very day that the Special Forces team was dispatched for their mission. This oversight was a result of Qinyang's lack of attention to the WCG competition. After all, he had merely wished for the opportunity to engage with the contemporary elite. And at that moment, there had been no pressing missions to attend to. The inability to register left Qinyang quite distressed. In a state of ennui, he ventured into the battle net, which was rather desolate during this period. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he entered the channel number for the Chinese national team, only to be met with the notification that the room no longer existed. Initially, he had contemplated reaching out to the national team for assistance, but alas, he found himself unable to locate anyone, not even the elusive Hongs, who was offline. With only a single friend available to him, Qinyang resorted to leaving a message, requesting that his friend call him upon going online, and he provided his phone number, resigning himself to waiting. In his boredom, an intriguing thought struck Qinyang. If he were to defeat this year's WCG champion, would the system acknowledge him as the world's #1? Upon a sudden impulse, Qinyang swiftly accessed the Korean server. If his estimations were correct, this year's WCG StarCraft champion would likely be a Korean, given their significant advantage last year. Thus, all he needed to do was to conquer every member of the Korean national team. In Qinyang's perspective, although the Chinese national team's players had made considerable strides in terms of speed and skill, they still lagged behind the elite StarCraft players from Korea. After all, the esports scene in China had only recently begun to take shape, and the fervor for gaming in the domestic arena paled in comparison to that of Korea. Upon entering the Korean BattleNet, Qinyang was pleasantly surprised to discover that Rednata, with whom he had a brief conversation previously, was online. He promptly greeted him, employing impeccable Korean. Through their exchange, he learned that Rednata was still a substitute this year and would not be participating in the WCG. Furthermore, Rednata informed Qinyang that once the registration deadline had passed, there was no opportunity for late enrollment, which left Qinyang feeling disheartened. At this juncture, there was little more he could do. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait a considerable time for the next. Initially, Rednata had wished to play a few matches with Qinyang, as the insights Qinyang had provided previously had greatly improved his game. In reality, Qinyang had merely shared tactical insights that Rednata would encounter later on. However, Qinyang claimed to have some unfinished business to attend to and suggested they play later in the evening. To ensure his preparation, Qinyang decided to take a brief rest, intending to practice his hand speed within the system. He opted for an intriguing method, learning the art of gambling. Indeed, the art of gambling has always been a pursuit that Qinyang wished to master. However, he believed that other legitimate professions held greater promise. After all, gambling is not a righteous path. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent for Qinyang to avoid it throughout his life. Nevertheless, the training methods within gambling, particularly those enhancing hand speed, are arguably the most expedient means of mastery. Qinyang's physical prowess is indeed remarkable. His hand speed surpasses that of the legendary gambler Gao Jin at his zenith by a significant margin, thus earning him an advanced rating in this domain. This left Qin Yang in a state of bemusement. He had entered to refine his hand speed, yet the system had bestowed upon him an advanced classification. This indicates that further improvement in his hand speed may be exceedingly challenging, at least within the realm of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, this advanced rating has considerably bolstered Qin Yang's confidence, suggesting that his hand speed has reached the pinnacle achievable by an average person. Given that time remains ample, Qin Yang decided to assess all aspects of his reaction speed. He discovered that his visual acuity, auditory perception, reflexes, and memory were all rated as advanced. This implies that should Qin Yang participate in the World Gambling Championship at this moment, he would undoubtedly secure the title of world champion. Instantly, Qin Yang conceived a viable strategy to claim the title, to challenge the reigning world champion directly. By defeating him, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of the gambling world, a prospect that appears remarkably feasible without resorting to any systemic loopholes. Qin Yang swiftly leveraged his hacking skills to infiltrate the official website of the World Gambling Association, a portal not accessible to the general public, reserved exclusively for select individuals. Fortunately, Qin Yang's technical prowess enabled him to breach this specialized site. With a sigh, he exited the genius learning system. It was nearly 5 o'clock, time for dinner. After casually attending to a few minor tasks, he settled down to await Su Yan's conclusion of her classes. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Indeed, the sweet feelings often blossom between lovers, even in the throes of romance. Thus, their dinner was a delightful affair filled with engaging conversation, as if they had an endless supply of sweetness to share. In Chapter 32, titled Psy is Korean, two spectators promptly arranged their chairs, positioning themselves on either side of Qin Yang, eager to witness the event firsthand. After exchanging a few words with the StarCraft players from Korea, Qin Yang transitioned into the main event of the evening. He faced off against Slayer's Boxer, a formidable micromanagement expert. Qin Yang, cautious of underestimating his opponent, decided to employ the ZRG race for a more reliable strategy. The first match emphasized stability, especially with numerous spectators and 6 judges present, creating a heated competition among the Korean participants, a fact unbeknownst to Qin Yang and his team. Unfortunately, Qin Yang's luck was not in his favor. He found himself aligned directly across from Slayer's Boxer, with his spawning location at, while Slayer's Boxer occupied the 9 o'clock position, marking the greatest possible distance between the two. Slayer's Boxer exhibited a slight enhancement in his operations. For elite players, even a modest improvement can significantly elevate their overall prowess. Coupled with the fact that Qin Yang's small dogs arrived at his base a few seconds later this time, Slayer's Boxer adeptly thwarted Qin Yang's canine rush with his workers, successfully preserving his barracks. This left Qin Yang somewhat astonished. After all, he was indeed the emperor of the Terran race. Nevertheless, Qin Yang managed to disrupt Slayer's Boxer's economy considerably with his dogs. In the realm of StarCraft, economic strength remains the paramount concern, prompting Qin Yang to consider a strategy akin to his previous encounter, aiming to overwhelm him through economic superiority. Qin Yang employed a remarkable tactic known as the naked expansion, a renowned stratagem of the illustrious European player NTT, which is particularly well suited for Zerg players. As he deftly maneuvered his small dogs with great speed, he simultaneously established 3 additional expansions. By the time all of Qin Yang's dogs perished, his 4 bases were operating with remarkable stability. The resources from these 4 expansions allowed Qin Yang to amass funds at an impressive rate, while Slayer's Boxer, continuously harassed economically, found it exceedingly challenging to venture out due to his low technological advancement. The Terran units were simply too fragile, necessitating several minutes of dedicated development. However, he still sent out workers to scout the surroundings. Upon discovering a secondary mine in the wilderness, Slayer's Boxer immediately dispatched a battalion of minions to exert his offensive might. However, Qin Yang paid no heed to the mine. During Slayer's Boxer's development phase, Qin Yang had already delved into aerial transport. Consequently, he promptly seized control of 2 island mines at the corners, while Slayer's Boxer methodically secured the nearest secondary mine to his base. Although Slayer's Boxer's initial squad had successfully eliminated Qin Yang's wild mine, he instinctively sensed that Qin Yang possessed greater resources, which instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. Aware that once Qin Yang initiated an assault, a veritable tide of troops would ensue. Slayer's Boxer fervently produced riflemen, an economical choice that could be healed by the Terran medic, supplemented by stimulants to enhance both attack power and speed, rendering them the optimal combination in the TVZ matchup. Moreover, Slayer's Boxer continued to dispatch a squad to dismantle Chen Yang's exposed mine. Yet, it was not long before Chen Yang launched a full-scale offensive, finally liberating Slayer's Boxer from his mounting anxiety. At this juncture, Chen Yang boasted 7 operational mines, while Slayer's Boxer was limited to a mere 2, rendering any tactical maneuvers virtually inconsequential. Although Slayer's Boxer's infantry had amassed into a considerable force, Chen Yang unleashed a formidable swarm of mutalisks, which proved exceedingly effective against the multitude of riflemen. The sight was truly overwhelming as a dense mass of mutalisks surged forth. Aside from the miners, all other individuals under Chen Yang's command had transitioned to using the flying dragons, enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities to level 2. Consequently, Slayer's Boxer found himself utterly powerless, a situation that resonated profoundly with the observing Zerg players, particularly NC Yellow. Upon witnessing Chen Yang's comprehensive strategy, he appeared contemplative, as if he had uncovered a method to defeat Slayer's Boxer amidst the fierce competition within South Korea. The onlookers, the boss and the fourth, also found the control of smaller units in this game to be quite captivating. Chen Yang's dexterous maneuvers on the keyboard, reminiscent of an ethereal hand, left them slightly dizzy. The final assault, characterized by a relentless wave of flying dragons, was both violent and sanguinary, appealing to the latent aggressive instincts within men, thus ensnaring their interest in the game. After concluding this match, Chen Yang and Slayer's Boxer prepared for a second encounter. This time, Chen Yang resolved to forego the Zerg, realizing that relying solely on speed to dominate Slayer's Boxer would deprive him of valuable tactical experience. To ensure his opponent's defeat was both convincing and honorable, Chen Yang opted for the Protoss, which, in the 1.05 version of StarCraft, was arguably the weakest race, though much depended on the skill of the player. Chen Yang commenced this match with a rather conventional PvT opening, promptly deploying Dragon Knights. At this juncture, no player had yet devised a fully mechanized strategy, prompting Slayer's Boxer to initially produce a multitude of infantry before gradually transitioning to tanks. Throughout this phase, Chen Yang adeptly utilized his Dragon Knights to draw fire from Slayer's Boxer, subtly gaining the upper hand, for his Dragon Knight maneuvers were remarkably sharp. In addition to the frontal confrontation, Chen Yang surreptitiously constructed a dropship, loading it with a formidable weapon colloquially known as the Golden Beetle alongside a Dragon Knight. He strategically positioned it near Slayer's Boxer's mining base, executing flamboyant maneuvers with the Golden Beetle in and out of the dropship, much to the dismay of Slayer's Boxer's workers, who were decimated by several explosive rounds. This tactic was unprecedented in the current StarCraft community, leaving Slayer's Boxer utterly unprepared and at a loss for countermeasures. Consequently, he tragically succumbed to Chen Yang once more. Nevertheless, Slayer's Boxer remained in high spirits, having witnessed yet another innovative strategy, confirming that the prowess of the esteemed player, Sai, is indeed unfathomable. Next, Chen Yang is set to compete against NC Yellow. Having already demonstrated his prowess in the previous 2 matches, Chen Yang boldly opted for the random mode, selecting a random race. However, neither the spectators nor the players present perceive this as arrogance. After all, Chen Yang's skill is widely acknowledged, especially after his dazzling victory over Slayer's Boxer. Having observed Chen Yang's performance in the earlier matches, NC Yellow felt confident and, while still employing a standard dual base opening, seemed to exhibit a significant improvement in operational speed, a clear indication of an enhanced state of play. In this match, Chen Yang randomly chose Terran. He adopted a rather cunning strategy reminiscent of the classic Red Nada tank formation, while NC Yellow focused on expanding his economy and building ground units, predominantly a combination of Zerglings and Banlings. Once the tanks were deployed on the battlefield, they became the most formidable ground units in StarCraft, boasting the longest range in siege mode and delivering splash damage across a wide area. Thus, despite NC Yellow's notable improvements in execution, he was utterly outmatched by Chen Yang's tanks, whose precision and tactics were markedly superior. The all-tank strategy proved to be a veritable nightmare for ground forces, a tactic rarely seen before. And it enthralled the audience with its sheer brutality as Chen Yang relentlessly pushed down NC Yellow's Zerg base with his tanks. The second match of NC Yellow appears to have awakened significantly. However, His performance seems to have returned to a more ordinary state, devoid of any extraordinary display. Consequently, when faced with the Zerg army summoned by Qin Yang, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever, akin to a novice player who was swiftly defeated. Confidence in gaming is indeed paramount. In Cielo's mind, Qin Yang has morphed into an insurmountable nightmare. Just moments ago, in a state of exceptional prowess, Cielo felt capable of vanquishing Slayer's Boxer without difficulty. This recent defeat has profoundly impacted him, likely instilling a psychological shadow that will linger throughout his life whenever he encounters Qin Yang. Even in his heightened condition, Cielo was dispatched by Qin Yang in a manner reminiscent of a seasoned player effortlessly overpowering a novice. Such a reality leaves Cielo in dismay. Unable to devise a strategy, Qin Yang does not impose his will, choosing instead to take each step as it comes. Thus, he continues to pursue his grand dream, delving into the realms of literature and linguistics, specifically focusing on the shared aspects of Chinese literature and the Chinese language itself. Mastery of the latter, to a high level, should suffice as a benchmark of success. It must be said that the Chinese language is exceedingly challenging. Even someone like Qin Yang, a native Chinese with a psychological age of 30 years and having undergone a genius learning system, has only attained an intermediate assessment level. Hence, it is evident that reaching the advanced level set by linguistic scholars of the Chinese language is a formidable task. It is likely that even the few contemporary literary giants could not achieve such an esteemed assessment. According to Qin Yang's understanding, one must delve deeply into classical Chinese to reach the advanced level, which necessitates an integration of various aspects of ancient Chinese history. In the following days, Qin Yang attended classes, yet during this time, he often resorted to resting his head on his desk and dozing off after roll call, feeling secure in the back corner of the classroom. Moreover, even if the teacher noticed, he would not be reprimanded. Eager to enhance his knowledge of classical Chinese within the genius learning system, Qin Yang was quite diligent, opting to tackle the simplest tasks first to build a solid foundation. On a Sunday, while strolling with Su Yan, an idea struck him. The system's directive to perform good deeds did not stipulate the nature of these acts. Thus, Qin Yang resolved to give 1 yuan to each beggar they encountered on the street, deeming this a charitable endeavor. Throughout their walk, he offered money to beggars and even exchanged for coins, which led Su Yan to perceive her boyfriend as the most compassionate person in the world, causing her to abandon her initial desire to purchase several garments. The couple even visited the Chinese Red Cross to donate blood, each contributing 100 yuan. At this time, the Chinese Red Cross had yet to witness the emergence of individuals like Guamimi, whose actions were glaringly foolish. The financial records were relatively transparent, devoid of any underlying corruption, and the public maintained a robust supervisory role, largely due to the integrity of the leadership at that period. While strolling and dining, Qin Yang discreetly sought a secluded spot in the restroom, specifically a solitary stall, to check the progress of his tasks within the system. It would be rather unfortunate to faint in a public restroom, so he reasoned that if he were to lose consciousness, it would be best to do so in privacy. Eager to ascertain his task progress, Qin Yang disregarded the impropriety of lying down in the restroom stall and resolutely leaned against the corner, succumbing to unconsciousness. Indeed, upon reviewing the system's task progress, he discovered a commendable tally of 25 good deeds. Today, Qin Yang distinctly recalled giving money to 23 beggars, along with his blood donation to the Red Cross and a contribution of 100 yuan, which perfectly summed to 25. Elated by this gratifying outcome, Qin Yang quickly regained consciousness. Fortunately, he had prudently placed an ample amount of toilet paper beneath him, a rather wasteful act, ensuring that he emerged with minimal soiling. However, Qin Yang found himself in a state of bliss today, entirely unaware of the fervent discussions taking place online regarding him. This discourse arose between the Chinese national team, who had just completed the WCG competition, and their South Korean counterparts. Qin Yang had previously offered invaluable guidance to the Chinese players, resulting in a remarkable elevation in their performance. Consequently, they advanced to the finals of the team competition, facing none other than the South Korean team. In a fierce 5v5 showdown, they narrowly lost by a score of 2-3. This led to a lamentation from Hongs, who expressed that had the Chinese team included CY, they undoubtedly would have triumphed over the South Koreans and claimed the championship. This statement incited considerable discontent among the South Korean players, as they perceived CY as one of their own. To them, who could possibly excel at StarCraft beyond a distinguished Korean? It is worth noting that the esteemed CY had previously vanquished the champions of the singles competition, Slayers Boxer and NC. Thus, it was argued that CY belonged to Korea, as did their prowess in the gaming arena. It should be noted that this event transpired in 2006. But for the sake of narrative continuity, it has been advanced in time. I hope the esteemed readers can understand. Chapter 33, What a Coincidence. Today, while browsing the internet, Laosi stumbled upon a fervent comment on a prominent portal regarding the game StarCraft. In the recent WCG StarCraft team tournament, China faced a narrow defeat against South Korea with a score of 2-3, leaving many StarCraft enthusiasts lamenting the outcome. Consequently, the Chinese players proclaimed that if Tsai had participated in this competition, victory would have been assured. Having witnessed the match between Chunyang and those South Korean players firsthand a few days prior, Laosi firmly believed this to be true. It was evident that Chunyang's skill surpassed that of the South Korean competitors. Laosi was acutely aware that this so-called Tsai referred to their dormitory's own Chunyang, and he was incensed by the audacity of those shameless South Koreans who claimed Tsai as their own. It is important to note that college students are well-informed, swiftly acquiring first-hand knowledge of emerging matters. Earlier this year, when South Korea applied to rename traditional Chinese medicine as Korean medicine and sought to claim it as their intellectual property, it had already incited considerable outrage among Chinese students. Now, the online exchanges between Chinese and South Koreans have escalated the debate, with many uninformed Chinese individuals joining the fray simply out of disdain for the South Koreans. Both national teams presented video evidence of Chunyang's encounters with them. Due to the limitations of current computer servers, they were unable to retrieve the chat logs from their battles as supporting evidence. Thus, the only available proof consisted of those recorded matches. However, even if there were chat records, what would they truly demonstrate? In the afternoon, enthusiasts of StarCraft at the university gathered in a large screening room to watch the battle footage of Chunyang against those skilled players. As devoted fans of this game, they held a profound admiration for the master known as CY, particularly captivated by his remarkable maneuvers. It was astonishing how he could dominate such skilled opponents using merely 6 Zerglings, decisively defeating the champions of this year's singles competition, Slayers Boxer and NC. His prowess was indeed formidable. Chunyang's dormitory companions joined in this lively atmosphere, as they had no clear insights into the ongoing debate, opting instead to enjoy the recorded matches together. In truth, the youngest among them wished to share with others that CY and they resided in the same dormitory, undeniably Chinese. Yet he was restrained by the composed leader, Zhu Xiangfen. After several months of cohabitation, it became apparent to everyone that Chunyang did not relish the spotlight, as evidenced by his earnest efforts to evade the gaze of attention. Thus, they could only divulge this information after obtaining Chunyang's consent. Now, they could only collectively view these classic battles, most of which were unfamiliar to them. Chunyang, unable to resist the group's insistence, promptly opened his computer and logged into a newly created account on the website. This time, it was impossible for him to register as CY, given the plethora of existing members on the site, rendering the probability of such an occurrence virtually non-existent. Consequently, Chunyang settled for a random ID and, upon entering the thread, commented that he was indeed CY, affirming that CY was unequivocally Chinese. However, after posting, he realized it was utterly futile, as numerous similar threads had emerged that day from both China and Korea. Initially, some showed interest in inquiring further, but soon, it became impossible to substantiate anything. This outcome left Chunyang in a state of bemusement, proving his identity as CY seemed unattainable. Would he need to arrange yet another public competition to engage in an epic confrontation with these individuals once more? The brothers beside him also perceived that this proof issue indeed posed considerable difficulty. They had not contemplated it extensively before. They simply understood that CY referred to Chunyang, and as long as he personally acknowledged this fact, it would suffice. Who could have anticipated the situation would devolve into this? Chunyang placed a call to Hongs to inquire about the latest developments in the debate. They seemed to have no viable solutions, indicating that unless Chunyang was willing to publicly appear and contest again, proving that CY was indeed Chinese, there were no other feasible alternatives. This dilemma was undeniably perplexing. Chunyang was not inclined to seek fame at this juncture, particularly when he lacked the means for self-preservation. After concluding the call, Chunyang shrugged helplessly at the crowd, conveying that he had exhausted all avenues. He decided to let the disputing parties continue their commotion. It was likely that after a while, they would tire of it. The group expressed their exasperation at the shamelessness of the Koreans before dispersing to their respective activities. Some began playing StarCraft, seemingly finding solace in demolishing their opponents' bases, while others, the diligent ones, commenced their studies. Chunyang paid little mind to their distractions and opted to sleep instead, for time was of the essence. It was far more practical to obtain the legendary ancient martial arts cultivation method sooner rather than later. Upon entering the system, Chunyang realized that he had not yet completed the title of world champion, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It appeared he would indeed have to secure a world title through his own efforts. Was it truly necessary to challenge the gambling god, Gao Jin, to a match? It is indeed no simple feat, despite the fact that even the world champions of StarCraft acknowledge their inability to surpass Chunyang. This acknowledgement stands as the first undeniable truth. However, the world ranking system does not recognize such a claim. Thus, it is imperative for Chunyang to personally secure the title of world champion in a competition for it to hold any weight, in an effort to avoid premature fame. It seems that Chunyang has only the option of wagering against Gao Jin. After immersing himself in the profound teachings of the genius learning system throughout the night, Chunyang awoke early the next morning, adhering to his routine of jogging. He was joined by Su Yan, and it must be noted that Chunyang's steadfast commitment to this morning exercise habit has been remarkably resilient. For several months, he has braved all weather conditions without faltering, which is truly commendable. Moreover, after his morning run and breakfast, Chunyang often receives a sweet kiss from a lovely lady in a secluded corner, making life exceedingly delightful. What more could one desire? Upon arriving at his dormitory and accessing the genius learning system, Chunyang discovered that his progress in performing good deeds was a mere 26. This realization left him feeling rather disheartened, as it appears that the efficacy of similar good deeds diminishes with repetition. Today, the only addition to his tally was assisting an elderly lady across the street. Indeed, if completing 1,000 good deeds were as simple as this, it would reduce the task to mere monetary expenditure of $1,000. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Chunyang resolved to seek alternative methods to fulfill this system task. After pondering for some time, he contemplated organizing a free medical consultation, which would not only contribute to his good deeds, but also enhance his clinical experience. This, in turn, would bolster his confidence in treating his father's ailment in the future. Driven by his characteristic promptness, Chunyang skipped lunch and decided to forego his afternoon classes to dedicate himself to the free medical consultation event. He summoned a small tricycle to transport essential tools, such as tables and chairs, while he brought along silver needles, eagerly seeking a suitable location for his charitable endeavor. After searching several bustling areas, he was informed by the locals that such activities were prohibited there. Consequently, Chunyang reluctantly set up his consultation in front of a large pharmacy, an opportunity he had secured after much pleading. Although many patrons visited the pharmacy for medication, not a single individual sought Chunyang's services during the past hour. This was hardly surprising, as his approach clearly indicated a traditional Chinese medicine practice. His setup lacked any sophisticated equipment, featuring only a pulse pillow for diagnostics and a set of gleaming silver needles under the sunlight. In China, there exists a prevailing notion that the skill of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is directly proportional to their age. People generally associate this ancient practice with elderly individuals, distinguished by gray hair and beards. In stark contrast, Chunyang, a young man in his 20s, was perceived as a charlatan, likely an accomplice of some pharmaceutical company, ready to diagnose severe ailments merely to promote their products. The public, astute and discerning, quickly deduced his intentions upon observing his setup. After a long wait, Chunyang finally realized how naive he had been. After pondering for a moment, he comprehended this truth, for his cognitive development was quite advanced, coupled with a psychological age of 30. Thus, he quickly understood why his free medical consultation had attracted no attention. Without haste, Chunyang strolled to a nearby pastry shop to purchase some food, having previously endured hunger. In the midst of his fervent enthusiasm, he had not felt the pangs of appetite, but now, with a calm demeanor, he recognized his genuine hunger. As he ate, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that he invited acquaintances to join him. It would have been quite embarrassing for them to witness his current predicament. He soon finished his meal and continued to wait in boredom, believing that one should see tasks through to completion. It would be unacceptable to leave in such a dejected manner. The warm sun even lulled him into a slight drowsiness, and with nothing to occupy his time, He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 34. The mysterious jade pendant. Upon recognizing the elderly gentleman, Qinyang promptly stood up and exclaimed, "Grandpa Chen, what brings you here?" The old man gestured towards the pharmacy and chuckled. "I came here today to seek the ancient acupuncturist. I just finished my appointment. As soon as I stepped out, I spotted you here. My old memory serves me well. I recognized you immediately. I recall giving you my number and asking you to call me when you arrived in Wuhan, yet it seems you never did." The ancient physician, as referred to by old Chen, is the resident doctor at this pharmacy, renowned for his exceptional acupuncture skills and esteemed within the field. It is said that this venerable healer once held the position of director at the traditional Chinese medicine department of Tongji Hospital, showcasing profound expertise in the discipline. Now retired, he casually occupies his time at this prominent pharmacy, where patients must schedule appointments in advance. This is not due to any arrogance on his part, but rather a reflection of his age, over 70, resulting in limited stamina and consequently a reduced patient load. A bit bashful, Qinyang scratched the back of his head and inquired, "What was the outcome of your last hospital examination? I trust there are no significant issues, as you appear to be in remarkably good spirits." Given that no one was seeking Chen Yang's medical attention at the moment, he boldly proposed to old Chen, "Allow me to check your pulse and assess your current health." The elderly gentleman readily consented. Chen Yang meticulously examined old Chen's pulse, occasionally furrowing and then relaxing his brow, softly murmuring incantations. Unbeknownst to them, a small crowd had gathered. For in China, the allure of spectacle never wanes. After concluding his examination, Chen Yang remarked, "Grandpa Chen, your health is quite commendable. There are no major concerns. However, there is still some stagnation in your blood circulation. A few more acupuncture sessions, combined with herbal treatments, should facilitate a full recovery." Chen Yang had even begun to formulate a prescription for traditional Chinese medicine, which was the reason behind his earlier furrowed brow. Mr. Chen was exceedingly delighted and remarked, "The ancient physician has also spoken thus. Hence, I now visit for acupuncture once a week. This prescription was provided to me by the ancient physician. Do take a look." With that, he handed over a prescription that he had kept in his pocket, as he was also there to procure medicine. Chen Yang accepted the prescription and meticulously analyzed it in his mind, discerning that it was quite well formulated and remarkably suitable for the ailment at hand. After deliberation, he made slight modifications, adding 2 herbs and adjusting the quantities accordingly, before returning the revised prescription to Mr. Chen. Upon receiving the prescription, Mr. Chen glanced at it and gestured towards the rear. A middle-aged man, carrying a substantial bag of traditional Chinese medicine, approached. Mr. Chen handed the amended prescription to him, instructing him to procure the 2 newly added herbs from the pharmacy. The man acknowledged and proceeded inside, while Mr. Chen continued to converse with Chen Yang, seemingly unperturbed by the crowd surrounding them. Before long, the middle-aged man re-emerged, accompanied by an elderly physician with silvery hair. The old physician, holding the prescription, inquired, "Who has amended this prescription?" It turned out that upon entering the pharmacy, the middle-aged man had presented the prescription to the counter, where a young pharmacist recognized that it was originally written by the ancient physician. Noticing the 2 additional herbs, which were clearly inscribed in a different handwriting, he refrained from filling the prescription immediately and instead brought it to the elderly physician for confirmation, leading to the current scene. Upon seeing the venerable physician emerge, Chen Yang promptly rose to his feet and addressed him, "Esteemed physician, I have made some modifications to the prescription. I believe it may be more suitable for Grandfather Chen's condition. What are your thoughts?" The old healer responded with a sense of gratification. "Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Young man, from whom have you acquired such medical skills at such a tender age? Your accomplishments are truly remarkable." It was evident that the old physician held a deep appreciation for Chen Yang's alterations to the prescription. Had he been a more narrow-minded doctor, any unauthorized changes to his prescription could have led to severe repercussions, possibly even harsh reprimands. Thus, it is paramount for a physician to prioritize medical ethics over mere reputation. And the ancient healer exemplifies this virtue. Chen Yang had no real mentor. He had merely engaged with a genius learning system. However, to claim self-study would be rather astonishing. So he concocted a tale of a wise old physician as his teacher, albeit without revealing the elder's name. This enigmatic figure was undoubtedly highly skilled in medicine and maintained a rigorous approach, often insisting that Chen Yang memorize ancient medical texts. The old healer stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Truly, A distinguished master begets an exceptional disciple. If I am not mistaken, you must still be a university student. What brings you here today? Qinyang felt a bit embarrassed by the question and awkwardly replied, I initially came here to conduct a free clinic and, at the same time, to practice my skills. Who would have thought that nearly 2 hours have passed, and aside from Grandfather Chen taking a look at me, no one else has sought my assistance. This is truly. Qinyang exchanged a glance with the elderly doctor, noticing the affirmation in his eyes. Encouraged by this, Qinyang eagerly agreed to the proposal. In his moment of joy, Qinyang pondered a pressing concern regarding his medical qualifications. It is well known that in later years, the issue of medical licensure has caused considerable distress for many practitioners. Numerous skilled private doctors, lacking connections to obtain the necessary medical license, find themselves either resorting to unethical means or reluctantly changing careers. When Qinyang brought this issue to the attention of the venerable healer, the wise old doctor contemplated briefly before proposing a solution. Qinyang could publicly declare himself a graduate student under the tutelage of the ancient physician. This would pose no problems, as the esteemed reputation of the old doctor would shield him. After all, patients would be eager to seek care from his student, and the likelihood of encountering trouble would be minimal. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Grandfather Chen invited Qinyang to visit his home, suggesting that he might come by more often when he had the time. Thus, the three bid farewell to the venerable healer and set off towards Grandfather Chen's residence. The journey to Grandfather Chen's home turned out to be quite lengthy, taking a full half-hour before they finally arrived. Upon disembarking, Qinyang quickly understood the reason for the lengthy journey. They were nearly at the mountain's ascent. To his surprise, Old Chen's residence was a villa situated at the foot of the hill. The surroundings were indeed quite splendid, and the villa itself was impressively spacious. Standing outside, Qinyang estimated that the villa occupied approximately 10 acres, and the estate also featured several 2- and 3-story independent houses, making it more fitting to refer to this place as a mountain retreat. Upon entering, Qinyang greeted Old Chen's family one by one, while Old Chen introduced him to the others. When the family learned that it was Qinyang who had saved Old Chen with acupuncture during their last encounter, their expressions turned to gratitude, and they welcomed him with even greater warmth than before. Qinyang sensed that this family was composed of upright individuals, as he felt an enigmatic aura, a sense of righteousness that was typically imperceptible, yet he could distinctly perceive it now. Old Chen graciously invited Qinyang to stay for dinner, to which Qinyang readily agreed. He believed it was best to speak candidly with such sincere people, as excessive politeness could come across as pretentious. With plenty of time remaining, Old Chen invited Qinyang to tour his study, a customary practice among the elders to show guests their personal spaces. The study was meticulously arranged, exuding a sense of antiquity. It was evident that every item within the room possessed a rich history and could almost be classified as an antique. Old Chen was recounting the origins of the various items within the room to Qinyang, who occasionally interjected with his own insights. Having devoted considerable time to the study of classical Chinese and ancient history through the Genius learning system, Qinyang had developed a profound understanding of these antiques. He often referenced historical texts, delighting Old Chen with his knowledge. Old Chen remarked, I never anticipated that your research into antiques would be so profound. Your grasp of history is quite commendable. The praise from Old Chen made Qinyang feel a tad bashful, yet he was predominantly filled with joy. The fact that his studies of classical Chinese could also encompass antiques was truly a remarkable gain, suggesting that reaching an advanced level in classical Chinese would yield numerous benefits. Qinyang had always sensed a palpable aura of righteousness in this place. However, it felt particularly intense in the study. Since only he and Old Chen were present, he decided to voice his impression. Old Chen chuckled with satisfaction, saying, I didn't realize you possessed such keen sensitivity, able to perceive the righteousness that pervades our home. After speaking, Old Chen reached into the drawer of the desk and fumbled about, revealing a hidden compartment in the wall that contained a small box. Upon opening this box, Qinyang felt the righteousness in the room intensify to a nearly tangible degree, leaving him profoundly moved. This sensation was reminiscent of what he had experienced at Changban Slope, albeit far more intense than before. Observing Qinyang's reaction, Elder Chen decided not to keep him in suspense, stating, This is a pendant of righteousness, passed down through our family since the Ming Dynasty, now in its 19th generation. It is said that our ancestors once aided an immortal, and this jade was bestowed upon us by that immortal as a token of gratitude, believed to safeguard our family's fortune. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Yet ever since this jade came into our possession, there has consistently been a member of our family in government service, and our ventures in commerce have flourished remarkably. It is unclear whether this is connected to the jade. Chapter 35. The Righteous Qi Technique. Chen Yang rose to examine the jade pendant more closely. Elder Chen generously placed the pendant in Chun Yang's hands for a meticulous inspection. Typically, such heirlooms should not be entrusted to strangers. However, Elder Chen found Chen Yang agreeable. And besides, they both shared the surname Chen, perhaps even sharing a lineage from 5 centuries ago. As Chen Yang delicately cradled the pendant, he scrutinized it intently. Under the illumination of the light, and perhaps due to his extraordinary eyesight, he discerned unusual patterns etched upon the jade. Chen Yang concentrated deeply, seemingly intent on immersing his entire being into the pendant. At that moment, an extraordinary event transpired. The pendant emitted a brilliant radiance. Normally, the jade merely exuded a gentle green glow, but now it radiated an intense light akin to a milky beam, directly connecting with Chun Yang's mind. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yang felt as though his head might burst, an overwhelming discomfort washing over him. Simultaneously, an obscure and intricate ancient text inscribed in small seal script seemed to etch itself directly into his consciousness. Having studied small seal script, Chen Yang distinctly perceived a couplet. The heavens and earth possess righteous energy, intermingling to form myriad shapes. Below are rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. In an instant, he grasped the name of this couplet, the Haoran Jingqi Ju. It appeared that the immortal whom Elder Chen had encountered had originally intended to bequeath this set of couplets to the descendants of the Chen family. However, none among them possessed the mental fortitude requisite to unlock this treasure, thereby fortuitously benefiting Chen Yang, who evidently shared a profound affinity with this couplet. Though it seemed as if much had transpired, the entirety of the event unfolded in the blink of an eye. As the radiance dissipated, Chen Yang found himself seated on the ground, while Elder Chen stared agog at the jade pendant in Chen Yang's hand, his eyes wide open and unblinking. Just moments ago, this heirloom had emitted an astonishingly intense light, leaving Elder Chen utterly astonished. The jade pendant in Chen Yang's grasp now appeared considerably dimmed, lacking the previous crystalline brilliance. Rising to his feet, Chen Yang presented the pendant before Elder Chen and said, "Grandfather Chen, I apologize, but it seems I have inadvertently damaged this jade." He then took a moment to elucidate the extraordinary events that had just transpired, intending to immediately transcribe the Haoran Jingqi Ju and return it to Elder Chen. However, Old Chen waved his hand to stop Chen Yang, saying, "This piece of jade has been passed down in our family for over 300 years, and no one has had the fortune to obtain it until now. It seems this is your destiny. I hope you will carry forward the spirit of righteousness and not disappoint the expectations that this jade pendant holds." Old Chen continued, "Since it is still early before dinner, why not take some time to study this mind technique and see how to practice it? After all, one must grasp good things early to find them useful." After speaking, he fetched a folding bed from the corner of the room and set it up. He added, "It seems that practicing these mind techniques on television often involves meditation. You might as well try it on this little bed. I won't disturb you any longer." Chen Yang nodded in agreement, and as soon as Old Chen stepped out, he assumed a 5-heart position on the small bed, which was one of the recommended methods for practicing this mind technique, suitable for beginners. As one's cultivation deepens, one can practice at any moment, regardless of the circumstances, which is a distinctive feature of this mind technique. The source of this heart method originates from the ancient Confucian sect of Haoran, specifically from its introductory principles, albeit in a fragmented form, containing only the foundational aspects. This fragment was subsequently bestowed upon the Chen family by a celestial being. This portion of the heart method has since been adopted as the foundational practice of the Zhengqi sect, which is indeed the sect of that celestial being. Representing a branch descended from the ancient Haoran sect, though it has gradually fallen into obscurity, leaving one to wonder if it still exists in the modern world. Chen Yang diligently practiced this method with great caution, wishing to deepen his understanding. Naturally, he entered the genius learning system to enhance his practice, affording him tenfold the time for research. The external manifestation of this practice bore a striking resemblance to meditation. With the system's modifications, Chen Yang's comprehension had significantly heightened, and coupled with his recent efforts to refine his mastery of classical Chinese, he successfully cultivated a minuscule strand of righteousness after more than 10 hours of diligent practice. This thread was so faint that it could easily go unnoticed, yet it evoked a remarkably extraordinary sensation. According to the descriptions of this heart method, this thread of righteousness is said to possess the power to disperse the soul of an ordinary malevolent spirit. Chen Yang remained uncertain about the existence of ghosts in this world. However, given the peculiar events that had transpired in his life, he was inclined to believe in the existence of supernatural entities. Though he had yet to encounter such beings, he had at least observed a werewolf in person, which left him with a flicker of anticipation regarding the prospect of encountering a ghost. It seems that today's cultivation can only reach this extent. The adage "too much is as bad as too little" aptly applies here. Particularly when it comes to mastering profound mental techniques, one must progress gradually. Achieving even a trace of righteous energy during the initial practice is commendable, and henceforth, one should focus on nurturing and strengthening it. Chen Yang exited the genius learning system and stepped out of the study. The family of Elder Chun now regarded Chen Yang with even greater warmth, as they had long been influenced by righteous energy and inherently held a fondness for it. With Chen Yang having just cultivated a hint of righteous energy, Elder Chen's family felt an increased affection towards him. The atmosphere during dinner was delightful. In a word, it was a joyful gathering. Chen Yang felt the warmth of family among Elder Chen's relatives, which made him feel deeply connected. The entire family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Since the evening was still young, Chen Yang chose to play chess with the elder. Others with nothing to do gathered around to watch, occasionally offering suggestions to the two players. At that moment, no one uttered the cliché about silent observers being gentlemen. Instead, the group reveled in the spirited game. Chen Yang had not specifically trained in a genius learning system for chess, hence his skills were not exceptionally formidable. However, his intellect had evolved into something remarkably astute. On the other hand, old Master Chen had immersed himself in the game of chess for many years, amassing a wealth of experience. Consequently, the match between the two was intensely competitive, with each displaying formidable prowess. The spectators occasionally offered clever suggestions, yet in the end, it was old Master Chen's shrewdness that secured him victory. This was not a case of Chen Yang conceding to the elder. Rather, it was a testament to his superior skills. Nevertheless, there were times when losing brought unexpected joy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yang was taken aback to find his companions engrossed in the computer game StarCraft. As he entered, they merely cast a glance in his direction before resuming their fervent battles. It turned out that the group was thoroughly enjoying themselves in the StarCraft online arena. Although the verbal sparring between players from China and South Korea continued unabated, with no resolution in sight, this discord had inadvertently sparked a fervor for StarCraft among Chinese players. Many young individuals, particularly university students, had rallied to join the gaming community, seemingly supporting the advancement of StarCraft in China in a silent, yet impactful manner. Observing his roommates so passionately engaged in StarCraft left Chen Yang with a peculiar sensation, as if he had unwittingly played a role in fostering the game's popularity within the country. Chapter 36. The opportunity to go to Macau after a moment of self-deprecation. Chen Yang and Su Yan exchanged a text message before entering the genius learning system. It was imperative, as there was now an evident need for extensive practice with the Haoran Ju. Time was of the essence, and every moment had to be seized. Nevertheless, Chen Yang chose to first enhance his proficiency in classical Chinese, for that was the most pressing need at present. Moreover, improving in this area proved to be significantly more efficient than cultivating righteous energy. Today, as productivity was remarkably high, reading and comprehension came swiftly. Chen Yang quickly grasped the underlying principles. If he was not mistaken, it likely related to the subtle righteous energy he had cultivated. Classical Chinese emphasizes Confucian thought. And although Confucianism encompasses various schools of thought, ancient scholars invariably carried a certain scholarly demeanor. This scholarly aura is, in essence, a form of righteous energy. The true Haoran, which explains why it is said that ghosts fear those who are well-read. This phenomenon is closely tied to the living conditions of ancient scholars. Despite the lack of advanced technology and the intellect of modern individuals, some possessed inherently stronger souls, capable of perceiving the spirits of ancient sages through texts. One must remember that Confucianism is esteemed for its multitude of saints. Thus, establishing even a fleeting connection to righteous energy is hardly astonishing. Over time, individuals began to research the origins and applications of this righteous energy, leading to the remnants of the Haoranjingqi Ju that Qinyang now held in his hands. As Chunyang's learning efficiency significantly improved, he eagerly sought to acquire more knowledge. Early the next morning, after completing his run with Su Yan, Qinyang departed for school, claiming he had matters to attend to, forgoing breakfast with her. With no classes scheduled for the morning, he resolved to visit the venerable physician to assist in treating patients. Qinyang, a boy of his word, saw this as an opportunity to perform good deeds while fulfilling his system tasks, making it a win-win situation. The elderly physician was delighted by Qinyang's visit, impressed that this young man had promptly returned after their agreement from the previous day. However, he harbored concerns that Qinyang might be skipping class again, recalling how the young man had indeed evaded his studies the day before, earning a gentle ribbing from both the old physician and elder Chun. Qinyang reassured him that he had no classes that morning, putting the elder's worries to rest. At this early hour, the pharmacy remained devoid of customers. The elderly physician informed Qinyang that after 9 a.m., the influx of patients would surge, making it nearly impossible for him to manage alone, especially since he often accommodated walk-in patients without appointments. With no patients present yet, Qinyang took the opportunity to peruse some of the physician's medical texts. Though the collection was modest, it comprised esteemed medical classics. And Qinyang's keen and diligent attitude towards learning earned quiet approval from the elderly man. These books are quite remarkable. Qinyang validated the knowledge he had already acquired against various examples from the texts, leading to some newfound insights. Before the clock struck 9, the first patient gently knocked on the small door of the office. This individual had made an appointment. The venerable physician gestured for Qinyang to step forward and test his skills, prompting Qinyang to put down the book and eagerly comply. Initially, the patient harbored doubts regarding Qinyang's medical abilities. However, observing that Qinyang appeared to be a disciple of the esteemed physician, it was likely that the elder wished to impart knowledge to the young practitioner. Even if this youthful individual proved inadequate, it was reassuring that the elder was present, ready to intervene should the need arise. The patient cooperated fully, responding to Qinyang's inquiries with clarity, allowing Qinyang to gain a comprehensive understanding of the patient's condition. He swiftly drafted a prescription and respectfully presented it to the venerable physician. Having listened attentively to the discussion, the elder physician had also gleaned insights into the patient's situation. After taking the patient's pulse once more, he nodded approvingly. The elder was quite satisfied with the prescription Qinyang had crafted, affirming that he could not have done better himself. Subsequently, this method was employed to attend to several more patients, and the elder physician grew increasingly reassured by Qinyang's performance. With a considerable number of patients waiting outside, the esteemed physician had come to trust Qinyang's judgment and no longer felt the need to oversee his work. Thus, Qinyang began to independently attend to these patients, managing those without appointments directly in the outer hall where he commenced his practice. Many patients assigned to receive treatment from Qinyang were quite reluctant, believing it more reliable to consult the esteemed ancient physician. This sentiment is entirely understandable. Even though these patients learned that Qinyang was a disciple of the venerable healer, they still felt that consulting the master would undoubtedly yield better results. In China, it is customary to regard experience and seniority as paramount. Thus, the more seasoned practitioners are often deemed more effective. Qinyang's efficiency in treating patients was remarkable, as the vigor of youth undeniably bestowed upon him a greater capacity for swift work. Consequently, the patients were attended to rapidly, allowing him to voluntarily assist the ancient physician with his clientele. At that moment, a few patients required acupuncture for rehabilitation, prompting the ancient physician to assign 2 patients to Qinyang. Naturally, these 2 patients were rather unwilling, as the ancient physician had only learned from Elder Chen the previous day that Qinyang possessed acupuncture skills. The extent of his abilities remained unclear to the ancient physician, so he assigned him patients that required only the most fundamental acupuncture techniques. Despite the patient's initial reluctance, Qinyang approached their treatment with utmost diligence. Even though he was performing the simplest acupuncture procedures, he executed them with remarkable seriousness. This dedication further elevated the ancient physician's regard for him. Meanwhile, patients who had been waiting to see the ancient physician were taken aback to discover that this young man was also skilled in acupuncture. Moreover, the 2 patients who had undergone treatment did not express any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they revealed expressions of contentment. In China, the majority of people regard the mystical aspects of traditional Chinese medicine as primarily embodied in acupuncture. It is believed that a physician's proficiency in this ancient technique is indicative of their overall medical skill. Consequently, Chun Yang's straightforward needlework has garnered a degree of recognition for his medical expertise. As a result, some patients, eager for treatment, have sought Chun Yang's assistance directly, thereby enhancing efficiency. Those who entered later followed suit, opting for the convenience of receiving care from him as well. Thus, after a bustling morning, the number of patients Chun Yang attended to was nearly double that of the venerable ancient physicians, allowing many without appointments to receive timely medical attention, leading to a collective sense of satisfaction. Moreover, this morning's practice deepened Chun Yang's understanding of his craft, instilling in him greater confidence in his medical abilities. Although he may outwardly appear as a mere youth, his psychological maturity aligns with that of a 30-year-old. Therefore, his initial reaction to the news was one of disdain. He believed that securing recommendation spots at school required significant connections, unattainable for the average citizen. Additionally, the lottery system, seemingly a fair competition based on luck, is susceptible to manipulation, allowing for predetermined outcomes. If conducted without transparency, the notion of fairness is entirely undermined. Consequently, upon hearing this news, Chun Yang's response was notably indifferent, perceiving it as irrelevant to his circumstances. Chapter 37. Training in Zhuhai. The institution had only 5 coveted slots available for recommendation, a precious opportunity that Chun Yang had no hopes of securing. Thus, he had to devise a strategy to contend for one of the 15 slots allocated through a lottery system. Within a mere half-day, over 5,000 students had registered for this lottery. However, not everyone shared the same ambition. The registration period was set to close by 10 o'clock the following morning. Once the number of applicants was tallied, all student identification numbers would be entered into the computer system. In fact, the input of these identification numbers had already commenced during registration to avoid any subsequent delays. Once the tally was complete, the lottery would be conducted, leaving the outcome to mere fortune. Suyin also submitted her application, a fact that Chun Yang learned through a phone call. He informed her of his desire to visit Macau, prompting her to register for the lottery as well. Should Suyin be fortunate enough to win, she could graciously transfer the opportunity to Chun Yang. While she was uncertain as to why he yearned to visit Macau so fervently, Suyin felt an instinctive urge to assist him. Their chances of winning would double, which touched Chun Yang even as he playfully called her foolish. Suyin consistently demonstrated her kindness towards him, always considering his needs, embodying the archetype of a devoted partner. In his heart, Chun Yang silently vowed to cherish Suyin for the rest of his life. Chun Yang effortlessly gained control over the server of the Wuhan University online forum. Acquiring the highest level of access, he completely commandeered the computer designated for the lottery, a term frequently used in the hacker realm to refer to a zombie machine. Subsequently, he installed a few small programs to ensure that the lottery would yield the student numbers of both himself and Suyin. However, Chun Yang was not avaricious. Having secured 2 predetermined spots for themselves was sufficient. Thus, he removed any other mischievous programs, leaving the remaining slots to fate, granting other students a fair opportunity. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found everyone present, all of whom had learned of Chun Yang's selection through the broadcast. They congratulated him, while Chun Yang remained composed. Yet, in order to align with the celebratory atmosphere, he had to once again showcase his acting skills, rivaling those of an Oscar-winning actor, and joined in the festivities, proclaiming that he would treat everyone to a meal. After the revelry subsided, the 3rd and 4th roommates challenged Chun Yang to a game of StarCraft. Having significantly improved their gaming skills over the past few days, they boldly issued a challenge. Naturally, a one-on-one match was out of the question, as they were well aware of Chun Yang's prowess. Therefore, it became a 2-on-1 match, with Chun Yang facing both of them. Having settled the arrangements for their trip to Macau, Chun Yang felt at ease and agreed to the game. As the trio began to play, the others, with nothing to occupy their time, since the school had canceled all classes for the day due to the lottery, rescheduling them for Saturday, gathered around to watch. Indeed, they all learned their skills under Chun Yang's tutelage. In their words, the 3rd and 4th members, being so inexperienced, were hardly worthy of observation. Only a master like Chun Yang possessed such qualifications. Despite facing 2 opponents, Chun Yang effortlessly defeated them, providing a glimpse of what it truly means to be a top-tier expert. This spectacle piqued the interest of others, who wished to join in, leading to an immediate chaotic skirmish within the dormitory. The utmost limit for Chun Yang in one-on-one combat was 3 opponents, for was simply beyond reach. as even the most formidable masters cannot withstand the tactics of multiple adversaries. 1-on-3 was already a considerable challenge. Subsequently, a group of 6 engaged in a few 2-on-4 matches, as Chun Yang was effectively counted as 3 due to his ability to take on 3 opponents at once, thereby ensuring a balanced contest. Nevertheless, Chun Yang predominantly emerged victorious, truly demonstrating his prowess in facing 3 at a time. Only once did he fall victim to a trick. At the outset, his opponents resorted to harassment with the peasant, leaving Chun Yang frustrated and leading to his defeat. Initially, they hoped to continue with a few more rounds, having finally discovered a method to triumph over Chun Yang. But alas, he decisively rejected such underhanded tactics, deeming them utterly absurd, and the others had no choice but to relent. Chun Yang also made a call to his uncle, who had intended to offer him a sum of money. However, Chun Yang declined the offer, having already devised a strategy. He believed that no matter how much he spent in Macau, he could win it back at the casino. It is worth noting that Chun Yang's assessed data within the system far surpassed that of the legendary gambler, Gao Jin. As a new generation of gambling prodigy, winning a little pocket money would be a trivial matter for him, having completed all necessary arrangements. Chun Yang glanced at the time and invited everyone to a charming little restaurant on campus for a meal. This time, everyone indulged in drinks, as Chun Yang had only half a day to prepare and needed to act swiftly. By 6 p.m. that evening, all the fortunate participants were to gather for departure. Accommodations had already been arranged by the university, so everyone simply needed to pack their personal belongings. Since they had flown directly to their destination and enjoyed restful stays at the hotel, coupled with a day of leisure in Zhuhai, the students from Wuhan University were in high spirits. Consequently, during the group training session, they were all remarkably energized. This training was conducted by a special commissioner dispatched from the military of the Pearl River Delta Military Region, allowing all attending students to once again experience the rigorous training reminiscent of their freshman year. Fortunately, the students participating this time were all elite representatives from their respective institutions. Many universities, in pursuit of institutional honor, select only those students who excel academically and morally, predominantly relying on recommendations from the institution itself. Only a handful of prestigious universities dare to adopt a fair selection process akin to that of Wuhan University. Nevertheless, those who gain entry into these esteemed institutions are generally elite individuals. Thus, this cohort of university students possesses commendable qualities. After all, they not only embody the image of their respective universities, but also represent the essence of university students from mainland China. Consequently, these young individuals exhibit remarkable enthusiasm, and the efficiency of their training is notably high. The number of female participants in this event constitutes approximately 1/4 of the male participants, as not every woman possesses the audacity to partake in such a televised live event. Only a select few have the courage to register, resulting in a limited number of female university students present here. In total, there are 2,000 university students assembled, forming a grand formation of 40 by 50. Considerable time, over 2 hours, was dedicated to arranging this formation, ensuring that everyone memorized the positions of those around them, thereby allowing for a seamless regrouping in this precise arrangement without confusion. For 3 consecutive days, the team diligently practiced their formations, an endeavor of paramount importance during this training session. It is said that upon arrival in Macau, all the university students will undergo another training regimen, albeit with a more relaxed atmosphere, allowing ample leisure time for everyone. It is noteworthy that these students will have the opportunity to stay in Macau for 7 days, experiencing the splendid sights of the region. Apart from their personal expenses, their accommodation and meals will be funded by the government, rendering this experience a remarkable journey. Chapter 38. The Legend of 20 Yuan, Part 1. Throughout these 3 days, the sun has darkened everyone's skin, and Su Yan is no exception. The intensity of the training may be bearable for the boys, yet for these delicate young women, it has been a form of inhumane torment. Nonetheless, these girls have demonstrated remarkable resilience, enduring the hardships and fatigue of training, earning the respect and commendation of their instructors. During these days, Chun Yang and Su Yan could only exchange brief conversations during training sessions, with their interactions limited to a few words over the phone before sleep. Witnessing Su Yan's struggles has stirred a sense of concern within Chun Yang. Upon arriving on Macau Island, all the university students were granted half a day of rest. After depositing their belongings at the designated hotel, they were free to explore at their leisure. Qinyang clasped Su Yan's hand as they wandered through the vibrant streets of Macau. For both of them, everything here was remarkably novel. At this moment, Macau was bustling with life. The narrow alleyways were lined with vendors offering an array of local trinkets that captivated their attention. Qinyang impulsively purchased several small items for Su Yan, marking the first time he had gifted her something, albeit at a somewhat steep price of around 50 yuan for each modest piece. Nevertheless, given the extraordinary circumstances, he was uncharacteristically generous, not overly concerned about the expenditure. As they strolled, they relished the experience, sampling numerous renowned local delicacies that Macau had to offer. It felt as though they were perpetually indulging in delightful treats. And Su Yan worried that if they continued at this pace, she might transform into a little piglet. They both ended up feeling quite full. Qinyang consumed the vast majority of the food, while Su Yan handed over her uneaten portions to him. However, they had indulged far too much, making a bloated feeling inevitable. Qinyang's primary purpose for visiting Macau was to enhance his gambling skills in hopes of challenging the legendary gambler Gao Jing. After consulting with Su Yan about her thoughts, they took a ride to the largest casino in Macau, the Grand Lisboa. As Qinyang put it, one must visit the Grand Lisboa when in Macau. Su Yan had never experienced anything like it, so she readily agreed to accompany Qinyang to witness this spectacle. At the entrance of the casino, 2 rows of attendants stood on either side of a lavish revolving door, which served as the main entrance to the establishment, imbuing the entire venue with an air of grandeur. To Qinyang and Su Yan, the Grand Lisboa Casino appeared like a resplendent palace from the outside, igniting a strong desire within the 2 young individuals to step inside. The attendants, impeccably trained, did not exhibit any negligence despite the youthful appearance of Qinyang and Su Yan. Instead, they greeted the pair with courteous smiles, enhancing Qinyang's impression of the place. Upon entering the grand hall, the two were struck by the sheer size of the casino. The throngs of people and the myriad of gaming tables filled them with a sense of wonder. Merely observing the vibrant atmosphere instilled a compelling urge to partake in the experience. It was no surprise that the establishment thrived. Few could resist the allure of such opulence and temptation. This was merely the first level of the casino, a space for the general public. It was rumored that above lay exclusive rooms designated for the wealthy, and the amenities offered beyond gaming were extensive. As long as one possessed the means, one could certainly enjoy a royal experience within these walls. Upon their arrival at the chip exchange counter, Su Yan found herself in a predicament due to her striking beauty. A rotund man, draped in the company of a provocatively dressed siren, gazed upon Su Yan's exquisite features with astonishment, perceiving her as a rare gem untouched by the world. This realization stirred an unusual excitement within him, particularly in light of Qinyang's apparent modesty, which afforded the man a sense of superiority befitting his wealth. Having exchanged chips before them, the rotund man began to taunt Su Yan with a barrage of crude remarks laced with a Guangdong accent, igniting Qinyang's ire and prompting a desire to confront the man. However, the rotund individual, clearly possessing some influence, summoned 4 imposing black bodyguards, subtly suggesting a threat towards Qinyang. Although Qinyang, an adept fighter, could easily handle the situation, Su Yan's instinctive fear upon seeing the imposing figures held her back. As a sheltered young lady, she had never encountered such a scene and instinctively clung to Qinyang's arm, preventing him from taking action. Their restraint only emboldened the rotund man further, especially as Su Yan's vulnerable demeanor intensified his unwelcome excitement. As Qinyang approached the counter to exchange his chips, he produced a sum of 500 yuan, prompting the corpulent man beside him to indulge in mockery. Qinyang felt a surge of impulse to teach the glutton a lesson. Yet the pleading expression of Su Yan compelled him to restrain himself once more. Gradually, he retrieved his chips and addressed the rotund man. "You would do well to temper your words and actions, lest I find myself unable to refrain from transforming you into a grotesque visage, for you bear a striking resemblance to one already." The imposing figure of the black bodyguard, upon hearing this retort, swiftly positioned himself before Qinyang, his eyes gleaming with a menacing glare that seemed to threaten him. The corpulent man, clearly reluctant to incite a disturbance within the casino, despite his status as a wealthy magnate, dared not breach the establishment's decorum by resorting to violence. With an air of disdain, he replied, "A pauper remains a pauper, only daring to utter such bravado. Should you possess wealth, I would not mind engaging in a few wagers, with the stakes being your companion. However, my games require a minimum bet of $1 million, a sum you as a mere beggar, will likely never acquire. Chen Yang, undeterred, retorted dismissively, $1 million. Is that all? How difficult could that be? Wait for me for an hour. However, I shall never wager my girlfriend. To me, she is akin to a goddess. Only someone with the intellect of a swine, such as yourself, would utter such nonsense. The rotund individual was evidently taken aback by Chen Yang's audacity to respond, particularly in such a disdainful tone, as if $1 million were merely a matter of extending one's hand. Thus, he glared menacingly at Chen Yang and declared, "Very well. I shall await your arrival for 1 hour." Upon concluding his statement, he summoned a bodyguard to shadow Chen Yang and his companions, ensuring he could monitor their situation at all times. Chen Yang glanced at the hefty man and then at the imposing black bodyguard before embarking on a quest for engaging activities alongside Su Yan. It was apparent that Su Yan harbored considerable trepidation, prompting Chen Yang to consistently offer her quiet reassurances, while internally seething at the troublemaking fat man. As Chen Yang focused on comforting Su Yan, he contemplated whisking her away from the scene entirely, neglecting the gambling aspect, compounded by his unfamiliarity with the gaming apparatus. Consequently, in a brief span, he found himself reduced to a mere $20 chip. The mention of 100,000 astonished Chen Yang. He had not anticipated that Su Yan had already amassed such wealth, with her pocket money alone amounting to a staggering sum. It seemed that his previous estimations of her family's affluence had indeed been underestimated. Nevertheless, Chen Yang refrained from accepting the card, instead offering Su Yan a reassuring smile and gently stating, "Do not worry, I still possess a chip. I shall utilize yours only when mine are exhausted." His confident demeanor instilled a sense of calm within Su Yan, alleviating her initial panic entirely. Chapter 39, The Legend of $20, Part 2, with a steady resolve. Chen Yang took Su Yan's hand and approached the grand roulette wheel of baccarat. At this moment, he possessed but a solitary $20 chip, the only stake he could afford to play. The rules of baccarat are quite straightforward. One places their chip into the small compartment corresponding to their chosen number, and when the wheel comes to a halt, the pointer indicates the winning number. There are various betting options available, as the wheel is segmented into several circles. The innermost circle offers the highest odds, albeit with the greatest difficulty in securing a win, boasting an astonishing payout of 100 to 1. Having previously engaged in this game twice, Chen Yang had familiarized himself with its mechanics. Mastery of baccarat requires not merely skill but also swiftness, keen eyesight, and mental acuity. Su Yan understood the gravity of the moment. Chen Yang's ability to recoup his losses hinged on the outcome of this very game. Thus, she stood quietly beside him, gently clutching the hem of his garment, refraining from disrupting his concentration. With only one chip remaining, Chen Yang, opting for caution, silently selected his 2 anticipated winning numbers in his mind without placing his bet just yet. There were plenty of players present. His solitary participation would not be missed. Remarkably, the 2 numbers that emerged aligned perfectly with his thoughts, bolstering his confidence. The obnoxious, rotund man, witnessing Chen Yang abstaining from betting for the 2nd consecutive round, assumed he was succumbing to fear and sneered derisively at him. Chen Yang remained unfazed, aware that betting was permitted until the wheel ceased its rotation. Utilizing his formidable mental arithmetic skills, he deduced that the forthcoming winning number would be 36. Without hesitation, he cast his $20 chip into the innermost compartment designated for number 36. In truth, even with knowledge of the number, executing the toss posed a challenge for others, demanding exceptional eyesight and rapid reflexes. However, for Chen Yang, this task was effortlessly accomplished. This moment represented a gamble of a lifetime. He possessed only this single chip, but should fortune favor him, it could yield a 100-fold return. As the wheel continued its mesmerizing spin, Su Yan felt her heart leap to her throat. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the vibrant, swirling colors of the wheel, anxious not to miss this exhilarating moment. It was no wonder that so many were drawn to gambling. The thrill before the outcome was a sensation unmatched by any other game. If luck were to smile upon them with a win, the subsequent exhilaration would be even more profound. Externally, Chen Yang maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally, he experienced a slight twinge of anxiety. For the final result remained uncertain, and nothing could be definitively proclaimed. Nevertheless, Chen Yang excelled at projecting an impeccable facade. The roulette came to a halt amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, with the winning section indicated by the pointer. Among the gamblers, some celebrated their victories while others lamented their losses. Thus, The old adage rings true. Some rejoice, while others despair. The winners were undoubtedly in high spirits. Yet the losers were not utterly despondent. After a few grumbles, they awaited their next chance to wager. It is often said that one does not truly lose until all their chips are gone, and a gambler remains in this state until that point is reached. It is advisable, however, to refrain from becoming a gambler. The expression on the hefty man's face was notably grim, for the pointer had landed on number 36. And he had not moved an inch, having merely waited to witness Chen Yang's misfortune. Naturally, this outcome did not please him. In contrast, Chen Yang maintained an air of tranquility, as if he had foreseen this result. Su Yan, who had been intently watching the roulette, erupted with joy upon seeing the outcome. Jumping in place with exuberance, her youthful vitality on full display, causing the nearby male spectators to swallow their envy. Chen Yang collected his winnings. Aware that all casinos take a cut from the pot, a staggering 20% at the first level, which is quite substantial. As one ascends to higher floors, the percentage decreases, yet entry to these levels requires significant stakes, as those who venture there are typically affluent or of noble lineage. It is no wonder that casinos are often deemed to be highly profitable. The daily earnings from the first floor hall alone amount to astronomical figures. After deducting the commission, the chips Chen Yang won amounted to 1,600. Naturally, he could continue to engage in roulette. However, this particular game had its limits. And once the stakes surpassed a certain threshold, further betting was prohibited. Hence, Chen Yang deemed it wiser to explore alternative gambling methods sooner rather than later. He and Su Yan subsequently approached a dice-rolling table, a game celebrated for its simplicity and widespread appeal. There are two primary betting strategies in dice games. The first involves wagering on the size of the outcome, where a total of 3 dice showing between 3 and 9 points is considered small, and totals from 10 to 18 points are deemed large. One merely needs to correctly predict the size. The second, more sophisticated method entails betting on the exact number, requiring not only a grasp of whether the outcome is large or small, but also the precise total. This advanced strategy is typically reserved for seasoned gamblers. Apart from those exceptionally fortunate individuals blessed with extraordinary luck. Utilizing his keen auditory perception, Chen Yang discerned the anticipated total, 3, 4, and 6, yielding a sum of 10, which indicated a large outcome. He placed a wager of 1,000 chips on large, while the remaining 600 chips were staked on the exact total of 10. The dealer called for bets to be finalized, and once all participants had placed their wagers, the dice were rolled. As the dealer unveiled the results, the spectators gathered around the table observed with bated breath. The dice revealed 3, 4, and 6, which amounted to a total of 10, indeed a large outcome. The odds for betting on size stood at 1 to 2, while correctly guessing the exact total offered a staggering 1 to 30. Consequently, after deducting the commission, Chen Yang's chips soared to 16,000, a remarkable tenfold increase in a single round. Chen Yang cast a sidelong glance at the rotund individual beside him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes conveying a meaning that was unmistakable. This provoked considerable ire in the plump man, who nearly lost grip of the Cuban cigar clenched between his fingers. Su Yan had been tightly clenching her fists until this moment, her heart silently cheering for Chen Yang. Now, witnessing his victory filled her with immense joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement, rendering her exceedingly adorable. Chen Yang reciprocated her delight with a celebratory high five. The game continued. After the dealer had shaken the dice cup, Chen Yang discerned that the outcome was a 7-point small with the numbers 1, 2, and 4. He opted for a wager similar to the previous round, placing 10, 000 on small, and an additional 6, 000 on the 7-point bet. A few fellow gamblers, who had previously been envious of Chen Yang's earlier success, decided to follow his lead this round, albeit with modest stakes, merely hoping to bask in his fortuitous luck. Once the bets were placed, the dealer revealed the outcome, confirming it was indeed a 7-point small. The gamblers who had followed Chen Yang's lead erupted in smiles upon seeing the result. Chen Yang, once again, multiplied his chips tenfold, now boasting a total of 160. 000 in chips. Su Yan, ecstatic at Chen Yang's consecutive wins, felt a flicker of insight. Her astute nature prompted her to suspect that he might possess some hidden acumen in gambling. Thus, while elated, she resolved to continue observing him. Meanwhile, the displeased rotund man, witnessing this scene, exasperatedly discarded his cigar, crushing it vehemently underfoot. In the subsequent round, Chen Yang continued to place his bets with the same strategy of 10 to 6. The dealer, having noticed Chen Yang's consistent success, hit the target twice in a row, prompting him to discreetly inform the higher-ups through his earpiece, as he suspected Chen Yang might be causing a disturbance. However, assistance did not arrive swiftly, leaving the dealer to roll the dice once more. Chen Yang observed the dealer's hands trembling slightly, a telltale sign of his anxiety. Nevertheless, the dealer exerted every effort to shake the dice, intentionally creating a chaotic motion in an attempt to disorient Chen Yang. After finalizing the roll, he called out for bets, and the crowd eagerly placed their wagers. Many players, inspired by Chen Yang's earlier success, decided to follow his lead, particularly in betting on the point totals. This time, Chen Yang wagered 60,000 at 11, while the collective bets from others totaled nearly 500,000. Should Chen Yang's predictions prove accurate, the casino would be liable for losses exceeding 15 million. The dealer felt an immense pressure mounting, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. As the dealer hesitated to reveal the outcome, the patrons grew restless, and without prompting from Chen Yang, they began to clamor for the dealer to unveil the result immediately. Under pressure, the dealer could only unveil the betting bowl with a trembling right hand, fervently praying that the outcome would not result in 11 points. Upon seeing the glaring numbers, the dealer's face paled, and a sense of bewilderment washed over him. The outcome was precisely 3, 4, and 4, exactly 11 points, resulting in another loss for the casino. The victorious gamblers erupted in excitement, clamoring for the casino to swiftly disperse their winnings. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man in his 30s took over the dealer's position, rescuing the beleaguered dealer from his plight. It appeared that he was one of the casino's upper echelons. This balding gentleman had already grasped the situation at the table through prior surveillance, and with an air of indifference, he addressed Chen Yang, saying, "Young man, do not be overly ruthless in your endeavors. Moderation is key in all matters." It seemed as though he intended to awaken a sense of caution in Chen Yang. Nevertheless, he instructed those nearby to settle the bets for each gambler. Chen Yang, however, remained unfazed. After all, he had only 1,600,000 renminbi at stake. Although it was indeed a substantial sum, it fell short of the $1 million demanded by the hefty man. In truth, Chen Yang had no intention of gambling with that man. He merely wished to win $1 million to mock him afterward. Casting a glance at the spot where the hefty man had been seated, Chen Yang found to his surprise that the man had vanished. It seemed this rotund individual was quite astute, choosing to discreetly slip away while others were preoccupied, especially as no one, apart from Chen Yang, seemed to notice his departure. The balding middle-aged man, upon noticing Chen Yang seated leisurely in his chair, could not suppress a surge of irritation. It is important to note that this man, surnamed He, was no ordinary figure. He was colloquially known as Ghost Hand for reasons that were well understood among those who knew him. Renowned in the realm of gambling, he held a respectable position on the leaderboard, ranking 489th, a title that, while modest, still marked him as a formidable gambling expert. In Chapter 40, the Macau gambling king He Hongxiang felt a pang of annoyance at Chen Yang's apparent lack of respect. Consequently, he declared to the other patrons that he would only accept a wager against Chen Yang. Such occurrences were commonplace in casinos, embodying an unwritten rule. When a casino sensed that someone might be causing a disturbance, they would dispatch one of their seasoned experts to engage in a duel, thereby excluding others from participation. Some seasoned gamblers, aware of the unspoken protocols, promptly gathered their chips and moved to another table in search of fortune, while others lingered nearby, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Conversely, those unfamiliar with the customs expressed their displeasure, grumbling as they hesitated to vacate their seats. Yet, under the vigilant gaze of the casino's robust security personnel, they had no choice but to relent. Observing this turn of events, Chen Yang felt a sense of amusement. Winning was not his ultimate aim. Rather, he sought to engage with a master in hopes of ascending to the pinnacle of gambling prowess, thus fulfilling the current task set forth by his system. He felt that his performance this time was quite commendable, as his speed had reached its utmost limit. He could only vaguely surmise that the score was 14 points, seemingly comprising 2 5s and 1 4. However, he was not entirely certain, for his hearing was not as sharp as his speed. Nevertheless, he exuded confidence, believing that he had showcased his true capabilities, and that the opponent across from him stood little chance of hitting the mark, unless, of course, his skills surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Earlier, Chen Yang had listened intently when the tiles landed, concluding that the score should be 2 4s and 1 5, totaling 10. Consequently, he placed a bet of 500,000 chips on the position of 13 points. Qin Yang exercised caution, refraining from wagering all his chips at once, a prudent gambler. Unless in a position of certain victory, would be wise to retain some chips. After all, should he win this round, even after deducting the house's cut, he would still net 12 million, and with his current holdings, he would amass a total of 13,300,000. Not to mention, $1 million, or even £1 million, would soon be within his grasp. Thus, Qin Yang calmly gazed at the balding middle-aged man across the gambling table, refraining from urging him to unveil the result, patiently awaiting the outcome. Surrounding the table were a few onlookers, spectators who, while not participating in the game, were nonetheless captivated by the unfolding drama. At this moment, Su Yin found herself entranced by Chun Yang's demeanor, a grace and composure she had only witnessed in her grandfather. It is said that such an aura is emblematic of power. Attempting to articulate this sensation proved challenging, yet it is commonly acknowledged that every true achiever possesses this quality. Observing Chun Yang's feigned calmness, the man known as Higuei sneered coldly a few times before lifting the lid of the bowl. In an instant, his expression transformed dramatically, from triumphant arrogance to sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. By the end, his face contorted in disbelief. All present at the table, including Qin Yang, beheld the dice's outcome: 2 blue 4s and 1 red 5, totaling 13 points. Qin Yang had astoundingly placed his bet correctly once more, prompting gasps of amazement from the surrounding crowd, with Su Yin no exception, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. For gamblers, the thrill of winning remains paramount. While the act of gambling itself is exhilarating, the ultimate aim is victory. Thus, the onlookers cast envious glances at Qin Yang. The casino was rife with legends, tales of individuals who have amassed fortunes overnight, and this spectacle unfolded right before their eyes. Qin Yang's method of play seemed to embody such a legend. Indeed, in an instant, the atmosphere around the gambling table became as lively as boiling water. ERASURE, a seasoned veteran, not only settled the chips in person but also extended an invitation to Qin Yang to join him in the VIP room for a few rounds. Although they only played a single game, ERASURE quickly grasped the vast disparity in strength between himself and Qin Yang, prompting him to delve deeper. An endeavor ill-suited for the public hall. With Qin Yang holding the delicate hand of Su Yin, they were led by ERASURE to the elevator, ascending to the third-floor VIP area. Throughout the journey, ERASURE discreetly conversed on his mobile phone, though Qin Yang had no inclination to eavesdrop, finding no interest in prying into personal matters. However, observing ERASURE's respectful demeanor while speaking suggested he was in dialogue with a significant figure. Upon arriving at an exquisitely crafted, pure gold door, they entered to discover a spacious interior, meticulously arranged to evoke a profound sense of comfort. Each table and chair exuded opulence, clearly the result of considerable thought from the designer. The moment one stepped inside, an overwhelming feeling of privilege enveloped them, truly befitting a VIP room. This was a level of sophistication Qin Yang had never encountered in either his past or present life, leaving him somewhat reserved upon entry. In contrast, Su Yin displayed an air of grace, having been accustomed to fine things since childhood. Thus, the lavish decor held no novelty for her. Their reactions seemed to have entirely reversed from those observed earlier. After inviting the two individuals to take a seat, ERASURE summoned the casino staff to serve them tea and snacks, requesting that they wait momentarily while he arranged matters for Qin Yang. He then exited the private room. After approximately half an hour, Qin Yang began to feel a sense of impatience and suggested to Su Yin that perhaps they should simply leave, as waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. Su Yin concurred, finding the prolonged wait rather tedious. Thus, the two stood up, and just as they approached the door, it swung open automatically, revealing an elderly gentleman with a rosy complexion. The doorman was none other than ERASURE, accompanied by several young men in black suits who unmistakably resembled bodyguards. This formidable presence indicated that the elderly man was undoubtedly a significant figure within the casino. Compassionate by nature, Qin Yang and Su Yin wished to spare ERASURE from any potential reprimand on their behalf. They spoke up to alleviate the tension, recognizing that ERASURE had merely requested their patience and had not acted in any manner neglectful. It was simply that their waiting had become uncomfortable. Qin Yang, observing the unfortunate ERASURE, who at just over 30 was already balding and bore an unremarkable appearance, couldn't help but think that he truly embodied the essence of his nickname. Known in the underworld as Seventh Master, He Hongxiang earned this moniker due to his position as the seventh child in his family. In his youth, he had traversed a tumultuous path, engaging in illicit activities such as drug dealing, arms smuggling, and even operating boats. He was a man of rich and legendary experiences. After reaching middle age, he relied on gambling to elevate his status. His gambling skills, though not particularly exceptional, placed him outside the top 100 in the world rankings. Yet he could still be considered a master in his own right. What truly set him apart was his extensive network of acquaintances. It is said that the legendary gambler, He Jinsheng, was one of his close friends, despite their age difference. However, He Hongxiang had long since shed his past and appeared as a benevolent elder, though the fleeting glint of ferocity in his eyes served as a reminder that, although the tiger may be old, its fangs remain sharp. Qinyang, despite possessing the wisdom of a 30-year-old and a keen intellect, could not compete with the life experience of this shrewd man in his 70s. Nevertheless, Qinyang had never intended to conceal his own experiences. He aspired to enhance his gambling rankings through connections with the gambling king of Macau, seeking transparency to his advantage. In Chapter 41, The Invitation of King He, through their earlier conversation, King He had developed a slight admiration for Qinyang. Given Qinyang's impressive gambling skills and He's own status as the gambling king of Macau, he proposed a friendly wager. He suggested they play a few rounds without utilizing any of Qinyang's prior winnings. If Qinyang triumphed, it would reflect his own skill. If he lost, there would be no obligation to return his previous winnings. Qinyang, determined to claim the title of the world's foremost gambler, remained resolute and undeterred by such trivial stakes. Thus, both parties agreed to each stake 10 million in chips as their wager. The two decided to begin their games with a round of mahjong after consulting each other on the rules. Since its inception, mahjong has been an indispensable fixture at gambling tables, particularly cherished by the masses. Various regional customs have birthed numerous styles of play, typically involving 4 participants, each employing a plethora of strategies with differing rules. Naturally, He the gambler had no objections to this, and thus invited He the ghostly hand to join the table. With each player's stake amounting to 5 million, He the gambler excels at mahjong, possessing an almost encyclopedic knowledge of its myriad forms, and sought to outmaneuver Qinyang in this first game of chance. He was intrigued by Qinyang's remarkable gambling prowess at such a tender age, surpassing even that of He the ghostly hand, and held a deep admiration for him, wishing to harness his talents. Consequently, he chose to challenge Qinyang in his area of expertise as a preliminary test. Qinyang partnered with Su Yan, ensuring a fair matchup by seating their respective teams opposite one another, thereby minimizing suspicions of deceit. In the initial round, Qinyang found himself at a disadvantage, unable to garner any advantage against the united efforts of He the gambler and He the ghostly hand. Fortunately, although Su Yan's mahjong skills were modest, her caution proved beneficial, resulting in the first round ending in a draw. Despite this stalemate, it stirred tumultuous thoughts within He the gambler. For Qinyang had managed to evade defeat amidst the combined prowess of 2 gambling experts, especially considering Su Yan's skills were largely overshadowed by the formidable talents of the other 3 players. In the second round, Qinyang adopted a more serious demeanor, realizing that he had previously played rather nonchalantly, perhaps only utilizing 30% of his capabilities, which had led to the stalemate with his opponents. In that moment, Qinyang resolved to unleash 50% of his prowess, approaching the game with an enhanced focus on card arrangement. He meticulously memorized not only the sequence of the tiles before him, but also the order in which the other 3 players had arranged their tiles, ensuring he held a comprehensive understanding of the positions of all the tiles. After successfully committing the arrangements to memory, the act of rolling the dice became crucial. The previous roll had been conducted by the gambling King He, and according to national standards, after a round concludes, the dealer must change. Thus, it was Qinyang's turn to take the helm. He rolled the dice twice, and for the first roll, he naturally cast a 5, allowing him to continue. Subsequently, he rolled a 9, culminating in a total of 14. Once everyone had drawn their tiles, it was Qinyang's turn to play first. Yet, after nearly a minute, he showed no signs of making a move, maintaining only a subtle smile on his face. This expression instilled a sense of foreboding in He, who had sensed something amiss during the tile arrangement, as many of the tiles he coveted had been seized by Qinyang. The situation at the table was thus shrouded in uncertainty for he. Just as impatience began to ripple through the group, Qinyang cheerfully declared, "My apologies, everyone. But I have achieved a Tian He, heavenly harmony, this round." With that, he overturned his tiles for the other three to see. Qinyang's hand, in addition to the Tian He, comprised a formidable combination of Desan Yuan, big three dragons, Si and Ku, for concealed pungs, and was entirely composed of honor tiles, amounting to a truly grand victory. Previously, they had played with a stake of 10,000 per round, each player contributing 5 million in chips. In this round, Qinyang's Tian He netted him 188 points, Desan Yuan 88 points, Si and Ku 88 points, and the honor tiles another 64 points, along with additional points from various melds, culminating in a staggering total of 438 points, effectively claiming the majority of the chips from the other players in one fell swoop. Continuing with another round, Qinyang maintained his position as the dealer. Once again, he showcased his formidable control by playing a hand worth 62 points, thereby claiming all the remaining chips from the other three players, which revealed his astonishing mastery. Following this hand, King He was utterly convinced by Qinyang's prowess. Initially, one might argue that Qinyang merely possessed a slight edge in gambling skills, but the second round distinctly showcased his commanding influence, precisely 62 points, perfectly aligning with the total of their 5 million chips, with not a single unit wasted. In King He's mind, it seemed that even the legendary gambler Gao Jin had never achieved such a feat. Could it be that this young man surpassed the gambling god? King He pondered silently. With 2 rounds of mahjong, Qinyang had amassed an impressive 10 million, bringing his total to over 20 million in chips. His remarkable performance in mahjong solidified King He's resolve to recruit him. However, King He sought to further assess Qinyang's capabilities in other forms of gambling. Qinyang, being straightforward, mentioned a few games he was familiar with, although he had not encountered many others. Nevertheless, for every gambling method he did know, his extraordinary physical prowess rendered him exceptionally adept. King He tested a few different games, and unsurprisingly, Qinyang's chip count increased by several million. The speed at which money flowed in this gambling arena was astonishing, especially considering Qinyang had not even exerted himself fully. He, the gambling king, expressed considerable satisfaction with Qinyang's performance and directly inquired whether Qinyang would be willing to affiliate himself with the prestigious Casino Lisboa, serving as its mainstay. In truth, there existed another adept under the gambling king's command, a master ranked 22nd in gambling skills, known as Xiao Xiaoqi. However, the gambling king had faced him in games and could at least discern the gap between their abilities. Yet, after engaging in several rounds against Qinyang, the gambling king sorrowfully realized that he could not ascertain the extent of their disparity. Qinyang's gambling prowess resembled an unfathomable abyss, as deep as a frigid pool with no bottom in sight. The gambling king recognized the potential within Qinyang, and he discerned that should Qinyang acquiesce, he would no longer need to rely on his connection with the gambling god, Gao Jin, to manage other adversaries, an outcome the gambling king fervently desired. Qinyang, in fact, was quite willing to accept this offer, yet he stipulated one condition. He wished to publicly challenge the gambling god, Gao Jin, and if victorious, he would then consent to the gambling king's favor. This predicament placed the gambling king in a difficult position. The proverbial dilemma of having to choose between fish and bear's paw was indeed applicable here, and he understood that he had been somewhat greedy. The gambling king slowly exhaled the last puff of smoke from the cigar he held, extinguishing it in the crystal ashtray before him. This marked the 3rd cigar in succession. Qinyang recognized that the gambling king required time to ponder this matter, so he refrained from pressuring him, instead sitting quietly with Su Yin across from the gambling king, patiently awaiting his decision. Qinyang had no intention of avoiding Su Yin regarding this matter, as he believed that she would undoubtedly become an ally in the future. Therefore, any discussions with the gambling king, he required no discretion from her. He raised his head, revealing the faint traces of bloodshot in his eyes, indicating the mental strain he had been under. In a voice that was slightly hoarse, he inquired, "Little Chun, if you were to gamble against the gambling god, Gao Jin, what level of confidence do you possess?" Qinyang, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "If I were to express my own perspective, I would assert it to be 100%. However, the unpredictability of the gambling table renders any outcome uncertain. We must await the results in due course." He then handed Qinyang an internationally accepted card from a Swiss bank, laden with 30 million, the password being 6 zeros. The sum was nearly equivalent to Chunyang's winnings at the casino during this venture. Furthermore, he informed him that on the 5th of each month, the casino's bonuses would be promptly deposited into this card, amounting to 12% of the casino's monthly profits. Such a figure is astronomical. Explaining why seasoned gamblers often align themselves with powerful factions, the allure of such bonuses is simply irresistible. Additionally, this card was a premium VIP card from the Swiss bank, permitting a maximum overdraft limit of $100 million. The conditions offered by the gambling king to Chunyang were exceedingly generous. Furthermore, Chunyang was only required to step in when the expert ranked 22nd in gambling skills was unable to cope. This arrangement was primarily due to Chunyang's identity as a mainland Chinese and a university student, rendering his presence in Macau somewhat inconvenient. Thus, he was granted a rather leisurely position, essentially waiting to receive his share of the profits, which would commence next month. However, should Chunyang manage to triumph over the gambling god, Gao Jin, the casino could still benefit, as the Grand Lisboa Casino provides Gao Jin with a monthly tribute amounting to 15 of the profits. Therefore, the gambling king harbored a genuine hope that Chunyang would supplant the current gambling deity, Gao Jin. In Chapter 42, during the friendly football match with the university students of Macau, Chunyang and Su Yin bid farewell to the gambling king with satisfaction. Chunyang had successfully achieved his primary objective for visiting the casino, and the process had been remarkably effortless. An unexpected turn of fate that felt akin to the legendary stroke of good fortune. Their hotel, located near the University of Macau, attracted numerous students who took the opportunity to explore the campus, leading to delightful exchanges between the two groups. Chunyang and Su Yin had yet to dine, having only indulged in some snacks within the Grand Lisboa Casino. Although the gambling king had intended to invite them for dinner, Chunyang felt that such an occasion would consume considerable time. Being young, they preferred a more carefree experience. Dining with someone older would undoubtedly stifle their enjoyment, rendering the evening rather tedious. Thus, they graciously declined the invitation. Certainly, the youth possessed their own social circles. Seizing this opportunity, Chunyang endeavored to deepen his connections with his classmates, indulging in barbecues and sipping beer. Gradually, Chunyang became familiar with everyone, showcasing his remarkable capacity for alcohol. By the end of the gathering, he himself was oblivious to the quantity he had consumed. However, he remained surprisingly lucid. Given his current tolerance, it was effortless to fill him with beer, yet the prospect of inebriation seemed virtually impossible. Su Yin did not join Chunyang, as the young women instinctively clustered together, exhibiting a graceful demeanor while dining, in stark contrast to the boisterous men. The gathering boasted over 200 attendees, creating a lively atmosphere. While everyone feasted and conversed, the discussions occasionally veered into discomfort. Yet, Chunyang caught snippets of troubled voices, prompting him to approach that particular table to gain insight into their concerns. It turned out that these gentlemen were classmates from Peking University. Earlier that day, they had ventured to the University of Macau with several peers from Tsinghua University for leisure. These individuals were fond of soccer, and thus, they engaged in a spirited match on the University of Macau's playground. Their skills were commendable, ranking them among the elite within their respective departments. During their days in Zhuhai, they had been immersed in intensive training, which had left them yearning for a chance to unwind, hence their exuberant play at the University of Macau. More than 10 individuals gathered, dividing themselves into two opposing teams, perfectly representing Peking University against Tsinghua University. Both institutions are esteemed as the pinnacle of higher education in China, historically serving as a haven for prodigious talents. However, a substantial rivalry exists between these two universities across various domains, akin to the fervor seen in football derbies. The competitive spirit of this match between the two schools was commendable. Nevertheless, it was important to remember that they were on the turf of the University of Macau. The students from Macau University, noticing the impressive performance of these unfamiliar young teams, were intrigued, especially upon learning that they hailed from the most prestigious institutions in mainland China. This sparked a competitive desire within them, leading the members of the Macau University team to propose a friendly match. As a team composed of exceptional individuals, each of the mainland students was imbued with a sense of pride, readily accepting the challenge. However, as the students from Peking University and Tsinghua University did not have enough players to form a complete 11-person team, they spontaneously united to create one. The University of Macau also assembled their team, with many players drawn from the university's official squad, while others were elite members from various departmental teams. Thus, a fierce competition quickly unfolded on the field, particularly as each participant represented the esteemed image of their respective universities. Humans inherently possess a penchant for rivalry, relishing the exhilarating taste of victory. Consequently, the students from Peking University and Tsinghua University played with great fervor and demonstrated commendable teamwork. However, due to a significant disparity in skill levels, they ultimately suffered a disheartening defeat, losing 6-0 within a mere 45 minutes, the duration of a standard football match. Macau, having been a Portuguese colony for many years, boasts a considerable number of Sino-Portuguese mixed-blood students at its university. These students frequently engage in football exchanges with their counterparts from Portugal, resulting in a commendable level of proficiency that, at the very least, surpasses that of the university students from the mainland. Notably, the students participating from the mainland were not the strongest representatives, whereas the contingent from the University of Macau comprised the elite. Hence, the defeat faced by the students from Peking University and Tsinghua University is understandable. Yet the humiliating scoreline left them with a tarnished image. Particularly stinging were the remarks from some students at the University of Macau, who criticized the mainland students' poor football skills. Such comments were deeply humiliating for these proud individuals, who found themselves outmatched. Nevertheless, they defiantly declared that another match would take place at 5 p.m. the following day. In truth, once the words were spoken, they felt a twinge of regret, for the participants were not members of their respective university football teams and had never practiced together, rendering them nothing more than a disorganized assembly. The students from the University of Macau are indeed formidable, having consistently engaged in joint training sessions, which has fostered seamless cooperation among them. Consequently, this afternoon, despite the earnest efforts of the students from the mainland, the outcome was a resounding 6-0 defeat. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yang felt a pang of frustration. It was imperative to uphold the dignity of the students from the mainland. Yet, as they themselves had remarked, how could a disorganized group compete against a well-coordinated team? Nonetheless, Chen Yang was determined to wade into this murky water, for he possessed a commendable skill level in football. Although it is a team sport, sometimes a singular superstar can alter the entire dynamic. When a lion leads a flock of sheep, they may even triumph over a pride of lions led by a mere sheep. Chen Yang aspired to be that lion among the sheep. Some indulged in their meals with joy, while others were weighed down by the news they had received. However, everyone ultimately relished the feast. When Chen Yang approached the hotel manager to settle the bill, he was astounded to find that the meal had cost a staggering 80,000 yuan. This was the first time in his life he had spent money so liberally. The following morning during training, conversations about the previous day's events circulated quietly among the group. It seemed that after a night of discussion, everyone was aware of the situation. Fostering a sense of collective resolve, they agreed to refine their coordination after the training session. Amidst the pervasive discussions, the instructors became aware of the murmurs among the trainees. Rather than imposing punitive measures for their chatter, the instructors approached the situation with empathy, collaboratively devising strategies. These university students embodied the image of mainland China, and to a greater extent, represented its honor. The military is a group deeply rooted in a sense of honor, and Chen Yang, being a soldier and a member of an elite special forces unit, exemplifies this commitment to honor, as evidenced by the unwavering resolve of the 7th Cheetah Squad to fulfill their assigned missions, even at the cost of their lives. After a spirited discussion, the consensus emerged to nominate skilled football players from each institution for selection, thereby engaging in a process of natural selection to form a formidable team for the impending challenge. This would not only ensure a competitive match against their opponents, but also foster camaraderie among the participants. Following a lively round of recommendations, over 50 brave individuals emerged from the 2,000 university students present, garnering the respect of their peers. However, some institutions found themselves without a single capable player, relegating them to the role of spectators. Naturally, Chen Yang was among the 50, and although his fellow students from Wuhan University had never witnessed his football prowess, he was the sole candidate to self-nominate, as the others lacked any football skills, leading to unanimous support from his classmates. The training session has remarkably transformed into a selection trial for football, an astonishing development indeed. Subsequently, over 50 brave young individuals engaged in a series of technical contests, ultimately identifying 15 outstanding players. With only 3 substitute opportunities available, this selection of 15 is quite sufficient. Among them, Chen has now emerged as the undeniable linchpin. His recent performance leaving all the university students present in awe. Those who ardently follow the top 5 European leagues even discern flashes of brilliance reminiscent of football legends in Chen. It is undeniable that Chen has commanded attention in his pursuit of a core position within this challenging team, fostering a sense of admiration among his peers. The potency of a cohesive team is unparalleled. Of the 15 selected, 8 were part of the group that suffered defeat the previous afternoon. Witnessing Chen, previously perceived as an overnight sensation, demonstrate such exceptional football skills and formidable drinking prowess has garnered unanimous support for his leadership. In the realm of Chinese football, mere proficiency in the sport does not necessarily earn the admiration of fellow players. However, possessing remarkable drinking abilities undeniably commands respect. It is indeed a rather ironic circumstance. Chapter 43. The turnaround in the first half. Football superstar Chen. Nonetheless, these individuals are young university students, yet to be tainted by the unsavory practices of the Chinese Football Association, and thus they hold Chen skills in high esteem. During lunch, Chen treated all his classmates who participated in the afternoon match, as he now finds himself in a position of affluence, making such expenses trivial. Due to the impending match in the afternoon, everyone abstained from alcohol. However, the atmosphere during the meal was vibrant, filled with animated discussions about the strategies for the upcoming game. One faction advocated for a defensive counterattack, arguing that the overall strength of the University of Macau surpassed that of our team, and that their synergy was more refined. They believed that prioritizing defense while seeking opportunities would be the most suitable approach for our current team composition. Both sides presented compelling arguments. The aggressive faction insisted on a more offensive strategy, while the conservative faction emphasized the importance of ensuring we did not concede any goals, leading to a heated debate. Ultimately, the matter was entrusted to Chen. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, in the first half, we should take the initiative to attack. If we manage to secure a lead, we can adapt our gameplay to incorporate some defensive counterattacks. Starting off on the defensive would portray us as lacking in ambition. Thus, we must launch a vigorous offensive at the outset and then adjust according to the unfolding circumstances. Although you may not voice it, I sincerely hope we can emerge victorious in this match. Chen emphasis on an offensive strategy resonated well with the aggressive faction, while those on the conservative side found merit in his words, recognizing that he was indeed the core of the team. Nevertheless, the offensive approach is physically demanding, and there remains some apprehension regarding the challenges ahead. Chen, however, did not find this perspective objectionable. He genuinely hoped that his teammates would engage more in defensive efforts, as minimizing goals conceded, or ideally not conceding at all, would be the most direct assurance of securing victory. Subsequently, under the blazing sun, the team casually practiced their tactics on the field. At 4 o'clock, they set off for the University of Macau, with the instructors having arranged for a coach to transport them, emphasizing the importance of conserving everyone's energy. Many students chose to walk alongside, cheering them on, as the coach made its leisurely way forward, trailed by a large group of enthusiastic supporters. A previous group of students had already arrived at the University of Macau to scout the venue, clearly demonstrating a strong sense of collective pride. Upon arriving at the university's entrance, the members of the team disembarked one by one, where they were greeted by designated personnel from the university. This somewhat formal reception left everyone exchanging curious glances, prompting Chen to approach and inquire about the situation. The staff member informed him that, the previous day, someone from the university's football team had disclosed to the higher-ups that they were set to compete against university students from the mainland. Given the team's confidence, bolstered by their recent 6-0 victory, the administration viewed this as an excellent opportunity to showcase the spirit of the University of Macau. Consequently, they decided to utilize the finest pitch available on campus for the match. This venue, located within a closed arena frequently used by local district football teams, was indeed impressive and well-suited for official competitions. Surrounding the field were numerous stands and seating areas, capable of accommodating 15,000 spectators, marking it as a modern stadium and the university's premier sports facility. It was evident that the University of Macau placed significant importance on this exchange match. The staff member revealed that the match would be postponed until 5:30, as the university required additional time to organize the event. It was said that the match would be filmed live, and several renowned figures from the Macau region would attend to witness the game. Many international friends visiting the University of Macau were also expected to be present, alongside a multitude of students, suggesting that it would be a grand spectacle. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yang's teammates felt somewhat bewildered. After all, it was merely a friendly match, yet it had become unexpectedly complicated, adding psychological pressure on the players. In the respite of the locker room, Chen Yang and his teammates took a moment to relax. The university had thoughtfully provided a set of red-away jerseys for the team, allowing everyone to select shirts that fit their sizes without much concern for the numbers on the jerseys. Chen Yang chose the number 10, as it is typically worn by the central playmaker, and he intended to play that position. However, the university's meticulous preparations disrupted their previous strategies, rendering their tactical discussions seemingly pointless. Although the teammates were dressed and ready, their mindset remained dismal. In such circumstances, tactical considerations were overshadowed by a significant test of courage. Consequently, Chen Yang found himself tirelessly encouraging his teammates, yet the impact was minimal. It seems that in China, those who engage in football are often bound by tradition, and their psychological resilience leaves much to be desired, making it exceedingly difficult for them to transform pressure into motivation. Chen Yang finds himself at a loss for effective solutions, compelled to adopt a step-by-step approach. As the clock swiftly approached 5:30, a staff member informed Chen Yang that it was time for them to take the field. While Chen Yang maintained a semblance of composure, the others were beset by anxiety, their hearts racing with trepidation. Regardless of their unease, the moment had arrived, and they had no choice but to muster their courage and step onto the pitch. Yet, their demeanor betrayed a lack of spirit. Apart from Chen Yang, whose countenance remained relatively stable, the rest of the team cast their eyes downward, their morale exceedingly low. In stark contrast, the players of the University of Macau exuded vigor, their eyes gleaming with intensity and their fighting spirit palpable. This disparity cast a shadow of pessimism over Chen Yang. The stands were nearly filled to capacity, a testament to the fervor of the spectators. Football, as the world's foremost sport, undoubtedly possesses a unique allure, as evidenced by the substantial audience present for what was merely a seemingly inconsequential friendly match. Given the elevated standards of the contest, every aspect was conducted in accordance with official match protocols, complete with a main referee and 2 assistant referees. A figure resembling a coach from the University of Macau sat on the sidelines, while Chen Yang's side was devoid of any coaching presence. What was initially perceived as a mere game had unexpectedly escalated into such a formal affair. However, since the school administration had already made arrangements, everyone had no choice but to resign themselves to this reality. Except for Chen Yang, the morale of the others was notably low. They merely hoped not to suffer a humiliating defeat. Indeed, the more one fears, the more it comes to pass. Merely 5 minutes into the match, the opposing team, the University of Macau, seized an opportunity, and their number 9 player deftly scored a goal. Chen Yang's goalkeeper seemed to be in a daze, only offering a token gesture of a hand. This situation incited Chen Yang's anger. He continually urged his teammates to focus. Although they nodded in acknowledgement, their spirits remained utterly deflated, particularly in physical confrontations where they faltered miserably. Observing that only Chen Yang exhibited such fervor and seemingly commendable skills, the opponents assigned 5 players to closely mark him, revealing the ineffectiveness of his teammates. A mere few minutes later, the University of Macau capitalized on yet another opportunity, extending their lead to 2-0. This goal undoubtedly exacerbated Chen Yang's team's dire predicament, rendering them despairingly hopeless, as if condemned to a death sentence. Chen Yang finally erupted in fury, shouting at his teammates, "For heaven's sake, wake up! Is one defeat not enough? Do you wish to suffer another humiliating 6-0 loss? Stand up if you have any pride." Meanwhile, the stands erupted in cheers from the Macau students, while Chen Yang's supporters had largely bowed their heads in silence, seemingly unable to bear the embarrassment of such a dismal performance. In the midst of the crowd, only Su Yan and a few others remained steadfastly engrossed in the match. From a distance, Su Yan observed Chen Yang. Although she could not discern the expression on his face, she firmly believed that he would soon take decisive action. Her intuition quickly materialized into reality. Following a stern reprimand from Chen Yang, his teammates seemed to regain their focus, particularly those who had suffered defeat the previous day, as they began to move with renewed vigor. After all, experiencing humiliation once was sufficient. No one wished to endure it again. The enhanced cooperation among his teammates provided substantial support to Qinyang, and the defensive pressure surrounding him finally eased. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Qinyang received a pass from a teammate in the midfield and skillfully maneuvered past two defenders with remarkable speed and agility, closing in on the penalty area. Faced with no other option, a defender positioned before him resorted to a blatant foul, clinging to Qinyang to thwart his advance, an indisputable infraction that warranted a card. Their spirited performance over the past few minutes had also raised the spirits of their classmates who had come to cheer for them, igniting a chorus of quiet cheers and encouragement. The referee issued a yellow card to the defender from the University of Macau and awarded a free kick to Qinyang's team, a decision both fair and just. Qinyang stepped up to take the free kick, and his teammates naturally had no objections. In the realm of football, set pieces are a crucial tactic, and Qinyang was eager to seize this opportunity to make his mark. The referee's whistle signaled that he could commence as the opposing players took their positions. After positioning the football, Qinyang took a few steps back and inhaled deeply, his mind flooded with countless scenes of practicing free kicks within the Genius learning system. He then sprinted forward, swinging his right foot with a powerful arc, aiming to unleash a forceful free kick directly towards the goal. The football shot forth like a cannonball, piercing through the gap in the wall of defenders and heading straight for the far corner of the net. The ball's remarkable velocity left the opposing goalkeeper utterly unprepared, as it thundered into the white mesh of the net. This goal significantly uplifted the morale of Qinyang's team. While the supporters in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers, Qinyang himself felt immense satisfaction, as his dedicated practice had finally borne fruit. The score was now altered to 1-2, with Qinyang's team still trailing by 1 goal. Following this goal, his teammates seemed to have found their guiding spirit. They rushed over to celebrate with him, and in their eyes, he could discern a fervent desire for victory. It is curious how, once a flicker of hope is ignited, it expands exponentially. In the hearts of his teammates, Qinyang had become a veritable savior. Subsequently, Qinyang exemplified what a savior ought to embody. Bolstered by the support of his teammates, he played with increasing ease, displaying a series of dazzling dribbles. Despite the rigorous defense from the University of Macau, Qinyang, with his exceptional skills and extraordinary physical prowess, managed to score 2 more stunning goals before the end of the first half. 3-2. Qinyang and his teammates have turned the tide, and the players from the University of Macau no longer seem as formidable as initially perceived, which has led to an unprecedented surge in morale. However, 2 individuals had to be substituted due to exhaustion, while the others insisted they could grit their teeth and endure until the final whistle. Chapter 44. Greetings, I am Horton. As the second half commenced, Qinyang and his teammates launched a vigorous assault into the opponent's half. The adversaries, having embraced an offensive strategy during the halftime break, mirrored this fervor at the start of the second half, resulting in a relentless exchange of attacks from both sides, each seeking opportunities to score. Having already secured a hat trick in the first half, netting 3 goals, Qinyang understood the importance of teamwork. Thus, in the latter half, he focused more on creating chances for his teammates. Regrettably, they squandered these opportunities time and again. Qinyang remained composed, continuing to forge chances, even opting to pass to a teammate instead of taking a shot himself after drawing the goalkeeper out. Unfortunately, this teammate, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, astonishingly managed to shoot over the crossbar from an open goal, leaving spectators in disbelief. Both teams generated numerous opportunities, with several instances coming tantalizingly close to finding the back of the net. The audience, though witnessing 2 amateur squads, was thoroughly entertained by the spirited exchanges on the pitch, expressing their satisfaction with enthusiastic applause for each exhilarating offensive play. More than 20 minutes had elapsed in the second half, and the score remained unchanged at 3-2. After witnessing his teammates squander numerous opportunities, Qinyang resolved to take matters into his own hands. He pondered the previous day's match, where his teammates had suffered a humiliating 6 o'clock defeat against the students of the University of Macau. If today's match concluded with a mere single-goal victory, it would hardly suffice to salvage their pride. Thus, Qinyang concluded that not only must they secure a victory, but it must also be a resounding one. Having made the decision to lead the charge, his teammates shifted their focus predominantly to defense. With just over 20 minutes left on the clock, achieving a significant victory would necessitate scoring at least 4 goals more than their opponents. This meant that Qinyang needed to net at least 3 more goals to fulfill his objective, all while ensuring that his team did not concede any further goals. The ensuing moments transformed into a showcase of Chun Yang's individual brilliance. Within a span of less than 10 minutes, he delivered two astonishing performances. After successfully intercepting the ball in midfield, he deftly evaded two defenders, creating a gap. From approximately 30 meters away from the goal, he unleashed a spectacular volley that soared past the opposing goalkeeper, a breathtaking strike that was nothing short of extraordinary. This goal elicited raucous cheers from the university students on the mainland, while even the neutral spectators erupted in applause for such a stunning display. The brilliance of the goal captivated all, including the students from the University of Macau, who could not help but join in the ovation. Fans are always generous with their admiration for remarkable goals, and Chun Yang's strike had nearly won the hearts of every spectator present. Chun Yang's initial goal was merely the prelude. What followed was a performance that garnered even more applause and cheers. Receiving a long pass from a teammate, it was not merely a reception, but rather a ball that Chun Yang had actively pursued, as his teammate's judgment on the pass's trajectory was somewhat imprecise. Fortunately, the general direction was not excessively astray, and Chun Yang, relying on his keen instincts, seized the optimal position to claim the ball. He then replicated a feat reminiscent of the legendary Diego Maradona in the 1966 World Cup, deftly maneuvering past 6 players, including the goalkeeper, ultimately scoring by simply guiding the ball into an unguarded net. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chun Yang had breached the opponent's defenses twice, altering the score to 5-2. Each goal was more spectacular than the last, showcasing not only his evasion and long-range shooting prowess, but also his astonishing dribbling skills. Although the players from the University of Macau do not compete at a professional level, Chun Yang's ability to traverse past 6 defenders left spectators in awe. The crowd revels in such passionate displays of skill, and when Chun Yang achieved this remarkable feat, even the opposing players joined in the applause. This type of goal is truly legendary within the realm of football. Chun Yang's magical performance continued to unfold. Whenever he touched the ball, chants of "score again" erupted from the stands, with a multitude of neutral fans eager to witness yet another aesthetically pleasing goal from him, creating an electrifying atmosphere within the venue. As the score stood at 5-2, Chun Yang had single-handedly netted 5 goals, effectively dismantling the morale of the opposing team from the University of Macau. Faced with such an overwhelmingly formidable presence, the opponents found themselves devoid of courage to mount a comeback. In their eyes, Chun Yang resembled a demon, and all they longed for was the swift conclusion of this relentless torment. Consequently, after Chun Yang scored 2 more goals, the players from the University of Macau abandoned their offensive efforts, retreating into their half of the field and adopting a defensive formation akin to a fortress. With the adversaries having effectively conceded defeat, Chun Yang's teammates seized the opportunity to press forward. Despite their exhaustion, they inexplicably found renewed vigor, launching a relentless assault that starkly contrasted with their previously fatigued state. The essence of football lies in the joy of attacking. And even though the players from the University of Macau remained focused on their defense, there were moments when their guard faltered under the tempestuous onslaught of Chun Yang and his teammates. Seizing these opportunities, Chun Yang once again showcased his individual prowess, creating several chances for his teammates, who capitalized on 2 of them, altering the score to 7-2. The celebrations following the goals were exuberant, surpassing the fervor often seen in professional leagues. With only 3 minutes remaining in the match, and given that this was not a professional game, there would be no stoppage time. Thus, if the score of 7-2 were to remain until the final whistle, both sides would likely find it a somewhat acceptable outcome. In the final opportunity for a corner kick during the match, Chun Yang was struck by a surge of inspiration, contemplating the audacity of executing a direct shot from an acute angle. He found the prospect of such a goal exhilarating, noting that only a select few players had achieved this feat, namely, the legendary Dutchman Marco van Basten, the tragic Italian star Roberto Baggio, and Brazil's illustrious left-footed maestro Roberto Carlos, among others. Each of these footballing giants had successfully executed such a remarkable shot, and Chun Yang was eager to attempt it himself. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he calculated the optimal trajectory for his shot. With a deft flick of his right foot, he struck the ball with the inside of his instep, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc before it nestled into the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper, despite his timely reaction and valiant effort to intervene, was left helpless, failing to make contact with the elusive sphere. This goalkeeper must have been the most disheartened figure on the pitch, having conceded a staggering 8 goals to the opposing team. The referee, witnessing yet another goal, felt a twinge of regret. As a local from Macau, he pondered whether he should have signaled the end of the match sooner. In a mere 3 minutes, the disgrace for the University of Macau intensified. Thus, just 5 seconds after the game resumed, the referee blew his whistle to declare the match concluded. At that moment, no one concerned themselves with any breaches of protocol. The players from the University of Macau finally found relief. In this match, Chen Yang scored a total of 6 goals. While it may be argued that such an achievement at an amateur level holds little significance, not everyone possesses the ability to score in such a manner. Moreover, his remarkable feat of netting a hat-trick in both halves leaves no room for dispute regarding his rightful title as the best player of the match. The cameras even captured several close-ups of Chen Yang, allowing the spectators on the sidelines to appreciate the talent of this extraordinary young man. Leading his teammates to avenge their previous embarrassment, Chen Yang's team secured a resounding victory with a 6-goal margin, transforming this event organized by the University of Macau into a stage solely for his performance, rendering the efforts of others somewhat futile. After changing into their own clothes, Chen Yang and his teammates felt rejuvenated. This grand occasion, however, nearly plunged them into despair, but thankfully, their teammates exhibited resilience and determination. It must be said that at times, the timidity of our compatriots is rather pronounced. When the moment calls for boldness, they often choose to remain modest, which is incongruent with the nature of competitive sports such as football. While humility is a virtue outside the pitch, akin to that of a gentleman or a noble person, excessive modesty during the game can lead to dire consequences. Just look at our national football team. Their extreme humility on the field has rightfully attracted criticism for many years. As they approached the gates of the University of Macau, Chen Yang and his companions encountered an unexpected visitor, an elderly foreign gentleman with white hair. The old man stopped Chen Yang, and they had no choice but to pause momentarily. An elderly man introduced himself in rather awkward Chinese, stating that he was Horton, the current coach of the Chinese national men's football team. He expressed a desire to speak privately with Chen Yang, who had captivated this foreign gentleman with his performance that day. Prior to his rebirth, Chen Yang had scarcely followed the national football team, having only watched the World Cup in 2002 while accompanying his father in the hospital. He recalled that the coach at that time was Milu, and it appeared that Horton was his predecessor. Chen Yang vaguely remembered that Milu had taken charge in 2000. Horton was currently facing considerable difficulties, with rumors circulating about his impending dismissal, as several matches against formidable Asian teams had revealed his shortcomings in on-field management. This had led to the emergence of the term pseudo-strong team to describe the national squad. Against weaker opponents, they sometimes performed like dragons, yet when confronted with stronger adversaries, they often resembled mere insects. Chen Yang felt a sense of sympathy for these foreign coaches of the national team, for in this extraordinary nation of China, the players were not solely determined by the coaches. The coaches were often relegated to a secondary position, overshadowed by a powerful football association. This dynamic ensured that the players selected for the national team were not necessarily the most talented, but rather the ones most compliant with the association's directives. Those who dared to defy would face absolute exclusion from the national team, enduring a form of indefinite ban until they conformed. Chapter 45. The grand ceremony of Macau's return. Horton had come to lead the Chinese men's football team for a friendly match against the local teams in Macau. While leisurely wandering around the University of Macau, he fortuitously witnessed Chen Yang's splendid performance, which piqued his interest in Chen. Chen Yang placed a call to Su Yan, informing her that he had some matters to attend to and suggested she eat if she felt hungry. However, Su Yan insisted on waiting for him to finish so they could dine together. Chen Yang and the elderly Horton casually selected a window-side table in the Hotel CAF, where they sat facing each other. Horton conveyed his intentions, expressing a desire for Chen Yang to temporarily join his national team for a friendly match against the Macau men's football team on the evening of December 21st. Currently, Chen Yang could only participate in such friendly matches, as he lacked the necessary registration credentials from the Chinese Football Association, making participation in official competitions impossible. The national team had been enduring a challenging period lately. Over the past 3 months, they faced the South Korean and Japanese teams 4 times, suffering defeat in each encounter without scoring a single goal. In their most recent friendly against Japan, they were overwhelmed with a staggering 6-0 loss. Horton observed that the players seemed to have grown accustomed to losing, Perceiving defeats against South Korea and Japan as commonplace, winning would be considered the anomaly. Consequently, the players maintained a nonchalant demeanor, perpetually bracing themselves for impending losses. Not only did the team face setbacks against South Korea and Japan, but they also suffered a series of unexpected defeats against weaker Asian teams in the first half of the year, including a stunning 3-2 turnaround by Singapore, a 1-1 draw with Vietnam, and a 2-1 loss to Malaysia. Although they managed to secure a few victories, their struggles against these lesser teams reveal the immense challenges that Horton is enduring. After listening to Horton vent his frustrations to Chen Yang felt a deep sympathy for the elderly gentleman. For the sake of convenience, their conversation was conducted entirely in English, as Horton's command of Chinese was rather poor, making it quite painful for Chen Yang to comprehend. Horton was genuinely surprised by Chen Yang's fluency in English, noting a distinctly authentic North London accent. He found communicating in English to be far more effortless, as Mandarin proved to be exceedingly difficult for foreigners. Chen Yang did not immediately acquiesce, stating that he needed to deliberate on the matter. After all, he harbored some apprehension about being associated with the national football team's reputation, which in later years would become the subject of various disparaging remarks, the most notorious being the phrase, "Your entire family is like the national team," which is undoubtedly more potent than the deadly sword of the scholar in Stephen Chow's classic film, Flirting Scholar. Chen Yang took down Horton's mobile number and escorted the elderly man out of the hotel before calling Su Yin to inform her that the matter had been resolved and inviting her to join him for dinner. After the two met, and with Su Yin's consent, Chen Yang clarified the room number where his teammates were celebrating via phone. They then proceeded to join the festivities, during which Chen Yang introduced Su Yin to everyone. In this day and age, being accompanied by such a stunning beauty as Su Yin was a source of great pride, and Chen Yang naturally wished to showcase her to others. As is customary in celebrations, drinks flowed abundantly, and Chen Yang, ever the gracious host, ensured that his companions indulged to their limits. Hand in hand with Su Yin, Chen Yang leisurely exited the hotel. In Macau, reaching the seaside is a simple endeavor. The two of them quietly leaned against the railing by the sea, gazing at the enchanting nightscape of Macau, their spirits lifted in perfect harmony. Su Yin, embodying a tender femininity, yearned for the attentive care of a man. Such a seemingly mundane gesture stirred a wave of warmth within her. Regardless of the moment, any sincere action from a man can deeply resonate with a woman. No matter how trivial the gesture, if it is genuine, a woman will surely embrace a man's heartfelt intentions. To all male readers, if you have yet to win the heart of your beloved, it is likely due to insufficient sincerity, or perhaps she has yet to perceive your earnestness. Have faith in yourself. By offering your true heart, you shall attain what you desire. In a tight embrace, Chen Yang and Su Yin savored the profound connection of their souls in that instant. It felt as though only their existence mattered in the vast universe. Chen Yang believed it would be prudent not to accept this opportunity, not solely due to the ignominy surrounding the national football team. Indeed, while the public vocally criticized the myriad shortcomings of the national squad, such sentiments stemmed from a place of deep affection and fervent hope. Every ordinary Chinese citizen yearned for the strength and prowess of their team. Yet, the national team's repeated dismal performances had left their supporters disheartened. In his previous life, Chen Yang had witnessed the poignant tears of devoted fans on television, a scene that tugged at his own heartstrings. Thus, he harbored a genuine hope for the team's resurgence. However, Chen Yang's primary concern at present was his desire to remain inconspicuous, particularly in the absence of sufficient means for self-protection. Participating in such a friendly match would likely attract media attention, thrusting him into the limelight. After all, aside from his modest renown within the campus of Wuhan University, he remained largely anonymous elsewhere. Having contemplated these matters, Chen Yang decided to call the esteemed Mr. Horton to express his regrets about not being able to participate. The elderly gentleman on the other end of the line expressed his disappointment but maintained an air of gentlemanly composure. Chen Yang suppressed his feelings of guilt towards Mr. Horton, nonetheless wishing fervently for the national team to achieve commendable results, even though historical precedents indicated such prospects were bleak. Mr. Horton was perilously close to losing his position as the coach of the national team. Chen Yang found himself grappling with a conundrum regarding the nearly 30 million assets in his possession. In this lifetime, he had developed a rather liberal attitude towards wealth, yet he was beset by a delightful dilemma on how to wisely allocate these funds. Furthermore, should he triumph over Gao Jin, The dividends from the Grand Casino in Macau would likely render poverty an unlikely prospect for him. Thus, Qinyang contemplated the noble pursuit of philanthropy. Recognizing the profound suffering that still plagued many in China, and with the prospect of continuous bonuses ahead, he felt compelled to make a difference. As he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, Qinyang chose to set aside these thoughts for the time being and engaged in his daily routine. He immersed himself in the genius learning system, cultivating righteousness and enhancing his appreciation for classical Chinese literature. Over 500 media outlets and television stations from nearly 100 countries reported on the event, which unfolded seamlessly. Qinyang and his peers proudly represented the spirit of university students from the mainland, followed by a myriad of speeches from various dignitaries. Meanwhile, Qinyang and his companions could only endure the tedium of waiting for the speeches to conclude. Once the speeches were over, a grand celebration commenced. Having grown weary of such events in his previous life, Qinyang found little joy in them, while others seemed to revel in the festivities. The event had indeed been well organized, yet Qinyang, being a seasoned traveler of time, struggled to muster any enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to partake in the celebration alongside his peers. Chapter 46. Meeting the Parents on New Year's Day, Part 1. Qinyang and his companions participated in the celebratory events that followed. Yet Qinyang also absorbed the latest news regarding Houghton and the national football team through television and newspapers. As anticipated, the national team showcased their might, managing to secure a 1-1 draw against the Macau team. One can only imagine the rather dismal atmosphere that ensued. The current state of the national team leaves little room for optimism. The day after the match, news broke that Houghton would no longer serve as the head coach of the Chinese national team due to personal reasons. Qinyang felt a twinge of guilt towards Houghton. Although Houghton's departure this year had become almost inevitable, he pondered whether a different outcome might have arisen had he agreed to assist in this friendly match. However, he understood that he could only provide limited support, and if the national team players continued to resist collaboration, he too might face criticism. All Qinyang could do was wish the well-meaning Houghton the best of luck. A minor incident unfolded on the plane as well. A pregnant woman suddenly experienced abdominal pain, likely exacerbated by the cabin pressure, which led to a flurry of commotion on board. Despite the presence of several doctors among the passengers, the lack of medical tools hindered their ability to assess the situation effectively. They could only advise the expectant mother to engage in deep breathing exercises to alleviate her discomfort, while her husband remained anxiously hopeful for assistance for his wife. The situation was rather dire, prompting Qinyang to take action. At this moment, the merits of traditional Chinese medicine became evident. A mere pulse diagnosis provided a substantial understanding of the patient's condition. Qinyang contemplated utilizing acupuncture to harmonize the vital energy within the pregnant woman. However, due to the metal nature of his acupuncture tools, they were checked in at security, leaving him without any available implements on the plane. This predicament posed a challenge for Qinyang, yet he swiftly conceived an ingenious idea to harness a fragment of the righteous energy he had cultivated. To his astonishment, the righteous energy proved to be remarkably effective, yielding significant relief from the woman's pain with only a minimal expenditure of this energy. It is no wonder that the ancient sages proclaimed, with righteous energy, all evils are repelled. Clearly, this righteous energy possessed extraordinary efficacy against ailments, leading Qinyang to a novel discovery in his medical practice and the mastery of an innovative treatment method. In the following days, Qinyang meticulously prepared for his visit to Su Yan's home. He acquired several new skills through the genius learning system to ensure his success. Additionally, he devoted considerable time to honing his culinary abilities, recalling Su Yan's praise for her mother's exquisite cooking, which rivaled that of esteemed chefs in grand hotels. Rumor had it that impressing the mother-in-law was considerably easier for those proficient in the culinary arts, a notion Qinyang seemed to have encountered from an uncertain source. Due to recent events, Qinyang's charitable endeavors have been temporarily put on hold. However, his recent trip to Macau has significantly advanced his progress in doing good deeds. Although Qinyang estimates that if he were to utilize all his funds for charitable purposes, he would certainly surpass 1,000 acts of kindness. He need not participate in each endeavor personally. Even if he cannot fulfill the systematic tasks set before him, it matters not. Engaging in benevolence has become a habit for Qinyang. Whenever he encounters someone in need, he readily extends his hand to assist. In helping others, he finds a profound sense of fulfillment. Yet, When Chunyang announced his intention to visit a friend's house on the 2nd, his mother displayed considerable interest, as if she had an inkling of something. Chunyang had no intention of concealing anything from his family, so he briefly explained his relationship with Su Yan, asserting that if the visit went well, he would bring Su Yan home to meet them. Upon hearing this, his father, initially adopting a stern demeanor, inquired about Chunyang's academic performance. However, the glimmer of joy in his eyes was undeniable. It was evident that Chunyang had matured, and the news of his commendable academic achievements brought even greater satisfaction. Nevertheless, his father still admonished him to prioritize his studies above all else. On the morning of the 2nd, before 6 a.m., Chunyang was roused from his slumber by his mother. He washed his hair, took a shower, tidied his appearance, and dressed appropriately to prepare himself. It was quite the early hour, especially since he had arranged to arrive at Su Yan's residence by 9 a.m. Awakening at such an early hour, Chunyang found himself seated in a chair, succumbing once more to slumber. It wasn't fatigue that weighed upon him, but rather a mere inclination towards indulgence. Consequently, after being roused again by his uncle at 8 o'clock, he tidied himself up slightly. After dropping Chunyang off at Su Yan's doorstep, his uncle offered an encouraging pat on the shoulder before departing alone in his car. Standing outside the house, Chunyang surveyed his surroundings and muttered softly, "Another villa." Although a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, he summoned the courage to press the doorbell. Su Yan had been waiting eagerly and swiftly opened the imposing iron gate, instructing him via the intercom to wait a moment as she hurried over to greet him. Today, Su Yan donned a comfortable athletic ensemble, her cheeks flushed from the brief sprint, exuding a youthful charm that eased Chunyang's nerves considerably. She guided him into her home, leading him directly to the living room. There, seated was a distinguished middle-aged man, reminiscent of Su Yan yet radiating a vigorous aura. He was sipping tea while perusing the newspaper. Su Yan quietly informed Chunyang that this was her father. Chunyang promptly approached, bowing respectfully and greeting, "Hello, uncle." The middle-aged man lifted his gaze to regard Chunyang. It was evident that the young man appeared somewhat anxious, yet he was not displeasing to the eye, prompting a subtle nod of approval from him. Su Yan's father had long been apprised by his beloved daughter of the young man's visit and was aware of the purpose behind it. At the very least, this child left a commendable first impression, particularly with an air of scholarly elegance that greatly pleased Mr. Su. Mrs. Su, upon hearing the commotion, hurried out from the kitchen, where she was preparing the ingredients for lunch alongside the housekeeper. Given the circumstances of the Su family, it was unnecessary for Mrs. Su to personally cook. However, Mr. Su had a particular fondness for the dishes crafted by his wife's hands, and Mrs. Su was more than willing to exert herself a little for the sake of her beloved's palate. Chunyang promptly greeted Mrs. Su, who also formed a favorable opinion of him. He appeared quite sunlit and tall, a fitting match alongside Su Yan. Nevertheless, other aspects required further evaluation. The saying goes that a mother-in-law's scrutiny of her daughter's suitor only grows more intriguing with time. Thus, Mrs. Su was quite curious about this young man who might become her son-in-law, but for now, she needed to return to her culinary endeavors. With time still on their side, merely sitting idly was not an option. Hence, Mr. Su took out a chess set, eager to engage Chunyang in a couple of matches, a pastime he greatly enjoyed. Such activities were customary whenever guests visited. After all, there are few forms of entertainment for men. Observing her father prepare the chessboard, Su Yan understood that Chunyang had made a favorable impression, for Mr. Su would not engage in chess with someone he was unfamiliar with. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Yan assisted in setting up the playing area and brewing tea for the two, before taking a seat beside her father to quietly observe. Su Yan did not dare to approach Chunyang casually, for her father, Su, upheld a strict code of conduct, believing that a young lady must always present herself with poise and grace, embodying the virtues of a true lady of refinement. Su Yan refrained from offering any advice. As her interest in chess was quite superficial, she merely spectated, cheering on her boyfriend, Chunyang. Thus, whenever their eyes met, Chunyang would often catch a glimpse of her encouraging smile and the supportive gestures of her lips. Chunyang had shed the initial awkwardness he exhibited upon entering, now displaying a more natural demeanor, which, in turn, elevated Su's father's opinion of him. It is worth noting that Su's father held a significant position as a deputy mayor, often exuding an aura of authority, particularly as he presided over disciplinary inspections, which lent him an intimidating presence. Those with ill intentions would undoubtedly feel uneasy in his company. However, Chunyang's composed manner revealed his candid disposition to Su father. While Su father was somewhat distracted, observing Chunyang rather than fully immersing himself in the game, Chunyang found himself in a challenging position. He understood that winning this match was not an option, it was a matter of humility. Fortunately, his skills in chess had seen considerable improvement over the past few days, thanks to his diligent studies, allowing him to maintain a semblance of control over the game. Father Su's chess skills were quite remarkable, which made it somewhat challenging for Chunyang to concede. Nevertheless, he adeptly crafted a scene of defeat, appearing as if he had exerted his utmost effort. However, in the subsequent 2 matches, Father Su discerned the underlying truth, as Chunyang made a few conspicuously erroneous moves that were uncharacteristic of his usual prowess. Father Su acknowledged Chunyang's chess expertise, believing him to be a skilled player. These blunders were evidently intentional concessions. This amused Father Su, leading him to conclude his probing regarding the game. At the very least, he recognized Chunyang's admirable virtue of humility, which was a commendable outcome. Chunyang, being exceptionally astute, realized that his deliberate concessions had not gone unnoticed by Father Su, causing him to blush slightly. However, it seemed that Father Su held no grievances against Su Yin regarding this matter, allowing Chunyang to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, the scenario of meeting the parents can often be somewhat awkward, especially when it extends over a prolonged period, given its implications for his daughter's future happiness. Consequently, Father Su expressed a desire to speak with Chunyang privately, leading him into the study while Su Yin remained behind. Reluctantly, Chunyang followed. Yet Su Yin offered him an encouraging glance. Father Su did not inquire extensively. He merely asked a few questions regarding Chunyang's family background and refrained from delving further. The study was adorned with numerous calligraphic works, suggesting that Father Su was likely a lover of the art. In light of this, Chunyang seized the opportunity to engage Father Su in a conversation about calligraphy, sharing insights and thoughts on the subject. Indeed, upon hearing Chunyang discuss the topic of calligraphy, Father Su immediately became intrigued. As their conversation flowed, he spontaneously composed a piece of calligraphy for Chunyang to critique. Father Su's handwriting was quite impressive, embodying the Su style, which is derived from the renowned Song Dynasty literatus Su Dongpa, exuding a certain elegance. Was it mere coincidence that they both shared the surname Su, prompting an affinity for the Su style? Chunyang felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. Chunyang's theories were indeed well-articulated, systematic, and profound. Consequently, Father Su requested that Chunyang also demonstrate his skills on the spot. Reluctantly, Chunyang obliged, though he was somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, he possessed a certain literary flair, and while his calligraphic prowess might not be groundbreaking, it certainly reached a commendable standard. It is worth noting that Chunyang's knowledge of classical Chinese was nearing an advanced level. He believed that with just a single opportunity, he could attain mastery. Given Father Su's admiration for Su Dongpa's calligraphy, Chunyang chose to inscribe the exquisite lines, "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the vast sky," in the Su style. His execution of the Su style was evidently superior to that of Father Su, which left the latter secretly astonished and effusively praising the work. As this piece was revealed, Chunyang distinctly sensed an increase in Father Su's warmth towards him, filling him with quiet delight. At that moment, Su Yin knocked on the door, calling for the two to join her for lunch. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the small study, neither was aware of the happenings within. However, upon seeing Chunyang make an okay gesture, Su Yan's face lit up with joy, indicating that Chunyang had fared well in his interaction with her father, a thought that brought her great satisfaction. Indeed, the dishes prepared by Mother Su were exceptionally delectable, to the extent that Chunyang nearly swallowed his own tongue in delight. This brought immense joy to Mother Su, especially as Chunyang offered insightful critiques of the dishes, accurately describing their preparation methods with remarkable precision. It felt as though she had encountered a kindred spirit, leading to a delightful rapport between them. The more she observed Chunyang, the more she appreciated his character. In truth, a skilled chef yearns for the acknowledgement of their peers, and given Chunyang's eloquent praise, it was evident that he possessed considerable culinary prowess. The admiration from such a talented individual filled Mother Su with joy. The four of them enjoyed the meal heartily, and naturally, the tidying up was left to the housekeeper. Thus, at Mother Su's suggestion, the four engaged in a game of mahjong. Mother Su's hobbies were few, aside from her passion for cooking. This was one of her cherished pastimes. Chunyang finally understood how Su Yin, the seemingly obedient girl, had become adept at mahjong. It was all thanks to her mother's guidance. Even Father Su, a prominent figure, complied with Mother Su's directives at home, and so the game commenced, adhering to the local rules of their hometown. Today, Mother Su felt particularly fortunate. No matter the disarray of her tiles, she managed to win round after round. Furthermore, Qinyang consistently provided her with the tiles she required, resulting in her winning 7 consecutive rounds. While Mother Su reveled in her success, the others had less fortune. Father Su, in particular, faced a disheartening day, having failed to secure a single win. After obtaining Qinyang's consent, Su Yan explained to her parents the reason for her mother's extraordinary card-playing skills that day. This revelation astonished both Su Dad and Su Mom, as they were amazed to discover that there truly existed someone capable of controlling the cards they desired. Unable to resist, Qinyang showcased an array of intricate shuffling techniques to captivate their attention. Even Su Yin found herself enthralled, as Qinyang's performance resembled that of a cinematic gambling prodigy, prompting applause and cheers from the 3 members of the Su family. Su Dad expressed no discontent regarding Qinyang's diverse talents, though he emphasized the importance of prioritizing academics. It was evident that Su Dad possessed a rather open-minded disposition. Meanwhile, Su Mom had already taken to Qinyang, eager for him to impart his gambling knowledge so she could impress others in the future. Throughout the afternoon, Qinyang grew familiar with Su Yan's family, leading him to volunteer to cook dinner at their home that evening. Su Mom, citing her desire to practice her gambling skills, readily agreed, clearly fond of Qinyang. It appeared that winning over Su Yan's parents should pose no significant challenge for Qinyang, provided his performance that evening was satisfactory. When Qinyang arrived in the morning, he brought along 2 packages of gifts, which were initially set aside. By the afternoon, however, these gifts had been taken into the inner room by Su Mom, signaling that Su Yan's family had accepted Qinyang's offerings. It is worth noting that Su Dad held a prominent position, and many sought to present gifts to their family, but acceptance ultimately depended on their willingness to do so. Qinyang utilized the available ingredients to prepare a sumptuous dinner. His culinary skills appeared to rival those of Su Mama, which further reassured her after tasting his dishes. Su Yan had suffered from mild rhinitis since childhood and disliked the smell of cooking oil, rendering her unable to enter the kitchen. Thus, Su Mama had always hoped that her daughter would find a partner skilled in the culinary arts. While one might argue that hiring a cook could suffice, such an arrangement lacks the warmth of love. It is akin to Su Mama's willingness to cook for Su Papa, that is the manifestation of love she desires. Qinyang, however, was indifferent to this expectation. He preferred to have ample time at his disposal. The more time he had, the longer he could prepare and learn through the genius learning system. Ideally, he hoped to acquire the set of techniques he had earned from a system task before meeting Su Yan's grandfather on the website. That way, he would be well equipped to handle any situation that might arise. In the 48th chapter, titled Millennium System Rewards, Qinyang had not accessed the genius learning system for the past 2 days due to the significant matters at hand, causing a delay in his training progress. Fortunately, the situation was progressing well, and he had gained preliminary approval from Su Yan's parents, alleviating a considerable weight from his heart. Thus, as soon as his mother left, Qinyang eagerly entered the genius learning system. Upon entry, he was greeted by the enchanting system sprite, Xiaoyu, indicating that she had important information to share. Qinyang paused, eager to hear what Xiaoyu had to convey. Xiaoyu conveyed a multitude of information, with the crux being that the system would bestow upon Qinyang a magnificent grand prize at the dawn of the millennium. However, this award would not adhere to the Gregorian calendar, but rather be determined by the lunar calendar. This fact further negates the possibility that the creators of the genius learning system are foreigners, as they would likely not concern themselves with the lunar calendar. Therefore, this grand prize is set to be awarded to Qinyang on the eve of this year's Lunar New Year. The rewards are abundant, comprising 5 distinct items. The first is a defensive talisman, manifesting as a small jade pendant, which can be utilized up to 3 times. It is designed to assist Qinyang in warding off attacks that he cannot otherwise confront during times of crisis. Those versed in the realm of cultivation would likely refer to this object as a talisman. The second reward entails the enhancement of one of Qinyang's designated skills by an entire level. This means that he will acquire at least 1 expert-level skill without the necessity of a requisite epiphany. Should he be fortunate enough to achieve an even higher level, it would be most advantageous. This particular reward is of paramount importance to Qinyang. The third reward consists of a transformative elixir. reputed to significantly elevate Chunyang's physical attributes. However, it is intended solely for his personal use. According to Xiaoyu, Chunyang's current physical resilience remains insufficient, and the expert-level skill is the maximum intensity his body can currently withstand. Without bolstering his physical capabilities, Chunyang will find it challenging to augment his strength further. The fourth item is an astounding 100,000 tons of gold, an immense fortune that, if translated into the real world, would yield an astronomical sum beyond comprehension. This wealth could undoubtedly resolve all of Chunyang's financial concerns. The sheer quantity of gold is staggering. One can only imagine the colossal pile it would create if placed in the open. Fortunately, as Xiaoyu mentioned, this gold can be stored within the system, occupying virtually no space and available for use when needed. The fifth item can nearly be regarded as a divine artifact, a legendary space ring that contains a collection of low-grade spirit stones and materials. The term low-grade is relative. In truth, each of these materials would be considered priceless treasures on present-day Earth. Among them are medicinal herbs over a millennium old and elemental ores, all of which have become exceedingly rare on Earth for many years. Aside from the gold, these 5 rewards are precisely what Chunyang currently requires, truly deserving of the Millennium's grand prize. However, he must wait an additional 2 months to receive these rewards, as the year is only at February 4th, 2000, the eve of the Lunar New Year. During this 2-month span, Chunyang should utilize his time wisely, striving to elevate a particular skill to the expert level, which may enable him to attain mastery. The system has not indicated that skills at the expert level cannot be advanced, and the prospect fills Chunyang with eager anticipation. Motivated by such a grand prize, he immerses himself in rigorous study within the genius learning system, dedicating what amounts to an entire night in the outside world to his training. Having resolved a series of matters, Chunyang let out a sigh of relief. It seemed as though the circle of acquaintances was expanding, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of busyness. Moreover, he anticipated that such circumstances would inevitably grow more intricate in the future. Thus, in addition to diligently advancing his abilities within the genius learning system, Chunyang needed to adeptly manage these trivial affairs. In his previous life, Chunyang lacked any remarkable skills and had been quite reclusive. However, in this new incarnation, it appeared that retreating into solitude was no longer a feasible option, for the cost of such a choice was far too steep for him to bear. At the very least, he could never bear to neglect the beautiful Su Yan. Yet, as Chunyang's capabilities continued to flourish, the gap between him and Su Yan would only widen, particularly in terms of age. While a difference of 20 years might not be overtly apparent, what of 50 or 100 years? Su Yan, an ordinary individual, would undoubtedly age, while Chunyang could very well maintain his youth. The thought of standing side by side with her in such a situation was profoundly uncomfortable. Furthermore, regarding his parents, Chunyang pondered whether he should allow them to live out their lives joyfully and simply, like ordinary people, or if he should gather more extraordinary resources to assist those around him. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, leaving him increasingly perplexed. He had spent the entirety of the morning lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, these were challenges he would inevitably face in the future, and it was imperative for Chunyang to address these issues sooner rather than later. Mother caught Su Yan chattering incessantly, so Chunyang estimated that he would have to manage lunch all by himself today. Initially, when Chunyang spoke to his mother yesterday, she had promised to lend a hand, as she found it quite astonishing that Chunyang could cook at Su Yan's house, especially since he had received praise from her entire family. After all, in her eyes, Chunyang could only manage a simple egg soup at best. When it came to cooking, he was woefully lacking in skill. Thus, his mother agreed to give him a chance to showcase his culinary abilities at noon, intending to observe him closely to determine whether he was truly capable. Should he falter, she would not hesitate to step in herself. To be frank, Mother's culinary skills were rather ordinary, a fair assessment considering she had only recently taken charge of the kitchen. Previously, their meals had been prepared by grandmother, who passed away in 1998 due to a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving the culinary responsibilities to mother. Reflecting on the love and care grandmother had bestowed upon him since childhood, Chunyang felt a surge of emotion, his eyes growing misty. How wonderful it would be if he could be reborn before grandmother's passing, allowing him the chance to see her again and utilize the medical skills granted by his reincarnation to extend her life, thus honoring her memory more fully. Meanwhile, Mother and Su Yan were engaged in a conversation about matters unknown to him, and Chunyang had no inclination to eavesdrop. as he was not one to indulge in gossip. Therefore, he busied himself energetically in the kitchen, knowing that his father would offer little assistance, perhaps only helping to serve the dishes. Mother often remarked that while his father's position was not significant, his demeanor certainly suggested otherwise. Spending such a substantial sum is undoubtedly beneficial, as the abundance of ingredients allows Chunyang to explore various combinations. Yesterday, at Su Yan's residence, Chunyang was somewhat restrained in his culinary choices. Although the meal was delightful, he refrained from preparing a hot pot. Considering that Su Yan's family hailed from a prominent background, and her parents might look down upon such a dish. However, today at his own home, there were fewer constraints, especially since he had observed Su Yan's fondness for hot pot during their shared meals. Thus, the centerpiece for lunch was a hot pot, which is both simple and convenient to prepare. A few additional dishes would suffice to complement the meal. Consequently, Chunyang swiftly prepared the midday feast and called everyone to the table. The group assisted in setting up, and soon a large table was filled with an array of dishes, creating a lively atmosphere for dining. It was also the first time that his parents experienced such attentive service from their son, and the sense of joy was indescribably exquisite. In the following days, Chunyang visited Su Yan's home once more, as his future mother-in-law wished to play mahjong. Naturally, he eagerly went over to please her, with the primary intention of spending time with Su Yan. Her parents, being understanding and considerate, devoted the time after dinner to the young couple, which brought an unexpected delight to Chunyang. Chunyang and Su Yan were undeniably filled with joy in each other's company. However, since they were at Su Yan's residence, engaging in certain activities was clearly out of the question. Nevertheless, an occasional playful advance towards Su Yan was permissible. Though she was quite bashful, Su Yan found a certain thrill in such moments and allowed Chunyang to express his affection, albeit limited to tender kisses. Su Yan, a girl enamored with the arts, wished to serenade her beloved with a few musical pieces, embodying the essence of romance. Thus, she led Chunyang to the piano room on the second floor. The piano in Su Yan's home was no ordinary instrument. It was an authentic Steinway, a treasure that her grandfather had procured from the Steinway headquarters in Germany for her 16th birthday, making it a true limited edition. With grace, Su Yan played Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, one of her favorite pieces. She gazed at Chunyang with her expressive eyes, eager to hear his thoughts on her performance. Chunyang, of course, was more than willing to fulfill this modest request from his young girlfriend. However, it was evident that Su Yan was unaware of Chunyang's exceptional piano prowess. While she had heard him sing and had witnessed his dance, she had yet to experience his mastery at the piano, a skill of a higher caliber. Chunyang made a slight adjustment to his mindset, setting aside the playful demeanor he had exhibited earlier. His gaze became remarkably focused, for the quality of piano performance is intricately linked to one's mental state. This is particularly emphasized by seasoned virtuosos. Chunyang had already attained a level of proficiency in piano acknowledged by the Genius Learning System, placing his skills at a world-class standard. Coupled with the exquisite, limited edition Steinway at his disposal, he was determined to deliver an exceptional performance. Though he may not rival the most elite pianists globally, his talent was undoubtedly impressive. Su Yan had initially intended to tease him playfully after witnessing a minor blunder in his playing. However, after listening to his piece, she was left profoundly moved and urged Chunyang to enchant her with another performance. Naturally, he obliged and played a lively rendition of F. or Elise, a piece that many piano students encounter during their examinations. While the melody is simple, Chunyang's interpretation was nothing short of outstanding. Following the conclusion of the piece, Su Yan spontaneously offered Chunyang a sweet kiss, igniting a flutter of excitement within him. Just as he contemplated reciprocating in kind, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. Su Yan opened the door to reveal her father standing outside. Father Su was thoroughly impressed by Su Yan's piano performance today, particularly the latter two pieces, which rivaled even those played by world-renowned musicians. Although Father Su himself did not play the piano, he had attended numerous prestigious concerts, possessing an exceptional level of musical appreciation. Thus, he ascended the stairs to commend Su Yan, only to be surprised to find Chunyang seated at the piano. Father Su inquired, "Yin Yin, that was a splendid performance. Did you play those pieces?" While he directed his question towards Su Yan, his gaze was continuously drawn to Chunyang. At that moment, Chunyang had risen and approached the Su father-daughter duo. Before Su Yan could respond, he interjected, "Uncle, those last pieces were played by me. I was just sharing insights with Su Yan regarding this art." Upon learning that Qinyang had performed the final two pieces, Father Su was taken aback once again. He had already witnessed Qinyang's remarkable talents in various areas, and at such a young age, it was astounding that he had mastered so many skills, each with impressive depth. Truly, he was a prodigy. After the initial surprise, Father Su exhibited considerable interest in Qinyang's piano prowess. Not only that, but he also called for Mother Su to come upstairs, eager to listen to another piece performed by Qinyang. The Su family gathered as an audience, and this formidable presence was quite overwhelming for Qinyang. However, his confidence had reached remarkable heights, and he was far from intimidated by such a setting. After careful contemplation, he resolved to perform the timeless Chinese classic, Butterfly Lovers. The tale of Liang Zhu is well known among the majority of Chinese people, undoubtedly a paragon among classics. Nevertheless, the arrangement for piano poses considerable challenges, which is precisely why Qinyang felt capable of mastering this piece at this moment. As he began to play, he captivated the Su family entirely. The familiar melody resonated with them, evoking profound emotions. Though they had heard this tune countless times before, Qinyang's interpretation offered them an entirely fresh experience. This is the essence of artistic ambience. Those who have not personally encountered such sensations cannot truly grasp this feeling. The emotional depth Qinyang conveyed was encapsulated in a single word: love, the purest and most beautiful bond between a man and a woman. Each listener perceived the music differently. As Su Yan listened, her large eyes became misty before tears of love streamed down her cheeks. From these notes, she sensed Qinyang's profound affection. He indeed poured his heart into this performance and successfully expressed the essence of love inherent in this masterpiece. The two young people shared a sense of connection through the music, while the elders experienced a different sentiment altogether, feeling the deep love that binds them together. A love characterized by mutual support and companionship for a lifetime. A singular melody may evoke a myriad of interpretations among its listeners. And therein lies the enchanting essence of music. A masterpiece invariably resonates with the deepest recesses of each individual's soul. In a moment of quiet introspection, Qinyang seemed to grasp many profound truths, the most significant being an understanding of love. This realization perhaps encapsulated Qinyang's fervent yearning across 2 lifetimes, a longing to love and to be loved. As he played the piano, he infused his performance with his most genuine emotions, resulting in an extraordinary rendition. At this moment, a notification echoed in Qinyang's mind. The host has successfully comprehended the fundamental essence of love. Thus, the music proficiency has been upgraded to expert level. This announcement momentarily stunned Qinyang before flooding him with elation. He unexpectedly achieved his first expert-level skill, unveiling that this state of enlightenment is not easily attained. It is often triggered by serendipitous circumstances. Yet, Qinyang yearned to seize this feeling. Despite his satisfaction, a part of him remained unfulfilled. Had he achieved an expert-level breakthrough in the field of medicine, his true aspiration, he would undoubtedly have been far more agitated. Although excitement surged within him, he adeptly maintained control over his physical demeanor. Nevertheless, this initial breakthrough in expert-level skill provided Qinyang with considerable confidence regarding the system's upgrade tasks. Although advancements in music were not of immediate necessity for him, he was nonetheless pleased to have made progress. Su Yan and her companions finally emerged from their state of immersion, their spirits lifted with excitement. In their eyes, Qinyang was undoubtedly on par with Li Yundi, the musical prince of the Chinese piano scene. Moreover, Su's parents had personally experienced Li Yundi's performances, which were impressive. Yet they felt that Qinyang's recent display surpassed even that. This deepened their appreciation for him. As days passed, Qinyang dutifully honored his promise, frequently visiting the pharmacy to assist the venerable healer with patients. Gradually, he garnered a modest reputation within the pharmacy, earning the nickname Little Divine Doctor, which filled him with a sense of humility, as he felt his medical skills were far from deserving such a title. Qinyang was unaware of the number of patients he had successfully treated during this time. He had not been inclined to monitor his system task progress and seemed to care less about the tasks than before. One evening, after much diligence, he finally elevated his proficiency in classical Chinese to an advanced level, while also mastering physics within the realm of science. With his theoretical knowledge in physics now suitable for a position as an associate professor at a university, achieving advanced proficiency in these subjects indicated that he had met the fundamental requirements for all disciplines. Coupled with his expert-level musical skills, he successfully unlocked the opportunity for a system upgrade. Chapter 50. The further upgrade of the genius learning system. This upgrade took an unexpectedly long time. As Chen Yang had not prepared in advance, he simply fell asleep on his dormitory bed. Consequently, upon entering the genius learning system, he slept for 3 days and nights uninterrupted. It was only when his dormitory mates noticed something amiss that they assisted in taking him to Wuhan's most renowned hospital, Tongji Hospital, and informed Chen Yang's parents, causing quite a stir. Chen Yang's physical condition was remarkably peculiar. The doctors examining him were baffled. All of his health indicators were exceptionally good, far healthier than those of an average person. Logically, it was unfathomable for Chen Yang to fall into such a deep, unresponsive slumber. Aside from his unconscious state, he exhibited no symptoms that deviated from a normal individual. After a series of futile diagnostic tests, the chief physician at Tongji Hospital could only conclude that Chen Yang was in a vegetative state. Chen Yang's prolonged slumber tugged at the hearts of many, including the ancient healer and the elder Chen Shihua, who were both stirred into action and came to observe him at the hospital. The ancient healer was notified by Su Yin, who had accompanied Chen Yang to the hospital several times in recent days. The ancient healer took the opportunity to inform elder Chen Shihua to join him. The ancient healer personally examined Chen Yang's pulse and analyzed his condition, but found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, he attempted acupuncture on Chen Yang in hopes of invoking a miracle. However, the results proved futile, and he remained unable to awaken him. Chen Yang's parents were consumed by anxiety, yet they were mere ordinary individuals, with only one precious son, and faced with a situation beyond the doctor's control. What could they possibly do? Over the past few days, Chen Yang's mother, Yi Zhen, had been weeping incessantly at the mere thought of her son coming to harm, declaring that she would not wish to live if anything happened to him. The ever-resilient Chen Durong was also secretly heartbroken after finally witnessing his son's success. The sudden transformation of Chen Yang into a vegetative state had aged the couple, both in their 40s, considerably. Su Yin could only offer them quiet consolation. In truth, the pain that Su Yin felt was deeper than anyone else's. Having finally allowed Chen Yang into the innermost recesses of her heart, she had silently vowed to marry no one but him. Yet now, a vibrant individual had inexplicably become a shell of his former self, a reality that was intolerable for anyone. Su Yin informed her parents of Chen Yang's condition, prompting her father, upon hearing the grave news, to momentarily abandon his work and rush over with her mother, highlighting their profound concern for Chen Yang. This young man had earned their admiration and respect, and such a remarkable talent must not be allowed to falter. Every possible effort should be made to ensure his recovery. It was unexpected that the first meeting between both sets of parents transpired in the rather hasty confines of a hospital ward. Chen Yang's father, Chen Durong, a man entrenched in the civil service, had long been acquainted with the esteemed reputation of Su Yizhao, the secretary of the Jingzhou Discipline Inspection Commission. Having harbored a considerable interest in Su Yan's father, Chen Durong found it rather surprising to meet him under such circumstances. Though he did not exhibit overt excitement, he nonetheless expressed gratitude for Su Yan's parents' concern for Chen Yang. Su Yizhao had leveraged familial connections to reach out to several prominent neurospecialists in Beijing, intending to enlist their assistance for Chen Yang, as the condition of a vegetative state is predominantly linked to cerebral issues. Just as Su Yizhao was nearing the completion of arranging for these experts to be flown in by private jet, Chen Yang gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening to a room filled with busy individuals, Chen Yang was momentarily bewildered, especially taken aback by the realization that he was in a hospital. The strong scent of alcohol led him to deduce his surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's parents were engaged in discussions with the esteemed Dr. Gu and Elder Chen regarding potential treatment options, while Su Yan's family was occupied with coordinating the specialists. Thus, when Chen Yang awoke, no one immediately noticed his return to awareness. The natural awakening of Chen Yang brought immense joy to those who cared for him. Subsequently, the ancient practitioner's pulse diagnosis and the array of intricate tests conducted on Chen Yang completely alleviated the worries of his concerned friends. The results indicated that Chen Yang's physique surpassed that of an ox. In truth, Chen Yang was well aware of his own body. This incident was merely a consequence of a system upgrade, entirely unrelated to his physical condition. He was in excellent health. During the past few days within the genius learning system, Chen Yang had garnered considerable benefits. Not only had he successfully elevated his medical knowledge to an expert level, but he also became aware of the myriad advantages bestowed upon him by the system upgrade. The most significant benefits were twofold. Firstly, The ratio of system time to real time had transformed to 100:1, meaning that Qinyang could now enjoy a 100-fold increase in learning time compared to reality. This adjustment was made in consideration of the extensive practice required at the expert level, rendering the previous 10-fold time insufficient. Secondly, he finally began to discern the path toward acquiring supernatural abilities, albeit with the stipulation that he must first encounter these powers in reality to analyze them within the genius learning system. Following optimization, he would then be able to cultivate those abilities. In essence, Qinyang needed to experience these phenomena firsthand before he could learn. Such encounters were not easily attainable and could pose significant risks to his life. While this coveted aspect of power remained largely inaccessible, it nonetheless provided Qinyang with a glimmer of hope. Following the upgrade, the system has transformed from its previous classification of 9 categories into a more streamlined division of 4, categorized solely by the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The intricacies of how the genius learning system delineates these classifications remain a mystery. Overall, Qinyang expresses profound satisfaction with the results of this system enhancement. The system sprite, Xiao Yu, informs him that post-upgrade, his skills can potentially reach the master level, the pinnacle of achievement currently attainable on Earth. However, such a feat demands considerable effort and cannot be accomplished overnight. Qinyang extends his heartfelt gratitude to the numerous individuals present, particularly to the venerable healer and the elderly Chun Lao, who, despite their advanced age, continue to worry for his well-being. This weighs heavily on Qinyang's conscience. Notably, it appears that Su's father and Chun Lao are acquainted, and their familiarity suggests a close bond. Su's father has developed a degree of immunity to Qinyang's extraordinary abilities, as evidenced by his calm demeanor upon learning of Qinyang's proficiency in acupuncture, as if he had anticipated such a revelation. However, internally, he is in turmoil, pondering, just how many skills does this young man possess? Is there anything he cannot do? Qinyang feels a pang of sympathy for Su Yan, whose anxiety regarding him is palpable. He acknowledges that this situation arose from inadequate preparations. Who could have foreseen that the upgrade would take such an extended duration? It was rather forceful, plunging Qinyang into a 3-day unconsciousness. To add to his misfortune, he was inadvertently taken to the hospital. Fortunately, he still retained his breath, otherwise, he might have awakened to find himself in a morgue. Upon witnessing Qinyang awaken, Su Yan, in a moment of pure abandon, rushed into his embrace, clinging to him tightly as though fearing he might vanish. Their elders, present nearby, exchanged knowing smiles at this tender scene. It was only a few minutes later, startled awake by her father's gentle cough, that Su Yan sprang up like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushed as she hastily retreated from the scene, shedding her earlier bravado. Observing her daughter's sudden exit, Su Mama felt a pang of concern. After offering her apologies, she hurriedly followed after her. At this moment, Qinyang's mother, Yi Zhen, took the opportunity to grasp Qinyang's hand, sitting beside his hospital bed, her gaze soft and filled with maternal warmth. In that instant, Qinyang experienced the profound essence of a mother's love, the simple yet heartfelt words, "Yangzi, you're awake," resonating deeply within him. Since his awakening to the fundamental nature of love, Qinyang had grown increasingly attuned to its nuances. However, upon inquiring about expenses, Qinyang was taken aback. His 2 days in the hospital had accumulated costs exceeding 18,000 yuan, primarily stemming from various medical examinations deemed essential given the gravity of his condition. Chunda Rong and Yi Zhen, naturally, could not afford to overlook any necessary tests, resulting in the hefty bill. Although Yi Zhen had felt no reluctance while spending on Qinyang's treatment, now that he was well and ready to be discharged, she found herself feeling a sense of injustice regarding the expenditure, harboring a quiet frustration within her heart. Perceiving her mother's displeasure, Qinyang felt compelled to set aside a modest sum for his mother to manage. His parents were already well aware of his capabilities. Thus he believed that by presenting a small story alongside the money, he could easily assuage her concerns and, in turn, bring happiness to his mother, Yi Zhen. After all, what could possibly be more significant than eliciting joy in one's mother? In Chapter 51, Feiyang Charity Foundation, Qinyang and Su Yan fortuitously crossed paths in Wuhan, leading them to share a meal together. Consequently, the group sought out a delightful restaurant near the hospital, joined by Qinyang's father and the esteemed ancient physician. The atmosphere during the meal was quite pleasant, with Chunda Rong frequently toasting Su Yi, as the two gentlemen engaged in a spirited exchange of drinks. During the gathering, Chunyang's mother, Yi Zhen, regaled the elders with amusing anecdotes from Chunyang's childhood, eliciting laughter and joy from all present. This prompted gentle teasing from Su Yin towards Chunyang, who eventually joined in on the revelry of drinking. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the feast. Afterward, Chunyang reclined on his bed and swiftly accessed the Genius Learning System, intending to delve into the myriad benefits of the system's recent upgrade during the course of a single night in the external world. He also sought to explore the distinctive characteristics of the newly assigned 4 categories within the system. With ample time at his disposal, wherein external time was magnified 100-fold, he found himself with sufficient opportunity to engage in various pursuits. A notable feature of the system's upgrade was the introduction of proficiency and experience progress bars for each skill, an aspect that Chunyang had previously overlooked. The system spirit, Xiaoyu, had long been summoned by Chunyang to assist him with his inquiries. Thus, upon noticing Chunyang's questioning gaze, Xiaoyu smiled and elucidated. Due to the considerable time required for skills of expert level and above to upgrade, along with the significant difficulty involved, both comprehension and perseverance are indispensable. Proficiency pertains to the aspect of perseverance. Skill enhancement necessitates continuous practice, and only upon reaching the prescribed intensity of use can one advance to the next level. The proficiency gained from each skill usage is not uniform. On the other hand, comprehension represents experience points. Each skill utilization yields varying amounts of experience, though this numerical fluctuation is quite slow and often negligible. The primary means of acquiring substantial experience points lies in sudden insights, which require repeated moments of enlightenment. Only upon achieving sufficient experience points can one meet the criteria for skill upgrades. Xiaoyu's words reminded Chunyang of certain online games he had played in a later life, wherein he controlled a character's progression in a manner strikingly similar to the system's provided methodology. Consequently, it dawned on him that he might be regarded as the sole player in this world's unique game. Upon grasping this upgrading mechanism, Chunyang realized he was, in fact, being maneuvered by this ingenious learning system, which evoked memories of a classic dialogue between Stephen Chow and Ing Mantat. Chow: Vincent, what have you been working on lately? Ing: research. Chow: what are you researching? Ing: being researched. Chunyang felt as though he were being scrutinized by the system, a sentiment that was both amusing and perplexing. Nevertheless, he took it in stride, thinking that if the system wished to toy with him, so be it. As long as it enabled him to grow stronger, he was content. Xiaoyu, still smiling, explained, the system is categorized into 4 major classes, each corresponding to the characteristics of the 4 divine realms. For instance, we reside in the Eastern Immortal Realm. In addition to the Eastern Immortal Realm, there are the Southern Beast God Realm, the Western Buddhist Realm, and the Northern Divine Realm. Within the Genius system, you can learn skills according to these divine realms, as any skill present in these realms can be acquired through the Genius Learning System. Xiaoyu's elucidation was comprehensive, and Chunyang had long embraced the existence of such divine realms, so he was not surprised by her classifications. Rather, he pondered thoughtfully, realizing that overthinking would be less beneficial than experiencing it firsthand. Thus, he resolved to commence his exploration with the Eastern category. However, upon examining the Eastern category, Chunyang found that the number of projects he could currently comprehend was quite limited, encompassing ancient martial arts, mechanisms, formations, alchemy, weapon forging, elemental techniques, and talismans. Yet, it appeared that the only area in which he could currently make progress was alchemy, as Xiaoyu had informed him. His existing capabilities permitted him to unlock only the alchemy project, while the other areas had yet to meet the necessary conditions. After exploring the Eastern categories, Chunyang proceeded to familiarize himself with several other classifications, only to sorrowfully discover that he could now only delve into the Western Buddhist realm's Dragon's Lament. This limitation likely arose from his expert-level proficiency in music, which allowed him to access such advanced techniques of sound manipulation. The earlier unlocking of alchemical skills appeared to be tied to his expertise in medicine. It seems that only by reaching at least an expert level could new projects be unveiled. Chunyang had nearly grasped the new regulations within the Genius Learning System. He gained a comprehensive understanding of the benefits stemming from this upgrade, and through Xiaoyu, he learned about the relatively rudimentary skill techniques he had previously studied. During the practice of a particular skill, he could automatically activate a progress bar representing the experience value of that skill. However, these skills could only reach an advanced level at most. To attain expert-level skills, 2 progress bars would emerge at the advanced stage, thus clarifying which skills could continue to evolve, a rather convenient arrangement. Having completed these tasks, Qinyang found himself with ample time and decided to experiment with his alchemical skills. However, his enthusiasm was swiftly dampened by Xiaoyu, who pointed out that the system currently lacked both the necessary tools and materials for alchemy, rendering Qinyang's aspirations merely a source of fleeting joy. Fortunately, within the rewards from the Millennium, the final item, a spatial ring, contained a plethora of materials that would soon allow him to make an attempt. Xiaoyu reassured Qinyang that as long as he had the requisite materials, the system would automatically formulate suitable recipes, alleviating some of his earlier frustrations. Consequently, Qinyang resolved to cultivate the seemingly most powerful technique, the Grand Righteousness Art, which visibly enhanced the positive energy within him. During these past few days within the Genius Learning System, aside from honing his righteous energy, Qinyang dedicated the remainder of his time to refining his combat skills. Due to the extensive duration of his practice, he was nearing the threshold of advancing to expert level in combat. He believed that with just a few more days of training at home, he would undoubtedly achieve this milestone, which would subsequently unlock the study of ancient martial arts. Of course, Qinyang continued his philanthropic endeavors, deciding to establish a charitable foundation and hire a dedicated manager to oversee its operations. After all, with the wealth he would possess, financial concerns would be a thing of the past. For those who dared to oppose him, he could simply unleash the 10,000 tons of gold from his Millennium rewards. Thus, Qinyang posted a recruitment advertisement online, offering an annual salary of 100,000 to attract a suitable candidate to lead the charitable foundation. Indeed, the promise of a substantial reward attracted numerous candidates for the position. However, during the interviews conducted by Qinyang, they were all systematically eliminated. Qinyang found it challenging to perceive any genuine righteousness or compassion in them, which served as his criteria for assessment. Only those with a profound sense of compassion could possess a truly benevolent heart, and a strong sense of righteousness would ensure that an individual would not succumb to dishonesty. Thus, both qualities needed to be sufficiently robust to meet the demands of the charitable leader role. Qinyang's perceptive abilities were remarkable. He had cultivated a small reservoir of righteousness within himself and had also grasped the fundamental essence of love. This enabled him to discern candidates effectively. Although many individuals came forth for the interview, none managed to satisfy both of these essential criteria. After enduring 2 consecutive days of disappointment, Qinyang finally encountered an individual who resonated with his expectations. Without much ado, he made a prompt decision, much to the elation of the seemingly destitute middle-aged man. This individual was named Lu Jianchao. He had previously served as a Chinese lecturer at a university before venturing into business. Unfortunately, his unwavering integrity and propensity to prioritize others led to the rapid depletion of his savings. In a fit of anger, his wife took their child and left, leaving him to struggle alone in the bustling metropolis of Wuhan. Lu Jianchao's character remarkably aligns with Qinyang's ideal aspirations, and he possesses experience in commercial operations, albeit not notably successful. Consequently, Qinyang entrusted him with a card containing 20 million, allowing him to manage it independently, assuring him that an annual salary would be provided separately. He also tasked Lu with recruiting individuals he deemed trustworthy, promising that if they performed well, Qinyang would not hesitate to offer them generous compensation. Qinyang's intention was for the entire sum to be directed towards those in need. This act of trust deeply moved Lu, evoking a sense of loyalty akin to that of a soldier for a benevolent commander. In Qinyang's perspective, hiring these specialized individuals at a high salary was merely a trifling expense, justified by the notion that as long as the majority of the funds genuinely reached the beneficiaries, it represented the utmost value. His reluctance to entrust these charitable donations to existing organizations stemmed primarily from the pervasive lack of transparency and the numerous hidden agendas involved. The memories of the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake remain vivid, and it has been rumored that only about 1% of the donations actually reached those in need. While such rumors may lack substantial credibility, they nonetheless reflect the unfortunate reality of philanthropy in China. Many corporations publicly proclaim significant donations, yet the actual amounts contributed fall far short of their claims. Moreover, a substantial portion of these funds is not directly donated by the companies, but rather extracted through the exploitation of their employees, with the common people bearing the financial burden while the corporations bask in the resulting accolades. This is a genuine experience of mine, and I believe many share my sentiments. Even if substantial donations have indeed been collected, how much of it ultimately reaches those in dire need after being subjected to layers of exploitation and diversion? Only the suffering individuals truly comprehend this reality. Yet such truths remain undisclosed due to the potential repercussions on numerous vested interests. Are we not reminded of the aftermath of the multitude of petitioning incidents in 2011? It is perhaps wiser to remain cautious. In China, Xinjiang perceives a stark contrast in charitable endeavors compared to foreign practices. The primary objective of philanthropy here often revolves around publicity. Engaging in charity necessitates at least some ceremonial aspect, and the presence of gala events enhances this further. Donors are typically well-dressed, with seldom a humble individual appearing on television news. One might argue that the necessity for a favorable media portrayal justifies their polished appearances. And it is not uncommon to showcase videos of beneficiaries expressing gratitude or to have them publicly thank donors on air. Yet, does this ritualistic display hold any genuine significance? Charity should be manifested through action, not merely for public viewing. Conversely, in foreign contexts, philanthropy is not pursued for the sake of media recognition but is driven by authentic altruism. Xinjiang finds it quite astonishing that the Chinese Red Cross has not been able to join the International Red Cross, likely due to the latter's transparency standards being unacceptable to the Chinese Red Cross officials. In light of this, Xinjiang felt that charity in China must be pursued independently. There exists a figure known as Chun Guangbiao, heralded as the foremost philanthropist in China. Although he frequently appears on television, he has indeed accomplished numerous charitable deeds, personally attending to many affairs. While Xinjiang does not entirely endorse his penchant for self-promotion, he acknowledges that tangible contributions have been made. And as long as one possesses a benevolent heart, the minor imperfections may be overlooked. After a discussion between Xinjiang and Lu Jianchao, they decided to name the foundation the Feiyang Charity Foundation, cleverly incorporating the character Yang from Xinjiang's name. Naturally, the registration process was entrusted to Lu. The year 2000 was markedly different from the present. Establishing a private charitable foundation did not entail the extensive procedures that exist today. Consequently, by January 18th, the foundation was successfully established and operations commenced. Xinjiang personally reviewed the new employees recruited by Lu, finding them to be quite commendable. Many of them were volunteers at heart, embodying a spirit of kindness, which brought Xinjiang considerable joy. In truth, Xinjiang had already fulfilled the system's requirement of 1,000 good deeds. Now, he merely awaited the prestigious title of World No. 1 to unlock a mysterious ancient martial arts technique. Doing good deeds is always rewarded. On January 20th, Xinjiang received a call from the renowned Macau gambling king, He Hongxiang, claiming that the legendary gambler, Gao Jin, had agreed to Chun Yang's request for a match. The date was set for January 30th, which coincided with the Lunar New Year's Eve celebration. Gao Jin jestingly remarked that disposing of Chun Yang before the new year would be a trivial matter. Chun Yang was ranked according to Higui's standards, and although the rules stipulated that the rankings of the competing parties must not differ by more than 20 places, Gao Jin expressed no objections. The Gambling Association also raised no issues, as the gambling deity held such privileges. Since Chun Yang and Su Yin had coincidentally met in Wuhan, they decided to share a meal together. Thus, a small group of them gathered at a fine restaurant near the hospital, accompanied by Elder Chun and the ancient healer. The atmosphere during the meal was exceedingly pleasant, with Chun Durong frequently toasting Su Yi, leading to a spirited exchange of drinks between the two men. During the gathering, Chun Yang's mother, Yi Zhen, shared amusing anecdotes from Chun Yang's childhood, bringing joy to the elders present, which in turn prompted gentle teasing from Su Yin towards Qin Yang. Gradually, Qin Yang joined in the drinking festivities, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed the evening. After concluding the dinner, Qin Yang reclined on his bed and swiftly accessed the Genius Learning System, intending to utilize the external world's overnight hours to delve into the myriad benefits of the system's recent upgrades. He also wished to investigate the characteristics of the newly assigned 4 categories within the system. With ample time at hand, as the external world's time was magnified 100-fold, he felt confident he could accomplish anything he set his mind to. One of the most notable features following the system upgrade is the emergence of proficiency and experience progress bars for each skill, a detail that had eluded Chun Yang's attention previously. The system sprite, Xiaoyu, had long been summoned by Chun Yang to assist him with any queries. Thus, Upon noticing Chen Yang's inquisitive gaze, Xiaoyu smiled and elucidated. Skills at the expert level and above require considerable time to advance, and the difficulty of upgrading is substantial. Therefore, both comprehension and perseverance are indispensable. Proficiency pertains to perseverance. Enhancing a skill necessitates relentless practice. Only upon reaching the stipulated intensity of use can one ascend to the next level, and the proficiency gained from each use of a skill is not uniform. On the other hand, comprehension represents experience points. Each application of a skill yields varying amounts of experience, though these values fluctuate slowly and are largely negligible. The primary means of acquiring substantial experience points lies in moments of enlightenment, necessitating repeated realizations. Only when the experience points reach a certain threshold can one fulfill the conditions for skill advancement. Xiaoyu's words evoked memories for Chan Yang of the online games he had played in a later era, where controlling a character's progression bore striking similarities to the system's current offerings. By this logic, Chen Yang could consider himself the sole player in this world's unique game. Having grasped this upgrading mechanism, Chen Yang realized he was, in fact, being played by this ingenious learning system. This brought to mind a classic exchange between Stephen Chow and Ing Mantat. Stephen: Vincent, what have you been working on lately? Jiaying: engaged in research work. Xingyi: what are you researching? Jiaying: being researched by others. Chen Yang felt as though he were under scrutiny by a system, a sentiment that elicited both amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, Chen Yang maintained a positive outlook. If the system wished to toy with him, so be it, as long as it facilitated his growth into a stronger individual. Xiaoyu continued to smile as she explained, the system is categorized into 4 major realms, each corresponding to the characteristics of the 4 divine realms. For instance, the realm we inhabit is the Eastern Immortal Realm. In addition to the Eastern Immortal Realm, there are also the Southern Beast God Realm, the Western Buddha Realm, and the Northern Divine Realm. Within the Genius system, you can learn skills categorized according to these divine realms. Any skills present within these realms can be acquired through the Genius learning system. Xiaoyu's explanation was thorough, and Chen Yang, having embraced theism long ago, was not surprised by her delineation of the divine realms. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully. However, he realized that overthinking would not be as beneficial as experiencing it firsthand, so he resolved to commence his studies within the Eastern category. Upon examining the limited projects available to him in the Eastern category, he noted they included ancient martial arts, mechanisms, formations, alchemy, weapon forging, elemental techniques, and talisman crafting. Yet, it appeared that the only area he could currently enhance was alchemy, a fact which Xiaoyu had previously informed him of, as his current abilities permitted him to access only this particular project, while the others remained beyond his reach for the time being. After exploring the Eastern categories, Chen Yang delved into several other major classifications, only to sorrowfully discover that he could now only learn the Celestial Dragon's chant from the Western Buddhist realm. This limitation likely stemmed from the fact that such musical techniques could only be mastered at an expert level. The unlocking of alchemical methods previously seemed to correlate with his proficiency in medical practices. It appears that one must attain at least an expert level to access new projects. Thus, Chen Yang has begun to grasp the new rules of the Genius learning system. Chen Yang has also gained a comprehensive understanding of the advantages brought by this upgrade in the Genius learning system. Through conversations with Xiaoyu, he learned about the relatively rudimentary skill techniques he had studied before. Whenever he practices a particular skill, a progress bar for that skill's experience automatically activates. However, these skills can at most reach an advanced level. To attain expert-level skills, 2 progress bars will emerge once the advanced stage is achieved, thereby clarifying which skills are capable of further evolution. This revelation seems rather convenient. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yang found himself with ample time and decided to explore the art of alchemy. However, his enthusiasm was swiftly dampened by Xiaoyu's remarks, as the system currently lacked both the necessary tools and materials for alchemical practice. Thus, Chen Yang was left with nothing but the hollow joy of anticipation. Fortunately, the final item in the Millennium Rewards, a spatial ring, contained a plethora of materials, which he hoped would allow him to experiment in due course. Xiaoyu reassured him that with readily available materials, the system would automatically formulate suitable recipes, sparing Chen Yang the arduous task of gathering them himself. This revelation brought a modicum of solace to the otherwise disheartened Chen Yang. In the meantime, he resolved to cultivate the seemingly formidable Howren righteousness technique. for at least the enhancement of his inner righteousness was tangible. Over the past few days, aside from honing his righteous energy, Chen Yang devoted his time to refining his combat skills within the Genius learning system. Given the extensive practice he had undertaken, he was on the verge of advancing to an expert level in combat. He was confident that a few more days of training at home would secure his promotion, after which he could embark on the study of ancient martial arts. Of course, Chen Yang continued his benevolent endeavors, deciding to establish a charitable foundation and appoint a dedicated individual to manage it. After all, he would not lack for financial resources in the future. Anyone who dared to challenge him would find themselves confronted with the weight of 100,000 tons of gold from the Millennium Rewards. He posted a recruitment advertisement online, offering an annual salary of 100,000 to attract a qualified head for the charitable foundation. Indeed, the promise of generous rewards attracted numerous candidates. However, during the interviews conducted by Chen Yang, they were systematically eliminated. Chen Yang found that these individuals lacked both righteousness and compassion, which he deemed essential criteria. A person imbued with profound compassion is likely to possess a noble heart, while a strong sense of righteousness ensures that one will not succumb to dishonesty. Therefore, only those who embody both qualities to a sufficient degree are deemed suitable for the role of charity director. Chen Yang's perceptive abilities had become remarkably acute. He had cultivated a small reservoir of righteousness within himself and held a foundational understanding of love. Thus, despite the abundance of applicants, none managed to fulfill both criteria. After 2 days of disillusionment, on this particular day, Chen Yang finally identified a candidate who resonated deeply with his expectations. Without needing to engage in extensive inquiries, he promptly made a decision, much to the delight of the middle-aged man who appeared quite destitute. This individual was named Lu Jianchao, who previously served as a Chinese lecturer at a university. Subsequently, he ventured into business, but his unwavering integrity and constant consideration for others led to the swift depletion of his savings. In a fit of anger, his wife took their child and left, leaving him to struggle alone in the bustling metropolis of Wuhan. Lu Jianchao's character quite aligns with Chen Yang's ideal objectives, and he possesses experience in commercial operations, albeit not particularly successful. Consequently, Chen Yang entrusted him with a card valued at 20 million, allowing him to manage it autonomously. He also mentioned that he would provide Lu with a separate annual salary and tasked him with recruiting individuals whom he deemed reliable. As long as the work was executed effectively, Chen Yang would not hesitate to offer them generous compensation. Chen Yang aspired for the entirety of the 20 million to be allocated to those in need. This gesture of trust deeply moved Lu, evoking a profound sense of loyalty akin to a soldier's devotion to a worthy leader. In Chen Yang's perspective, hiring these specialized individuals at a high salary constituted a minor expense, entirely justifiable as long as the majority of the funds reached the beneficiaries. A significant reason for Chen Yang's reluctance to entrust these charitable donations to existing organizations stems from the pervasive lack of transparency and numerous hidden agendas. The events of the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake still resonate vividly in public memory. It was rumored that only about 1% of the total donations actually reached those in need. While such rumors may lack substantial credibility, they nonetheless reflect the tragic reality of philanthropy in China. Many corporations, while publicly proclaiming their donations, often fail to meet the claimed figures. And a considerable portion of these funds is not directly contributed by the companies themselves, but is instead extracted from their employees through coercive means, with the common populace bearing the financial burden while the corporations reap the accolades. This is a genuine experience of mine, and I believe many share my sentiments. Even if donations have indeed been collected in such substantial amounts, the reality is that, after layers of exploitation and redirection, how much actually reaches those in need? Only those suffering individuals truly comprehend this reality, yet such truths remain shrouded in silence for fear of jeopardizing many interests. Have we not witnessed the repercussions of numerous petitioning incidents in 2011? It is perhaps wiser to remain discreet. In China, Chen Yang perceives a stark contrast in the nature of charity compared to that in foreign lands. Here, the primary objective of charitable acts seems to be publicity. Charity necessitates at least some ceremonial aspect, and the presence of an event or gala only enhances this perception. The donors are often adorned in finery, with seldom a humble individual gracing the television screens. One might argue that, for the sake of broadcast, a polished image is essential, hence the elegant attire, which is not entirely misplaced. Furthermore, there are frequent displays of gratitude from recipients, either through video segments or live acknowledgments on television. Does this performative aspect truly serve its purpose? Charity is meant to be enacted, not merely observed. Conversely, foreigners engage in charitable acts not for the sake of fame, but from a genuine desire to make a difference. Qin Yang finds it quite astonishing that the Chinese Red Cross has yet to become a member of the International Red Cross, likely due to the perceived lack of transparency that the leadership of the Chinese Red Cross finds unacceptable. In light of this, Qin Yang believes that charity in China must be a personal endeavor. There exists a figure known as Chen Guangbiao, regarded as the foremost philanthropist in China. While he frequently appears on television, he has indeed accomplished numerous charitable acts, personally overseeing many initiatives. Although Qin Yang does not entirely agree with his penchant for self-promotion, he acknowledges that tangible good has been achieved. As long as one possesses a benevolent heart, the minor flaws can be overlooked. After deliberation, Qin Yang and Liu Jianchao decided to name their foundation the Feiyang Charitable Foundation, cleverly incorporating the character Yang from Qin Yang's name. The registration process was entrusted to Liu. The year 2000 was not as cumbersome as today. Establishing a private charitable foundation was relatively straightforward. Consequently, by January 18th, the registration was completed, and the foundation began its operations. Qin Yang personally reviewed the new employees hired by Liu, finding them to be quite commendable. Many of these individuals had previously volunteered, embodying a spirit of goodwill, which greatly pleased Qin Yang. In fact, he had already fulfilled the system's requirement of 1,000 good deeds. Now, only the title of world champion remained to unlock a mysterious ancient martial arts technique. Doing good deeds will always be rewarded. On January 20th, Qin Yang received a call from the legendary Macau gambling king, Ho Hung Shang, who claimed that the renowned gambler, Gao Jin, had agreed to a wager with Qin Yang. The date was set for January 30th, coinciding with the Lunar New Year celebrations. Gao Jin jested that disposing of Qin Yang before the new year would be a mere trifle. Qin Yang would be utilizing the ranking established by He Guishou. Although the rules dictate that the rankings of both challengers must not differ by more than 20 positions, Gao Jin raised no objections, and the Gambling Association had no issues with it either. After all, the gambling god possessed such privileges. Thanks to the book friend, Xiao Yaomo, for the generous reward. Chapter 52, The Newly Ascended Gambling God, Qin Yang, Part 1, with less than 10 days remaining. Qin Yang had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of various gambling techniques. As he aspired to supplant Gao Jin and become the new gambling god, it was imperative that Qin Yang achieve mastery over all forms of gambling. Otherwise, how could he ever deem himself worthy of such a title? Therefore, each night, upon entering the Genius Learning System, he dedicated himself to intensifying his practice in these gambling techniques. The system's sprite, Xiaoyu, seemed to possess boundless knowledge and capability. Upon Qin Yang's request to learn every gambling method related to gambling skills, Xiaoyu meticulously cataloged all gambling techniques from ancient to modern times and from across the globe for Qin Yang's study, including some methods that had been passed down from the distant realms of the divine. Although there are numerous gambling methods, Qin Yang is fortunate that his time within the Genius Learning System is 100-fold compared to the outside world. Thus, he has ample time to study these peculiar and esoteric gambling techniques. Within a few days, Qin Yang has truly begun to embody the essence of a gambling deity. Though he is yet to gain recognition in the external world, as he has not yet triumphed over the current gambling god, Gao Jin, in a public arena. Nevertheless, Qin Yang is filled with confidence regarding this trip to Macau. When he spoke with Su Yin over the phone, he did not conceal his intentions. And upon learning that Qin Yang was to challenge the gambling god Gao Jin, Su Yin expressed her concern. Consequently, she insisted on accompanying him to Macau. Despite Qin Yang's remarkable gambling skills, the cinematic portrayal of Gao Jin is so formidable that it is only natural for Su Yin to feel apprehensive. On January 29, 2000, Qin Yang boarded a China Airlines flight from Wuhan Tianhe International Airport, flying directly to Macau. One cannot help but admire the airline's efficiency. It had been merely a month since Macau's return to the motherland, yet major airlines had already commenced direct flights to the region. Of course, only a select few of the country's larger international airports had the privilege of such direct routes. Upon disembarking, Qin Yang was greeted with a warm embrace from the esteemed Macau gambling king, He Hongxiang, who had personally come to the airport to welcome him. Underscoring the significance he placed on Qin Yang's arrival, the group then proceeded to the presidential suite on the top floor of the Grand Lisboa Casino. which had been thoughtfully arranged by the gambling king as Qin Yang's temporary residence. The elder's attentiveness was indeed commendable. Qin Yang was quite pleased with the arrangements made by King He, who initially intended to host a welcoming banquet for him. However, Qin Yang politely declined, expressing his desire to celebrate together after triumphing over the gambling god, Gao Jin, as this would enhance the festive spirit of the occasion. King He readily acquiesced to this suggestion. He instructed his subordinates to refrain from interrupting Qin Yang's rest, understanding the importance of maintaining a calm demeanor before the competition. Given his own experiences in such matters, the stage for this extraordinary contest was set, with the venue located in the luxurious main hall of the prestigious Lisboa Casino, one of the exclusive competition sites designated by the Gambling Association, available only in a select few renowned casinos worldwide. Qin Yang arrived first, mindful of his role as the challenger and opting for a more modest demeanor. Accompanied by King He and his entourage, Qin Yang gracefully entered the main hall, dressed impeccably in a black tailcoat. The entire venue was elegantly adorned, reflecting the significance of the event, as it was a competition in which the current gambling god, Gao Jin, was participating. The gambling match was scheduled to commence at 8 p.m. local Macau time. Qin Yang arrived a bit earlier, and soon after, numerous luminaries from around the globe began to arrive, taking their seats in the adjacent spectator area while exchanging greetings. Upon witnessing Qin Yang at the central gambling table, the high society elites displayed an air of disdain. It appeared that these individuals were fervent supporters of Gao Jin. In truth, the only genuine supporters of Qin Yang that evening were likely the formidable He Duong and He Guisho, as they had personally experienced Qin Yang's gambling prowess. Even the subordinates of He Duong held little faith in Qin Yang's chances. The odds for this gambling match had escalated to an astonishing 1,000 to 1 against Qin Yang, meaning a wager on his victory would yield a 1,000-fold return, while betting on Gao Jin was a mere 0.9 to 1, essentially a guaranteed loss. The elite fans present predominantly engaged in this external betting to demonstrate their allegiance to Gao Jin. The house was seemingly managed by a prominent American consortium, ensuring the liquidity of the stakes. Throughout the venue, it was evident that no one held confidence in Qin Yang's success. Unperturbed by the prevailing skepticism, Qin Yang remained indifferent. Observing the lack of bets placed on Qin Yang, He Duong, in a fit of defiance, staked an astonishing 50 million yuan, albeit merely in renminbi, which, while significant, was not excessively reckless. He Guisho, eager to partake in this gamble, risked his entire savings of over 10 million yuan on Qin Yang's triumph. Of course, these developments transpired outside of Qin Yang's awareness. At precisely 8 p.m., the gambling prodigy Gao Jin made his grand entrance, graciously extending his right hand to Qin Yang and greeting him. "So, you must be young Qin." Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. Gao Jin's demeanor left Qin Yang at a loss for words. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, Qin Yang extended his right hand to shake with Gao Jin, remarking, "I have long admired the illustrious name of the gambling god Gao Jin. Today, upon meeting you, it is evident that you are indeed a dragon among men." Qin Yang's flattery was noticeably insincere, yet Gao Jin merely smiled in response, greeting all his fans with formidable charisma. Qin Yang exhibited considerable patience as Gao Jin concluded his salutations. Following this, he acknowledged the referee. Given the significance of this high-stakes confrontation involving Gao Jin, the Gambling Association had dispatched their finest referee. This official, had he pursued a ranking in gambling skills, would assuredly rank within the top 20. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Gao Jin, having officiated nearly all of his matches, which explained the absence of any admonishment regarding Gao Jin's interactions, a clear testament to the considerable respect Gao Jin commanded. The referee gestured for silence and then proclaimed the rules for the evening. Tonight's wager features challenger Qin Yang, ranked 489th in the world of gambling, against the current number 1, the gambling god Gao Jin. Surveying the audience, the referee continued, "The match will be divided into 3 rounds, each with a stake of $10 million, utilizing 3 different methods. The first round will involve rolling dice, with 6 dice in play. The one with the higher total will prevail. Do either party have any objections?" Qin Yang and Gao Jin both expressed no dissent, prompting the referee to announce the rules. The second round would be mahjong, with a simple method of play. All mahjong tiles would be numbered cards, and each side would select 14 tiles from a shuffled set, with victory determined by the higher sum of the numbers. After a brief pause, The referee continued, stating that the third round would be a high-stakes poker game, the rules of which were surely familiar to all present. The player with the most chips after 3 rounds would emerge victorious, with a time limit of 4 hours, at midnight. The player with the greatest number of chips would be crowned the gambling king. In truth, these betting methods had all been orchestrated by Gao Jin, as Chen Yang was the challenger and significantly lower in rankings. Thus, he had no say in the rules. However, given the simplicity of the game, Chen Yang felt that all his prior preparations seemed futile. With a self-deprecating smile, he turned to the referee and said, "Then let us commence." Gao Jin shrugged in agreement, indifferent to the proceedings. In the first round, Chen Yang and Gao Jin simultaneously shook their dice. As Chen Yang pondered what number he should aim for, Gao Jin, after only a few shakes, set his dice cup down first. With his keen hearing, Chen Yang discerned that Gao Jin had rolled a total of 42 points, astonishingly obtaining 6 pairs, 6 sixes, and 6 ones, culminating in a total of 42 points. In Chen Yang's mind, he mused that Gao Jin truly lived up to his reputation. His skills in rolling the dice were remarkably formidable. Had it been another individual, they would have surely been at a loss. However, now that Chen Yang was aware of Gao Jin's score, countering it would be a far simpler task. With Chen Yang's expertise, achieving any desired number was effortlessly within his grasp. Once both had rolled their dice, Gao Jin, eager to showcase his poise, confidently revealed his score first. Although he could not discern Chen Yang's result earlier, he was certain that a score of 42 was the pinnacle of dice rolling, rendering him indifferent to what Chen Yang might have rolled. Upon the revelation of Gao Jin's score, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Gao Jin stood up from his seat, waving to the spectators as if victory were already assured. Chen Yang did not interfere. He patiently waited until Gao Jin had finished acknowledging the crowd before he clapped his hands and remarked with a teasing tone, "Gao Jin, as expected, has rolled an impressive 42. Truly remarkable." The referee, witnessing this, assumed Chen Yang had conceded upon seeing the score of 42, and thus proceeded to announce the results. In this round, the gambling master Gao Jin has rolled a 42, securing victory in the first round. Yet, before the referee could complete his statement, Chen Yang interjected, calmly asserting, "Your officiating is quite unprofessional. You declared my loss without even considering my result, which casts doubt on the standards of your gambling association." Upon concluding his statement, Chen Yang did not await the referee's response, but rather removed the colored bowl before him. The referee, witnessing this, restrained his impulse to retort and proceeded to tally Chen Yang's score, adhering to the proper protocol. After counting twice, the referee discovered that Chen Yang's score astonishingly amounted to 40. My heavens, how could this be possible? When Chen Yang's score was announced, the distinguished individuals present were left utterly dumbfounded. He had managed to roll a score surpassing that of the gambling deity himself. Gao Jin was equally taken aback by this outcome. Only a few in the audience erupted in cheers, as the bitterness lingered in the heart of He Du Wang after Gao Jin's previous score of 42. Although Gao Jin was a friend, He Du Wang harbored a stronger desire for Chen Yang's victory. Meanwhile, He Gui Shou could barely contain his excitement, having wagered his entire fortune on Chen Yang, and thus he jubilantly shouted in elation. It turned out that Chen Yang had cleverly utilized a trace of righteous energy within him to divide one die into 3 segments, while the other dice were skillfully rolled, akin to Gao Jin's, resulting in 5 sixes plus an additional point. The die that had been divided displayed a total of 6 plus 2, surpassing Gao Jin's score by a slight margin. This demonstrated that Chen Yang was indeed far superior to Gao Jin in the art of dice rolling. Not only had he discerned Gao Jin's score, but he had also devised the most suitable countermeasure. The referee lamented his own hasty words, for the young man before him, despite his tender age, exhibited an extraordinary prowess in the art of dice rolling. Most notably, he had triumphed over the legendary gambler Gao Jin in this round, an accomplishment of remarkable significance. It is worth noting that since Gao Jin had been bestowed with the title of gambling god, no challenger had ever managed to secure victory against him in a single round. As a senior member of the Gambling Association, the referee was acutely aware that Gao Jin had maintained an unprecedented winning streak of 359 consecutive victories, the longest in the history of all gambling gods. Chapter 53, The Newly Emerged Gambling God, Chen Yang, Part 2. The outcome of the first round was swiftly determined upon the roll of Chen Yang's 40-sided die, leading the officiating referee to announce, albeit with a sense of futility, in the first round, the challenger, Chen Yang, emerges victorious. The participants will now take a 5-minute intermission before proceeding to the second round of mahjong. Gao Jin gazed blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of spirit, as he contemplated the scattered dice on Chun Yang's table. For the first time, his confidence in his gambling prowess began to waver. Having bested his mentor at the tender age of 20, Gao Jin had risen through the ranks, ultimately reigning atop the gambling god throne for an impressive 8 years. He had long forgotten the taste of defeat, and this loss marked the first time in many years that he had encountered such a setback. Gao Jin harbored no contempt for Chun Yang. In the first round, he had exerted himself to the fullest, adhering to the wisdom imparted by his master. When hunting a rabbit, even a lion must use all its strength. Hence, Gao Jin approached every opponent with unwavering determination. Regrettably, he found himself bested by this young man before him. Gazing at Chun Yang, Gao Jin's expression grew somewhat dazed, evoking memories of his own youthful triumph over his master at the tender age of 20, a time when he too brimmed with vigor. As the 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, Chun Yang began to perceive a flicker of disappointment in Gao Jin's seemingly absent gaze. After all, it was merely one loss. Was it truly worth such dismay? Yet, when he observed the renewed sparkle in Gao Jin's eyes, Chun Yang could not help but offer him an approving glance. Gao Jin found himself bemused by this gesture. In the eyes of this younger rival, he discerned encouragement. Fortunately, as the gambling game was about to commence, neither could afford to remain distracted. The mahjong tiles were initially laid face up. Once both were prepared, the referee flipped all the tiles in the center face down and scrambled their order. This phase tested their acuity, memory, and reflexes in a comprehensive manner. Both Chun Yang and Gao Jin, masters of gambling arts, had memorized the positions of all the numbered mahjong tiles before the referee scrambled them. Regardless of how the tiles were shuffled, they retained crystal clarity of their locations. Therefore, the ensuing speed of reaction became the focal point of this round. Gao Jin, having suffered defeat in the previous round, was now intensely focused, while Chun Yang maintained an air of calm indifference. In that fleeting moment, the audience was engulfed by the sensation that Chun Yang truly embodied the essence of a gambling deity. Such was the demeanor befitting a god of chance. The referee, upon glancing towards Chun Yang, momentarily lost focus, yet he swiftly regained his composure and announced the commencement of the match. Prepared well in advance, the two contenders from the renowned WQ.com website immediately plunged into an intense contest. Gao Jin's dexterity was astonishing, with his hands moving at a speed so rapid that the spectators struggled to discern his actions. It necessitated slowing down the projection on the overhead screen by a factor of 8 to catch a glimpse of his maneuvers. Even more astounding was the fact that, even at this decelerated pace, the audience still found it challenging to perceive Chun Yang's movements. Only when the speed was further reduced to 16 times did they manage to discern the trajectory of Chun Yang's hands. Both Chun Yang and Gao Jin had each secured 14 mahjong tiles, yet Gao Jin's hands trembled slightly, a testament to the fierce direct confrontations they had just endured, wherein he had clearly fallen at a disadvantage, at times even losing track of the tiles' positions. Consequently, Gao Jin harbored little confidence in this round. Nevertheless, both players had now grasped the tiles they desired, and all that remained for Gao Jin was to fervently pray for divine favor. As they revealed their tiles simultaneously, Gao Jin's hand displayed 4 8-mans, 3 7-mans, 1 6-man, 2 5-mans, 2 4-mans, and 2 3-mans, culminating in a total of 830,000. Before Chun Yang lay a set of mahjong tiles, 4 9s of the 1 suit, 1 7 of the 1 suit, 3 6s of the 1 suit, 2 5s of the 1 suit, 2 4s of the 1 suit, and 2 3s of the 1 suit, totaling 85 points. The projection screen vividly displayed the hands of both players to the eager audience. Upon seeing Chun Yang's tiles, Gao Jin immediately realized he was destined to lose yet again. As a legendary gambler, his mental arithmetic skills were exceptionally sharp, and thus his face instantly turned ashen. In this round, it was the challenger Chun Yang who emerged victorious once more. This unexpected outcome stirred the audience's emotions, with some unable to restrain their outrage, hurling insults. Their grievances stemmed not merely from financial loss, but from the disheartening fact that their invincible gambling deity, Gao Jin, had been defeated consecutively by this young upstart. They conveniently overlooked that Gao Jin, too, belonged to the same category. One should not assume that the upper echelons of society are free from barbarity. At times, they can be more uncouth than the most brutish of butchers. Fortunately, The referee intervened in a timely manner, curbing the unruly spectators' actions before the situation could escalate further. Qin Yang remained composed, as if merely engaging in a trivial task. Gao Jin's current demeanor disappointed Qin Yang. He had anticipated that he would soon regain his composure. Much like before. However, several minutes elapsed, and Gao Jin continued to stare vacantly at the tiles. Witnessing the once great gambler reduced to such a state evoked a sense of melancholy within Qin Yang. Due to the abrupt turn of events concerning Gao Jin, the gambling match had to be temporarily suspended. After several minutes of deliberation, the three judges unanimously decided that if, after half an hour, Gao Jin had not regained his normal state and engaged in the third round of betting against Qin Yang, the challenge would be declared a victory for Qin Yang, awarding him the entirety of the $30 million at stake, along with the prestigious title of the new gambling deity. Qin Yang was reluctant to attain the pinnacle of the gambling world under circumstances that might drive Gao Jin to madness, as it would leave a lingering unease in his heart, potentially affecting his future insights and even giving rise to inner demons. He aspired for every action he took to be free of remorse, which could perhaps be a side effect of cultivating righteousness. Nevertheless, he saw no fault in such a sentiment. Thus, with the consent of the three judges, Gao Jin requested a set of silver needles for acupuncture. The renowned Casino Lisboa, known for its comprehensive facilities, was well equipped even with medical instruments, which bolstered Qin Yang's confidence in Gao Jin's treatment. Swiftly, Qin Yang inserted numerous silver needles into Gao Jin's scalp, each vibrating and emitting a faint buzzing sound. This extraordinary spectacle prompted whispers among the audience below, as the needles protruded 2 to 3 centimeters from Gao Jin's head. Such a startling method of treatment was unprecedented for them. However, they maintained a demeanor befitting the upper echelons of society, not disrupting Qin Yang's healing process, while their curiosity about his unconventional approach to medicine was palpable. During the recent acupuncture procedure, Qin Yang utilized the righteous energy cultivated within his body to assist in the treatment, channeling it through silver needles into Gao Jin's system. Possessing expert-level medical skills, Qin Yang comprehended that various forms of energy existing in the cosmos can be employed for healing purposes. For instance, the righteous energy he currently possesses has proven remarkably effective in treating neurological conditions of the human brain. However, Qin Yang's current abilities do not allow for the prolonged use of this energy. Thus, the assistance of acupuncture tools is necessary for effective treatment. Fortunately, the Lisboa Hotel was equipped with the requisite instruments. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have encountered considerable difficulties. Before long, Qin Yang removed all the silver needles from Gao Jin's head. Gao Jin's eyes had closed shortly after Qin Yang began the treatment, but once the needles were extracted, his eyelids fluttered slightly before opening, revealing a gaze that was remarkably clear and devoid of the previous dazed expression. Witnessing Qin Yang's extraordinary healing method yield such impressive results, the distinguished onlookers regarded him with fervent admiration. These individuals, possessing immeasurable wealth and unparalleled power, harbored a profound fear of mortality. The ease with which Qin Yang restored a seemingly deranged individual to lucidity suggested an extraordinary level of medical expertise, prompting these luminaries to feel an inclination to forge an acquaintance with him. Gao Jin vividly recalled the events that had just transpired, not only remembering his consecutive defeats against Qin Yang, but also acknowledging that it was Qin Yang who had helped him regain his composure. The extreme shock of losing to Qin Yang by significant margins had momentarily driven him to a state of madness. Fortunately, Qin Yang's timely intervention had prevented him from becoming a fool. Gao Jin felt a profound disparity between his skills and those of Qin Yang, as if surpassing him in this lifetime were an unattainable dream, which led him to struggle with his emotions. Now awakened, Gao Jin found that the judges had deemed the competition could resume. However, to everyone's surprise, he chose to forfeit the third round. This decision left many spectators perplexed. Yet those with even a modicum of understanding among the Chinese audience recognized that Gao Jin did not wish to repay kindness with resentment. A man of integrity, Gao Jin would never resort to such petty actions. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Qin Yang, and thus bravely conceded defeat. After a unanimous decision from the three judges, the referee promptly announced the results of the challenge. The title of Gambling God for today has been bestowed upon the challenger, Mr. Qin Yang from mainland China. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome the newly crowned gambling god, Qin Yang. How intriguing these dignitaries are. When Qin Yang was still in obscurity, they regarded him with disdain. Yet, now that he has triumphed over the former master of gambling, Gao Jin, these same individuals rush forward to ingratiate themselves with him, completely disregarding their previous contempt for him. This illustrates the stark reality of our world. Victors are revered, while the vanquished are scorned. The banquet proceeded with unrestrained revelry, as both King He of Gambling and his subordinates took turns toasting Chen Yang. He graciously accepted each toast, particularly from He Ghost Hand, who had reaped considerable wealth and had ascended to the status of a super-rich individual, all thanks to Chen Yang. Thus, he fervently raised his glass in Chen Yang's honor, as this is the most cherished form of gratitude at a Chinese banquet. King He also mentioned that representatives from casinos in other countries and regions would be reaching out to Chen Yang following his ascension as the gambling god. Finding this to be rather tedious, Chen Yang entrusted King He with full authority to manage these matters. In his exuberance, King He indulged in a few more drinks, and at over 70 years of age, such consumption could spell trouble. Consequently, Chen Yang assisted the elderly gentleman by employing acupuncture to expel a significant amount of alcohol, thereby averting potential danger. Chapter 54. The corner digger arrives. The celebration banquet lasted the entire night, with the other guests alternating between drunken stupor and moments of sobriety. Amidst the revelry, only Chen Yang remained steadfastly clear-headed. At one point, he had feigned sleep to access the genius learning system, from which he received the reward for his latest task, the ancient martial arts technique known as Tai Chi. Upon seeing the title, Chen Yang felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. After all that effort, it turned out to be merely Tai Chi. His weary appearance stirred deep concern in his mother, Yi Zhen, who prepared a lavish spread for dinner, claiming it was to replenish Chen Yang's strength. In truth, Chen Yang felt he had gained weight during his days away, yet in the heart of every parent, there lingers an innate belief that their child is always in need of nourishment. They often reserve the best morsels for their offspring. Although Yi Zhen's culinary skills had waned over time, the comfort of home-cooked meals filled Chen Yang with warmth and maternal love. It is this profound sentiment that made his mother's cooking his favorite, despite his own advanced culinary prowess. During the meal, Chen Yang feigned nonchalance as he declared to his parents, "Mom and Dad, from this moment on, I am the gambling god." This proclamation left Chun Durong and Yi Zhen in a state of bemusement. Chun Durong chuckled and replied, "You little rascal, have you been watching too many movies? Gambling god. What next, god of doors?" Yi Zhen stifled a laugh at her husband's jest, yet Chen Yang, with utmost sincerity, insisted, "Mom and Dad, I'm serious. I am truly the gambling god now." After speaking, Chen Yang retrieved a small pouch from the inner room, filled with business cards of the distinguished individuals he encountered during the gambling competition in Macau. These cards belonged to a myriad of influential figures from various nations. However, the majority were inscribed in foreign languages. Chen Durong and Yi Zhen's proficiency in English was limited to mere basic phrases, rendering them unable to comprehend the majority of the cards, let alone the languages of other countries. Fortunately, they managed to find a handful of cards printed in Chinese, each bearing titles that suggested significant authority, with most seemingly belonging to high-ranking officials at the deputy ministerial level or individuals with grandiose titles. With such a plethora of evidence laid before them, disbelief was no longer a viable option. Consequently, Chen Durong and Yi Zhen were eager to learn more about the detailed accounts of the so-called gambling god, as described by their son, Chen Yang. In turn, he recounted his extraordinary experiences in Macau to his parents, the surreal nature of his narrative capturing their imagination much like a fairy tale. Although they struggled to fully accept their son's claim of being a gambling god, they were inclined to believe him. Previously, his mother had only heard him boast about his prowess in mahjong without witnessing it firsthand. Now, he had seemingly earned the title of gambling god and befriended numerous influential figures. To Yi Zhen, possessing these business cards was tantamount to establishing connections. Despite her inability to decipher the foreign names, the exquisite craftsmanship of the cards suggested that they were on par with those of the high-ranking officials from their own country. Yi Zhen has always hoped that Chun Durong's official position could be elevated, believing that the higher his rank, the more prestige she would gain. Upon noticing Chen Yang's connections with numerous influential figures, she entertained the notion of leveraging these relationships through him. However, Chen Durong firmly opposed this idea. A man of remarkable integrity, Chen Durong joined the Communist Party of China at the age of 18. He was an outstanding student at the county's top high school. Yet he missed the opportunity to attend university due to the cancellation of college entrance examinations during those years. After the restoration of the college entrance examination in 1977, Chen Durong was already working as a private elementary school teacher, devoted to his students. He found little time to pursue further studies and only obtained a degree through correspondence courses after transitioning to his current occupation. An avid reader, Chen Durong instilled in Chunyang the belief that reading is beneficial. He opined that all books hold value and can impart inspiration, which is why he has amassed an extensive collection, filling 2 large bookshelves, a fact that often drew the disapproval of Yizhen. His passion for reading consumed his leisure time, leaving him indifferent to promotions. He was content with his current status. During his early teaching days, his salary was a mere 6 yuan, but now, with bonuses, he earns over 1,500 yuan, a commendable sum in Jingzhou. Many individuals frequently seek Chen Durong's assistance, often requesting him to make a few introductions to their children's teachers. Invariably, they bring gifts as tokens of appreciation, which Chen finds difficult to decline. If he were to refuse, it might be perceived that he is unwilling to assist, thus risking offense. Consequently, in China, the practice of offering gifts to facilitate matters has become a custom. If the recipient declines, the giver may feel uneasy. Gradually, even a person of Chen Durong's integrity finds himself accepting gifts that are not overly extravagant. However, he seldom presents gifts to his superiors, believing that one should ascend based on merit rather than resorting to underhanded methods. Occasionally, under Yizhen's insistence, he might offer a modest gift to a superior. Yet, it is precisely Chen Durong's lack of enthusiasm for such practices that has resulted in his prolonged tenure of 13 years in the position of leader of the education group, during which 5 secretaries of the education group committee were replaced, even when he fell ill and was hospitalized. He was relegated to a deputy principal's position in a secondary school, failing to rise to a genuine leadership role. What Chunyang finds particularly frustrating is that the education group comprises only 6 civil servant positions. Yet there exists a secretary to overshadow the leader, a situation he deems utterly pointless. This illustrates that in China, the notion of civil servants advancing through their own capabilities is largely a farce, with Chen Durong standing as a vivid example of this reality. And one may even find themselves discarded when deemed no longer useful. If Chen Durong were truly incapable, he would not have ascended from an inconspicuous private teacher to a leader in the educational sphere of the town within just a few years. This remarkable achievement is solely attributed to his personal capabilities. Consequently, all the teachers who have instructed Chen Durong hold a profound admiration for him, considering him an exemplary figure. Chunyang, in his previous life, only heard the elderly speak of such matters after his father's passing, which left him profoundly shaken, yet filled with regret. In fact, Chunyang's decision to unveil his identity as a gambler carries a similar sentiment. In China, having a prominent official in the family is undoubtedly advantageous. However, his father, Chen Durong, resolutely declined such a notion, leaving Chunyang with no choice but to acquiesce. Returning to his room, Chunyang could not help but reflect on the comfort of home. Even the lavish presidential suite atop the Grand Lisboa in Macau did not evoke the same sense of belonging. As he lay quietly on his bed, he realized that his worries seemed to be multiplying, likely due to the multitude of people he had recently encountered. Thus, he reached for his phone, intending to call Su Yin to share his thoughts. It was as if they were attuned to one another. Just as he was about to press the call button, he received a notification of an incoming call from Su Yin. Elated, he answered the phone, exclaiming, "Hello, Su Yin, I was just about to call you." Before Chunyang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yan's anxious voice. "Chunyang, I am in a bit of a predicament. My grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year and has invited many of his friends. I have heard that he intends to select a suitable fiancé for me from among the younger generations of his friends. What should I do? You must help me." These words struck Chunyang like a bolt from the blue. However, having just triumphed over Gao Jin and earned the title of the gambling god, he had faced significant challenges and emerged unscathed. Thus, despite his astonishment, he maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke into the phone. "Do not panic. Let me think of a solution." It turned out that by the time Su Yin and her family arrived in Beijing, her grandfather, Su Guohao, had already made up his mind and informed his old friends. In the Su family, he was the patriarch, and making such a decision regarding a younger generation did not require consultation with anyone else. Upon hearing the news, Su Yin was overwhelmed with distress and began to cry. while Su Yizhao hurriedly invited Su Guahao to the study to report on some matters privately. Su Yizhao thoroughly explained the relationship between Su Yin and Chen Yang to Su Guahao, assuring him that their relationship remained pure and had not tarnished the family's reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Guahao furrowed his brows. He was not the sort of unreasonable elder. He had assumed that since Su Yin had only just embarked on her first semester at university, her upbringing within the Su family would have deterred her from entanglements at such an early stage. Thus, he had taken the liberty of making this minor decision. However, since he had already informed his old friend, retracting his words now would be inappropriate, and so he felt compelled to proceed as planned. If among those arriving there happened to be a young man who piqued his interest, he would not hesitate to honor the commitment he had made to his companions. Fortunately, there had yet to be any interaction between Su Yin and this young man who remained a stranger to her, and for that, he could only extend his apologies to the young man mentioned by Su Yizhao. In large families, certain customs prevail. Women are often regarded as political instruments for marital alliances, a fate predetermined from the moment of their birth. For instance, Su Yan's mother, Yao Bingbing, hailed from the esteemed Yao family of Shanghai, a lineage comparable to that of the Su family. Thankfully, she shared a loving and harmonious relationship with Su Yan's father, a rarity indeed within the confines of such prominent families, where unions are typically devoid of true happiness, often characterized by superficial appearances rather than genuine connection. As of now, Su Yin is about to embark on this unfortunate path as well. After contemplating for 2 minutes, Chen Yang said to Su Yin, "You wait for me in Beijing. I shall personally come to you. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass those frivolous science. You belong to me, and no one can take you away. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Chen Yang cannot travel to Beijing immediately. His plan is to fly to Beijing on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, as he must pay New Year's visits to the home of his eldest relative from the 1st to the 3rd day. As a younger member of the family, his presence is obligatory. Furthermore, Chen Yang feels he ought to prepare even more thoroughly, if his performance can surpass all others to an extraordinary degree. Those who wish to undermine him should surely retreat. Moreover, on New Year's Eve, Chen Yang is set to receive a grand prize from the Millennium. With that accolade in hand, his confidence will be greatly enhanced. In Chapter 55, The Art of Prognostication and Master-Level Medical Skills, Chen Yang found himself instinctively entering the Genius Learning System. He dedicated approximately 400 hours in the Genius Learning System. 800 hours equates to 8 hours in the external world to cultivating righteous energy. However, Chen Yang's utilization of righteousness remains significantly limited. For instance, he is currently unable to defend against objects with particularly high penetration power. Given his present physical strength, ordinary bullets pose no threat to him. However, should he encounter powerful penetrating ammunition designed for snipers, the situation would become dire. Thus, the danger persists. These challenges are merely within the realm of ordinary capabilities. Should he confront supernatural forces, the outcome is even more uncertain. Fortunately, the Millennium presents another opportunity for bodily enhancement, the extent of which remains unknown. After his cultivation, Chen Yang feels invigorated, sensing the burgeoning strength within him, a sensation that is immensely gratifying. Additionally, he originally intended to delve into the study of medicine, which represents his most fervent aspiration for power. According to Xiaoyu, upon reaching the master level in medical cultivation, one can generate a unique form of wood-type celestial energy specifically for healing. Even at the Grandmaster level, some genuine energy can also be utilized for therapeutic purposes. Chen Yang is exceedingly eager for this prospect and thus wishes to expedite his cultivation process. The skill upgrade reward for the Millennium directly enhances the proficiency and experience percentage of a designated skill without alteration, elevating it to the next tier. Those familiar with online gaming understand that the experience required to progress to the next level is invariably significantly greater than that of the current level. Consequently, even with the knowledge that he can elevate his medical skills to the master level, Chen Yang is determined to fervently augment his experience and proficiency. However, today, following his previous conversation with Su Yin, Chen Yang found himself feeling somewhat vexed after completing his righteous training. His mind could not settle, prompting him to explore the ancient martial art manual he had acquired today, titled Tai Chi. Those familiar with films and novels are generally aware that Tai Chi is a remarkable martial art created by the founder of Wudong, the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, who comprehended the principles of nature. It is an extraordinary form of boxing suitable for all ages, possessing considerable power. In modern times, however, Tai Chi has evolved into a mere fitness performance, having long lost its original essence. Therefore, upon seeing the name of this manual, Chun Yang instinctively presumed it pertained to that trivial Tai Chi boxing, which diminished his enthusiasm. Upon opening the Tai Chi manual, he was astonished to find it entirely blank. This revelation left Chun Yang feeling almost despondent, as he felt deceived by such a disappointing reward. After diligently completing the system task, he received this rather unsatisfactory item. Discontented, he promptly summoned the system sprite, Xiao Yu, to express his grievances. Xiao Yu, seemingly anticipating Chun Yang's summons, smiled and explained, "This Tai Chi manual is not what you think it is, created by Zhang Sanfeng." Indeed, there was a historical figure by that name, a martial arts master who earned his title through Tai Chi and achieved enlightenment through martial practice, displaying remarkable talent. However, this is solely because Zhang Sanfeng is a reincarnation of a fragment of the ancient human sage Laozi, which allowed him to grasp the profound truths of Tai Chi and the cosmos. Chen Yang, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "I have little interest in these secrets. I simply wish to understand why my Tai Chi heart method is blank. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation." Xiao Yu, undeterred by Chun Yang's interruption, continued, "You must know that the Taoist artifact of the great sage Laozi, renowned throughout the divine realm, is the Tai Chi diagram. This is one of the most powerful sacred objects in existence. Now, pay close attention, for this is crucial." Chen Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. Xiao Yu then elaborated, "This Tai Chi heart method, though termed as such, is essentially a low-level artifact crafted to resemble the Tai Chi diagram. However, it possesses the potential for growth. It can evolve any form of energy and simulate any ancient martial heart method you may encounter, identifying its weaknesses. In other words, you will be capable of achieving unparalleled mastery in ancient martial arts, provided it evolves sufficiently. Let me share a secret. This is key to your advancement to higher levels. As for the method, you will have to explore it on your own. Due to system regulations, I can divulge no more." With that, Xiao Yu vanished, leaving Chun Yang contemplating the artifact before him. It seemed remarkably powerful, yet he could not discern its strengths. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu's claim that this object could absorb energy and evolve indicated that he would have his hands full in the future. Yet, one question lingered in Chun Yang's mind. How exactly does this artifact absorb energy? Little Rain offered no hints. At this thought, Chen Yang realized that he currently possessed no knowledge of how to utilize this so-called treasure. He would seek a chance to study it later, but at present, his mind was elsewhere. Given the unreliability of the ancient martial art known as Taiji, Chen Yang deemed it more pragmatic to elevate his combat skills to an expert level. With such expertise, he could then engage with ancient martial arts masters for sparring and learning. Thus, he embarked on an arduous and grueling training regimen, akin to hellish torment. Indeed, the results of his efforts were exceedingly slow. Despite the extensive time devoted and his earnestness, the advancement of his experience bar was minimal. It appeared that the evolution of skills relied heavily on moments of enlightenment, which were not easily attained. Observing the meager progress in his combat training, Chun Yang devoted the subsequent days to practicing various skills from the 8 divisions of mysterious arts. With ample time at his disposal, he advanced many of these skills to a high level. Furthermore, after making some progress in cultivating righteous energy, his proficiency in calligraphy unexpectedly evolved to an expert level. It seemed that the enhancement provided by righteous energy was indeed formidable, further solidifying Chen Yang's resolve to continue his cultivation. Thus, this year's spring festival couplets were not penned by his father, Chen Durong, but by Chen Yang himself. He had not put much thought into it, merely crafting them casually. However, upon seeing the finished work, his father praised it profusely, and even his mother, Yi Zhen, an outsider to the art of calligraphy, could discern the beauty in Chun Yang's writing, which far surpassed that of Chen Durong's previous efforts, leaving his father feeling slightly embarrassed. This year, the honorable task of having Chen Durong write couplets for the spring festival fell upon Chen Yang, a price he paid for his own display of talent. When the neighbors beheld Chun Yang's remarkably expressive calligraphy, they showered him with praise, elevating him to the heights of admiration, which, while it left Chen Durong feeling somewhat desolate, also brought him profound solace. Every parent in the world undoubtedly hopes for their children to surpass them, as such progress is essential for societal advancement. Moreover, parents never harbor jealousy towards their offspring's greater achievements. In such moments, all they possess is an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. Therefore, in honor of the pride and joy shared by all parents, let us, the youth, strive together. At last, the eve of the Lunar New Year quietly approached amidst the bustle. Qinyang had long awaited this day with eager anticipation. Although he appeared to be watching the spring festival gala with his parents, his thoughts had already wandered far away. During his recent conversations with Su Yan, he could hear the hints of sorrow in her voice, longing to be by her side. It turned out that Su Yan's relatives, upon learning of her relationship with Qinyang, urged her to abandon the so-called unpromising young man and even suggested various so-called talented youths as alternatives, which left Su Yan quite exasperated. Qinyang could only offer gentle words of comfort to his young girlfriend, fervently assuring her that he would set off for Beijing early on the 4th day of the new year. Yet, the thought of the troublesome journey ahead filled him with dread. It seemed rather beneath his status as a renowned gambler to lack a dedicated vehicle, a situation he found utterly embarrassing. Qinyang made a phone call to the esteemed king of gamblers in Macau to extend his New Year's greetings, while also addressing the matter of his vehicle. Currently, Qinyang is affiliated with the renowned Pudong Grand Casino, and thus it is their responsibility to make the necessary arrangements. Despite Qinyang's considerable wealth, he understands the importance of adhering to established protocols. Unbeknownst to him, the king of gamblers had already anticipated this issue and had made arrangements in advance, intending to present it as a New Year's gift to Qinyang. However, since Qinyang brought it up, the king of gamblers decided to inform him of the preparations made. Considering Qinyang's prolonged residence on the mainland, the king of gamblers faced some difficulties in organizing the arrangements. He invested a substantial sum to custom order a 6-seat helicopter from the United States and engaged a dedicated pilot to serve Qinyang. On the ground, a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom was arranged, complete with a professional driver. The considerable expenses incurred were shared between the king of gamblers and his partners. Furthermore, the king of gamblers has successfully connected Qinyang with influential casino entities in 3 countries, the United States, Germany, and the United Arab Emirates. This significantly enhances Qinyang's backing, particularly from the superpowers of the United States and Germany. Although the UAE may not possess great military strength, it is exceptionally affluent, and it is believed that they will provide ample support to Qinyang in the future. Upon receiving this information, Qinyang was exhilarated. A private jet, indeed. Such a luxury is seldom accessible to the average individual, and the cost of a single flight is quite substantial. Furthermore, the gambling king had mentioned that this aircraft could land at any airport in China, the United States, Germany, and the United Arab Emirates, having already coordinated with these airports. However, a drawback of small planes is their limited flight duration, which diminishes the likelihood of Qinyang utilizing it abroad. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient for him to flaunt within the country. The convenience of a helicopter lies in its ability to land atop skyscrapers, eliminating the necessity of landing at an airport. Around 11:30, households began to ignite fireworks and firecrackers. With the nation's economic growth this year being quite commendable, the populace found themselves with ample funds, resulting in a crescendo of celebratory sounds. This year's sales of fireworks and firecrackers were exceptionally high. While Qinyang was unaware of the situation in other areas, it was evident that his neighborhood was well prepared, with an impressive accumulation resembling a small mountain, sufficient for over an hour of display. Thus, Qinyang's family joined in the revelry of setting off firecrackers, contributing to the festive atmosphere. The system spirit, Xiaoyu, presented these rewards to Qinyang one by one. Of course, the skill upgrade reward could not be handed over, but Qinyang delightedly toyed with the rewards in his hands, particularly enamored with the spatial ring. As for the substantial amount of gold that Xiaoyu produced, Qinyang merely glanced at it before instructing her to put it away, preferring to first place the 3-time defensive talisman into the spatial ring. The divine elixirs and skill upgrades may be executed concurrently. However, both require a considerable amount of time. Together, they necessitate approximately a month in the external world. Yet within the confines of the genius learning system, a mere night suffices. Thus, after examining the spatial ring for a while, Qinyang restrained his impulse to concoct potions and instead diligently embarked on a dual upgrade of his physique and skills. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Qinyang opened his eyes and felt the remarkable strength of his newly enhanced body. He surmised that ordinary individuals could no longer harm him. He was, in essence, impervious to blades and bullets, significantly bolstering his safety. His master-level medical skills were exceptionally potent, offering him the ability to perceive his bodily condition, a manifestation akin to the qi observation realm in traditional Chinese medicine. Historically, the most renowned practitioner of this art was the legendary physician Bian Ke from the Warring States period, who could discern the illness and death energy within his patients. Now, with his mastery in medical skills, Qin Yang had acquired a similar ability. Thus, he stepped out of his room and into the kitchen, where he found his mother, Yi Zhen, busily preparing for the day. Employing his qi observation technique, he detected some minor anomalies within her, ailments that had eluded him during his previous expertise. Subsequently, Qin Yang encountered his father, Qin Durong, who had just risen from slumber. Through the art of diagnostic observation, Qin Yang joyfully discerned a trace of illness lurking within his father's body. He distinctly perceived a slender wisp of dark, disease-laden energy, which alleviated the constant anxiety that had burdened him. With this revelation, the subsequent treatment seemed rather straightforward. His masterful medical skills, accompanied by a gentle flow of true energy, could nourish the meridians while dispelling negative elements from the body. Admittedly, the efficacy was somewhat limited, but Qin Yang was confident that managing these minor ailments afflicting his parents would pose no challenge. Observing the satisfied expression on Yi Zhen's face, Qin Durong, not wanting to be left out, eagerly wished to experience Qin Yang's massage techniques. Consequently, both of Qin Yang's hands became occupied, compelling him to tirelessly attend to the simultaneous massage of his beloved parents. As he worked, he infused their meridians with true energy. His mother suffered from various minor ailments, primarily stemming from fatigue, yet the slight illness within his father proved to be more troublesome. Merely employing true energy would not suffice. So Qin Yang promptly retrieved his specialized acupuncture tools, intending to complement his efforts with acupuncture to alleviate the heavy burden on his heart and restore his father's health. The combination of acupuncture was remarkably effective. Qin Yang utilized nearly half of his internal righteous energy to suppress the disease, halting its progression. This accomplished the goal of treating his father, as the source of the ailment had been contained. However, to completely eradicate it, Qin Yang would need a greater reservoir of true energy. Nevertheless, he had effectively mitigated the threat within his father's body. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming fatigue from the considerable energy he had just expended. Even his extraordinary physique felt exceedingly drained. His mother, Yi Zhen, expressed immense satisfaction with Qin Yang's massage skills, claiming it made her feel rejuvenated by a decade. She insisted that he should provide daily massages whenever he was home, which caused Qin Yang's expression to darken considerably. However, Qin Yang had a clever strategy to counter his mother's request. He retrieved 2 bank cards from his pocket and handed them to his parents. Upon receiving such a clear signal, Yi Zhen and Qin Durong were momentarily taken aback. Yi Zhen, with a hint of bittersweetness, remarked, "Oh, our Yangzi has made something of himself. He even knows to give us New Year's money now." Although her tone was somewhat peculiar, the tears welling in her eyes betrayed her true emotions. In China, how many individuals can earn money to honor their parents within just a semester of entering university? Thus, the eyes of Qin Yang's parents shimmered with joy and pride. Their son was indeed a prodigy. Chapter 56. Enlightenment in the Countryside, Telepathy. After a brief respite, the Qin family prepared to visit their grandfather in the countryside. Both paternal and maternal grandparents had passed away in recent years, leaving only the grandfather residing alone in the rural area, under the care of Qin Yang's eldest cousin. With only this elder remaining, it was imperative for the family to visit him during the spring festival. Earlier, Qin Yang had received a call from his dedicated driver, Xiao Wang, and shared the day's plans with him over the phone. Due to the unfavorable road conditions unsuitable for a luxury vehicle such as a Rolls-Royce, the driver Xiao Wang proposed a solution by utilizing a BMW business car to address the day's needs. Meanwhile, the Rolls-Royce was entrusted to a reputable dealership, where the esteemed gambling king also held considerable influence. Thus, under this auspicious banner, Xiao Wang would soon arrive with a new BMW business car. Qin Yang felt a twinge of guilt for burdening Xiao Wang on the first day of the Lunar New Year. But reflecting on his newfound status as the revered gambling god, he found solace in his thoughts. Both Qin Durong and Yi Zhen were aware that Qin Yang had already arranged for a vehicle, hence they refrained from seeking one on the street. Hiring a car on the first day of the new year was quite costly. The next trip to the countryside would require 500, despite the journey lasting less than half an hour. Every year, Qin Yang's family typically hired a vehicle for their countryside visits, a tradition established by his mother, who relished the envious glances from their fellow villagers, particularly when they heard the price of 500 for the next trip, eliciting gasps of astonishment. In such moments, Yuzhen felt a sense of pride. Although it was somewhat expensive, she deemed it worthwhile. While Chen Yang's family could be considered middle class, they could not afford a car, especially given the high fuel consumption and the complications of learning to drive. Thus, the idea remained unrealized. Now, Chen Yang has ascended to the ranks of the elite billionaires. He once scrutinized the balance on his salary card and discovered that the amount in US dollars had exceeded 9 figures. This fortune was bestowed upon him through substantial joining fees from 3 powerful nations, in addition to a generous sum from the esteemed gambling king. Chen Yang is now an unequivocal billionaire. As a token of filial piety, he transferred 10 million yuan to each of his parents' accounts. Yet he refrained from disclosing this staggering figure to them. After all, it might be too overwhelming for ordinary individuals to comprehend. Instead, he encouraged his parents not to be frugal and to purchase whatever their hearts desired, assuring them that their accounts were capable of overdraft. Should they require more funds, he would readily replenish them, for he is indeed the god of gambling. Consequently, Chen Derong and Yi Zhen believed their accounts held merely around 100,000 yuan, a sum they could manage comfortably. Chen Yang also bestowed a generous red envelope upon the employees of his Feiyang Charity Foundation. Though they had only been working for a few days, the festive spirit of the new year prompted the boss to express his goodwill, bringing joy to his subordinates. Chen Yang does not consider himself a traditional employer, as this foundation solely expends his resources without generating any profit for him. Nevertheless, this aligns perfectly with his intentions. When money becomes nothing more than a figure, what purpose does it serve to retain it? He offers high salaries to individuals like Old Lu, aiming to ensure the charity operates effectively. Chen Yang is not lacking in wealth. His aspiration is to see this foundation flourish, ideally assisting every individual in China to escape the clutches of poverty. As for those abroad, he does not concern himself with them, nor does he possess the inclination or energy to do so at this moment. At precisely 10 o'clock, Chen Yang received a call from the driver, Xiao Wang, who informed him that the vehicle had arrived at the entrance. Subsequently, Chen Yang and his family stepped outside, fully prepared with numerous gifts intended for their rural destination. As they emerged, they spotted a sleek silver-gray BMW van parked not far from their door. Chen Derong and Yi Zhen were taken aback by the exquisite vehicle, silently estimating its worth while maintaining an outward facade of nonchalance, lest they lose face before Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang astutely discerned the subtle expressions of his parents. Finding it quite amusing, yet he cleverly feigned ignorance. Xiao Wang, a shrewd individual, alighted from the car and greeted Chen Yang's parents. However, the manner of address he employed made Chen Derong and Yi Zhen somewhat uncomfortable, as he referred to them as Sir and Madam, while addressing Chen Yang as Young Master. These archaic titles, reminiscent of an ancient aristocratic family, left the Chen family feeling somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, they reluctantly accepted the designations, recognizing it as a customary form of address from the prominent families of Macau. Xiao Wang was a native of Macau and a trusted confidant of the gambling king. Possessing considerable prowess, he had arranged for Xiao Wang's presence as a means of safeguarding Chen Yang. It is likely that he was unaware of Chen Yang's formidable combat skills. Nevertheless, Xiao Wang was capable of alleviating many of Chen Yang's troubles and serving as a liaison between him and he, the gambling king. Xiao Wang meticulously arranged the gifts in the trunk, and once everything was in order, he invited Chen Yang's parents to take their seats in the back row, preparing for departure. Consequently, Chen Yang, the renowned gambler, had to temporarily endure sitting in the front passenger seat, while Xiao Wang repeatedly expressed his apologies to him. Being young and vigorous, Chen Yang found no discomfort in occupying the front seat. As long as his parents were seated comfortably, his own situation was of little concern, and he did not feel aggrieved by his position. The BMW business vehicle glided smoothly along the route directed by Chen Yang. Despite it being Xiao Wang's first visit to Jingzhou and to the small county where Chen Yang's family resided, he exhibited no signs of unease. His driving skills were commendable, ensuring that Chen Derong and Yi Zhen felt exceedingly at ease throughout the journey. Before disembarking, Yi Zhen generously presented Xiao Wang with a red envelope containing 500, leaving him profoundly grateful. For Xiao Wang, the amount of the red envelope was a trivial matter. What truly mattered was the happiness of Chen Yang and his family, as that signified the successful completion of his task. Upon seeing his grandfather, Qinyang was the first to speak. "Grandpa, I wish you a happy new year." Upon hearing these words, grandfather chuckled warmly and said, "Goodness gracious," as he retrieved a crumpled red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qinyang. The envelope felt as though it contained merely a single banknote, for grandfather had never amassed much wealth. The fact that he had prepared a special envelope for Qinyang was already quite commendable. It was worth noting that Qinyang's cousins had not been afforded such a privilege, which stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within him. Qinyang's parents also exchanged New Year greetings with grandfather, after which they presented him with gifts they had brought along, most of which were edible delights. Grandfather's face lit up with joy, his smile wide enough to reveal two prominent front teeth, yellowed from years of indulging in tobacco. A man of good spirits. He enjoyed his liquor at every meal, albeit in moderation, while his affinity for smoking was evident, as he often succumbed to coughing fits due to his near-constant habit. Nevertheless, grandfather's health remained remarkably robust. In his youth, he was one of the few in the village capable of shouldering over 500 pounds of grain with a yoke, earning him considerable respect within the community. In his later years, he was affectionately referred to as Uncle Guangyi by the villagers. Remarkably, grandfather maintained a strong set of teeth, still able to gnaw on a particularly tough local delicacy known as dried peas even at the age of 70. He could also crack open iron lotus seeds, whose shells were harder than iron itself, something young Qinyang could never manage, yet grandfather tackled with ease. Qinyang reflected on his own shortcomings and filial piety. In truth, he harbored some unresolved feelings towards his grandfather, feeling a certain aversion despite the latter's efforts to bring him treats. Young Qinyang, lacking understanding, consistently displayed indifference and often wore a sullen expression in his grandfather's presence. Even after his grandfather's passing, Qinyang seldom found himself reminiscing about him. In contrast, his bond with his grandmother was strong. During quarrels between his grandparents, young Qinyang invariably sided with his grandmother. As a child, he was aware of the potential dangers of consuming unclean food, particularly the threat of intestinal worms, a notion that many are familiar with. However, few have experienced the discomfort of such a condition. Imagine, if you will, a child of just over 4 years old attempting to swallow a pill of considerable size. Young Qinyang nearly succumbed to choking. The pill lodged in his small throat, making it exceedingly difficult for him to breathe, causing his face to flush a deep shade of purple. Fortunately, his grandmother arrived just in time, administering backblows and using her fingers to dislodge the pill from his throat. Upon witnessing the enormous pill on the floor, she erupted in anger, delivering a resounding slap to her husband and unleashing her fury upon him. The enormous pill is indeed intended for deworming, specifically for pigs. My grandfather, in a moment of folly, brought back such an item from town. One can hardly blame my grandmother for her ire. While he may be absent-minded, such a blunder seems inexcusable. Even more outrageous is the fact that it nearly caused my little cousin to suffer a serious consequence. My uncle might tolerate it, but my aunt certainly cannot. Qinyang, possessing a remarkable intelligence from a young age, vividly recalls the incident that occurred when he was just over 4 years old. This memory has lingered with him, causing him to harbor resentment towards his grandfather, resulting in a noticeable coolness in their interactions. In turn, his grandfather, feeling guilty, has consistently showered Qinyang with kindness, as if to atone for that significant mistake. Yet, Qinyang remains unappreciative of these gestures. As Qinyang gazes at his cheerful grandfather, he feels an inexplicable ache in his heart, prompting him to seek ways to make amends. The elderly man yearns for his little grandson's forgiveness. Thus, Qinyang, despite his age, resorts to playful antics in front of his grandfather, a display so endearing that even his mother, Yizhen, finds it somewhat cringeworthy. Nevertheless, she understands the gravity of the past incident between them and is pleased to witness the restoration of their bond. Lunch is enjoyed at the home of Qinyang's elder cousin, where numerous relatives have gathered to pay New Year's respects to his grandfather. As these guests observe the joyful sight of grandfather and grandson walking hand in hand, their eyes glisten with tears of happiness. They are all aware of the history, and seeing the reconciliation between the two brings them genuine joy. After Qinyang and his grandfather left the table, a lively discussion erupted among the guests, who eagerly commented on the reconciliation between Qinyang and the elderly gentleman, while also touching upon various other topics. Eventually, Aunt C turned to Yizhen and inquired, "Yizhen, didn't you arrive in a rather fine-looking car? Why did it leave immediately after dropping you off? In previous years, it would have stayed here. How much did this trip cost?" Surely not less than 500, right? Yi Zhen, who had been holding back her pride, felt a surge of satisfaction but maintained an air of nonchalance as she replied, "That car was arranged by Yang Zi's driver. We are not privy to the other details." The aunts and uncles at the table were quick to seize upon the mention of Yang Zi's driver, prompting them to inquire further about Chen Rong and Yi Zhen. The couple, feeling a bit smug, shared minor anecdotes about Chen Yang's life. Naturally, they omitted the more significant details that Chen Yang had previously communicated to them. They even embellished certain stories, for both Chen Yang's parents had been educators, and Chen Rong, in particular, held the title of a senior primary school Chinese teacher, making his storytelling prowess exceptional. Consequently, in their retelling, Chen Yang was transformed into a paragon of wisdom and beauty, a hero of chivalry. The atmosphere at the dining table remained vibrant and animated, while Chen Yang, in his grandfather's room, was completely oblivious to the commotion. He was intently assisting his grandfather in channeling and nurturing his meridians using internal energy, and given that his grandfather was slightly intoxicated, he was able to cooperate with Chen Yang's treatment. Chen Yang diligently utilized his inner energy to gradually expel the toxins from his grandfather's body. Dark impurities seeped through his grandfather's pores, prompting Chen Yang to fetch warm water to cleanse him and provide a fresh change of clothes. Once these tasks were completed, Chen Yang gazed upon his grandfather, who lay peacefully asleep, filled with thoughts of how to express his filial piety. Lost in contemplation, he entered a profound state of reflection. His thoughts extended beyond just filial duty towards his grandfather. He considered his obligations to his parents and even to his nation and people, elevating the concept of filial piety to an extraordinary height. Although ancient texts suggest that loyalty and filial piety are often in conflict, Chen Yang realized during his contemplation that they are, in fact, interconnected. Loyalty can be viewed as a grand form of filial piety. Upon grasping this truth, he heard a system notification resonate in his mind. The host has comprehended the primary essence of filial piety, automatically acquiring the basic mental magic telepathy. This ability allows the host to read the thoughts of any living being, provided that the host's mental strength exceeds that of the being by at least tenfold. Otherwise, voluntary communication is possible. This was indeed a remarkable skill. With telepathy, Chen Yang could now even converse with plants, transforming him into an extraordinary linguist, although the likelihood of plants possessing consciousness remained minimal, barring those that had attained a certain level of sentience. The true utility of this mind-reading ability lies primarily in its application to human beings. However, there exists a significant limitation to its use. It demands an immense amount of mental energy. Presently, Chen Yang can only maintain this ability for a brief period, despite his mental strength being several times greater than that of an ordinary individual. He remains reluctant to wield it lightly, as such practices may be deemed unnatural and could potentially lead to the mental disarray of others. Employing it on virtuous individuals weighs heavily on his conscience. Yet he harbors no such reservations when it comes to malevolent characters. In a couple of days, Chen Yang plans to venture to Beijing for a wedding abduction, and he is eager for those nefarious individuals to experience the true power of his mind-reading technique. As fortune would have it, he finds himself advancing further in his abilities. In Chapter 57, as he enters the Su family, he confronts formidable adversaries. Earlier, Chen Yang had diligently used his internal energy to rejuvenate his grandfather's health. After this intervention, it is likely that his grandfather could enjoy an additional 5 to 10 years of life, affording Chen Yang the opportunity to honor him for a longer duration. In truth, he felt he could have delved even deeper into his insights at that moment. However, having already spent considerable time in his room, he deemed it inappropriate to press further. Outside, the banquet continues, as during the Lunar New Year, meals typically extend for an hour or two. Upon his emergence, Chen Yang notices that the tone of his elders has transformed into one of profound respect, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Some elders even request his assistance in finding work, even if it is merely to help guard the entrance, which elicits a mix of amusement and exasperation from him. As Chen Yang caught his mother's playful glance directed at him, she mischievously winked and stuck out her tongue. The astute Chen Yang immediately deduced that this was likely a result of his mother's boasting. Nonetheless, he felt no inclination to admonish her. After all, this was a matter that would be made public sooner or later. Besides, they were family, and it was not a significant issue. He remained blissfully unaware that his typically stern father was also involved in this situation. Naturally, Chen Yang engaged in a bit of verbal sparring with his elders. claiming that he would assist them in arranging suitable opportunities if they arose. This offhand promise was sufficient to satisfy their desires. However, Qianyang genuinely contemplated helping his relatives in the future, allowing them to enjoy a taste of prosperity. This was akin to the saying, one person achieves success, and the whole family flourishes. Qianyang felt a sense of assurance in his life, believing that even if he merely supported them, it would be acceptable. There was little amusement to be found in spending time with relatives. The activities primarily revolved around playing mahjong, which happened to be Qianyang's favorite pastime. Most of his relatives were occupied with farming and only found a bit of leisure during the new year. Now, as a distinguished gambler, playing with them held no thrill for him. The excitement of wagering was absent. Yet, he still felt obligated to join in, even if it meant losing and maintaining a facade of joy. After all, in the eyes of his relatives, he was now a wealthy individual, someone who could afford a personal driver, and they expected a display of generosity from him. Furthermore, in the minds of his relatives, Qianyang's status had eclipsed that of the former Qinderong, who had once been a minor leader with an education and wielded considerable influence when he came to the countryside. The relatives were rather pragmatic. In this day and age, wealth dictates authority. It was evident that Qianyang was the more affluent among them. However, they hesitated to directly solicit money from him, as that would strip away the dignity of being elders. Thus, they seized the opportunity to extract a bit more from Qianyang during their card games. Throughout the day, Qianyang entertained his relatives thoroughly, particularly his grandfather, who was exceedingly pleased. Upon waking from a nap, the old man felt rejuvenated as if he had shed 2 decades, brimming with vitality. He engaged in the card games with remarkable enthusiasm, even proclaiming his desire to play through the night. Typically, his grandfather had little money on hand, but this time, Qianyang discreetly gifted him a generous red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. This gesture emboldened the old man, who was usually accustomed to receiving meager sums of 10 or 20 yuan from his younger kin, which limited his gambling to trivial stakes. Naturally, with such a substantial gift from Qianyang, his grandfather was elated. In return, he presented Qianyang with a red envelope of 50 yuan, a sum he had scrimped and saved for a long time. Upon hearing this, Qianyang could not help but shed tears, for 50 yuan represented a significant amount for his grandfather. Furthermore, the old man had prepared this envelope solely for Qianyang. Thus, Qianyang encouraged his grandfather to ask his mother for more funds if needed, urging him not to hold back, to which the old man readily acquiesced. The relatives were quite astonished by the grandfather's sudden exuberance, but attributed it to the old man resolving his inner turmoil and enjoying a restful sleep. Qianyang had shown him additional filial piety, a trifecta of joy, which explained his newfound vigor. However, the relatives were unaware of the process through which Qianyang had aided his grandfather, leaving them in the dark about the underlying circumstances. Qianyang's family planned to enjoy their time in the countryside until the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. They aimed to visit each elder's home for a meal, which meant that the 3 days would be filled with festivities, continuing until dusk. After enduring 3 tiresome days, Qianyang hardly managed to catch any sleep, rendering any preparation for the genius learning system impossible. Consequently, he felt utterly exhausted, akin to a weary dog. Although his body was not fatigued, his spirit was drained. How had he never realized that leisure could be so burdensome? On the evening of the 3rd day, Qianyang finally found a moment to rest, as he had informed his relatives of his plans to travel to Beijing the following day, allowing him a reprieve from their company. Over the past 3 days, he had spent quite a bit of money. Qianyang had initially intended to utilize the evenings to enter the genius learning system and create small tokens as gifts. However, it was only on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year that he could finally access the system. He wondered if this last-minute effort could be considered a desperate attempt, though it was not an examination. Nevertheless, time was indeed of the essence, fortunately. Within the genius learning system, time was still manageable. Employing his advanced crafting skills, Qianyang extracted a bit of gold from the system to fashion a vividly lifelike golden dragon. The dragon's eyes, in particular, exuded a remarkable spirit, a testament to Qianyang's expert-level talent in painting and calligraphy that enabled him to create such a vivid representation. Weighing approximately 2.5 kilograms, this golden dragon was indeed a substantial gift. Additionally, Qianyang crafted an exquisitely designed small box to house the golden dragon. The concept of gifts seems to lack the notion of presenting 2 items. It appears that since the inception of Qianyang's recollections, gifts have either been singular or in triplicate. Qianyang has yet to encounter anyone who has offered a pair of gifts. Although he is uncertain as to why this convention exists, he feels compelled to prepare a third gift, which poses a bit of a dilemma for him. Initially, he contemplated concocting a potion which would undoubtedly surpass all other gifts in terms of value. His spatial ring is well stocked with a variety of low-grade herbs, and the genius learning system has generously bestowed upon him a divine alchemical method. However, he currently lacks suitable alchemical tools. Given that this method is divine, it requires at least a divine level of proficiency for effective application. At Chen Yang's present level, the likelihood of successfully concocting a potion is exceedingly slim. In fact, it is nearly impossible, resulting in his failure to produce even the most basic elixir and wasting a considerable amount of precious herbs, which weighs heavily on his heart. Since he could not produce an elixir, he reluctantly settled on selecting a millennium-old ginseng as the third gift. After all, ginseng is abundantly present in his spatial ring, and it is also an apt offering for longevity. Once he had accomplished this task, the dawn was approaching, prompting Chen Yang to exit the genius learning system. He carefully packaged the gifts, ensuring they were ready for presentation, and brought them out from his spatial ring. Chen Yang inhaled the fresh air of the countryside. Although dawn had yet to break fully, the rural folk, accustomed to toiling in the fields, had largely risen. As Chen Yang strolled, he exchanged smiles and greetings with these individuals, despite not knowing their names. Curiously, it seemed that none among them were unfamiliar with him. His only means of acknowledgement was a warm smile. The genuine smiles of the villagers filled Chen Yang with a profound sense of comfort, and he found their hospitality delightful. Early in the morning, they eagerly offered to invite him to their homes for a bite to eat, displaying remarkable warmth. Chen Yang, however, graciously declined. He sensed an abundance of goodwill emanating from these villagers, which brought him immense joy. Around 8 a.m., Chen Yang made a grand entrance before the entire village. As his private helicopter descended from the sky, the sight of the aircraft captivated the rural onlookers, who relished any spectacle, for it was indeed a remarkable sight. Many of these honest, hard-working farmers had never even set foot in a car, let alone witnessed such a breathtaking scene. Chen Yang understood that had this event occurred in town, the commotion would have been even greater. The countryside, with its expansive fields, provided a more open space for such a display. Standing on the rope ladder dropped from the helicopter, he waved to the crowd below, evoking imagery akin to that of a national leader disembarking from an aircraft before he climbed aboard the helicopter. In Beijing, even those sweeping the streets could very well be county governors. While this may sound somewhat exaggerated, the reality is that in this city, a figure of such rank tends to speak with restraint, while only those at the municipal level dare to voice their opinions freely. Even provincial officials, upon arriving in the capital, find their postures less assured. The city is teeming with officials, and now, Chen Yang is about to step into this bustling metropolis, a place where dragons and tigers intertwine. The helicopter journey was remarkably swift. In just over 3 hours, Chen Yang arrived in the Fonai district of Beijing, the hometown of Su Yan and her companions. Prior to landing, they encountered a few minor complications, as the pilot received a warning from the Fontai military district. Fortunately, the aircraft had all its paperwork in order, allowing for a safe descent. Once the plane touched down, Chen Yang made 2 phone calls. The first was to Su Yan, inquiring about the exact address. Upon hearing that Chen Yang had arrived in Beijing, Su Yan's voice brightened, resembling a beacon of hope. The anxiety of recent days had visibly taken a toll on her, causing her to lose several pounds. The second call was to his temporary driver in Beijing, Brother Xiaoma. Since Xiao Wang needed to remain at Chen Yang's hometown to assist his parents, he arranged for a temporary driver for this trip. Moreover, he had ensured that a Rolls-Royce was airlifted to Beijing days prior, ready for the esteemed Chen Yang's use. The helicopter temporarily landed in the suburbs, and soon after, the dedicated driver for this trip to Beijing, Xiaoma, arrived. Upon first hearing the name Xiaoma, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, the character Xiaoma was portrayed by the same actor who played the god of gamblers in the film God of Gamblers. However, for Chen Yang, Xiaoma could merely serve as his chauffeur. Thus, in light of Chen Yang's request, Xiaoma was affectionately nicknamed Xiaoma Ge. One must admit that Chen Yang possessed a rather mischievous sense of humor. Chen Yang's grand entrance astonished Su Yan's entire family, all of whom were well versed in such matters. The market price for this limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom exceeded 12 million, and acquiring one without substantial connections was nearly impossible. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Su Yan rushed into Chen Yang's embrace, her pent-up grievances transforming into crystalline tears that cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Qinyang gently wiped away the tears from her face, offering a tender yet somewhat cheesy comfort. "My dear, do not fear. I am here, and with me, everything will be all right. I shall see who dares to vie for my wife." Qinyang's bold declaration elicited a laugh from Su Yan, replacing her tears with a faint blush as she playfully retorted, "Who is your wife? It's still too early for that." Hearing Qinyang's words, the Su couple felt their worries dissipate, with Su Yan's mother teasingly remarking, "Oh, after a few days apart, you've certainly grown bolder," speaking so domineeringly. In the presence of his future mother-in-law, Qinyang dared not display any semblance of arrogance. Therefore, he earnestly took Su Yan's hand and respectfully greeted her family, while maintaining a resolute expression as he declared, "Uncle and aunt, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can take Su Yan away from me. She is solely mine." Upon hearing these words, Su Yi and his wife appeared to regain a measure of confidence, though their faces still betrayed traces of concern. After dismissing Xiao Ma, Qinyang accompanied Su Yin and her family into a grand courtyard, meticulously guarded by sentinels. This was the Su family's stronghold in the capital. As they traversed the path, they encountered numerous acquaintances, particularly the various aunts and uncles, whose disdainful gazes were fixed upon Qinyang. Although these women presented themselves as dignified, their eyes were sharp and critical. Qinyang's humble attire, akin to that found at a street market, had evidently given him away, and the sight of him alongside Su Yan naturally invited a barrage of ridicule. For Su Yan's sake, he chose to endure the scorn. Su Yan's parents, however, were unperturbed by the opinions of these people, and as they proceeded, the cacophony of insults continued, albeit within a limited scope. For no one dared to create a significant uproar. After all, it was the eve of the old gentleman's grand birthday celebration, and none wished to provoke his displeasure. Should he be upset, their fortunes would surely take a turn for the worse. The quartet entered a modest courtyard allocated to Su Yan's family, which was part of a larger complex of interconnected courtyards, each generously proportioned. It is widely acknowledged that Sihiyuan, or traditional courtyard residences, are quite expensive. The modest Sihiyuan before Qinyang was valued at over 50 million in 2011. It is worth noting that there are no fewer than 20 or 30 similar Sihiyuan in the vicinity. The valuation is left for your own estimation. Sui, the second among the four Su brothers, is presumed to hold a respectable position. However, this is a misconception, as he occupies the lowest official rank among the siblings. His overly straightforward demeanor often alienates others, thereby capping his prospects for advancement. Presently, holding the title of deputy mayor is already a significant concession to the Su family's influence. The other three brothers are equivalent to provincial-level officials, which underscores the Su family's considerable clout in Beijing, with several at the ministerial level, including the venerable patriarch, a seasoned minister, and the influence of his old comrades. The oldest and the third brother are both military personnel, likely around the rank of military chief of staff. Su Yan's uncle has already attained the rank of major general and is rumored to be on the verge of being appointed as a commander of a certain division. Thus, Su Yi is, in reality, the least successful among the four brothers, even falling short compared to his 7 female cousins. The name Su Yi Zhao was perhaps poorly chosen, given the timing of his birth. According to the family genealogy, the four brothers belonged to the Yi generation, and as the second brother, he was designated the character Zhao. If you repeat his full name a few times, you may discern the implications therein. Indeed, Su Yi Zhao's name is a homophone for losing a move, which has led to a perception of him as perpetually at a disadvantage. Although Old Master Su harbors no prejudice against him and has explicitly prohibited family members from referring to him by this moniker, whispers in private circles still persist. Qinyang, however, remains largely uninformed about Su Yi Zhao's past and is not particularly inclined to delve into it, especially given the current circumstances. His primary concern lies in gathering intelligence regarding his romantic rivals. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Thus, Mr. and Mrs. Su provided Qinyang with a detailed analysis. There are 3 most likely contenders, all of whom are grandsons of Old Master Su's former comrades in arms. Adhering to the principle of nurturing relationships within one's own circle, Old Master Su sought to forge closer ties with these veterans, which in turn elevated the graceful Su Yin to a position of prominence. The other 2 individuals are named Song Ke and Mu Yan. The former, a fervent admirer of martial arts, was originally named Song Qi but has since adopted several aliases, including Song Yuanxiao. Not long after the release of the esteemed Huang Yi's The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, he rebranded himself as Song Quebec. Not only is he an aficionado of martial arts, but he is also an ardent combat enthusiast, having clinched first place in 3 consecutive Special Forces martial arts competitions. His greatest aspiration is to engage in exhilarating battles to enhance his prowess, for those scions of ancient martial arts families are no match for him, and true masters would never deign to spar with him. He was immensely enamored with the character Song Ke depicted in novels, nicknamed Heavenly Blade, exuding an aura of dominance akin to his own. Consequently, he adopted this name. Initially, he was the most promising, yet now in his early 30s, and with a penchant for brawling, the esteemed elder Su harbored reservations about him. Then there was Mu Yan, known in the capital as Little Zhuge, renowned for his remarkable intellect and extensive social circle, holding a modest reputation in the city. He possessed an appealing appearance, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. However, Elder Su found him overly effeminate and similarly disapproved. In the eyes of Su Yi and his wife, these 3 individuals were formidable adversaries, rendering the lesser competitors inconsequential. They believed that if they could manage these 3, the rest would pose no challenge. This predicament had caused considerable concern for the entire Su family for several days. After Chen Yang grasped the fundamental situation, he felt considerably reassured. As for finance, Lu Liang was merely a doctoral candidate in the field, yet to graduate. His actual abilities remained questionable. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was at least a professor-level expert in finance, easily capable of managing this young man. Regarding combat, although Chen Yang's fighting skills were still rated as advanced by the system, he was nearing expert level. Coupled with his extraordinary physique, could anyone truly withstand his blows, even if standing still? As for Chen Yang's cleverness, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. While it might be challenging for him to conjure particularly cunning ideas, given his current intellect, engaging in a battle of wits was hardly a worry. After listening intently, he remained utterly composed, addressing Su Yan's family with a serene demeanor, stating, "If these are merely a handful of mediocre contenders, I see no reason for concern. Their level of competence is simply insufficient in comparison to mine. Thus, Su Yan is undoubtedly meant for me, and they lack the fortune to claim her." Naturally, Su Yan and her family perceive this as mere bravado. However, witnessing Chen Yang's unwavering confidence was a positive sign, and they refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. Su Yan, too, was immensely pleased by his candid words. In Chapter 58, The Charismatic Chen Yang, Showtime, Su Yan led Chen Yang to his room. The 2 young individuals, long separated, shared a fervent kiss, as if to imprint their days of longing within that singular moment. Of course, other activities remained off-limits due to the precariousness of their surroundings. After exchanging heartfelt confessions, they joined Su Yi and his wife for lunch. At the dining table, Chen Yang once again indulged in grandiose self-praise, embellishing his capabilities to an extraordinary extent. His flamboyant declarations, however, served to dissipate the clouds of worry that had lingered on Su Yan's parents' faces in recent days. After the meal, given the significance of the occasion, Su Yizhao inquired about the gifts Chen Yang had prepared, eager to ascertain their adequacy. Should they fall short, he was ready to offer some of his own reserves. Consequently, Chen Yang ushered Su Yin and her family into his temporary quarters to unveil the items he had meticulously assembled. The grandeur of Chen Yang's offerings left the Su family astounded, clearly demonstrating his sincere intentions. Each of the 3 gifts was a veritable treasure, almost priceless in nature. Su Yizhao was particularly captivated by the longevity painting, enchanted after merely a few glances, yearning to seize a brush and replicate it on the spot. For those who cherish calligraphy, such a piece is akin to a cherished dream. Naturally, Su Yin and her daughter favored the golden dragon. As for the ginseng, it was somewhat indistinguishable to them, as they lacked an appreciation for such precious herbal materials. However, when Chen Yang asserted that all the gifts, save for the ginseng, were crafted by his own hands, the Su family was nearly overwhelmed with joy, wishing to claim both the longevity painting and the golden dragon for themselves. Had it not been for the necessity of these gifts at the banquet, they might have insisted on dividing them. Yet, they sternly compelled Chen Yang to establish several inequitable agreements, ensuring he would provide them with items of equal grandeur in the future, treating him as one of their own. With these items in hand, the Su family felt a sense of relief, far surpassing the preparations made by Su Yizhao. Should these treasures be displayed, none of the youthful guests arriving to celebrate could possibly compare. They would pale in comparison. Moreover, given that all these items were crafted by Qinyang himself, their rarity is further accentuated. Old Master Su Guahao, is exceptionally appreciative of talent. Not all of his sons-in-law hail from prominent families. 2 of them are genuinely capable individuals who have ascended to high positions, thriving remarkably well, and are hardly inferior to the Su brothers. The old master believes that talent is the bedrock of a family's standing. Consequently, although the women of the Su family marry into other illustrious families, the old master would never consent unless the suitor possessed significant merit. Now that everything is prepared, they eagerly await the following day, and the Su family is relieved of their previous anxieties. Seizing the afternoon, Su Yin and her mother took Qinyang out for a shopping excursion, claiming they wished to help him spruce up. Naturally, the astute Su Yizhao discreetly excused himself from the outing. Qinyang held little regard for matters of attire, believing his current ensemble to be quite satisfactory. This indifference stemmed from his long-standing cultivation of righteousness, which rendered him unperturbed by superficial appearances. In truth, as long as Qinyang exuded his innate righteousness, even clad in rags, he would possess a distinctive aura. Having mastered his righteousness to a significant degree, he could largely contain it within himself. Nevertheless, his overall demeanor retained a scholarly air, leading the snobbish relatives of Su Yin to perceive him as a mere pauper. Qinyang had accompanied Su Yin on several shopping excursions, each leaving him fatigued, yet none compared to the intensity of this particular outing. Su Mama's fastidiousness regarding clothing was of an extraordinary caliber. Even amidst a plethora of high-end boutiques, none seemed to meet her exacting standards. Consequently, Qinyang found himself being maneuvered from one store to another with little respite. After several hours of relentless shopping, Qinyang had been thoroughly outfitted from head to toe. Even his undergarments had not escaped scrutiny, which caused him considerable embarrassment during the purchase. However, after this exhaustive endeavor, Qinyang's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation, ultimately garnering Su Mama's approval. In the afternoon and evening, Qinyang and Su Yan's family enjoyed a delightful time together. As night fell, Qinyang once again immersed himself in the genius learning system for his cultivation. He dedicated half of his time to refining his medical true energy for the system sprite. Xiaoyu had mentioned that such energies could be strengthened through practice, potentially leading to enhancements in other areas as well. The remaining half of his time was naturally devoted to cultivating his righteous energy, a habit that had nearly become second nature to him. Indeed, as he progressed, the challenge of upgrading these skills intensified. Although Qinyang experienced a notable increase in efficiency due to his buoyant mood, the results of his cultivation were somewhat unsatisfactory. He felt little growth in the 2 energies within him. Nevertheless, Qinyang remained steadfast in his belief that persistence would eventually yield unforeseen benefits. The following morning, the entire courtyard was adorned beautifully, evidently arranged overnight. One could not help but marvel at such impressive efficiency. With such a vast area and numerous rooms, it must have required a considerable number of people to accomplish this task. Qinyang, however, felt indifferent to the external decorations. His primary objective for this visit was to present himself favorably before Old Master Su to win the affection of the enchanting Su Yin. Early in the day, the couple, Su Yi and Zhao, had been assigned to greet guests at the front entrance. Indeed, a steady stream of visitors arrived to celebrate Old Master Su's birthday, with important guests being ushered by Su's brothers to the small hall at the back to sit with the elderly gentleman. The small hall was filled exclusively with men, while women were accommodated in a separate inner chamber, accompanied by the ladies of the Su family. As for those insignificant guests, some were able to proceed to the small hall at the back to pay their respects and extend greetings to the venerable Mr. Su, before being ushered by the Su family's servants to take their seats in the main hall. There were even some attendees who were not deemed worthy to catch a glimpse of Mr. Su himself. It was unclear what purpose these individuals served, and Qinyang found himself neither understanding nor wishing to comprehend the psychology of these officials. In the front hall, Qinyang observed that the servants were well aware of his status as a guest of the second master, thus no one attempted to hinder his actions. Some attendants even solicitously inquired if he required anything, to which Qinyang gestured for them to disregard him, preferring to remain inconspicuous. Upon a rough estimation, Qinyang noted that the open-air hall was adorned with no fewer than 200 to 300 tables, a testament to the extensive social network of the Su family. The spectacle before him elicited a silent exclamation of admiration from Qinyang. Once the guests had settled into their places, he took a seat alongside Sui Zhao. While Su Yin had mysteriously vanished early in the day, understandably, she was the true protagonist of the event and needed ample time for her preparations. The small hall was rather modest, accommodating barely a handful of tables, so Mr. Su quickly spotted Qinyang, whom he had never seen before. Given the presence of many old comrades, the elder refrained from expressing his displeasure at that moment. After several rounds of toasting, Su Yin finally made her grand entrance. Having spent a considerable amount of time perfecting her makeup, naturally beautiful, Su Yin now radiated an ethereal charm, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. In the presence of several young individuals, the atmosphere grew tense, their breaths becoming noticeably heavier, with some even swallowing nervously. However, Qinyang and his three main rivals maintained an air of composure, exhibiting no signs of distress. Qinyang had never witnessed Su Yin in such exquisite beauty. Today, she had devoted great effort to present her most enchanting self before her beloved. Su Yin radiated joy in Qinyang's company, and her happiness rendered her even more captivating. The elder generation could not help but extol her beauty, with some jesting with the venerable Su Leizizi that if they were a few decades younger, they would gladly seek to marry into the family as Su Yan's suitor. Indeed, such a celestial beauty could enchant any young man. The primary purpose of this grand celebration was to select a suitable husband for Su Yan, thus the forthcoming moments would showcase the performances of these young contenders. With the elder generation serving as judges, each participant had meticulously prepared, and soon the table laden with gifts in the small hall became a dazzling array of treasures, each more exquisite than the last. Su Leizizi stroked his beard thoughtfully, refraining from making any immediate judgments about the offerings before him. Interestingly, the fourth-to-last individual is the fighter who has adopted the name Song Quebec. This fellow has prepared a remarkable gift, a rubbing of the renowned painting Spring Trees and Autumn Frost by Tang Yin, the foremost of the four talents of Jiangnan during the Song dynasty. Naturally, the original piece is securely housed in the Palace Museum and cannot be produced. Yet the Song family possesses considerable influence, enabling them to present such an exquisite gift that even the esteemed Old Master Su could hardly refuse. Old Master Su has a plethora of hobbies, particularly an ardent passion for calligraphy and painting, with a particular fondness for the works of Tang Bohu, known for his poetic and artistic brilliance. Thus, although this Spring Trees and Autumn Frost is merely a rubbing, it evidently strikes a chord with Old Master Su and brings him great satisfaction. It appears that the intelligence Qinyang received was flawed. Song Ke, a man who initially seemed rather unsophisticated, has demonstrated a surprising awareness in his choice of gift, indicating that Qinyang may have underestimated him significantly. Nevertheless, Qinyang remains unperturbed, as he possesses ample confidence, particularly in terms of the sheer number of gifts he can offer, which could easily overshadow Song Ke's efforts. The young strategist Mu Yin from the capital has presented a painting by the eminent Su Dongpa of the Song dynasty. While the world is familiar with Su Dongpa's impassioned poem Nian Nu Jiao, Chibi Huaigu, few are aware of his exceptional talent in painting, especially his skill in depicting bamboo and rocks. This particular artwork, known as Bamboo and Rocks of Shaoxiang, is among his rare masterpieces, and it too captivates Old Master Su. After Lu Liang's performance, Old Master Su deliberately remarked, "Is that all? I am quite pleased with the children's gifts. However, this places me in a quandary. How shall I choose a suitable husband for Yin Yan?" At this moment, Qinyang interjected, remarking, "Old sir, it seems you have forgotten someone. Since you mentioned that these gifts are quite difficult to select, allow me to present a few modest items that may surpass these offerings." Hearing this, Old Master Su feigned ignorance, replying, "Pray tell, young man, from which family do you hail? I do not recall extending an invitation to you." With these words, Qinyang instantly became the center of attention, for indeed, none present had previously encountered him. Unfazed, Qinyang responded, "Why should you concern yourself with such trivialities, sir? A true hero does not question one's origins. Surely, with your wisdom, you must have discerned my background by now." Old Master Su, maintaining an air of nonchalance, remarked, "This young man possesses a certain charm. So what are you waiting for? Present your offerings and allow this old man to behold them." Qinyang's audacity earned him the opportunity to showcase his items, as Old Master Su held a fondness for those with courage. Chunyang's boldness in stepping forward amidst the crowd was, in itself, a display of remarkable bravery. Furthermore, his audacious claim of possessing superior birthday gifts piqued the old man's interest. Yet, it also served to provide an explanation to Su Yin and her family. With Old Master Su's extensive experience, how could he fail to recognize that this young man was the object of his beloved granddaughter's affections? The relatives of Su Yin were quietly discussing Chunyang below, and his handsome appearance, complemented by his attire, instilled a sense of inferiority in Su Yan's cousins. However, their feelings of superiority soon resurfaced. After all, no matter how striking his looks, he remained a man of no wealth or influence. Chunyang approached the venerable Su patriarch with a gift bag, a rather inexpensive plastic one that elicited a hint of disdain from the guests present. "Old master," he declared, "I bring 3 birthday gifts. The first is a ginseng that is over 3,000 years old, renowned for its longevity-enhancing properties." He then produced a semi-transparent rectangular jade box from the bag and opened it for the elder and the other guests to behold. Although Chunyang was uncertain of the ginseng's exact age, he had chosen a particularly large specimen, likely among the more substantial ones within his spatial ring. He speculated that even if it was not quite 3,000 years old, it surely was not far from that mark, and he aimed to astonish the audience. In today's society, ginseng aged 500 or 600 years is already considered a rare treasure. Thus, presenting a ginseng purportedly 3,000 years old, if genuine, would render its value immeasurable, truly a priceless gem. Consequently, the unveiling of such a remarkable item stirred excitement among those present, with several elderly gentlemen familiar with the Su patriarch leaning in closer for a better view. Those nearby could perceive the fragrant aroma emanating from the ginseng, a notably delightful medicinal scent. Consequently, an elderly bystander remarked, "This must be an extraordinary millennium ginseng. While I cannot confidently assert it to be 3 millennia old, its age is undoubtedly significant. The medicinal fragrance alone is a sure indication of its quality. Old Su, you are indeed fortunate. Such a magnificent ginseng cannot be consumed by you alone. Why not allow your old comrades to partake? A sip of the broth would suffice." Upon hearing this, several voices of agreement arose from the crowd. In response, Old Master Su seized the ginseng, clutching it tightly to his chest, and indignantly retorted, "This is a gift for my longevity, so it rightfully belongs to me. Furthermore, I cannot consume it all by myself. The Su family comprises dozens of members. A mouthful for each, and there would be nothing left of the broth." This declaration sparked dissatisfaction among many elderly gentlemen present, who protested against Old Master Su. However, he remained resolute, a smug expression adorning his face. After a considerable commotion, the crowd remembered Chunyang's mention of 3 gifts, redirecting their attention to him, who had been sidelined for quite some time. Even those youthful competitors vying for Su Yan's favor could not help but be captivated, particularly given the astonishing nature of Chunyang's first gift. Some of the less composed among them even contemplated retreating. Meanwhile, Su Yan exchanged encouraging glances with Chunyang, seemingly conveying sentiments of "well done" and "keep it up." Chunyang leisurely produced his second gift, which was the exquisite 100 Longevities painting. He had already learned from Su Yin and her companions that the esteemed old gentleman had a penchant for calligraphy and painting, which heightened Su Yi's expectations of Chunyang. Consequently, the 3 young lords presented nothing short of masterpieces in the realm of art. When Chunyang fully unfurled the 100 Longevities on a spacious, unadorned table, the assembly of elderly gentlemen was left rather disillusioned. It turned out to be merely a painting of longevity, as they had anticipated a genuine artifact from a renowned ancient master. The initial allure of the ginseng had spoiled their taste, rendering a commonplace piece like the 100 Longevities utterly uninteresting to them. In Chunyang's eyes, ginseng was of little value, as he had an abundance of it nestled within his spatial ring. However, to these aristocrats, such premium ginseng could signify a lifeline. No matter how esteemed the calligraphy and paintings of ancient masters were, could they truly be compared to the value of life? Yet, some individuals remained undeterred, eager to discern what made this piece special. They eventually noticed a small inscription in the lower left corner, created by Chunyang on the 3rd day of the 1st month in the year of Gongchun during the hour of the dog. This prompted an involuntary murmur. Who is this Chunyang? Was there truly a calligraphy master by that name in ancient times? Though spoken softly, several ears nearby caught wind of this inquiry, spurring a collective curiosity among the onlookers as they pondered whether history indeed recorded a calligraphy master named Qinyang. The inscription bears the year of Gengchen, identical to this year. According to the ancient calendar, a Gengchen year occurs once every 60 years. Therefore, it is plausible that this esteemed individual named Qinyang is a relatively obscure calligrapher from modern times. This conclusion was drawn by some present, and upon sharing their thoughts, others found merit in the reasoning. Now that it is established that Qinyang is indeed a renowned calligrapher of the contemporary era, the assembly turned their attention to discerning the unique characteristics of his calligraphy. After all, the ginseng he presented as his first gift is no ordinary item, thus piquing the interest of several attendees. Although many among them hail from a military background, having transitioned into political roles in their later years, they have been exposed to a plethora of antiquities and artworks, honing their discerning eye for appreciation. Upon closer inspection, they were astounded in Qinyang's 100 Longevities piece. Each character for longevity exudes a distinct charm, and they could discern the influences of numerous ancient calligraphy masters within. Old Master Su also took note of this, and as his admiration grew with each glance, he inquired of Qinyang. This 100 Longevities artwork is indeed a rare gem. It astonishingly amalgamates the styles of so many calligraphy masters onto a single sheet. Might it be that this contemporary calligrapher Qinyang excels in imitation? Each character of longevity here possesses an exquisite spirit. Young man, I must admit my ignorance. Could you enlighten me and the esteemed company about this calligraphy master named Qinyang? Qinyang found himself somewhat taken aback, as he unexpectedly acquired the title of a modern calligraphy master bestowed by these individuals, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Meanwhile, Su Yizhao and Su Yan, both in the know, couldn't help but chuckle at Qinyang's predicament. With a forced bravado, Qinyang introduced himself, saying, "You may not yet be familiar with my name. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinyang, and this piece of calligraphy was personally crafted by me as a birthday tribute for you. Pray tell, does it meet with your esteemed approval?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The elderly gentleman responsible for this mix-up felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that the celebrated modern master was none other than the dashing young man before them. Qinyang's declaration left old Master Su profoundly astonished, prompting him to seek clarification. "Are you saying that all these characters were inscribed by your own hand? Did you truly complete this multitude of longevity symbols all by yourself?" The onlookers were equally astonished by Qinyang's statements, including the three rivals who had initially maintained their composure, now revealing expressions of shock. Although the artworks they presented undoubtedly held greater monetary value than the longevity painting at hand, as no living artist could rival the deceased. If Qinyang's words were indeed true, then his intrinsic worth would far surpass that of the longevity painting itself. This realization instilled a palpable sense of urgency within the hearts of the three rivals. Many skeptics were present at the scene, but to avoid offending anyone, Qinyang acquiesced to the request of the venerable Su and decided to compose a piece of calligraphy. Fortunately, the Su family lacked for nothing. It wasn't long before a servant procured the necessary ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, arranging them neatly upon the table. After a moment of contemplation, Qinyang resolved to inscribe a pair of auspicious couplets, the most conventional choice. He positioned himself before the writing desk, closed his eyes, and took a moment to calm his mind. The onlookers fell silent, mindful not to disturb his creative process. With a sudden flourish, Qinyang opened his eyes and swiftly penned the 8 characters: "Fortune like the East Sea, longevity surpassing the South Mountain." He signed it, Qinyang, in celebration of the venerable Su Guahao's longevity, on the 5th day of the 1st lunar month in the year of Gengchen. Upon its completion, those knowledgeable in the art silently acknowledged its excellence. Though the phrase was a simple one, Qinyang's execution imbued it with grandeur and profound meaning. Even those less versed in calligraphy found it remarkably beautiful, despite their inability to grasp its deeper significance. Reactions varied among the spectators, yet all concurred that Qinyang's impromptu work was exceptional. Even the most fastidious critic could find no fault in it. This outcome was a testament to Qinyang's dedication, as he had emulated the esteemed calligraphy of Wang Shiji, infusing his work with an essence that even eclipsed the authentic pieces previously presented by Lu Liang. Chapter 59. Who else? The voices of doubt had utterly diminished. Anyone still questioning Qinyang's calligraphic prowess at this moment would indeed be a fool. The commotion sparked by the second gift seemed to eclipse that of the first, as the assembled guests beheld a living legend of calligraphy, a sensation far more profound than the mere presence of the ancient ginseng. Moreover, given Chun Yang's youthful age, who could dare assert that he was not destined to become the next sage of calligraphy, the next master of cursive? After witnessing two such extraordinary offerings, not only was old Master Su captivated, but even the other guests were eagerly anticipating the unveiling of a third treasure. Chen Yang, wishing not to prolong their suspense, deftly produced a long jade box, seemingly of little value, and opened it to reveal a golden dragon for all to admire. Old Master Su, seated closest, felt the impact most acutely. The golden dragon appeared almost alive, its eyes brimming with vitality and spirit, while its golden scales exuded an aura of majesty. The dragon's form magnificently encapsulated the mythical essence, as if this little golden dragon were a sentient being. The guests gathered closely were equally enchanted, for no matter from which angle they viewed it. The dragon's gaze seemed to follow them, and its grand design prompted a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. Chen Yang began, "This final gift is this little golden dragon. It is quite fitting as this year is also the year of the golden dragon. Allow me to present this little dragon to celebrate your longevity. I wish you abundant blessings and longevity in the year of the dragon, along with great vitality." His words brought joy, and the elder quickly rose to accept the golden dragon. Upon holding it, he remarked in surprise, "Oh, this little golden dragon is quite heavy. How much does it weigh?" Naturally, he directed this inquiry toward Chen Yang, who respectfully replied, "This little golden dragon weighs approximately 2 jin and 8 liang, meticulously crafted from pure gold." Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. In these times, gold was nearly 200 yuan per gram. The sheer weight of 2 jin and 8 liang of gold alone rendered this gift both extravagant and significant, regardless of its craftsmanship. At that moment, a middle-aged man from the crowd interjected, "Old too, you truly spare no expense. This golden dragon must have cost you a pretty penny, and that 1,000-year-old ginseng as well. Who would have thought? You seem to have quite the fortune in that dilapidated ancient city of Jingzhou." The speaker was none other than Su's third son, the true mastermind behind this competition among the younger generation. He was the one who suggested to the elder Su to host this birthday celebration as a means to find a suitor for his niece, Su Yan, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Meanwhile, the other 3 brothers of the Su family had each enlisted an ally from the families of Chun Yang's 3 strongest rivals. Thus, on the surface, they appear to be rallying allies for the Su family, yet in reality, their motives are driven solely by personal gain and political aspirations. The minor official status of Su Jialao heir renders him insignificant, inevitably making him a pawn in their schemes to consolidate their respective powers. Sui Zhao, in a fit of anger, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Lao San, do you truly believe I am oblivious to the tricks you all are playing? I do indeed wish to intervene in this matter, for my daughter harbors genuine affection for Chen Yang, and both Bing and I find this young man quite commendable. Moreover, considering my meager income, were it not for the villa bestowed upon me by my family, we might very well be sleeping on the streets." Though this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it nevertheless conveyed the long-standing grievances harbored by Sui Zhao. Old Master Su interjected sharply, silencing the 2 brothers. "How dare you? What are you 2 squabbling about? Are you plotting rebellion? I am still alive, and it is not your place to meddle in affairs." When the patriarch raised his voice, the previously quarrelsome brothers instantly fell silent, resembling quails in their newfound compliance, a testament to the long-standing authority he held over them. However, Su Yidong, the 3rd brother, muttered under his breath, "Lao heir is clearly cheating. I refuse to believe that this nobody, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, can possess such rare treasures." Though his voice was low, the allies of the other 3 brothers, apart from Sui Zhao, echoed his sentiments. The principle of the law does not penalize the many left old Master Su reluctant to unleash his wrath upon the assembled guests, compelling him instead to focus his gaze on Sui Zhao, awaiting the words of his second son. However, Chen Yang timely stepped forward, determined not to allow his future father-in-law to endure undue grievances. He declared, "Allow me to speak for myself. This golden dragon was meticulously carved by my own hands over the course of more than half a month. There was no need for anyone else's assistance. As for the gold, it was all acquired through my own efforts. Is there a problem with that?" The elegance of Chun Yang's earlier calligraphy had already astonished everyone. But now, The revelation that he had single-handedly crafted this golden dragon was nothing short of extraordinary. How could one individual possess such boundless energy? At his age, one would typically expect a proficiency in calligraphy that barely scratches the surface. Yet here he was, claiming to have completed a sculpture of such divine craftsmanship. What did this signify? It indicated that Chun Yang possessed skill in carving that rivaled his talent in calligraphy. To lend credence to his statement, Chun Yang retrieved a phone number from his mobile device and dialed it. This number belonged to a high-ranking official from the mainland who had witnessed the gambling match between Chun Yang and Gao Jin in Macau. Chun Yang had made prior arrangements to connect with this individual, anticipating its potential usefulness, and now the moment had come. On the other end of the line was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Land and Resources, Mr. Liu. After exchanging a few words, Chun Yang covered the phone with his hand and addressed the assembly. Is there anyone here who knows Deputy Minister Liu of the Ministry of Land and Resources? Please take this call. Several individuals within the crowd were acquainted with the corpulent Liu from the Bureau of Land and Resources, and thus, they volunteered to take Chun Yang's phone. A succession of them listened intently to the conversation unfolding on the line, wherein Liu fervently pledged his support for Chun Yang, asserting that Chun possessed considerable financial resources. However, regarding more intricate details, Liu claimed it was inappropriate to disclose them. Given that a deputy ministerial-level official should not be implicated in fabricating evidence for this young man, and the unmistakable sound of Liu's voice resonated through the phone, it was evident that he recognized these acquaintances as well. Moreover, even if Liu were indeed assisting in the fabrication of evidence, it would imply that this enigmatic young man harbored a formidable and clandestine background. Thus, from any perspective, Chun Yang appeared to possess ample capability, and his assertions seemed credible. The phone had passed through several hands, allowing these individuals to corroborate the event, particularly since this was their first encounter with Chun Yang, negating any possibility of collusion. Consequently, the situation was clarified. Chun Yang undeniably possessed substantial financial means. At this moment, Su Yi emitted a soft hum, seemingly expressing discontent. Observing that the tactic of slandering was proving ineffective, Su Laosin exchanged a glance with Mu Yin, known as the Little Zhuge of the capital. Mu Yin understood the signal and promptly nudged Song Ke beside him, whispering something that elicited a series of nods from Song Quebec. Song Ke stepped out from the crowd and approached Chun Yang, disdainfully remarking, "He is merely a pretty boy. I truly believed he possessed extraordinary abilities. A grown man who can only engage in trivial pursuits like painting and writing is hardly deserving of being the grandson-in-law of the Su family. What qualifications does a delicate figure like you have?" His words were harsh, and it was worth noting that the Su family's sons-in-law were predominantly scholarly types. By insulting Chun Yang, he inadvertently cast aspersions on them as well, resulting in several disapproving glances from the crowd. Chun Yang discreetly employed the mind-reading technique he had recently mastered. He discerned that Song Ke possessed considerable mental strength, indicating a person of resolute will. Nevertheless, Chun Yang successfully gleaned the information he sought, understanding the events leading to this moment. He cast a deep glance at the young Zhuge, Mu Yin, within the crowd. Song Ke, known for his arrogance, found it intolerable that Chun Yang displayed even greater audacity, boasting that he would trample upon the elite among them. Yet, in this setting, he endeavored to restrain himself and respectfully addressed the old master Su, saying, "Today is meant to celebrate your longevity, but this fellow has truly gone too far. I request your permission to teach him a lesson and broaden his horizons." It was ironic that Song Ke instigated the conflict, yet now accused Chun Yang of being overly oppressive, completely reversing the truth. Old Master Su had undoubtedly heard various tales about Song Ke, and thus he silently compared the physiques of both parties in his mind. Song Ke was tall and imposing, with a robust build, while Chun Yang, despite not being at a disadvantage in height, appeared considerably more slender. Old Master Su held little faith in Chun Yang, and was reluctant to acquiesce to this request. After all, he had begun to find Chun Yang somewhat agreeable and did not wish for him to take such a perilous risk. He intended to voice his disapproval. But just as he was about to speak, Chun Yang preemptively declared, "Since this reckless bull seems unaware of its own mortality, I kindly request your permission, Old Master Su, to intervene and impart some fundamental truths about humanity to this brute." With Chun Yang having issued a challenge, Old Master Su found himself unable to object any further, though concern still lingered in his eyes. He cautioned, "Today marks my birthday. I hope both of you can exercise restraint and avoid any unpleasantness." Both men readily agreed. While amidst the crowd, Princess Su Yin nearly erupted into tears, fearing for Chunyang's safety against a creature as formidable as a bear. Although Chunyang possessed impressive martial skills, Su Yin had never witnessed him in combat, leaving her uncertain of his capabilities. Not only was Su Yin apprehensive, but Su Yizhao also shared her concerns. Having finally found a son-in-law he deemed suitable, it would be a grave loss if he were to be harmed. However, perceptive Chunyang offered a reassuring glance to Su Yin and her father, signaling them to remain calm. The small hall, being rather confined, was ill-suited for a duel between two individuals. Consequently, the venerable Su led the assembly to the expansive training grounds outside. Upon his arrival, the attendees in the hall promptly rose to their feet, regardless of whether the elder could perceive them, fervently clasping their fists in salute while uttering various phrases. Their efforts, however, were destined to be in vain, for Su did not notice their gestures or heed their words. He simply guided the company to the spacious arena at his residence. Ample enough for a proper display of skill. A portion of the crowd from the hall followed, eager to witness the spectacle. The elder gentlemen settled into the chairs brought by the servants, sipping tea as though they were spectators at a grand performance, while the younger individuals were left to stand. The vast training ground was surrounded by an impenetrable throng of onlookers, and those unaware of the circumstances gleaned the unfolding events through whispers from their companions. Once the two contenders were prepared, Su gestured for them to commence. Despite their antagonistic relationship, Chunyang respectfully cupped his fists in greeting to his opponent, a gesture that earned him collective admiration from the older generation. In stark contrast, his opponent, the impetuous Song Ke, launched a direct assault without hesitation, prompting the elders to shake their heads in disapproval of his lack of decorum. Although Song Ke seized the initiative with his aggressive move, Chunyang, having undergone countless combat simulations within the Genius Learning System, remained unfazed, responding to every attack with equal skill, resulting in a fiercely matched contest. Many of those present in the audience have experienced military careers, which ignites their passion as they witness the intense physical confrontation between the two men in the arena. The elderly gentlemen seated nearby, including a currently active general, are particularly enthralled by the display of iron-willed military prowess. It is well known that Song Ke possesses remarkable fighting skills, having clinched the title of champion in Special Forces competitions for 3 consecutive years. However, it is Chunyang's performance that astonishes them the most. Those who had gathered in the small hall earlier had witnessed the entire sequence of events, and they could hardly believe that this young man not only excels in calligraphy and sculpture, but also possesses such formidable martial arts abilities. Song Ke is perplexed, unable to fathom how this seemingly delicate young man could exhibit such strength, and it appears he is not even exerting his full potential, though he himself is holding back. As the elder Su had mentioned that this is merely a friendly sparring session, he is cautious not to inflict serious harm on this young man. The thought of accidentally injuring him would undoubtedly complicate matters with the elder. While Song Ke may not be exceptionally clever, he is certainly no fool. And now he finds himself in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain of how to proceed. Unbeknownst to him, Chunyang is equally conflicted, hesitant to unleash any heavy strikes. Despite Song Ke's somewhat clumsy demeanor, his combat skills are undeniably formidable. Chunyang, having reached an advanced level nearing expertise in martial arts, finds himself struggling to gain an advantage over this seemingly simple adversary. Truly, Song Ke is no ordinary opponent. His fighting capabilities have evidently reached the pinnacle achievable by an average person. Since neither of them could use their full strength, they unexpectedly ceased their actions simultaneously. Song Ke exclaimed, "No more fighting, no more fighting. This is utterly pointless. If it weren't for the old master's admonition against using heavy hands, I would have already knocked that pretty boy down." Chunyang could not help but glare at him in anger, retorting, "As if you were the only one refraining from using force. If I were to apply just a tad more strength, you would be lying on the ground in an instant." Though both spoke with conviction and seemed eager for another round, Old Master Su intervened at the opportune moment, declaring the match a draw. Song Ke's greatest asset was his combat prowess, but now that Chunyang matched him in this regard, Song Ke found himself devoid of competitive edge. Old Master Su was exceedingly pleased with Chunyang. Having such a versatile young man as his granddaughter's prospective husband would be truly splendid. However, although Chunyang had essentially won over the Song family, he still needed to address two old friends. Old Master Su understood that these two had been swayed by his son. Yet this was a necessary rite of passage within a prominent family, a part of the game's rules. Qinyang bellowed at the group of young people. Is there anyone else? Most fell silent, their courage extinguished by Qinyang's imposing demeanor. However, there was one exception. Mu Yan, who had instigated Song Ke to strike first, had completely failed. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands this time. Thus, Mu Yan stepped forward and addressed Qinyang. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, both literarily and martial. However, painting and combat are ultimately but minor pursuits. In this society, interpersonal relationships reign supreme. The extent of a person's influence can decisively determine the heights of their future achievements. Would you not agree? With a smile, Mu Yan continued, in truth, I wish to challenge you to a contest of memory. The efficacy of one's memory is intrinsically linked to their social connections. If one can remember those they deem valuable, it will undoubtedly facilitate their career significantly. What are your thoughts? If you can surpass me in memory, I shall concede and withdraw from this competition. Could Qinyang truly fear a contest of memory? Without hesitation, he accepted, boldly proclaiming that any method would suffice. Such confidence stemmed from his considerable prowess. Mu Yan proposed a simple challenge, to memorize a shuffled deck of cards. Using 3 decks mixed together, each contestant would sequentially name the cards. The one who correctly recited the most consecutive cards would emerge victorious. This method of competition left Qinyang bemused. Was this fellow truly a strategist from the capital? Had his wits been dulled? To compare himself to a card master was quite absurd. Observing this exchange, Su Yi and her father shared amused glances, eliciting puzzled looks from those around them. In this context, Qinyang contemplated that while publicly revealing his card prowess might not be entirely prudent, demonstrating a few skills would likely pose no significant issue. Most of the individuals present here are high-ranking officials and their offspring, who are privy to such gossip within this circle, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. This also serves to elucidate the reason behind Qinyang's ability to present such lavish gifts. The esteemed Elder Su undoubtedly approves of this method, as it is a more civilized form of competition. Almost everyone among these noble youths is adept at playing poker, and among them are those who excel at the game, making proficiency in poker a significant factor in social interactions. In light of this, Mu Yan could only nod in agreement, albeit with curiosity about the tricks this irritating individual might showcase. Qinyang accepted a box of playing cards, revealed a deck, and began to shuffle it single-handedly several times. He then executed a myriad of intricate maneuvers with both hands, akin to a juggler's performance. While the audience had witnessed such feats in films, they were utterly astonished to see someone perform them in reality. Subsequently, Qinyang held a deck in each hand, continuing to display even more elaborate and complex tricks that left the spectators dazzled and breathless. Finally, he tossed the cards into the air and swiftly moved aside a few times. As the cards cascaded to the ground, everyone present was astonished to see that they had formed a striking character for longevity. It is essential to note that this was neither a cinematic endeavor nor a magic act that could employ props. Achieving such a feat purely by hand was nothing short of astonishing. The situation on the field was abundantly clear. Qinyang's initial triumph stirred considerable turmoil within Mu Yan's heart. Mu Yan felt as though he was caught in a predicament, reminiscent of a rider unable to dismount from a steed. Could it be that this young man was inherently skilled at playing poker? Nevertheless, he sought to reassure himself, pondering that perhaps Qinyang was merely adept at flamboyant play, lacking in the mental acuity required for the game. This might explain his need to attract attention, lest he face disgrace in the event of defeat. Yes, it had to be so. Mu Yan silently bolstered his resolve. Earlier, Qinyang had attempted to employ his mind-reading abilities to discern Mu Yan's thoughts. However, Mu Yan had been intensely focused, and the exertion required to forcibly tap into another's mind was overwhelming for Qinyang. Thus, it was only after the completion of his performance that Qinyang noticed a slight lapse in Mu Yan's concentration, revealing a crack in his mental armor. With minimal effort, Qinyang gleaned Mu Yan's current thoughts, realizing he had perhaps overestimated the complexity of the situation. Astonishingly, there appeared to be no underhanded schemes at play. Did Mu Yan truly possess such unwavering confidence in his memory? Indeed, Mu Yan exhibited remarkable talent in poker, having never tasted defeat among his peers. This prowess stemmed from his extraordinary memory, earning him the moniker Little Zhuge among his friends, as well as the nickname Little God of Gamblers. Once, Mu Yin had aspired to challenge the legendary god of gamblers, but his ambitions were thwarted by a lack of opportunity. Little did he know that he was on the verge of facing a true gambling deity. One could only imagine the spectacle of his expression at that moment. As the time for their duel approached, both competitors engaged in shuffling and memorizing their cards before sequentially announcing their poker hands. Chen Yang showcased a variety of intricate shuffling techniques, eliciting rounds of applause and cheers from the audience. In contrast, Mu Yan's typically sharp shuffling skills appeared rather trivial in the face of Chen Yang's artistry. Nevertheless, Mu Yan persevered, striving to shuffle and memorize diligently. Once both had completed their shuffling, Mu Yan began to recall the cards, while Chen Yang, exhibiting confidence, did not require any memorization at all. He gestured for Mu Yan to proceed first, which placed considerable pressure on Mu Yan. He refrained from pleasantries, feeling anxious that if Chen Yang continued to take the lead, he might lose the opportunity to showcase his own abilities. Thus, he commenced with a conventional approach to announcing his cards. Mu Yan's memory proved commendable, as he only faltered at the 74th card. Although it was not as exceptional as his usual performance, it was still a remarkable feat, underscoring his innate talent for memory. However, Chen Yang subsequently delivered a crushing blow to Mu Yan's confidence. He revealed all the cards, laying them out on the table, with the first 12 being aces, followed by 12 twos, and then 12 threes. Moreover, the sequence of these playing cards follows the order of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. Thus, despite Chen Yang not announcing a single card in this round, any discerning observer would recognize his unequivocal victory, devoid of even the slightest suspense. Given the current arrangement of cards, even a 3-year-old could discern the outcome. Chen Yang not only recalled the cards, but also meticulously arranged them in this simplest of sequences, transcending the realm of mere memory. Consequently, Mu Yan could only concede in silence. Having dealt with Mu Yan, Chen Yang surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Lu Liang for a considerable time before once again addressing the assembly, inquiring, "Is there anyone else?" In light of the prevailing circumstances, Lu Liang had no choice but to muster his resolve and step forward. Even though his own fighting spirit had waned significantly, he felt compelled to represent his family's interests at this juncture. Lu Liang's expertise lay primarily in financial matters, so he initiated a debate with Chen Yang regarding the development of a national economy. Chen Yang's acumen in finance far surpassed Lu Liang's, and compounded by Lu Liang's earlier intimidation by Chen Yang's formidable presence, the latter employed a semblance of mind-reading techniques, further tilting the scales. Consequently, Lu Liang soon found himself in disarray, succumbing before the gathered audience. This doctoral candidate in finance ultimately became a mere backdrop to highlight Chen Yang's prowess. Thus, Chen Yang had triumphed over the 3 most formidable rivals in succession, leading Old Master Su to declare Chen Yang the victor. In this instance, Chen Yang exhibited an almost impeccable performance throughout the competition, leaving even the most distinguished elites of the capital unable to gain any advantage over him. Coupled with his multifaceted talents, both literary and martial, and his considerable courtesy, it was only natural that Chen Yang emerged as the ultimate victor. This farce has essentially reached its conclusion, and the outcome has relieved the tension that had long burdened Su Yin and her father. Chen Yang, at last, reaped the rewards of his efforts with a triumphant smile. However, the other 3 brothers of the Su family harbored resentment towards Chen Yang, as his presence had completely disrupted their previous plans. The venerable Su patriarch addressed Su Yizhao and his spouse, saying, "Old two, it was indeed a misstep on the part of the third. I now realize my folly in making this decision without consulting you. I am aware that you have endured considerable grievances, particularly this time, when Yin Yin was nearly treated as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, young Chun has managed to turn the tide. Had it not been for this crisis, I doubt we would have discovered so many of his strengths." Observing his father's almost apologetic tone, Su Yizhao felt his previous resentment dissipate. Most importantly, Chen Yang truly accomplished what he had promised, decisively overcoming all competitors, resulting in a shared sense of joy among those present in the room. In the study, several pairs of eyes were fixed upon Chen Yang, filled with admiration. Old Master Su remarked, "Young Chun, your debate with that young man from the Lu family was truly splendid. Your insights are remarkably unique. I believe implementing them should not pose significant difficulties. Did you conceive all of this on your own?" Noticing that the elder had posed this question and that everyone's gaze was now upon him, Chen Yang stood and replied, "In truth, Due to the public nature of today's gathering, there are many things I find difficult to articulate. I believe enhancing our nation's economy is both a challenging and simple endeavor. It ultimately boils down to serving the people. Curious, old Master Su inquired. What about the statements you made earlier? They seemed quite feasible as well. You articulated them so coherently. How does it now reduce to just one phrase? What exactly are you trying to convey? With a serious demeanor, Qin Yang responded, before proceeding, I must address some issues, though my words may be rather unpalatable. I ask that you take them lightly and not dwell upon them too much. Dear uncles and aunts, please consider my remarks as mere ramblings. The individuals present nodded, intrigued by what Qin Yang was about to express. Seeing their agreement, he continued, the phrase serving the people has, for many years, merely served as a slogan. The so-called people's government for the people. Have the officials truly fulfilled this promise? Certainly, one might contend that these are merely minuscule phenomena. However, in my perspective, only a scant few government officials merit the title of servants of the people. To me, the majority of these officials resemble parasites within society. They merely chant slogans of serving the people. What, in reality, are they accomplishing? Pausing momentarily, Qin Yang continued, the impression I have of these government officials is that they desire to have their cake and eat it too. Though this may sound harsh, it is, without a doubt, the truth. I shall refrain from delving too deeply into governmental matters. If I were to elaborate further, I fear I might succumb to the temptation of a scathing tirade. Hence, let us shift the focus to the topic of the national football team. After all, they are accustomed to criticism and would hardly mind a few more jabs. What perplexes me most is why the president and vice president of the Football Association are not individuals with a background in the sport. Aside from their physical resemblance to a football, I truly struggle to find any connection between them and the game. You may not fully comprehend the extent of corruption within the Chinese Football Association. Lord Su interjected, why do we keep returning to the Chinese Football Association? I believe Chairman Xie Yalong has been performing admirably in his role, investing considerable effort to improve the state of Chinese football. Although the results are not yet satisfactory, I suspect this requires a prolonged process. Qin Yang, well versed in the various transgressions of the national team, chuckled coldly and remarked, is it truly the case that Chinese football is perpetually excluded from the World Cup due to a lack of ability? In my personal opinion, this is certainly not the case. China, with nearly a quarter of the world's population, should be able to field 11 competent players. Comrade Deng once stated, football must start with the children. In recent years, our nation has indeed invested significantly in this area. However, the foundation is flawed. The selection process by the Football Association prioritizes compliance over genuine talent. Many skilled and gifted individuals are unable to obtain the official recognition as football players, which naturally precludes any opportunity to represent the nation. Although there are currently no reports on the matter, I firmly believe that issues such as bribing referees, match fixing, and illegal betting are undoubtedly prevalent. The officials within the Football Association seem primarily concerned with their personal gain, showing little regard for the tears of disappointment shed by Chinese fans. They revel in even the slightest achievements, broadcasting them widely, a behavior strikingly similar to that of many government officials. Chinese footballers are all prominent figures, exuding confidence before fans, receiving the highest salaries in Asia, and boasting the largest fan base in the region. Yet, they play what can only be described as the most abysmal football in Asia. Essentially, any Asian nation has the potential to defeat us, despite China being a superpower with over 1 billion inhabitants. In the realm of football, we are undeniably a weak nation. With only around 200 countries participating in the sport, China, as the most populous nation in the world, frequently finds itself ranked far beyond the top 100. Achieving a rank in the 70s is considered an extraordinary accomplishment. The Football Association can proudly declare in its year-end summary that maintaining a ranking within the 70s globally for the national team is indeed an impressive achievement. With such audacity, the Chinese Football Association has long been accustomed to this state of affairs. The organization is riddled with individuals who share this same mindset, mirroring the attitudes of many government officials. As civil servants, their primary concern revolves around personal gain, with only a scant few genuinely committed to serving the public. The majority find amusement in exerting power over ordinary citizens. Qin Yang has witnessed an abundance of such occurrences throughout his life. The rationale behind these civil servants' bullying of the common populace is quite straightforward. They are simply too idle and seek entertainment. The selection system for civil servants is laughable, consisting of written examinations and interviews, purportedly designed for a comprehensive evaluation. However, the crux of the process lies in the interview. Does this so-called interview truly assess a candidate's capabilities? Certainly not. In today's world, is ability more valuable than money? Thus, the interview becomes a measure of a candidate's sincerity towards the examiner. The more sincere the candidate, the greater their chances of success. Naturally, those with exceptional written examination results may feel aggrieved and appeal their cases. Qinyang has observed numerous such reports over the years. Once highlighted by the media, these individuals often receive the treatment they rightfully deserve. However, the media cannot follow these dissenters indefinitely. Having finally secured a position as a civil servant, it is likely that these individuals will remain in such roles for the entirety of their careers. Why is that? Such individuals evidently exhibit a blatant disregard for authority, employing rather extreme methods of resistance. Naturally, such behavior renders them unfavorable in the eyes of their superiors. With such a history, aspirations for promotion are likely futile. Merely retaining their current position would be a significant achievement, and they can expect to face subtle reprisals from leadership. However, to a certain degree, the psyche of the Chinese populace can be rather unsightly. On one hand, the general public perceives civil servants as corrupt, yet simultaneously harbors hopes of becoming one of those fortunate individuals themselves. Once they attain civil servant status, they often find themselves engaging in even more unscrupulous practices than those they once despised. This psychological paradox leads to widespread disdain for the civil service system among ordinary citizens, while simultaneously fostering an intense yearning for the lifestyle of civil servants. Qinyang has witnessed this phenomenon numerous times in subsequent years. The government has imposed various restrictions on civil servants, advocating for reduced use of official vehicles and suggesting alternatives such as cycling to work. One must ponder the sturdiness required of a bicycle to support those rather ample physiques, especially considering many have not ridden a bicycle in years. Would they even remember how? Observing the eager faces of the elders, Qinyang continued, "In fact, I have delineated 3 principal corrupt institutions. Let us see if you concur. The most corrupt is the government, followed by hospitals, and then schools." He proceeded to elaborate on his reasoning. Why does the government firmly hold the paramount position in Qinyang's heart? This is primarily due to the chain reactions that ensued after the government's corruption. In his later years, Qinyang observed a local community committee, which astonishingly boasted opulent and exquisite decor, with the interior design being remarkably meticulous. Where did such funds originate? Strictly speaking, members of the community committee should not be classified as civil servants. They are merely vassals of the government. Friends who have obtained marriage certificates are likely aware of the state-mandated price for such a document, which is clearly set at 9 yuan. And with the additional cost for photographs, it hardly exceeds 49 yuan. Furthermore, all other ancillary documents are processed free of charge. The only election Qinyang participated in was during his high school years, as his prestigious school necessitated such an endeavor. However, in the subsequent small town, even this semblance of participation was neglected. The notion that representatives of the people are elected by the populace is farcical. The election of even inconsequential positions such as that of a representative is rife with corruption, and one can only imagine the extent of malpractice in the elections of government officials. As for the corruption within hospitals, it is abundantly clear to everyone. Thus, my fellow colleagues, avoid falling ill at all costs, for entering a hospital guarantees exploitation. Once, Qinyang visited a large hospital for a minor injection, as the small clinic lacked the qualifications to administer such medication. The registration fee amounted to 10 yuan, while the actual cost of the injection was merely 0.5 yuan. However, the physician, disregarding any prior prescriptions Qinyang may have had, prescribed several additional medications. Ultimately, when Qinyang approached the payment counter, the total reached an astonishing 249.3 yuan, nearly equivalent to 250. Upon reviewing the medication descriptions, Qinyang discerned a commonality among them. They were ineffective in treating numerous ailments, yet utterly harmless to consume. This realization underscored Qinyang's profound respect for the medical field and fueled his aspiration to excel within it. Despite his limited personal capabilities and energy, he firmly believed that a physician's duty was to save as many patients as possible, rather than prioritizing financial gain. A physician should not only provide care when financially incentivized, but rather demonstrate compassion irrespective of a patient's financial status. While the proficiency of a physician is significant, the paramount quality lies in their medical ethics. A doctor of high moral standing would not compel a patient to undergo treatment if the ailment was beyond their capacity to cure, nor would they pressure the patient's family into incessantly paying for ineffective medications, all the while suggesting prolonged hospital observation. Countless patients have suffered due to delays in optimal treatment, primarily because the institution prioritized monetary gain over patient welfare. Transitioning to the topic of educational institutions, Chen Yang continued his discourse with the others in the room. Since the Ministry of Education issued a directive allowing schools to operate autonomously regarding expenses, a troubling situation has unfolded. This raises a perplexing question. If schools are to manage their own financial affairs, what purpose does the Ministry of Education serve? Is it solely for the purpose of extracting funds from various schools each year? I have yet to witness the Ministry of Education transferring these funds to the national treasury. Yet the amount collected annually is indeed astronomical. Where does this money actually go? Moreover, there is another issue. Much like the Football Association, the Minister of Education often does not emerge from an educational background. Many departments are led by those who lack expertise in their respective fields, which is why it is typically the deputy officials who make statements in the news. The minister's name usually only surfaces when official documents are issued. I cannot even recall the name of the newly appointed education minister. Wasn't Chen Zili supposed to retire? As ordinary citizens, we lack the energy to keep up with such news. Chen Yang noticed a peculiar expression on the faces of those present when the topic of the Minister of Education arose. Su Yin whispered in Chen Yang's ear, "My grandfather is the newly appointed Minister of Education." Thus, Su Leoi remarked, "Little Chen, are the issues you raise regarding education truly valid? You have already categorized schools as one of the three evils. In truth, I have not encountered any of the three evils you mentioned. While it is true that some privileged officials' offspring in Beijing exploit their power, the extent is quite limited and far from being classified as evil. During my visits to the hospital for checkups, I have not observed any significant corruption. Prices are quite reasonable. As for the issues within schools, I believe it would be prudent to convene a meeting to thoroughly discuss and research the matter." Old Master Su exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you come by this information? We are still deliberating on the matter of merging campuses. It has not yet been finalized." Chen Yang responded, "Pray, do not concern yourself with the source of my knowledge. Allow me to outline the drawbacks of the proposed campus merger. Firstly, while the reduction in the number of schools may concentrate teaching resources and facilitate overall management by the Ministry of Education, have you considered the implications? With fewer schools, the number of teachers will inevitably diminish, thereby limiting students' choices in their educational institutions. As students become overly concentrated, classes will need to be divided into numerous sections. You might suggest that expanding the existing campus could resolve this issue. However, such an endeavor would likely result in the loss of at least 1/3 of the teaching staff. Furthermore, the plight of the students would intensify. A classroom that once comfortably accommodated around 50 students could swell to over 100, rendering the learning environment exceedingly challenging. The ability of those seated at the back to hear the instructor clearly will undoubtedly become a significant concern. You may argue that appropriate measures could be implemented to avert such scenarios, yet the practicality of these solutions is far from assured. The reality is seldom as idyllic as it is portrayed. Chen Yang could hardly claim that these were observations made with his own eyes in a future era. Indeed, in his hometown, the scenario was as described. One can easily envision the chaos of over 100 children crammed into a single classroom, where even those with a slightly larger physique found it difficult to escape the confines. To rearrange the seating for these children, parents often felt compelled to offer some form of tribute to the homeroom teacher, as greetings came at a monetary cost. Even if the teachers initially declined such offerings, how long could they resist the pressure? Consequently, the entire atmosphere of the school deteriorated. Education, being the most sacred of institutions, must remain untainted. If it becomes compromised, it jeopardizes the very foundation of the nation, rendering discussions of other matters futile. Moreover, the amalgamation of school districts presents a significant inconvenience. These young children endure considerable hassle just to attend school. What was once a short walk to school has now transformed into a journey requiring over half an hour by bus, which is quite troublesome. One might argue that a unified school bus system could remedy this issue. Chen Yang had indeed come across numerous news reports about school buses in the future, which suggested that they did provide solutions, albeit with dire consequences for the children involved. In his observations of the future, Qinyang noted a peculiar trend. Those who could be entrepreneurs chose to establish schools instead of businesses. However, it is essential not to overthink this. Their motivation for running schools was not to advance education, but rather because they discovered that operating schools was more profitable than managing factories. This, indeed, reflects a tragic irony within the realm of education. Qinyang articulated concerns that had never crossed the mind of the venerable Mr. Su. Their original intent was merely to enhance the quality of the school by selecting the most exemplary teachers and subsequently managing the students uniformly, without considering the broader ramifications of their decisions. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Qinyang and remarked, "I have not conducted a practical investigation into the educational matters you raise, nor can I affirm the veracity of your claims. However, I shall give this serious consideration and will not hastily issue the consolidation directive. Yet, what do you mean by serving the people? How does this relate to our national economy?" There was an aspect Qinyang hesitated to voice. Here was a leader from the Ministry of Education, struggling to manage his own department, yet aspiring to oversee other sectors. While it is indeed the duty of every individual to care for the nation's well-being, one would hope such distractions would not be so overt. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in Qinyang's mind. He recognized that he lacked the requisite status and stature to articulate such sentiments. Su Yizhao had been stationed in Jingzhou for several years, overseeing the Discipline Inspection Commission, and despite the significant backing of the influential Su family in the capital, he often felt overwhelmed. Local officials were adept at FAAD projects, presenting an impeccable front that made it nearly impossible to intervene, with the intricacies of their connections proving exceedingly convoluted and challenging to navigate. Qinyang succinctly expressed a crucial sentiment with his simple declaration of serving the people, particularly highlighting its profound societal impact. In Chapter 61, titled The Bizarre Case, a question arose. Is this the work of ghosts? The room fell into a deep silence, and after a considerable pause, Elder Su remarked softly, "I cannot believe the state of our nation is such. I never anticipated it. It seems we, as high officials, are indeed viewed as mere parasites in the eyes of the people." In this moment, Qinyang was at a loss for words to comfort the elderly man before him. However, after a brief contemplation, he responded, "Ultimately, it matters not how others perceive us. What is essential is to conduct ourselves and our duties in a manner that is worthy of our conscience." "Well said," Elder Su exclaimed. "As long as we genuinely strive to serve the people, it matters little if we are momentarily regarded as parasites." Qinyang sensed a remarkable vigor emanating from Su Yizhao, who exuded an undeniable aura of righteousness. Qinyang, profoundly attuned to the essence of righteousness, felt a resonance within himself, igniting an urge to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Yet, recognizing the inappropriateness of such an expression in that setting, he stifled the impulse. Not only did Qinyang perceive the righteousness in Su Yizhao, but he also recognized a similar virtue within Elder Su. It became evident that the three generations of men in the room were indeed kindred spirits. However, the integrity embodied by the old Master Su is somewhat mixed and impure, yet it undeniably exudes a profound essence. Although it may not be as unblemished as the purity possessed by his future father-in-law, Su Yizhao, it certainly reflects a heart of righteousness, a fact that Qinyang firmly acknowledges. Thus, he remarked, "Rome was not built in a day. We can only strive gradually. However, as long as we maintain a steadfast heart and persist without yielding, we shall undoubtedly achieve our goals." Upon concluding his words, Qinyang extended his hand, and the understanding between the Su patriarch and his son was palpable. The hands of the three generations of men in the study came to rest heavily upon one another, as if engaging in a solemn oath. In that moment, Qinyang could no longer contain his exhilaration and let out a long, resonant cry. Additionally, through the contact of their hands, he subtly infused a seed of righteousness into the two men, ensuring that the Su father and son would not only continue to uphold their integrity, but also that this seed would continuously generate an aura of righteousness, thereby influencing those around them. Though the two individuals remained blissfully unaware of this profound exchange, Old Master Su solemnly addressed Su Yizhao, saying, "My dear second son, I am aware that among your brothers, you are the only one who shares my true sentiments. The others seem to have been intoxicated by power, eagerly desiring to usurp my position as the head of the Su family. Do they possess the qualities requisite for such a role? The eldest and the third, entrenched within the military system, appear to have learned little of the noble duty of safeguarding our nation, instead becoming embroiled in rivalry. As for the fourth, he is no longer the innocent child who once sweetly asked me for candies. Now, I find myself placing my hopes solely upon you. Although your influence within the Su family is currently the weakest among your brothers, I shall offer my unwavering support from behind. Pursue your ambitions freely. This heartfelt declaration signified Old Master Su's choice for his successor. In the confines of the room, with no outsiders present, he revealed sentiments long held within. He perceived the precarious state of the Su family with urgency. When Chun Yang's luxurious vehicle appeared at the entrance of the Su family's courtyard, several of Su Yan's aunts, who had been gossiping nearby, were taken aback, particularly upon witnessing the driver's respectful demeanor towards Chun Yang, whom they had previously dismissed as a simpleton. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief, leading to incessant discussions following Chun Yang's departure from the Su residence. This time, Su Yan's family truly witnessed the grandeur of Chun Yang's lifestyle. The mere presence of a Rolls-Royce Phantom was already strikingly extravagant, but to their astonishment, there was also a private helicopter. Initially, when Chun Yang had mentioned it, they thought he was merely jesting, yet upon seeing it in reality, they were compelled to accept this truth. Thus, under the intense scrutiny of Su Yan and her mother, Chun Yang eventually disclosed to the family during their flight that he had indeed attained the title of gambling god. This revelation elucidated why he had been able to perform such dazzling card tricks before the crowd at the martial arts arena. Early that morning, Chun Yang had shared this delightful news with his parents. At his mother Yizhen's insistence, the helicopter whisked the four of them directly to Chun Yang's home. They enjoyed a simple meal together at noon, with the dishes ordered from a restaurant, as Yizhen was concerned that her culinary skills might not suit the family's palate. Moreover, with the presence of Su Yizhao, the esteemed secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, she sought to ensure everything was perfect. The two families engaged in lively conversation, shedding much of their previous formality. The relaxed atmosphere allowed Su Yizhao and his wife to indulge freely in the feast, creating a warm and inviting ambience. Chun Yang recounted some of the events that had transpired in Beijing over the past few days, as it was essential to keep his mother informed. Chun Yang exaggerated the events that occurred during the competition, which led Chun Durong and Yizhen to perceive him as boasting, thereby diverting their attention. It is no wonder that there is a saying, when the genuine is disguised as falsehood, the falsehood appears genuine. When the falsehood is presented as truth, the truth seems false. Chun Yang's blend of truth and falsehood enabled him to navigate this situation with ease. The minuscule cluster of cancer cells within Chun Durong had been completely dissolved by Chun Yang's increasingly profound medical energy. This novel life force was inspired by his insights into the cancer cells. With bags in hand, Chun Yang and Su Yan strolled leisurely into the campus, engaged in cheerful conversation. Along the way, they encountered several foreign students approaching them, among whom was a tall, handsome man with golden hair and captivating sapphire-like blue eyes. As he brushed past them, his companions cast appreciative glances at the radiant Su Yan. However, an unsettling sensation suddenly surged within Chun Yang. He was taken aback by the thought that perhaps this man was the type rumored to engage in homosexual relationships. A chill ran down his spine. With no one around, Chun Yang closed the door and energetically tidied the dormitory, leaving it spotless. Satisfied, he arranged his bed and lay down contentedly, planning to indulge in a brief rest. Classes were not set to commence until the day after tomorrow, but Chun Yang and Su Yan had arrived 2 days early. His intention was to pay a belated New Year's visit to Elder Chun and Old Gu, prompting their early arrival at Wuhan University. Chun Yang made a phone call to Elder Chun, arranging to dine at his residence that evening. Elder Chun even offered to send a car to pick them up, as their home was situated at the foot of the mountain, quite a distance from the city. After a brief rest, Chun Yang called Su Yan to meet him at the southern gate of the school, where they awaited the arrival of Elder Chun's driver. During the wait, the two indulged in some snacks and soda from a roadside stall, enjoying their repast as they lingered. Before long, the driver, Old Lu, arrived to escort them to Elder Chun's home. Upon their arrival, a lively atmosphere enveloped them as Chun Yang and Su Yan joined Elder Chun and his family around a large table. The gathering was filled with animated discussions and clinking glasses. However, Chun Yang, observant as ever, detected a hint of worry in Elder Chun's eyes. During the meal, Chun Yang raised his glass to Elder Chun and inquired, "Grandfather Chun, has something happened recently? You seem a bit troubled. Would you be willing to share?" Before Elder Chun could respond, his eldest son, Chun Guobin, interjected, "It is still the first month of the year, a time when one ought to refrain from discussing ominous matters. However, since you have asked, I shall provide you with an update." Upon hearing the mention of a deceased individual, Su Yan's face paled with fear, and she instinctively grasped Chen Yang's hand tightly. Observing her distress, Chen Yang gently patted her hand in a gesture of solace. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yang felt a peculiar sense of unease. The area where Elder Chun and his family resided was typically devoid of visitors, yet now, 3 homicides had inexplicably occurred in the mountains. One would assume that the local security was relatively sound, making such sinister events rather implausible. Could it be that a dangerous murderer had taken refuge in the mountains? If that were the case, residing here would indeed be perilous. However, Elder Chun and his family appeared to be in good health. How could this contradiction be reconciled? The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly somber. Just then, the telephone rang, and a servant handed the cordless phone to Elder Chun. After uttering a brief greeting, he fell silent, listening intently to the voice on the other end. After a considerable pause, the phone slipped from Elder Chun's grasp, and Chen Yang, quick to react, bent down to catch it, anxiously inquiring, "Grandfather Chun, what has happened?" Tears welled up in Elder Chen's eyes as he sighed deeply, murmuring, "It is old Lu. He has also fallen victim." The others nearby expressed their concern, asking, "Indeed, what is the situation?" Elder Chen replied, "Just moments ago, Officer Huang from the Public Security Bureau called to inform me that yet another corpse has been discovered in the mountains. It has been confirmed to be our driver, Old Lu." Apparently, there were undercover officers present who witnessed the assailant, but due to the killer's swiftness, the witness could not discern the murderer's appearance. As the incident unfolded, the group found themselves devoid of appetite. Upon hearing the news of Old Lu's tragic fate, Su Yan buried her head in Chun Yang's embrace. Weeping sorrowfully, the fleeting nature of life struck her deeply. Someone she had only recently met had vanished in an instant, leaving her heart heavy with grief. Chun Yang lifted his gaze, addressing Elder Chun and everyone present at the table. "Let us all go and pay our respects. Surely, the police should permit this." Elder Chun nodded in agreement. The scene of the tragedy was somewhat distant, so it was only Elder Chen's 2 sons, Chen Yang and Su Yan, who accompanied him. Although many wished to join, the elderly and women found the mountain path challenging, particularly as it could evoke painful memories. Nevertheless, Su Yan insisted on visiting. This compassionate young woman, yearning to offer prayers before the deceased, hoping that his spirit might ascend to a peaceful afterlife. Upon arriving at the site of Old Lu's demise, Chun Yang detected a peculiar odor in the air, though he could not articulate the sensation it evoked within him. There, they encountered Old Lu's remains, which were unrecognizable. Remarkably, no visible wounds marred his body, yet it appeared desiccated, rendering his features indistinct. The officers, however, managed to ascertain his identity through the identification he carried. After meticulously inquiring about the circumstances from the officers, Chen Yang urged them to ensure the safety of Su Yan and the 2 Uncle Chens. He expressed his intention to follow the traces alone for further investigation. The officers, along with the 2 Uncle Chens and Su Yan, cautioned Chen Yang against undertaking such a perilous venture, emphasizing that solving the case was the responsibility of the police. In an effort to reassure everyone, Chen Yang effortlessly snapped a tree trunk, about the thickness of a bowl, a rather unenvironmental act, which young ones should certainly not emulate, and resolutely declared, "As a soldier of the Republic, it is imperative to confront various dangers with courage. Thus, it is essential for me to comprehend this matter thoroughly." Following a series of subtle clues, Chun Yang's investigative skills surpassed those of the ordinary officers, and coupled with his acute senses, he soon discovered a clearing in a small grove that emanated an aura of malevolence. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, which left Chen Yang feeling decidedly uneasy. He quietly circulated his medical qi within, which alleviated some of his discomfort. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he sensed a profound resentment lingering nearby, as if it were shadowing him, yet it dared not come too close. Standing still, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the atmosphere when suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The supposedly growth-oriented treasure, the Taiji heart method, surged forth from within him. Since the last time Chun Yang grasped the essence of Taiji within the genius learning system, he had paid it little mind. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, this treasured entity had stealthily slipped from the genius learning system into his dantian. Initially, Qinyang felt a surge of joy, believing he could summon this treasure at will to indulge in its mysteries. Little did he know, once it entered, it refused to emerge, leaving him in a state of vexation. To his astonishment, Taiji suddenly manifested at this moment. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find 4 shadowy figures surrounding him, one of which bore a striking resemblance to the deceased old Lu, albeit in a ghastly state. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices and hair disheveled, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Wasn't old Lu already dead? What then was this apparition? And what of the others? Chapter 62. Arhut versus Vampire. The spectral entities seemed to cower in fear at the radiant golden light emanating from Taiji, reluctant to approach Qinyang closely. Nevertheless, they remained encircled around him, emitting eerie, mournful sounds. Qinyang pondered whether these ghostly figures could be classified as sentient beings. He sensed that valuable information might be gleaned from them. Thus he resolved to employ his telepathy to attempt communication. Upon a trial, Qinyang discovered that the art of mind reading indeed held efficacy. Among the 4 spirits, he recognized Lao Lu, who had recently met with an untimely demise, thus possessing the most current knowledge of their circumstances. Consequently, Qinyang endeavored to communicate with him through this newfound ability. Initially, Lao Lu exhibited some resistance. However, under Qinyang's gentle reassurances and formidable mental prowess, Lao Lu ultimately consented to engage in dialogue. Having grasped the fundamental details, Qinyang sought to ascertain how he could assist them in transcending their spectral existence. After all, if these spirits continued to linger in their ghostly forms, their accumulated resentment could intensify, potentially endangering the living beings in the vicinity. Just as Qinyang's mental energy was on the verge of depletion, he successfully alleviated the resentment harbored within the spirits. Lao Lu and the others regained their normal appearances, smiling gratefully at Qinyang before gradually dissipating into the ether, ultimately vanishing from sight. However, Qinyang felt a profound discomfort in that locale, as an insidious malevolence pervaded the atmosphere, assailing him, especially now that his mental faculties were significantly diminished. Understanding the tragic fates of these victims, Qinyang concluded it prudent to keep this location concealed from the authorities. If he, an individual endowed with mental strength equivalent to that of 100 ordinary men, found himself ill at ease, then the average officers might very well succumb to mental disarray. Should they fall prey to that vampiric creature, it could very well result in further loss of life. Though this statement may sound somewhat absurd, Qinyang found no humor in it whatsoever. What could Su Yan, a frail woman, possibly accomplish in this situation? Frankly speaking, her presence here could only serve as an inconvenience to others. Did one not notice that 2 officers were specifically assigned to safeguard her? What could compel her to risk her life merely to await Qinyang's return? In that moment, Qinyang was deeply moved. He embraced Su Yan tightly. After several minutes, her faint voice broke the silence. Qinyang, my hand is numb. Amused, Qinyang released her and began to gently massage her arm to alleviate the tingling sensation. The 2 police officers maintained a respectful distance, feeling somewhat awkward about the couple's intimate display, but they approached Qinyang once they noticed the pair had parted. The older of the 2 officers addressed Qinyang. Could you share with us any leads you discovered in the woods? Hearing this, Qinyang fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged officer and replied earnestly, I found the situation here to be exceedingly complex. I believe your presence as regular officers is of little use now. I recommend that you consult your superiors and request the deployment of specialized forces to handle this matter. The current circumstances have far exceeded your capabilities, and frankly speaking, even a typical special forces unit may not suffice. To put it bluntly, there is no need to send anyone to their demise unnecessarily. The middle-aged officer immediately expressed his intention to earnestly consult his superiors, yet he remained resolute in continuing the surveillance here, despite the negligible impact they could have. This portrayal starkly contrasts with the image of law enforcement that Qinyang would later come to understand. In Qinyang's perception, the police were characterized by their propensity to bully the weak while cowering before the strong, particularly the traffic officers who, upon encountering vehicles from out of town that exhibited even minor infractions, would invariably issue hefty fines. Conversely, those with license plates that appeared particularly prestigious would often escape with little more than a warning, as the enforcement of regulations seemed remarkably flexible. Detectives, on the other hand, frequently abused their authority, indulging in free meals at modest eateries, leaving the proprietors too intimidated to protest. exhibiting a level of corruption surpassing that of petty gangsters. At times, they would even forge brotherly bonds with individuals from the underworld, yet upon receiving orders to crack down on organized crime, they would not hesitate to imprison these erstwhile companions, casting aside any semblance of camaraderie as if they had suddenly adopted an unyielding demeanor. Qinyang found it increasingly difficult to discern when their true nature was revealed. As for the repercussions faced by the police when scandals emerged, they seemed unperturbed, ever since certain departments introduced a category of employment known as temporary workers. This ubiquitous role had proliferated across nearly all civil service sectors. However, it appeared that the number of temporary workers within the police force was particularly vast. Before Qinyang stood two ordinary police officers who, despite being acutely aware of the perilous situation, resolutely chose to remain on standby. This completely shattered Qinyang's preconceived notions about law enforcement. For the first time in his life, he recognized the invaluable nature of these public servants, who truly lived up to the resplendent national emblem adorning their caps. In a moment of respect, Qinyang rendered a formal military salute to the two ordinary officers. In the dead of night, as was his custom, Qinyang practiced his righteous energy within the genius system. The substantial mental energy he had expended during the day gradually replenished itself through this meditative process. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of malevolent energy emanating from the southeast, soaring towards the heavens. Qinyang's perception of this dark energy was particularly acute while honing his righteous spirit, leading him to anticipate that something significant was about to transpire. Withdrawing from the genius learning system, he stealthily exited the villa, hastening towards the direction of the ominous energy he had sensed. Qinyang meticulously controlled the righteous energy within him, heightening his sensitivity to the impending threat. At that moment, he found himself yearning for danger. Fully aware of a fundamental truth, individuals only unleash their potential when confronted with crises. Given his current physical condition, Qinyang felt little trepidation about encountering peril. Even should he sustain minor injuries, the healing energies of his medical knowledge and vitality would ensure that, as long as he did not suffer fatal harm, he would emerge unscathed. If Qinyang were to confront an assault he could not face, he still possessed that remarkable artifact capable of granting him 3 chances for survival. Moreover, should the situation become dire, the Taiji diagram might instinctively protect its master. Thus, Qinyang felt no trepidation in the face of potential peril. As he traversed the path, he realized he was drawing closer to that malevolent territory from earlier in the day, the landscape becoming increasingly familiar to him. Sure enough, he found himself near the location he had visited that afternoon. However, Qinyang had already restrained his righteous aura to avoid alerting any lurking dangers. Proceeding cautiously toward that area, upon reaching the vicinity of the sinister ground, he discovered that his previous caution had been entirely unwarranted. In that cursed expanse, a figure emanating a faint yellow glow was engaged in combat with a swiftly moving shadow. With his extraordinary eyesight, Qinyang quickly recognized the gleaming bald head that often reflected the moonlight. He carefully channeled his medical true energy to his eyes, which was another application of this energy Qinyang had discovered. When the medical true energy flowed to a particular organ, it could temporarily enhance the function of that part. Thus, with his enhanced vision, Qinyang identified a long-lost acquaintance, the young monk, Luo Han, a member of the dragon team, whom he had previously seen battling a werewolf during a mission. Observing the scene, it appeared that Luo Han was at a disadvantage. His opponent's speed was exceedingly swift, leaving Luo Han in a position of constant defensive posture, unable to land a strike. Although Luo Han's exceptional physical defense allowed him to withstand his opponent's attacks, it was evident that merely enduring was not a viable strategy. Thus, Qinyang resolved to assist him. With this thought in mind, Qinyang leapt from behind the stone, exclaiming, "Luo Han, I am here to help you." However, this shout inadvertently distracted Luo Han, worsening his predicament. Moreover, with Qinyang joining the fray, the situation did not improve. Instead of one being attacked, both Luo Han and Qinyang found themselves under assault. Fortunately, Qinyang had fortified his vital areas with medicinal energy, or he would have been severely injured by this shadowy creature. This scenario left Qinyang quite vexed, yet it at least revealed that their adversaries' attacks were not overwhelmingly powerful, as both Luo Han and Qinyang could no longer be considered ordinary individuals. Luo Han possessed the ancient Shaolin martial art, the Golden Bell Shield, rendering him nearly impervious to harm while cultivating his skills, and his youthful vigor enhanced his strength. making him no less formidable than Chunyang's extraordinary physique. However, enduring such relentless assaults was unsustainable. Exchanging glances, Chunyang and Luohan understood each other. Luohan's body radiated golden light, drawing the majority of the enemy's fire, occasionally landing hits on the creature and temporarily repelling it. Seizing the moment, Chunyang unleashed the dragon's roar with all his might. This unexpected move proved remarkably effective, stunning the creature between Chunyang and Luohan, leaving it momentarily dazed. Chunyang seized the opportunity to discern the true visage of the creature before him. It was none other than the foreigner with golden hair he had encountered upon his arrival at the school earlier that day. However, the creature's eyes now glowed a menacing crimson, and its complexion had turned an alarming shade of pallor, though its lips remained a vivid scarlet. In that moment, Chunyang comprehended the source of his prior discomfort. Yet, there was little time for hesitation. He infused his right arm with righteous energy and launched a powerful strike towards the creature's chest. Righteousness should prove effective against malevolent beings. Although this particular entity was not native to China, it was reasonable to assume that righteous energy would still yield some effect, as evidenced by the significant impact of the previous Tianlong Yin. At this juncture, Luohan seized the moment to unleash his signature technique. A radiant sphere of yellow light accompanying his right palm as it struck the creature's left chest with great force. The simultaneous impact of their two powerful blows sent the creature hurtling through the air, where it emitted a piercing wail before crashing to the ground. Rendered immobile and evidently gravely injured, Chunyang and Luohan, perceiving the opportunity, rushed forward to deliver a few decisive strikes, adhering to the principle that evil must be eradicated entirely. With the creature dispatched, both Chunyang and Luohan collapsed onto the ground, breathless and panting heavily. Rohan finally had the opportunity to scrutinize Chunyang closely and joyfully exclaimed, "So it is you, my friend. I was wondering who it might be. I was having a fine tussle with this little bat, and your sudden appearance nearly cost me my life. However, your subsequent performance was truly commendable. This vampire is indeed a formidable opponent." Rohan chuckled and continued, "Ah, you even visited during the day. I only received notification and rushed over, fortuitously encountering this vampire as it was channeling blood energy into the earth. Initially, I thought I could handle this little bat alone, but I nearly found myself at its mercy. Had you not arrived just in time, I would have been in grave danger." Curiously, Chunyang inquired, "Can it truly transform into a bat?" No sooner had Chunyang's words left his lips than the vampire on the ground morphed into a bat the size of a basketball, significantly larger than an ordinary bat. Chunyang smirked with pride and remarked, feeling envious, "Are we?" "You were correct. This is indeed a Buddhist sound technique known as Tianlong Yin, which I fortuitously acquired." With the vampire dispatched, Chunyang pondered, what should we do next? Upon hearing Chunyang's question, Rohan's expression turned grave as he replied, "I sense that deep beneath us lies a sealed, ancient corpse, one that has been absorbing the essence of the earth for millennia. Over time, it has gradually regained some consciousness. This vampire likely intends to resurrect that ancient being through a blood sacrifice. The current situation has far surpassed my expectations. It appears I must consult my superiors to dispatch a more formidable expert to address this matter, for we have reached an impasse." Luohan's expression tightened as he inquired, "Is that truly the case? Then let us proceed separately. Please wait a moment." Chunyang exchanged phone numbers with Luohan, attempting to discreetly grasp his pulse. However, Luohan, having trained in martial arts for many years, instinctively evaded the gesture. With a smile, Chunyang remarked, "What is the point of dodging? Allow me to examine you and see if I can remedy your internal injuries." Luohan, his face a mask of skepticism, reluctantly extended his left hand. Chunyang diligently assessed Luohan's pulse. To his astonishment, he discovered that Luohan's internal organs were somewhat displaced, with various degrees of hemorrhaging present. For him to claim it was merely a minor injury raised the question of what could be classified as severe. Noticing Chunyang's silence, Luohan feigned anxiety and asked, "Well, doctor, is there any hope for my condition?" Chunyang retorted with exasperation, "At this juncture, you still have the gall to jest? This injury qualifies as serious. Fortunately, my expertise is substantial, and I shall soon resolve it." Having previously encountered Luohan's incessant chatter, Chunyang mused silently, wondering if all monks were as verbose. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall the charming demeanor of Brother Jiaying from the film A Chinese Odyssey. However, Chunyang asserted, "There is no need for medication. I possess a unique form of healing energy that is remarkably effective for treating injuries. Please remain silent, hold your breath, and focus entirely on cooperating with me." Luo Han nodded in acknowledgement, and Chunyang placed his hands upon Luo Han's back, commencing the healing process. As Chunyang's energy flowed into Luo Han's body, he felt a warm, soothing sensation enveloping him, an indescribable comfort that nearly coaxed a sound of pleasure from his lips. Yet, recalling Chunyang's earlier admonition to remain silent, he stifled any such expression, employing both healing energy and vital essence. Chunyang meticulously harmonized every part of Luo Han's being, even addressing lingering injuries incurred from his regular training. Therefore, when Chunyang completed the treatment, Luo Han stood and released a resounding, vigorous howl. Chunyang, taken by surprise and standing nearby, immediately covered his ears, exclaiming in irritation, "What are you shouting for? It's deafening." Only then did Luo Han quiet down, sheepishly rubbing his bald head and grinning foolishly. He awkwardly addressed Chunyang, saying, "Well, your healing abilities are quite impressive. How about this? Would you be interested in joining our dragon team as a medical advisor? The benefits are certainly generous. And I will also discuss your situation with my superiors. I believe they would be inclined to recruit you into the dragon team. Please take some time to consider it."